Climate change has been defined as the central challenge for this generation. It is a strategic issue for virtually all business sectors. In finding solutions for climate change, all of us have a contribution to make. At HSF, we have stepped up to this challenge. Beyond the climate commitments we as a firm have undertaken, our teams actively accompany clients on their path through the energy transition. Our cross-disciplinary teams advise clients on their climate and ESG strategy, decarbonisation and portfolio realignment, reporting, stakeholder engagement, financing and any contentious matters arising. We have more than 3 decades worth of experience of advising on ESG matters, which has been recognised by our Band 1 ranking for ESG risk by Chambers Global. Have a look at our COP26 hub for more information.
Imagine a future with zero emissions, zero waste, and zero inequality. At SAP, we power the technology and innovation required to activate this bold vision into reality. We provide sustainable, intelligent enterprises with the solutions required to manage their green line to reduce their carbon footprint, to rethink business processes across the entire value chain, and to safeguard social responsibility across workforce, sourcing, and procurement. Join us in our commitment to chasing zero.
Ideas drive us. They inspire, thrill, and challenge us. We at Roland Berger believe that a new holistic model for business and society is essential. That innovation and progress can and must create sustainable change. And that we, as management consultants, play an active role. We help organizations, companies, and founders to reimagine their reality and align it with a sustainable paradigm. We believe in the power of diversity. We are redefining the status quo and existing systems. Entrepreneurship is one of our core values. It encourages us to learn constantly, to grow, and to discover new possibilities. That's why we treat our clients' businesses like our own. We bring transformation to life and empower our clients to create resilient, robust organizations, to foster meaningful change while honoring their roots. We want to make the world a better place through sustainable growth. As people connected around a common purpose, we are always growing.
Climate change has been defined as the central challenge for this generation. It is a strategic issue for virtually all business sectors. In finding solutions for climate change, all of us have a contribution to make. At HSF, we have stepped up to this challenge. Beyond the climate commitments we as a firm have undertaken, our teams actively accompany clients on their path through the energy transition. Our cross-disciplinary teams advise clients on their climate and ESG strategy, decarbonisation and portfolio realignment, reporting, stakeholder engagement, financing and any contentious matters arising. We have more than 3 decades worth of experience of advising on ESG matters, which has been recognized by our Band 1 ranking for ESG risk by Chambers Global. Have a look at our COP26 hub for more information.
Imagine a future with zero emissions, zero waste, and zero inequality. At SAP, we power the technology and innovation required to activate this bold vision into reality. We provide sustainable, intelligent enterprises with the solutions required to manage their green line to reduce their carbon footprint, to rethink business processes across the entire value chain, and to safeguard social responsibility across workforce, sourcing, and procurement. Join us in our commitment to chasing zero.
Ideas drive us. They inspire, thrill, and challenge us. We at Roland Berger believe that a new holistic model for business and society is essential. That innovation and progress can and must create sustainable change. And that we, as management consultants, play an active role. We help organizations, companies, and founders to reimagine their reality and align it with a sustainable paradigm. We believe in the power of diversity. We are redefining the status quo and existing systems. Entrepreneurship is one of our core values. It encourages us to learn constantly, to grow, and to discover new possibilities. That's why we treat our clients' businesses like our own. We bring transformation to life and empower our clients to create resilient, robust organizations, to foster meaningful change while honoring their roots. We want to make the world a better place through sustainable growth. As people connected around a common purpose, we are always growing.
Climate change has been defined as the central challenge for this generation. It is a strategic issue for virtually all business sectors. In finding solutions for climate change, all of us have a contribution to make. At HSF, we have stepped up to this challenge. Beyond the climate commitments we as a firm have undertaken, our teams actively accompany clients on their path through the energy transition. Our cross-disciplinary teams advise clients on their climate and ESG strategy, decarbonisation and portfolio realignment, reporting, stakeholder engagement, financing and any contentious matters arising. We have more than 3 decades worth of experience of advising on ESG matters, which has been recognised by our Band 1 ranking for ESG risk by Chambers Global. Have a look at our COP26 hub for more information.
Imagine a future with zero emissions, zero waste, and zero inequality. At SAP, we power the technology and innovation required to activate this bold vision into reality. We provide sustainable, intelligent enterprises with the solutions required to manage their green line to reduce their carbon footprint, to rethink business processes across the entire value chain, and to safeguard social responsibility across workforce, sourcing, and procurement. Join us in our commitment to chasing zero.
Ideas drive us. They inspire, thrill, and challenge us. We at Roland Berger believe that a new holistic model for business and society is essential. That innovation and progress can and must create sustainable change. And that we, as management consultants, play an active role. We help organizations, companies, and founders to reimagine their reality and align it with a sustainable paradigm. We believe in the power of diversity. We are redefining the status quo and existing systems. Entrepreneurship is one of our core values. It encourages us to learn constantly, to grow, and to discover new possibilities. That's why we treat our clients' businesses like our own. We bring transformation to life and empower our clients to create resilient, robust organizations to foster meaningful change while honoring their roots. We want to make the world a better place through sustainable growth. As people connected around a common purpose, we are always growing.
Climate change has been defined as the central challenge for this generation. It is a strategic issue for virtually all business sectors. In finding solutions for climate change, all of us have a contribution to make. At HSF, we have stepped up to this challenge. Beyond the climate commitments we as a firm have undertaken, our teams actively accompany clients on their path through the energy transition. Our cross-disciplinary teams advise clients on their climate and ESG strategy, decarbonisation and portfolio realignment, reporting, stakeholder engagement, financing and any contentious matters arising. We have more than 3 decades worth of experience of advising on ESG matters, which has been recognised by our Band 1 ranking for ESG risk by Chambers Global. Have a look at our COP26 hub for more information.
Imagine a future with zero emissions, zero waste, and zero inequality. At SAP, we power the technology and innovation required to activate this bold vision into reality. We provide sustainable, intelligent enterprises with the solutions required to manage their green line to reduce their carbon footprint, to rethink business processes across the entire value chain, and to safeguard social responsibility across workforce, sourcing, and procurement. Join us in our commitment to chasing zero.
Ideas drive us. They inspire, thrill, and challenge us. We at Roland Berger believe that a new holistic model for business and society is essential. That innovation and progress can and must create sustainable change. And that we, as management consultants, play an active role. We help organizations, companies, and founders to reimagine their reality and align it with a sustainable paradigm. We believe in the power of diversity. We are redefining the status quo and existing systems. Entrepreneurship is one of our core values. It encourages us to learn constantly, to grow, and to discover new possibilities. That's why we treat our clients' businesses like our own. We bring transformation to life and empower our clients to create resilient, robust organizations to foster meaningful change while honoring their roots. We want to make the world a better place through sustainable growth. As people connected around a common purpose, we are always growing.
Climate change has been defined as the central challenge for this generation. It is a strategic issue for virtually all business sectors. In finding solutions for climate change, all of us have a contribution to make. At HSF, we have stepped up to this challenge. Beyond the climate commitments we as a firm have undertaken, our teams actively accompany clients on their path through the energy transition. Our cross-disciplinary teams advise clients on their climate and ESG strategy, decarbonisation and portfolio realignment, reporting, stakeholder engagement, financing and any contentious matters arising. We have more than 3 decades worth of experience of advising on ESG matters, which has been recognised by our Band 1 ranking for ESG risk by Chambers Global. Have a look at our COP26 hub for more information.
Imagine a future with zero emissions, zero waste, and zero inequality. At SAP, we power the technology and innovation required to activate this bold vision into reality. We provide sustainable, intelligent enterprises with the solutions required to manage their green line to reduce their carbon footprint, to rethink business processes across the entire value chain, and to safeguard social responsibility across workforce, sourcing, and procurement. Join us in our commitment to chasing zero.
Ideas drive us. They inspire, thrill, and challenge us. We at Roland Berger believe that a new holistic model for business and society is essential. That innovation and progress can and must create sustainable change. And that we, as management consultants, play an active role. We help organizations, companies, and founders to reimagine their reality and align it with a sustainable paradigm. We believe in the power of diversity. We are redefining the status quo and existing systems. Entrepreneurship is one of our core values. It encourages us to learn constantly, to grow, and to discover new possibilities. That's why we treat our clients' businesses like our own. We bring transformation to life and empower our clients to create resilient, robust organizations to foster meaningful change while honoring their roots. We want to make the world a better place through sustainable growth. As people connected around a common purpose, we are always growing.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. I'm Nick Gowing. Welcome to day 3 of the Sustainable Innovation Forum, live from the Climate Action Innovation Zone here in the heart of Glasgow. We're literally a few hundred meters from COP26 and where the negotiations are still continuing. The British Prime Minister Boris Johnson, the host technically of the whole COP process, is returning here today to try and give it new initiative, new momentum. Certainly after President Obama said a couple of days ago, we're nothing like where we need to be and should be. This is Transport Day, technically. 40% of carbon emissions around the world come from transport. There is some reasonably good news that there is a draft agreement. Certainly, a lot of the square brackets have been removed on the principles published. This was about an hour ago. It was delayed overnight, which worried a number of people. The aim being to try to keep rises to a maximum of 1.5 degrees, as specified at Paris 6 years ago. The cover decision, as it's technically called in the COP process. But I have to say there is a new report from the Climate Action Tracker Group this morning saying nothing like enough is being done to keep it at 1.5 degrees. We'll be lucky if we get to 2.4 degrees. So that's a pretty gloomy assessment of what still needs to be done, an enormous amount here at COP26. So there you have the 4 critical themes, and we're continuing to address them as we have done for the first 2 days of this forum. Chaired by myself, Nick Gowing, and also my colleagues Maithri Sitharaman and Mark Barton. And so there's a comprehensive program for you right through the day, wherever you are, whether you're here in Glasgow or one of the 40,000 who are registered around the world. Wherever you are, we're delighted to have you with us. Let me just remind you of how you can send questions during the panels. You can do that through the app. You can do it through the app on the discussion box, and just send us your ideas, your thoughts, your questions. It's been a tremendous feedback process and has allowed us to have real conversations here and get a lot done, often in sessions which last typically about 40 minutes. You can also tweet us at Climate Action, climate_action_, or use the hashtags hashtag Climate Action Live, all one word, or SIF21 as well. A special thank you to all our partners for their support and their endorsement as well. An enormous number. We're delighted that they are supporting the whole process here at COP26 and for the Sustainable Innovation Forum. And please use this resource to meet, to connect, to engage as well, because this is about building new contacts, building a bigger community, building a new determination to act, certainly given the enormity of the science and what the science is predicting and the speed that is needed to match the science, and rather gloomy science, which is now coming from certainly expert sources, including the Potsdam Institute at the moment. So please visit the physical exhibition, please visit the virtual exhibition, make those contacts and build things forward. Right, now let's move immediately. There are the partners. You can see them up there on the screen, led by the BMW Group. You can see a good number, all of whom have been incredibly important to supporting and getting us to this point with the facilities we've got here and around the world as well. Let's get to day 3 then, immediately. We're starting, I've made clear each morning that this is, we are determined to keep to time, and our first guest is Patrick Child, who is chair of the Mission Innovation Steering Committee. And Patrick, you're joining me from across the river, I think. Welcome, and nice to see you. And we'd like to talk for the next 10 minutes about what you've achieved and what you are achieving with the Mission Innovation. You were set up in 2015 in Paris. Good morning to you. What are you achieving at the moment?
Good morning. Yeah, well, Mission Innovation is a really exciting coalition of 23 of the most active countries in clean energy research and innovation. And over the last 5 years, since the COP meeting in Paris, we've come together to mobilize significant additional publicly funded investment into research innovation in clean energy. So something like $5.8 billion a year in additional investments. And I think even more important than the amounts of money, we've also managed to stimulate a large number of collaborations, international collaborations between different countries, different research organizations, and crucially the private sector to support projects to develop new technologies which are going to help us contribute to our climate goals. And we're at a really exciting phase in the life of Mission Innovation, because earlier this year, in a meeting of ministers hosted by Chile in June, we turned the page to a next phase in Mission Innovation, where we're trying to articulate our goals around a number of headline objectives, missions, if you like, in key sectors like hydrogen, like low-cost shipping, and low carbon shipping, and working with renewables in the power sector, with very clear objectives for 2030, so that we can really work together on a decade of innovation to support our action on climate. And here at the COP, last week in particular, we've had some exciting gatherings. Firstly, the confirmation that the United States is going to chair our next ministerial meeting next September, with very powerful support from Secretary Granholm and all her team in the Department of Energy. And it's really great to have the United States now fully engaged behind the Mission Innovation agendas. And we're announcing this week a few new headline missions on urban transitions and on carbon dioxide capture in particular, and the European Commission very pleased to be leading in particular the work on urban transition cities, and some announcements of further objectives in the future in areas like net zero industry and biorefineries. So really a lot going on, and the gathering around the COP these last few days has been a really important opportunity to underline the very direct links and the very necessary progress on clean energy innovation in relation to the wider climate agenda.
So Patrick, I mean, you are talking about significant elements of innovation which you have been charting, which you have been bringing together, where you've been engineering collaboration, but we still have this extraordinary gap, which has been highlighted by the science, which has been confirmed again by the Climate Action Tracker this morning, that we still seem to be on target, not for 1.5 degrees, but probably for 2.4 degrees. In other words, there's still got to be a lot more innovation, a lot quicker. Is that possible?
I mean, I think that the scientists show us that there is still a credible pathway towards the 1.5 scenario, and certainly credible scenarios towards keeping well below 2%. But you're absolutely right. I mean, the clear message is that we're not yet doing enough. And that's why I think it is so important that with initiatives like Mission Innovation, mobilizing the collective strengths of the clean energy research and innovation communities around the world, that we really ramp up our efforts. And that's why I think also having within these missions that I've just presented to you, these topics that we're aiming for in areas like hydrogen, power, shipping, urban transition, direct air capture, we have some very specific deadlines and objectives for 2030, which is a really important stepping stone on our journey to net zero in 2050. So, for example, on hydrogen, we want to have a sort of end-to-end cost of $2 hydrogen, so it becomes competitive with other energy sources, and reducing what Bill Gates calls the green premium on using clean technologies. We want to have a sort of 100% integration of renewables in the power sector, integrated into the grid. And it goes on with all our other objectives too. But you're absolutely right that the message from the COP these days is that we're making good progress, but it's not yet enough. And that's why we need to harness all our efforts in this new phase of mission innovation to take the exciting emerging technologies which we're going to need for the full clean energy transition from the prototype and demonstration stage into viable commercial deployment. And that really is the agenda we've set for ourselves.
Patrick, help us understand how this works. You can't just, even in the European Commission, you can't just issue an instruction, go out and innovate. Innovation takes patience, it takes wisdom, it takes enormous kind of sense of, I've got an idea, let's see how it can work. We saw what happened with COVID, with the vaccination, how that was developed in less than a year, far faster than anyone ever assumed. What is this? Is there some kind of secret to innovating, not in 10 years, but maybe 10 months, or at the speed that the science says is really necessary now, almost to save our planet?
Well, I think there are three things that public authorities like the European Commission and governments around the world can do in order to stimulate and support innovation. The first is, I think, to set a clear sense of direction, working together at a global level, but also involving stakeholders from the research community, and crucially building the private sector, businesses and private investors into the work that we're doing in order to have a clear sense of the objectives that we're aiming for. And that's where I think the missions that I've been talking about are so important. Secondly, we have opportunities as regulators, as lawmakers, to ensure that the legal frameworks in which our innovators and companies which are scaling up and exploiting the new ideas that are coming out of our innovative ideas is as clear and as innovation friendly as possible, and as agile and sort of can adapt to the fast changing situation. That's a challenge in the European Union, but we're very conscious of it and we're working on it hard. And the third thing is that we can provide funding to de-risk the development of new innovative technologies and their deployment. So, for example, in the European Union, we have with Horizon Europe one of the largest publicly funded research and innovation programs in the world. So we have 95.5 billion euros to spend in the next 7 years or so, and 35% of that will be explicitly devoted to climate action. And what we need to do also with this funding is, of course, provide direct grants and support for universities and research institutes at their upstream research activities. But we also need to find new ways of working with the private sector. Now, I'd just like to highlight something that our President Ursula von der Leyen launched last week at the COP with Bill Gates and the President of the European Investment Bank, a new partnership with the Breakthrough Energy Catalyst Program, which will bring $1 billion over the next few years, half funded by EU funds, half funded by private funding mobilized by this coalition of investors that Bill Gates has pulled together, specifically focused on projects in the European Union, in the European space, in order to help us maintain the technology advantages and lead that we have in many clean energy sectors, and therefore be a powerful global force in providing these solutions not only in Europe but for the rest of the world.
Patrick, final thought. We've literally got about a minute left. Let me just ask you for example, one example, hydrogen.
Yeah.
Could there be significant developments on hydrogen, which at the moment can't yet be foreseen, but could be really game changers in the transition that we need away from hydrocarbons? Quickly, if you can.
Well, I mean, hydrogen is one of the things at the top of our agenda. And of course, I can't know the unknown, but I think that some of the new technologies that we're seeing around small scale deployable electrolyzers, and then scaling that up and using hydrogen for applications like long distance shipping, even in the aviation sector. I mean, these are some game-changing technologies that we can imagine, but don't yet see, unfortunately, in full commercial viability.
Patrick, thank you very much indeed for joining us and making time this morning at a critical moment, because it is critical, because you're saying innovation is possible, but a lot of work has got to be done. Thank you very much indeed for sharing your thoughts with us. I think you're actually in Brussels this morning. I think you're looking as if you're in your office. So thank you very much indeed. Let's move on now, and I'm going to be joined on the platform by Inga Relf. Inga, good morning. Who is co-founder and executive director of Global Choices, to moderate the opening panel. All yours.
Thanks, Nick. Well, good morning, everyone. It's lovely to be here, and we're certainly starting this morning with some heavy-duty topics, nothing like lightweight. The whole notion of carbon pricing and carbon trading has, of course, been the one, a bit like the Higgs boson, a rather elusive thing for a number of years, and every year it's we nearly get there, and then it gets shoved until the next year, and we nearly get there, and it gets shoved to the next year. So John Kerry said recently that he thinks this might be the year in which we actually get some agreement on Article 6 and how carbon trading and carbon pricing might work. Well, I'm very glad today that we have with us 4 wonderful experts who can unpack some of this for us. And we also have on screen Ian Parry, who's the Principal Environmental Fiscal Policy Expert at the IMF. Welcome, Ian. We have Zach Parisa, who is the co-founder and Chief Executive Officer of NCX. And we have David Franz, who is the Senior Partner and Global Co-Head of Climate Action and Sustainability of Roland Berger. And last but not least, we have Brennan Spalazzi, who is Chief Executive of Patch. Now, I'm going to ask, because not everybody actually, me included, fully understands the whole of the carbon markets and how there are so many acronyms and so many different angles to it. So, Ian, could I ask you to unpack a little bit what the carbon markets are, and help us understand the regulated market versus the voluntary market, what all the acronyms are, ITMOs and the like. Perhaps you could just give us a little overview.
Well, if you don't mind, I think I'd rather just start by laying out the key principles of what the global carbon market should look like, because those are essential to get right. Because we need to keep global warming to 1.5 to 2 degrees Celsius. We have to cut global emissions by 25 to 50% over the next decade. That is the key priority. And to achieve this reduction in global emissions, we have to have an international carbon pricing regime, because that's needed to overcome the obstacles that deter unilateral action. But this international pricing regime, which we need, we think it must have 4 key features. First of all, it must cover the bulk of global emissions. For example, China, India, the EU, and the United States alone are nearly 2/3 of baseline emissions 2030. If this pricing regime covered the whole of the G20, that would be 85% of global emissions. Second, this pricing regime, which we're trying to develop, must accommodate the differentiated responsibilities of developing countries. So as part of the arrangement, we must include transparent mechanisms for transferring financial and technological assistance to help clean energy transition in developing countries. In addition, this pricing regime must have differentiated prices according to the level of development. In a carbon market, that would mean that low-income countries, their allowances would be worth maybe 2-3 allowances of advanced countries. In addition, there are important countries, like, for example, the United States, that aren't going to do carbon pricing. They should be part of negotiations as to how international pricing regime is developed. So long as countries like the United States achieve equivalent emissions outcomes through other policies that they would have achieved had they been in the carbon market. And then the fourth essential element is that the prices in this regime that we're trying to create, they must be in line with achieving the emissions reductions that we have to achieve by 2030. So, for example, if advanced countries had prices of $75 per ton by 2030, high-income emerging market economies like China, price of $50 per ton, and low-income emerging market economies like India, price of $25 per ton, then that would be sufficient to get G20 emissions in line with keeping warming below 2 degrees Celsius. If countries were meeting these prices, or they were achieving their Paris mitigation pledges, and that's just if India, China, the United States, and the EU were participating in the global carbon market. And then if we don't develop this global pricing regime, instead what we're going to see is a unilateral system of border carbon adjustment emerge. That's far less effective from the perspective of scaling up our global mitigation action, because it's only pricing the emissions that are in traded products, which is a tiny fraction of a country's total emissions.
Well, thank you for that. That's thrown down the gauntlet on pricing. And I wonder if my panel agree with this notion of a very high carbon price and what impact that might have actually on being on the lesser developed countries and the asymmetry that there is out there.
Let me start reacting to that. Carbon price is absolutely crucial. Just give a very simple example. If you want to switch from, let's say, natural gas to biogas, the extra cost to produce biogas already needs a CO2 price of at least $100 per ton. In some countries, even $150 per ton. Without that level of pricing, there's no economic incentive to actually switch. If we look at industries, for instance, steel making, if we want to switch to green hydrogen, at a very cheap cost, for instance, at $2 per kilogram, which is being forecasted to be available in 2030, if you have a comparison with current use of coal or use of natural gas, you also need a CO2 price of well above $100 per ton to make that switch economical. So that's going to require massive change from policymakers to implement schemes across the world that we see these levels. Without it, we will not reduce CO2 emissions.
Any of you want to comment on that further?
Sure, I'll make a run at it. So, I think it's absolutely true that we need to see a higher price. There will be a higher price of carbon as we march this forward, as we begin to make this transition. And when we see those high prices, oftentimes we're talking about the average price, or the price at which the typical threshold is tipped, and we see a transition away from a fossil fuel towards cleaner energy. But there's a lot of work that can be done right now on the margins, even at lower prices. There are a lot of nature-based solutions that can remove carbon from the atmosphere at lower prices, and that can help us begin to ramp towards a lower carbon economy. And I think what's important is that at those lower prices today, that we're getting more inclusion from companies, from communities, and from countries that, that see a path forward at current prices, recognizing that in this decade we are, I believe, going to see well beyond $100 carbon prices priced into every product we consume.
Absolutely, and because the voluntary carbon market has really taken off and there's a real appetite, one wonders though what the appetite will be at a much higher price and what effect that will have on voters and on industry too, who are already, many of them, squeaking about the cost.
It will have an effect, and I think it's crucial that our politicians explain that this massive, massive energy transition that we're facing does come at a cost. It's not free. If it would be free, it would have already happened. So things need to happen. Policymakers need to put in the right frameworks that allows for carbon pricing. But it doesn't have to be detrimental for consumers. If you just take the example of $100 per ton of CO2, take the sugar industry. Sugar industry is quite energy intensive to actually produce sugar. If you calculate that $100 per ton, what does that mean for the average consumer? That would mean that for all the sugar content they consume over the year, it's an extra cost of around $3 to $4. It's just one cup of coffee. So, but getting that pricing into all the products is what we need.
So clearly communication is really, really important because already there's so much miscommunication around carbon pricing. Brennan, any thoughts from you?
Yeah, no, I think the one thing I'll layer on, especially with respect to voluntary carbon markets, is that's actually the one market that's growing the most quickly. So that's something we spend a lot of time at Patch thinking about, which is how do we kind of bring private enterprise to actually cater to the needs of consumers and help them actually launch sustainable products and services. And policy is obviously like a huge high lever kind of element or high leverage, element that we can pull. But what we're seeing more and more is that the two kind of major generations that are going to be materially affected by climate change in their lifetime, millennials and Gen Z, even though there are minor effects right now, a lot of folks will only, the kind of 2 or 3 degree world, millennials and Gen Z will really feel the brunt of. They're already beginning to make demands of private enterprises, which is what's driving them to spend more money on sustainable solutions. And so I like thinking of policy as a little bit of a lagging indicator of what public sentiment actually is. And so the fact that we're even having these conversations means that the officials that were elected in the last decade by the people that care about this have already kind of entered the market and are beginning to spend money. And more of these groups that care about these problems are going to continue pressuring not just their politicians, but also the brands and the businesses they actually work with. The top, I think, 10 fastest growing direct-to-consumer or kind of consumer brands, at least in the United States, all have some sort of sustainability element layered into them. That would not have been the case a decade ago.
And that, of course, is the vision, and it's very in tune with where people are and wanting to participate in the markets. But there then has to be something really important, and that is about transparency and about being able to trust the system. And I wonder if you have anything to say about that. And Ian, you might want to come in on this.
Well, just in terms of making pricing more acceptable, I think a comprehensive package is really important. Pricing raises substantial amounts of revenue, which can be used in productive ways, cut other taxes, to fund green investments, or perhaps for developing countries, investments for sustainable development goals, so that can help build support for the pricing program. It's also important to have what we call just transition measures, make sure that have assistance for low-income households, for vulnerable workers, for firms, and as you said, extensive consultation with stakeholders up front to get them on board, and an extensive communications program with the public to really help move the policy forward. And just, as you say, just being very transparent about the prices that are going to, the price trajectories that are envisioned for the regime, to to give households and firms time to adjust. That's very important as well, being very transparent about the likely pricing.
Yeah, you have to trust the system, right? Otherwise, it's not fit for purpose.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, trust is going to be vital in incorporating the cost of carbon into these markets and pricing these. So for the consumer, they have to believe that, to gain that political will, that the prices incorporated represent the real cost of carbon and have that well communicated within our communities so that they support a price of carbon. But I agree with what Brendan mentioned about sort of innovation happening right now in the private sector around how we gain and earn that trust. One of the principal differences with carbon emissions is that while they matter, while they have an immense impact on society, they are not, it is not the physical good that is delivered to a, no one's taking physical delivery of these things. It's it's this externality, it's this attribute about these units. And so to have confidence on both the buy side, to have confidence and trust on the demand side, it's all going to be about communication, about measurements to drive clarity and hopefully the ability to move seamlessly between country contributions, community contributions, and company contributions.
It's interesting that you mentioned the word trust, and I think for a subset of consumers, they're really interested in this. But I think the vast majority of consumers really don't care. They care about combating climate change. They don't care about how it's being done. They don't care if there's a CO2 price of 100 or 50 or 150 because they don't know. It's too complex. What they trust is that their governments have put in a system with taxes or incentives or subsidies that works. What they care about is that CO2 emissions are reduced. How that works, just like all the other taxes, there's massive energy taxes in most of the developing world. There are taxes on many things. Consumers don't look at that. They want to trust that the government puts in a system that works, and that's what we need. And then, just like accountants, they measure everything, make sure it works. How do you see that?
So I guess I would, some of the discourse that I've heard seems to indicate that many people don't necessarily trust what their governments are necessarily doing with some of these things. I mean, if following Twitter or something, that's not the impression that I get.
General mistrust in government.
General mistrust, and so it's the accounting matters, and it's easy enough for someone to criticize one government's path on this, one sets of policy that aim to achieve these objectives, and it's difficult because it's a bit intangible. It's like, well, these how are we assessing emissions? How are we accounting for it in these particular industries? How are we pricing it? How is that moving through the supply chain? I think there's still more communication efforts to be done, and I think there is trust to be earned.
I would say, though, it needs to go a degree beyond trust. So it's funny that you mention the idea of consumers not caring about exactly how we get there. I actually think I might fall on that end of the spectrum, but I feel that's actually a little bit at tension with this idea of not caring that their sugar is more than $4 per year, or the incremental cost, the example you mentioned earlier, David, where most people have a lot, the average consumer, this is actually a very privileged group in this room, have a lot going on in their lives. They're trying to pay rent, they're trying to take care of their kids. They don't have the mental space to worry about these kind of internal mechanics, but they do care about their common goods getting more expensive. We're going through a huge kind of jack up in the price of oil right now in the United States, and Biden came out and kind of broke down why is this happening, and it doesn't really matter because it costs more to get your kids to school. And so there is also a degree of inspiration that needs to actually take place where things are going to become more expensive, but there needs to be, I think Bill Gates has this concept of a green premium. You have to make it almost exciting almost like a wartime effort, where it's okay, we're on climate change, and as a result, everyone needs to, either buy these green bonds or actually pay a little bit more for common goods. Because I think the idea of breaking down the science, I think, might be a little bit overwrought, but I think the idea that's saying, everything's going to be, $1 or $2 more expensive, don't worry about it, the government has it covered, is also, I think, not what the average person is looking for.
But it doesn't necessarily have to be more expensive. I gave the example of sugar. That's $3 on an annual basis. That's nothing. If you look at how energy is taxed in Europe, most European countries have actually quite a high energy tax on electricity, on natural gas, on fuel. If you take the component of that tax, and if you were to say, what is that, how does it equate if it were to be a CO2 tax? It's already well above 150. It's not seen as that, and it's the government that takes it. But it would be a different story if they said, okay, we take away those energy taxes, but we just implement a CO2 tax system. That would be actually much more equitable and just.
Then, of course, it also gets more complicated. I mean, if you're talking about a European market that's got a reasonable regulatory framework and mechanisms, what happens then when you're expanding this internationally? And so you can have, say, a steel industry in one country that is really working very hard to have clean steel, and then another that's got dirty steel. Then how does that work with? And perhaps you could talk a little bit about the cross-border mechanism. And Ian, you might want to chip in here too on this one. And we are actually, I don't know if anyone else is struggling to hear. You can hear? Okay. Good to go.
I think we are going to see increasing application of border carbon adjustment until we get this international pricing regime for the carbon market and harmonized carbon taxes. Because that's just the border carbon adjustment is just a robust mechanism which helps to preserve countries' competitiveness as they move ahead aggressively with emissions pricing, as we're seeing in the European Union. Canada's potentially interested in this mechanism. The UK has been talking about it. These are all countries that are moving forward with aggressive emissions pricing, but we want a robust mechanism to preserve their competitiveness. But much more effective than the border carbon adjustment would be if these countries were to get together, either link in a big carbon market or an international pricing regime where we have all emissions priced, not just the emissions of an international trade. Just to come back on the previous point about what sort of prices we're talking about. For example, if we had a carbon price of $50 per ton, that would be increasing natural gas prices on average across G20 countries about 50% increase. On average, increasing electricity prices about 40%, but obviously with a lot of variation across countries depending on their power generation mix. Increasing pump prices for gasoline and diesel about 15%, but having a very big impact on the price of coal, maybe increasing at about 150%. But coal's an intermediate product rather than one by household.
Do you want to add to that?
Just a few more notes on this. For instance, the EU is talking about implementing a carbon border adjustment mechanism. The nice thing of that is it actually kind of imposes a CO2 tax to a much larger scope than just the EU, because we import a lot of goods from countries outside of the EU, and we already see various companies, for instance steel producers, that are exporting to the EU saying, okay, how can I actually reduce my CO2 footprint in China or in Russia, because I want to be able to continue exporting to Europe. What's a bit tricky about the whole system is that it's on the one hand good news, on the other hand a bit worrying news. It depends on who you are in this system. Combating climate change is this massive endeavor. And when things are so big, you want to do it in the most efficient way. And an efficient way is having global carbon prices, because it is better to invest money where it is cheaper to reduce CO2 than in a country where it's more expensive to reduce CO2. The effect of that is we will see shifts of, for instance, energy-intensive industries to places where there's cheap CO2, very low CO2-intense energy available. And that is very difficult. If you're a energy-intense producer in Northwest Europe, and you're a government which houses these companies, you want to keep the jobs. However, from a CO2 intensity perspective, it might actually be better to have that production in a different region. So that benefits the world in the sense that there'll be less CO2 emissions. But it does result in a shift in industries. And that means a shift in geopolitics.
Yeah, and is there also a risk that, you are, with offsetting in a sense, we still have to reduce the carbon itself. So you can't just export your problem. I think that's a very, very important element of this. And I have another question around, there is some reluctance to conflate the voluntary and regulated markets. And I mean, you seem to be in favor of doing that and including them in the NDCs. Now, I mean, the NDCs are of their very nature very variable too. I mean, they're not desperately robust. Some countries have not even updated the NDCs since the Paris Agreement. So are you in favor of seeing, and maybe this is one for Ian, are you in favor of seeing those conflated?
Sorry, you're talking about offsets? I mean, one tricky issue is you want to avoid double counting. If one country is buying offsets from another country, the buyer ideally is counting that towards nationally determined contribution, but the seller is not. And then another issue is whether offsets are additional, whether a particular project, maybe it's a forestry project, maybe it's a solar plant, would that have gone ahead anyway without the offset payment? So we want to make sure we have robust procedures for ensuring that our offsets are actually additional and would not have gone ahead anyway without the offset payment.
And Ian, can I just ask you further on that notion of double accounting? I mean, what progress is being made in the rule book to try and ensure that double accounting doesn't happen? Because it's still, at the moment, quite easy to do that.
Yeah, I mean, well, so far as I know, the idea is that the buyer of the offset, that would count towards that country's nationally determined contribution, but not the seller, so far as I know.
Now, we've got some questions coming in here. You said that policymakers, this one was from Jodie Tapscott, you said that policymakers need to develop the pricing frameworks. Who, in the panel's view, is the right organization, body, or group to do this on a multilateral basis? Simple question with your breakfast.
Oh, man.
I say it must be governments. The policies come from governments. They have the means to enforce these measures.
Agreed. I mean, if we're talking about, carbon pricing to, then yes, it's going to, there are going to be carbon prices that can be clarified by governments. There are going to be, I think, it's for the coming few years at least, there are going to be voluntary prices that we're going to see manifest in, among certain industries. And there's going to have to be a clarification of the accounting. I mean, the last question that you just mentioned, it is still a problem that if a company in the United States pays a community in Guatemala to in some way remove or remove carbon or reduce their emissions, and they take credit for that, is that how does that translate to different nationally determined contributions, similar in the U.S. and to Europe or vice versa? And there's still going to be, there's confusion there. And I don't think there is going to be, you talked about sort of kind of the EU pricing and borders, price borders there. We're a ways away from a fully coherent global pricing model for carbon, I think, unfortunately.
I think you're right. We're still far away, but voluntary only brings us so far.
Oh, absolutely. But I believe still that that's where the innovation is going to happen, and that there are a lot of lessons that can be learned there and clarifications that, just like was mentioned before, that are going to translate into political will, and as a lagging indicator, governments will step forward and price carbon more aggressively, more appropriately. But in the end, it will likely be governments.
And are we being too cautious? Because we have kicked this can down the road all the time. In Madrid, it was, well, we haven't got it developed enough, and it's not a good idea to have something that's imperfect and with unintended consequences. But given the urgency of what it is we have to do here, and looking at how shadow carbon pricing is developing, how consumer markets are developing, how brands are the industrial markets are developing, should we really be a little less risk averse and say, we're going to have to be learning this curve for a long time? Because, I mean, these markets are so volatile and are so changeable over time. I mean, there will come a point in which, carbon will probably have a negative price. So if you look on the long run, should we just be getting on with it?
So I think from a compliance perspective, it's, if you think about through the framework of like what's a one-way or two-way door, right? In many cases, policy, we've seen how long it's taken to get to almost an agreement over the last, 5-10 years. I think you really can't rush that, honestly. Like at the end of the day, to get, 190 plus nations to agree on a particular framework is pretty difficult. And so the idea of iterating is honestly unlikely. That being said, that's what private enterprise is really good at. So that's kind of the beauty of the voluntary market, where we've seen kind of the voluntary market grow incredibly rapidly, and a lot of different things are being tried every single day, right? NCX just came to market, they've been developing for the last 10 years, but they kind of really came into their own the last couple years. A policymaker wouldn't have been able to do that. That being said, once NCX becomes the massive enterprise it's going to become, it might make sense for policies to put a couple of rules, or policymakers to put a few rules in place. And so I'd most likely rely on private enterprise to be really aggressive, test a lot of different things. Some are going to work, some aren't. And then once you kind of have a good idea of what shape of things and mechanisms actually work, you can start layering on the policy piece. The thing that's tough about rushing policies, there tends to be these like secondary and tertiary effects that are sometimes tough to forecast. Talk about like a global price with respect to the cost of goods going up or energy sources getting moved around. That's really hard to forecast, right? And so I'd be incredibly apprehensive about rushing that. That being said, businesses change their roadmap every couple of quarters, and so they can move really quickly.
And I think one can also, if you see carbon more as a currency than a commodity, I think there's some very interesting things that could be learned from the currency markets. But it does beg the question, as has just been asked, how the regulatory system and who governs this really, really matters, because you're going to have something that is as nimble as the market itself. And I think the market is becoming more creative, and we were just seeing that with what you're doing, more inventive. And we need to be able to have a regulatory system that doesn't then hold the whole system back.
You mentioned the word currency, and carbon actually is a new currency, because those companies that can produce with the lowest CO2 intensity have a competitive advantage. Now, I want to go back to one of the points you mentioned. You said, are we not too risk averse? I'd say we are extreme risk takers when it comes to climate change. The scientists have massive consensus of what's going to happen if there's 2.5 degree warming. We know what's going to happen. It has huge impacts, and we're still following on that path. Ian mentioned the need for the CO2 pricing to be already in place by 2030. Really high levels of CO2 prices. That's what we need. So we need to act very fast, because in the next decade, CO2 emissions need to reduce massively. And that won't happen with just voluntary measures. We need taxes for that.
We do. And Ian, regulation tends to be retrospective, right? And it needs now to be very much forward-looking. What do you think the chances are?
Well, it's very difficult to gauge, because there's a lot of promising signs. There are over 60 carbon pricing schemes in operation now, 30 at the national level. We've seen pricing introduced in Germany this year, sectors outside the EU trading system. we've seen pricing introduced in China this year. So if a robust price was to emerge in China over the next few years, that could really galvanize action in a lot of other countries. So it's just very difficult to project how this is going to turn out. Now, a lot depends on what these other countries do. If the United States moves ahead with an aggressive mitigation program, that helps galvanize action too. But, you know, the conversation is about what do we need to do over the next years to avoid locking in the warming of greater than 2 degrees Celsius. We know we have to cut emissions by 25 to 50%. We know that implies very high carbon prices. So the sooner we get on a trajectory meeting that, the better.
Absolutely, no question. Now, I'm a little concerned because my clock has gone blank. So if you can just confirm how our time... Oh, good, we've got a little bit of time here. So, I mean, there's an estimated, what is it, $2.4 trillion locked into the supply chains. How do you think we can really effectively distribute that? Because climate justice has been a very, very big topic. And of course, that is the sticking point on Article 6, is, you know, how do we make this equitable? And how do we ensure that this doesn't become a captive market of very smart traders, and that it actually does really produce the two things, most critical things, and that is to reduce our carbon emissions, but also to reduce the inequity that exists currently?
Well, I'm an advocate of market-based mechanisms to, if we can have an effective price on carbon, if we can use market-based mechanisms to identify the places in the supply chain and in our natural world that can, you know, where emissions can be reduced, where removals can be achieved, and making sure that access to those is democratized, that it is equitable, and that prices are paid fairly and transparently. But also that we look beyond carbon with a lot of these. You know, forests were talked about an awful lot at this COP, but also nature. If we are to work effectively with communities, particularly communities that are, you know, the people and places that are at greatest risk to climate change, we're going to have to take biodiversity into account meaningfully. We're going to have to take the full suite of natural capital, and, you know, all the way down to social well-being, and that's going to, it's going to be an exciting transition. But that's my take. Market-based mechanisms.
Brennan, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think you know, I think there's a really great opportunity here. I mean, especially some of these nations that maybe have a much lower kind of emission profile, or kind of paying the cost associated with the U.S. and China and the EU, kind of polluting indefinitely. I forget who was mentioning it. Might have been Ian a little while ago. I'm sorry if I'm misattributing this to Ian, about having actually different prices based on kind of how far along you are in your kind of economic development journey for carbon. I think that's really exciting, this concept where, you know, a lot of developed nations have really benefited over the last 50 years or so for polluting indiscriminately. And that's primarily because, like, GDP growth and, like, people coming out of poverty and pollution are all kind of, unfortunately, have been historically positively correlated with one another. That's beginning to change. But that being said, there are a lot of bridge kind of technologies like biomass or natural gas that maybe some more developing nations really need to lean on over the next couple of years. And I think finding a way for them to essentially do that while we're still hitting our decarbonization goals seems totally appropriate and candidly ethical, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I saw you nodding. You wanted to chip in there?
India's the third largest emitter. They're growing rapidly. Their main issue is that they want from advanced countries to help their transition. That's fair enough. But so there needs to be this bargaining between India and other countries. You know, if we want to phase in a $25 per ton carbon price or a rate that coal tax at that level. You know, what does India want in return? And so there needs to be this bargaining between the big emitting countries to kind of bring the developing countries on board. They need aggressive emissions pricing too, but what does it take to get them on board? But this is all interrelated. You know, agreements over climate finance, a lot of discussion. Disappointment that the $100 billion hasn't been met yet. There's a bit of a shortfall, but you know, simultaneously we need to be discussing enhanced climate finance for developing countries at the same time as we're trying to scale up emissions pricing in those countries.
Absolutely. Wow. One last question, or we've got a little more than that. Where would you peg the price currently, and where do you see it going?
Yeah, let's do it.
I think many economists and scientists have done a lot of good research on that, and that all suggests that CO2 prices, at least for developing countries, needs to be well above $100 per ton as of 2030. So that's the direction. If our governments are really serious about tackling climate change, that's the way to go.
Zach?
So agreed, there's been an immense amount of work done, you know, trying to project what that would need to be. So I don't have much to add there. I mean, but really, like, you know, that's by 2030. I mean, we need action today, and prices that are going to affect change in people's behavior, reduce emissions, and increase removals. And I think that's why I'm so excited to see a lot of the innovative work in the private sector right now. That's sort of meting out what that price, at least to produce removal and emission reduction, will be.
Brennan?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, the economic analysis says what it says. I don't think, I'm not actually sure if it's really a matter of opinion. I think it's going to be really a matter of how do we get there, right? And what are we going to do? It really sounds like this is very much a yes and situation where how do you set the price at $100 a ton by 2030, but how do you start taking CO2 out of the air today? No, CO2 has a time value where we've emitted it, and it's, you know, where it's going to be 8 years until 2030. It's still going to be heating, you know, the last 100 years worth of CO2 is still heating the Earth for the next 8 years. How do you draw that down? And that's going to be some of this work Zach's been working on, and then hopefully we can get to a point where we hit David's price by 2030. It's not really a matter of opinion. The opinion is how do you get there?
Right. And Ian, I know you have got an extra note on there somewhere.
I mean, I totally agree that we need a global carbon price, or measures of global carbon price, at least $75 per ton by 2030. Currently, the global average carbon price is only $3 per ton. About a fifth of global emissions are priced. 8% are not priced. Prices range, you know, they're over 60 euros per ton in the EU. Canada's ramping up to 135 US dollars per ton by 2030. The UK's got aggressive carbon price. So there are places where we have seen aggressive carbon prices successfully implemented, but we need to apply those prices for a much broader range of countries, broader range of emissions. We're really only scratching the surface at the moment from a global perspective.
And just one last question, because, and I know we actually hit the time, but you're close to the negotiations. How promising does it look?
Well, I think there's a lot to be positive about. I mean, just in the run-up to the COP26, the first time over 135 countries have committed to net zero by mid-century. That's, I think, over 80% of global emissions. That's a very positive development. A number of countries substantially strengthened their mitigation pledges for 2030. We've had agreements to cut methane emissions, agreements to slow deforestation, pledges of enormous amounts of private sector finance potentially assist the net zero transition. So there's a lot to be encouraged about. A lot of progress has been made.
So do you think we'll do it at this COP?
Well,
do you think we'll do it at this COP? I'm afraid we're going to have to wrap up here.
Oh, well, the drawback is the lack of ambition for 2030. We need to get measures in place for next sectors to cut emissions dramatically by 2030.
Well, Nelson Mandela said it always seems impossible until it's done. So let's hope that this is a landmark COP. And I want you to thank our panel very much. Thank you, Ian, on the screen.
Thank you, Inga, and thank you very much indeed. I think I've got a microphone hanging on my ears, so thank you very much indeed. Good morning to those of you who just turned up. We're going to have a conversation from Herbert Smith Freehills in one moment, but before we do that, and certainly before we have the next session, which is really telling stories, sharing experiences of how digital technology can innovate within companies, within organizations, the experiences of how that's been done and the positives that there are as well. Let me just give you an idea of what's happening across the river, because actually within the last couple of hours, as I mentioned an hour ago, they've published the cover decision. It's a 7-page document. And for those of you who are not actually looking online, I think it is worth looking at it. It's not actually good reading, because although they've got a document together, as Greenpeace says, the draft deal is just a polite request. And a lot seems to be being kicked into the undergrowth until next year. And I'm just going to give you 5 bullet points. This is based on the BBC reporting. A commitment to revisit and strengthen emissions cutting plans in the next year. In other words, revisit, not actually achieve by the end of this week. Set out long-term strategies by the end of next year to reach net zero emissions by around mid-century. Take meaningful and effective action to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees. Accelerate the phasing out of coal and subsidies for fossil fuels, which is underway anyway, and double collective provision of climate finance to help developing countries adapt to climate change. So certainly that 7-page draft is suggesting forward movement, but nothing like the pace and the speed that the science seems to be confirming we desperately need. So I just put that into the mix, certainly after the questions that Inga was putting, because there's clarification coming. That's the draft at the moment. Boris Johnson, the British host, is on his way here at the moment. So let's move on now with a conversation about some of these issues from Herbert Smith Freehills.
Sika, one of the key elements of the ongoing climate debates and net zero discussions is carbon pricing, and how carbon pricing can be one of the elements to achieve that, considering that multiple countries are setting net zero targets, companies are engaged in making climate pledges. Where's the role of carbon pricing within that?
Carbon pricing factors in the carbon cost that arises when a particular product is being made or traded or built into a particular structure. It factors that cost in and calls it out. I suppose the signposting, in the making of this particular product, X amount of CO2 was used, and the environmental cost of that CO2, or indeed other greenhouse gases, but usually it's CO2, is then flagged through that particular CO2 price. Now, you can price or you can flag CO2 prices in a variety of different ways. Typically, it's done by 2 big routes. First of all, you could impose a tax. You could say, whatever, the government of the United Kingdom, of Germany, wherever else, they impose a tax on the CO2 that is being used in the making of a particular product. That has been the somewhat less popular route. You could do it on the basis of an emission trading scheme. That idea in turn goes back to Arthur Cecil Pigou, who in the 1920s developed this idea that if people own something, they will care about it. So therefore you ascribe ownership to the environment. you own the environment because you pay for something that sort of for the pollution, or you technically need to factor that into your costing. That idea then fed into the emission trading systems that we know today.
You've mentioned there are carbon markets around the world. How do these carbon markets reduce emissions through that?
Basically, the carbon markets all function on a cap and trade system, or the vast majority of them anyway. Companies are allocated or buy emission allowances, and then the emission allowances are being reduced year on year centrally through the relevant regulator. So the idea is that ultimately there's a shortage, which means that either companies have to buy many more allowances in order to be allowed to continue as before, or the alternative is to invest and change their mode of business rather than to keep on having to buy emission allowances, which, by the way, can be rather expensive. The EU ETS this summer alone topped 60 euros per CO2 equivalent tonne.
You mentioned prices and price volatility in that. Is there any comparability between international prices in that sense? The EU ETS reaching 60 euros, the UK being fairly aligned, but there are emission trading systems around the world. You mentioned the Chinese one.
Mm-hmm.
The carbon price there was opened at $7. That's, of course, a huge span. Does that mean it's difficult to align these with one another, causing possible fragmentation between the systems, or is there a possibility of aligning these?
In principle, carbon schemes can be aligned. So, for instance, carbon schemes have been twinned, or we talk about linkage in relation to emission allowance schemes, but it all relies on the design. So the price of the EU ETS reflects the design and the particularities of the EU ETS, and in particular, for instance, this year's summer's spike really was a response to the very high energy prices that we saw in the summer in the EU. At the same time, the Chinese $7 opening earlier in the summer this year reflected really the design and particularities of the particular cap in the Chinese regime, the amount of allowances. So design is really important. At the same time, not every allowance is the same. So an EU ETS allowance is 1 metric tonne. It represents a certain monitoring verification system behind it. It's quite tightly regulated. Other schemes, for instance, might not correspond to 1 metric tonne, but it might be an imperial measurement. Sort of some of the US schemes have a different measurement for the tonnes there. The New Zealand scheme has 2 allowances per every tonne. That sort of the baseline measurement might not be the same. It is also really important to see, is a particular emission trading scheme voluntary or is it obligatory? And is there a legal obligation to comply with it? So, for instance, there was a Japanese system that was voluntary. You cannot combine that sort of scheme with, for instance, the EU ETS, which is a compulsory scheme for the relevant industries, because if you did that, then you might allow for a dilution of the EU ETS, which, by the way, was also a problem in relation to CDM credits.
You mentioned CDM credits, and that does, of course, align quite nicely with the idea of offsets, which is a debate that is often raised in the context of carbon markets. What is the problem with offsets? Taking the EU ETS as an example, the decision behind the EU ETS eliminating carbon offsets and CDM credits since its phase 4, which started at the beginning of this year. Is there the suggestion that it in some ways affects the integrity of the emission trading system to have offsets within it, or what are the backgrounds behind that?
I suppose it goes back to the question of design. So the EU ETS has a very high standard of verification and monitoring and checking that additionality has been maintained. Some of the other regimes might not do that. So they're really 2 separate markets. So you have one market for compulsory emission reduction through the EU ETS, and then you have a separate market, and I'm saying sort of very consciously separate, it's not a value judgment from my part, for voluntary markets such as the offsetting regime, where depending with which offset scheme you go, you may have the same standard of verification, additionality and monitoring as, say, the EU ETS is enforcing or sort of imposing, or you may have a lesser standard. That depends on the scheme. So even within the offset market, you cannot say offset equals offset. You really need to sort of check that. Another issue in the offsets is that, and we've seen that, by the way, this summer as well, with lots of the wildfires that actually attacked the assets that were meant to deliver the offsets. So, for instance, I think it was Microsoft that went on record and in several news articles that said that there was a concern that the offsets they had invested into forest areas, that these actually had burnt down as part of the wildfires that unfortunately happened this summer. And that risk also needs to be folded into the offset schemes.
Is there still a space for these carbon offsets in that sense, then still, for example, for how to abate emissions? You mentioned having two separate systems. Would these run alongside each other where companies are participating in both at the same time? And what would be the incentives for using the second voluntary carbon offset systems?
Mm-hmm. No, absolutely, there is a space for offsets, and in a number of ways. So first of all, most emission trading schemes only cover certain business sectors. So it will only cover, let's say, power generation or the cement industry, so carbon intensive industries. There are many other sectors and industries that also produce CO2 emissions or greenhouse gas emissions more generally, but they're not subject to the official compulsory emission trading schemes. Therefore, companies in the sectors that are not covered may actually see offset as a chance to invest in a form of emission trading or in a form of offsetting through reputable schemes in order to demonstrate their commitment to CO2 reduction. At the same time, in terms of design issues around the offset regimes, there is perhaps a risk that, depending how it's done, offset regimes could just be an elevator effect. So in the sense that because offset regimes don't reduce emissions, because you're setting them off rather than reducing them, so that rather than saying you reduce the emissions, you allow the emissions to continue, but you compensate by setting off, by investing in, in forest, woodland, or in a number of other types of projects.
You mentioned that different schemes capture different sectors, and that there is some sort of disalignment between the different sectors. The EU has recently introduced the proposal for a carbon border adjustment mechanism to in part address that. Do you believe that such a mechanism is going to aid alignment between different emission trading systems, or is more a hindrance to that?
I actually think the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, or CBAM, that the European Commission has recently proposed may be a bridge between the various carbon systems. So CBAM is effectively a type of carbon tax to bring imports from jurisdictions in which there's no equivalent of the EU ETS or no carbon pricing to the level of carbon pricing that already exists in the European Union. This is partially, of course, to create a level playing field for EU companies that otherwise would have been affected by, let's say, companies that are putting their production of carbon-intensive products into jurisdictions where there is no carbon pricing. And this is effectively to create that level playing field for competition. At the same time, it also means that the European Union carbon price, as established through the EU ETS, becomes the standard. So if I'm therefore an Australian, Russian, Chinese or a Namibian company that wishes to import into the European Union, they automatically need to price in the EU ETS carbon price.
Now, we've spoken that the EU ETS price is one of the highest that currently exists, with the UK price being fairly similar to that, but there being a disparity to other regimes. So could that not, or is that not likely to cause considerable tension by trying to align kind of other schemes to this particularly high price, and the global price of carbon being considerably lower in average in other countries?
Absolutely, and that we've seen that in reactions by companies potentially affected by CBAM this summer, there are concerns from various steel producers or cement producers from outside the European Union. So that is a concern. I also don't know what the reverse effect might be. So by having CBAM, effectively an extension of the EU ETS by another name, what that may do to the EU ETS and to the price development. So that's something that it will be certainly interesting to see.
We've spoken about a global carbon price. And speaking about the global approach to this, the Paris Agreement has addressed carbon markets and carbon market mechanisms. Could you just elaborate on that a bit?
Sure, this is sort of the famous Article 6 debate. So Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, if you wish, establishes a loose framework for eventually coming to a carbon pricing regime at international level. However, it does that in a fairly fluffy way. So it establishes voluntary cooperation between the signatory states in relation to their nationally determined contributions, establishes the principle, at least, of transferability of the allowances, or I suppose the credits generated by that, as well as their transferability and fungibility. It also introduces the idea, therefore, of an international carbon market, but how to do that, I'm afraid the Paris Agreement, Article 6 in this particular case, is quite vague. So we do have the idea of statistical transfers. This is not too dissimilar to what we had under the Kyoto Protocol with the assigned amount units. It's also the European Union has a similar principle had a similar principle for the 2020 renewable energy goals. There is the idea that there's an international market established by Article 6.4, and then 6.8 ultimately also says, but also there should be non-market mechanisms. So we have, if you wish, a whole regulatory scaffolding in place, but unfortunately this scaffolding is rather empty at the moment. Or it doesn't really have a lot of substance because the parties tried in 3 consecutive negotiation rounds to come to what are actually the rules. What is the rule book for the implementation of Article 6? So, and this was in Madrid, which hosted COP25, and also in COP24 in Katowice, a huge issue. One of the key issues always was how to avoid double counting. So, for instance, if you have a statistical transfer, is that counted if country A has fulfilled their nationally determined contribution and effectively transfers the surplus of their achievements into country B? Where are those counted? Are we sure that every reduction effort only gets counted once? That's one of the major issues. The second issue, what happens to old emission allowances? So can they be used as part of that international scheme, and can they be traded? So older EU ETS allowances, for instance, could they be used? And so these are issues which have failed to be agreed in those fora, but also this year in the summer in the subsidiary bodies and the technical bodies meeting, no progress was made. Similarly, the G7 tried to address this, and again, nothing much happened. So really the hope is that at COP26, the rule book for Article 6 will be developed, because in the meantime, Article 6 is sort of being implemented by different routes, but it's not in a consistent manner. So for instance, Sweden has actually launched procurement for a number of Article 6 related projects. These are all projects that are meant to be implemented in Ghana. We've seen similar countries or other countries also doing similar approaches. The importance, I think, and having spoken about the design of emission trading schemes and the tricky issues around that, is to have a consistent rulebook. Once you have that consistent rulebook, we can come to a global carbon price eventually, and a consistent mechanism which creates legal certainty, business certainty, and helps really with the implementation of the Paris Agreement.
You've mentioned the fact that the Article 6 debate includes the idea of creating a global carbon market, but that's mixed with multiple different elements to it. We had the combination of a carbon market and development aid, and the Kyoto Protocol, and part of its mechanisms under the Clean Development Mechanism, which will be replaced with a Sustainable Development Mechanism under the Paris Agreement, Article 6 as well. To what extent can these different, slightly competing objectives of trying to reduce emissions on the one side, but also allowing for tradability of emissions, as you mentioned, exist alongside each other, while achieving emission reductions, but at the same time also allowing countries to profit from one another by exchanging technologies for carbon credits in that sense?
Let me start with the latter point, because I think the transfer of knowledge, of technology in the fight against climate change and global warming is really important. In particular, a transfer in terms of finances and technology from developed industrialized countries to poorer developing countries. So this is something that is being addressed as well as part of the Paris Agreement. We also have the Green Climate Fund, which is specifically set up in order to develop at least part of the financial elements of that, and that is really important. I think the Paris Agreement really set out to be as flexible as possible in order to give decision makers flexibility and room for maneuver in order to establish the best possible way. I don't necessarily think there's only one way of achieving this, but having a rule book that, for instance, establishes the rules for statistical transfers and then the rules for an international carbon market would be really important in order to deliver certainty for both decision makers globally as well as businesses who wish to invest and engage with those mechanisms.
The majority of the obligations are directed at states, at countries' governments to legislate accordingly. However, the affected parties will, at the end of the day, be businesses, companies that are operating, that are causing emissions. How will that align? How will these be affected? And what does it mean for them to be within these systems? And what can they expect to come out of that?
No, that's right. So obviously, sort of an international treaty such as the Paris Agreement binds its signatories. Article 6 therefore I think there is a role for private parties. However, it's not binding directly on them, absolutely clear from a legal perspective. So the idea is that Article 6, or the rule book for Article 6, will set the regulatory scaffolding at international level, and then that will be conjugated down to local level legislation in order to enable signatory states to fulfill their obligations under the Paris Agreement. So in the same way that the EU ETS is the expression of the EU's commitment to the Paris Agreement, or sort of previously to the Kyoto Protocol, I expect that countries will implement national legislation in order to reflect these commitments. And the national legislation, and of course, will have an impact on businesses because they may need to comply with a new regime, or the regime gets tightened, or whatever else is being considered at that level.
The EU ETS is, of course, one of the large examples of an emission trading system. However, there are many others. Do you just want to address some examples that are there and some of the illustrative features?
So start with the EU ETS because it has sort of a radiance factor as well. It radiates beyond its current borders, partially because of the carbon border adjustment mechanism, which we have discussed as one example of how a global carbon price might be achieved or sort of might be imposed. Accession candidates, such as Montenegro, have implemented their own ETS in preparation of joining the ETS. There are a number of examples outside of the EU, such as in the US, we have the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, one in Quebec, one in California, and Nova Scotia. So in the US and Canada, there are quite a few of those. But China, the globally biggest emission trading scheme, used to have sort of 8 regional pilot schemes. And they kept on being put off because it was quite tricky to implement actually a Chinese national regime. But since summer 2021, there is a national regime. It is trading, as you mentioned earlier, at $7. But it's actually quite a complex bottom-up regime. So it goes by allocations to companies, then to the regions, and eventually sort of all the way to national level. New Zealand, of course, has an emission trading scheme. Thailand has a voluntary emission trading scheme. Vietnam is planning to implement one by 2025 and to be fully operational by 2027. So overall, I think that emission trading has established itself as the policy instrument by choice across the world in many different regions, rather than the taxation model that I mentioned at the beginning.
Now, we've touched upon this in some shape and form already, but how can these mechanisms all be used to actually reach net zero? How can they contribute to that? And what elements do they have that will get us there?
I think there are a number of policy ways that are useful. Emission trading schemes are an incentive regime, I suppose, to reduce emissions. It's a monetary incentive regime. So therefore, all the different emission trading schemes we have discussed as part of this can play a role. An international market for emission allowances could help, and could also help find a level playing field. I do think that we do need to consider the impact of global carbon pricing on developing countries, because whilst it might be mathematically a level playing field, then there are other social implications that need to be considered, much in the same way that you had social implication debates in European Union member states. For instance, Ireland last year had a massive debate around carbon pricing and the impact on households. Earlier this year in the German electoral campaign, the impact of potential CO2 pricing in for other sectors in Germany played a huge role. So this is something people are concerned about, both within countries but also across sort of the north-south divide.
There is an intention of having an international emission trading system, and we've spoken about the difficulties in actually linking possible systems with one another. So how could we, in theory, reach consensus between all of these different systems that are quite different in nature to one another, to come up with a credible international carbon trading market?
Oh gosh, that is probably the $1 million question, or the million-ton CO2 question. For me, it goes back to having a well-designed rule book for Article 6, to have an international baseline of an agreement. So if you have emission trading schemes, these are the minimum criteria to which they need to comply with, or to which they need to correspond. That then might give, similarly in the way that European Union directives give leeway to member states to implement it in a particular way, if the rule book could achieve something like that. So to be clear enough to establish the rules, this is how an international carbon market can function, but to give enough flexibility for signatory states to find a nationally useful and a sensitive way of implementing it, that would be ideal. I'm not sure that at the end of this week we're going to come out of COP26 and say, this is it, we now have an international trading scheme for emissions designed and approved by COP26. I don't believe that, but what I do believe is that hopefully there is a way to find a good and well-established rulebook.
That discussion from Herbert Smith-Freehills from Silke and Yanis. Silke will be available if you want to take up any of the points that she was making in the virtual expo on the event platform, which she's available then to answer and chat about any of the issues you heard her raise. Let's now move on. I'm sorry it's a bit chilly in here this morning. That's why I've got myself a warm cup of coffee to keep myself mobilized up here, even with all these lights. Let's get the guests on, and let's move ahead at speed to generate blood going through our systems on digital technology innovation. Let me introduce the five of them with Gillian Harrison in the middle. We've got Joe Spiker, who's acting head of sustainability at Autodesk. Welcome, Joe. Edward Kolberger, who's senior vice president Europe for Geotab. Welcome. Gillian Harrison, who's CEO of White Fox Technologies. Daniel Schmidt, who's chief sustainability officer for SAP, and Scott Tew, who's vice president of sustainability for Trane Technologies. Welcome to all five of you. Now, I've managed to talk to them in advance because what I said to them is, look, tell stories. Just share your experiences. Share your experiences with clients and everything else, because that in many ways can inspire and also clarify. So that's the spirit in which we want to do it. And what I've asked them is really to give an update, to give a check-in of how they're seeing the ability of companies to adapt to digital innovation, particularly when it comes to sustainability and climate change, to inspire and to clarify. And I've told them to disagree with each other, to jump in on each other. And if I say not a lot, that's great, because they can take over, they can riff with each other. Now, look, what I'm going to do is go to Gillian first. Gillian, you've got 2 or 3 examples. So just give us the spirit of what you've been learning and what you've been seeing.
Thank you, Nick, and thanks for inviting me to be here with this panel. So we, in the world of digitalization, we might not be a natural member of this panel, actually, because we focus on engineering and big industrial production processes and helping to reduce energy and water in those processes. But what we found, I go back sort of to 2015 when we were first thinking about entering the US biofuels market, is that we would speak to ethanol producers to find out where their issues were, what their objectives were in terms of reducing energy, water, and emissions. And what we quickly found was that when it comes to measuring energy, it's really almost in the CFO's remit rather than operators or plant managers. It's how much do I spend? But actually, if you're going to save energy and water and emissions, you've got to know where you're using it. You know, how much energy is being used where in a big industrial plant. So we found that we had to get to understand these plants better often than the ethanol producers themselves, which was a little bit of a shock, really, that they didn't really understand this. So to give you an example of the impact of that, we would get down with our boots and our hard hats, walking around a big ethanol plant to try and understand, for example, where they were using energy in distillation and dehydration. And one of the things our engineers found, we would have to create sort of effectively like a digital twin of an ethanol plant so that we could then simulate improvements. And one of the things we found was that they have huge recycle loops. So I don't know if you know much about making ethanol, but it's essentially alcohol that we drink, but then you have to take water out of it. And in that process, there would be these big recycle loops of basically water going round and round an ethanol plant. And when we measured it, we found that it was between 20 to 30% of the entire plant is just a recycle. And often we would find that both the CEOs and the plant managers, their jaws would drop at thinking, really? Like 20 to 30% is just going round and round? But the issue was everybody was doing it, nobody was measuring it, so nobody had an idea that you could improve upon it. So kind of roll forward, after many of these conversations, we realized that there was an opportunity here. And if you introduce, say, membrane technology to deal with these recycle streams, you could actually reduce the amount of energy and emissions between 20 to 50%, which is huge. So, we now have, here we are in 2021, we're on our 11th installation, and these plants are reducing emissions to the equivalent of having planted, say, 800,000 trees. So that's a lot of trees that could have been planted, or the emissions savings. So the real message that we now give producers is that you really have to measure. If you don't measure what's going on within your ethanol plant, you can't make those improvements. So, measure, monitor, and then you can improve.
But an additional point there, Gillian, when you value what you want to save, that leads directly to decarbonization.
Absolutely.
How does that happen?
So our first installation was in California. No surprise. There they have the low carbon fuel standards. So we were able to demonstrate to Neil Kohler, who was the then CEO there, we were able to explain to him that if you reduce your energy in making a liter of ethanol, it directly translates to a natural gas savings, which then translates to emission savings. And if you're in California, you can monetize that. So they were able to improve their carbon score. And if you improve your carbon score, you improve the profitability of the plant. So we were able to show that even though gas prices then were quite cheap, if you combine the gas savings together with carbon savings, it actually then pays.
Good. Okay. Well, look, let's get the same kind of experiences, and do share your experiences, positive or negative, with me on the app if you can, please. Let's go to Joe.
Hi, everyone. So for those of you who are not familiar with Autodesk, we are a tool maker. We create technologies for people creating things, and that is the built environment and industrial production, as well as media and entertainment, gaming, special effects in movies, etc. It's the visual representation of digital representation of things in the physical world. We serve our big industries, the built environment and industrial manufacturing, are associated with roughly 60% of total global carbon emissions. So we better help our customers get out ahead of this problem and solve this challenge because we can see that the change is coming. With regards to the built environment, we've only really just started to pay attention to this. And there's two forms of carbon associated with the built environment. One is the operational carbon associated with running the building, the energy to power the building. The other is embodied carbon. We're working on solutions for both of those. With regards to manufacturing, it's really about, I think, circularity, which is kind of taking recycling to its ultimate end. There's just stuff around lightweighting and energy efficiency as well, but we're working in all these areas because we see that our industries need to change radically. So,
are you ahead of the curve, or are you pushing the curve, or are you being pushed by others?
Wonderful question. I would say we are ahead of the curve, and I had a wonderful conversation with Scott this morning. Many companies, when they talk about sustainability, they talk about the greening of their own operations. Both us and Trane Technologies think about our locus of impact is through our customers. We are one company. We serve millions of customers. And so the ability to allow sustainable outcomes through that group of people, I believe puts us ahead of the curve. We still have a lot of work to do, but I think we are thinking about this challenge in a way that puts us out front.
So you have to change your thinking within the company as well.
Yes, and I will say too that we work in industries, the AEC industry and the industrial manufacturing industry. They are very conservative to begin with. To make change in these industries takes significant amounts of time, and we don't have that much time. So we are pushing as much as we can, and yes, we are working on that internal change.
How do you tell them to be less conservative?
It's mostly the data. It's sharing with them the energy consumption that buildings are, the energy demand that buildings have today, and the ability to reduce that. Within the built environment, as I mentioned, we've only just really started to pay attention to this, and there's some low-hanging fruit. So it's sharing with folks the data about what we might do.
That's Gillian's point as well. The data actually
Yes.
drives. Scott, do you want to pick up where your conversation was with Joe earlier?
Yeah, sure. Scott, too. It's great to be here as well, and it's a great conversation. I think there's a lot of untapped potential. My company, Trane Technologies, we make heating, ventilation, and air conditioning. We also are the world's largest transport refrigeration company, so we transport all your fresh food to you, at least 62% of the world's fresh food every day, delivered by our solutions. Here's the problem, though. The problem is that 15% of the world's greenhouse gas emissions are related to buildings, and 10% of the world's greenhouse gas emissions related to food loss. So that's 25% that my company every day that's what keeps us up at night. That's also the opportunity. And me saying that is a really simple thing. Doing something about it is something else. We believe that we cannot eke out the next level of efficiency, the next level of decarbonization, until we connect more buildings to solutions that may exist today, that may not. But we do know that digitalization, automation, sensors, data analytics, all the things Gillian mentioned, Joe mentioned, we have to have all these things together to eke out that next level of gains for decarbonizing the built environment. We will not decarbonize our cities or our countries without addressing buildings in particular. It's a big untapped opportunity. We're just now beginning to connect all those buildings in the right ways to decarbonize them, though.
And the data, getting the data, do you have good data?
We have good data, but we're connected to thousands of buildings. We have the data that goes to the cloud. We're able to use data analytics to understand how we can go and increase the efficiency of the building, but there's still not enough being done. There's not enough being done because of a whole host of barriers that are in the way of making.
What are the barriers?
Well, there's some policy barriers. We need governments to understand that to decarbonize the built environment, we're going to need governments to actually set high ambition. We're going to need to speed up the mandates around things like carbon and emissions accounting. We're going to need building owners to understand what the potential is. It's not just about equipment efficiency. That's the old way of thinking. The old way of thinking was saying, what's the most efficient piece of equipment that I can buy? That's behind us. We now have to think about the building as a whole. We think about the entire building and figure out all the ways, all the steps needed as a system to decarbonize the building. And that's going to require some government, that's going to require a push from government.
And just to be clear, are you facing a conservative mindset as well, which finds it difficult to get to where you think they need to get to?
I don't think it's a conservative mindset. I think it's what I just mentioned. It's sort of a new way of us getting new insights about how buildings operate. That's what we're facing. It's a new day. We have new data, we have new insights, and it's just not well known yet.
Edward.
Hi, Nick. First of all, obviously, thank you for having me here. It's an honor to be in Glasgow. I think it's a pivotal moment since Paris, where policy and public sectors are really coming together. And the discussions already today and throughout the week have been around data, which I think is a real common denominator between energy, between infrastructure, and mobility. And that's where Geotab is present in. So we connect 2.5 million vehicles, a little over that sends approximately 40 billion data points up to the cloud environment every day, that enables city planners, enables the largest organizations, whether they're delivering raw materials from ports to production facilities, then to last mile delivery companies that are delivering our food, for example, and our goods, and moving people through our urban cities. So all of this movement is predicated on data, and how we can do that in a more smart way is integrating this type of data sets with cities, with organizations to move people and goods through our environments in a lot better way.
Are you facing, I'm picking up what we heard earlier, are you facing a kind of conservative mindset which can't quite believe the speed at which this must be done and the scale at which it must be done?
I think that's a tricky question, and no geopolitical connotation within the answer. So I think that...
Is there a clear answer?
I don't think there's a clear answer right now. I think we're just scratching the surface in terms of the value that the data sets coming from infrastructure, energy, and transportation can provide in a socioeconomic benefit to our communities today. So we're just scratching the surface. I think organizations that are system integrators, such as SAP and Deloitte and others, have a profound effect in terms of how they can overlay data sets, again, to move people through our environment. And I'll tell a quick story. In Las Vegas a number of years ago, there was a catastrophic incident, and there was a person in a hotel that was shooting down into a crowd of people, and it was catastrophic. And one of the outcomes of that was the Las Vegas City Council, they could not get first responders to that scene in rapid order, and they lost more lives because of that. And what they've done is they engaged a couple organizations, including Geotab, Waze, and they overlaid data and integrated it with their smart transport, their lights within their community, and now they can direct first responders to a scene in much more rapid order.
That's quite remarkable.
It's interesting, and it's all predicated on data. So again, we're just scratching the surface, and I think that the ecosystem in the transportation, energy, and infrastructure production sectors have a burden to make sure that this happens.
Can I just put to you, I mean, it was a dreadful incident. It was, about 3 years ago, if I remember correctly, and large numbers of people being shot in the car park and the cinema area, movie area. But are you saying that they were complacent? I mean, for first responders not to know and not to have that data, not 10 years ago or 15 years ago, but literally 2 or 3 years ago, seems remarkable.
So complacency, I don't think so. I mean, we have to, as society, look at worst case scenarios now, right? Like, no one envisioned planes flying into towers, right? No one envisions terrorists hacking into 100,000 vehicles and making them do things that we don't want them to do. So I think that we do have the responsibility, though, to start understanding worst case scenarios and unintended consequences as well, to ensure that those things don't happen on the security side, but then more so on how we can impact the lives in our communities. We need to understand air quality in our city centers, what transportation and how that impacts air quality, so that we can measure it. Therefore, we can manage it by routing, again, people better and goods better.
Daniel, the SAP experience. I remember talking to one of your colleagues about a year ago about the enormity of the change which was having to come through SAP for accounting and what had to have a value and therefore be on the P&L.
Yeah, let me put it in a broader context first, and then I would like to build on your question and the topics dear panelists mentioned already. So some of the people in the audience could think, oh, SAP could lean back because we as a customer, we use SAP to manage the material flows, the financial flows for decades, and going for highest efficiency. But it's clear, even efficiency is super important. It will not be enough to solve today's challenges we have. So we need to do business in a different way. And that is the reason why, for me, Systemd is such a strong driver for innovation. And of course, we need to measure and we need to get the data. But I would say there are still companies out there having a business strategy and having a Systemd strategy next to it. And it is needed that Systemd is embedded in your core business strategy. And that is why it's so important now to get the data in the data models, in the business processes, being connected, the non-financials and the financials data, to provide these data in a timely fashion at the point of the decision, allowing the decision makers in the company to make informed decisions holistically. So we need to follow that embedded approach. And I had, looking at that beautiful, inspiring BMW outside there, that reminds me about a great conversation we had just 2 weeks ago in an innovation workshop with BMW. They told me how important it is for them, and these were experts from logistics, from procurement, from finance reporting, how important it is to have these data in their standard business processes. So having that holistic integrated view is super, super important. Then I would like to build what you mentioned about, that's valid for you, for us at SAP as well. Only by doing our homework internally, by having that ambition to be a role model of a sustainable company, and we are perceived through the various ratings and rankings being the #1 in the software sector for many years, like with the Dow Jones Systemd Index. But only through that we learn a lot, and we gain the credibility to act as enablers through technology. And that is, of course, the biggest lever, having more than 400,000 customers around the globe in each and every sector and industry. By embedding now Systemd criteria like greenhouse gas emissions in these data models across our entire portfolio, that makes the difference. And that allows then companies to rethink and re-innovate their business strategy as well, to rethink their business model, to go towards circularity as super important. There is a 45% positive contribution based on the Ellen MacArthur Foundation with circularity on reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And that means doing business differently.
Are you driving it as SAP among your customers?
Yes, of course. It is part of it's the heart of our core strategy. Systemd management is center stage of our evolved vision of the intelligent, sustainable enterprise. So that is a top priority.
And it's accepted by your it is accepted by your customers.
It is not accepted, it is demanded by our customers. There is a huge change. Of course, in my role being on that journey of Systemd more than a decade at SAP, I wished it would happen already 10 years ago. But for 2 years now, it's obvious that Systemd has become a core business topic of strategic relevance for customers due to the huge increase of expectations of the various stakeholders, either customers, consumers, their own employees. 94% at SAP told us how important it is for them that SAP pursues sustainability. They would like to work for a role model, for a role model company here. The talents we would like to see working for SAP in the future, for them it's even more important. And then look at the investors. There's a huge change. 10 years ago, we had 5.6% of the so-called SRI, socially responsible investor. It was a niche. Now, 38.2% are invested in SAP. And that is a beautiful part of the overall business case because my boss, I report to Luka Mucic, our CFO, being the board sponsor for Systemd at SAP, he loves them because they do not purchase the shares today and sell them tomorrow. They are more mid and long-term oriented. So you see, based on all these increased stakeholder expectations, and by the way, the mainstream investors learn now from the SRIs, it makes a lot of sense to embed Systemd criteria in your portfolio decisions because you lower the risk and you have higher opportunities. So a better performance in your portfolio. So,
all right, we've got 15 minutes to run, and I'm getting questions coming in, so let me put some of them to you. Emma Crichton, Head of Engineering at Engineers Without Borders in the UK. If thinking worst case scenario, what could be the consequences of having more data? How do we ensure it is used responsibly and ethically? Who'd like to take it up?
I think that's a great question, first of all. I think that there's a very interesting debate happening with policymakers around privacy, data privacy, versus or compared to technical data that can provide benefit to our society. So again, you know, I'll have a little bit of a call to action here. So we've created air quality sensors. The German Ministry of Transportation and Digital Infrastructure provided us some funding. We worked with the university in Aachen. We built some air quality sensors that we can connect to vehicles that Google has put on some Street View vehicles. The Transit Electric Bus Authority in Manila has some air quality sensors. We're getting some down to the British Antarctic Survey in the Antarctica to look at air quality. Toronto with electric buses. So we're going to start looking at air quality in a hyper-local fashion, particulate matter 2.5, to understand where we have poor air quality in our urban environments in, again, 100-meter by 100-meter quadrants to understand time of day, understand what weather does to that air quality so that our urban planners can start looking at this data, measuring it, and then managing that data. So there is a social benefit for this data, and people that own vehicles out there will invest with you on this side, and that next year we can then look at what the impacts of this data are.
Those keywords, responsibly and ethically.
Responsibly and ethically. Good words, yes. I think, I mean, we all have this responsibility now, and I think we all appreciate it. In our world, we see a huge change in the ethanol sector over the last 12 to 18 months. I think net zero is now almost just become a standard phrase now. So the whole ethanol sector in the US is moving towards being actually aiming for negative carbon as an industry. They're really pushing boundaries. So they are understanding that responsibility in a way that I've never heard before, really. So over the last 18 months, we're seeing that shift. So I think there is a real awareness of the responsibility that people have within their own communities. And ethanol is a rural industry, right? You know, ethanol is being produced in rural communities. And I find that the conversations we have, they're thinking about the employees in their community, water quality, emissions, and how they can be sustainable businesses for the future to help their entire communities and ensure that people actually stay rural and that there are quality jobs in rural Iowa so that people aren't migrating to the cities. So I think that word responsibility is something that is very much in the minds of CEOs, but also employees, you know, engineers, maintenance crew. They want to be working for a company that is thinking about their future and the future of the planet. So,
Joe. Just to get back to that question about data, too much data. Every company, the private sector now, is technology enabled. Some people, you know, would argue that everyone up here is a data company, essentially. And data and technology go hand in hand. Technology is a means to an end. So, this is not my analogy, but I really appreciate the analogy. You can train a pit bull to be a loving, wonderful pet, or you can train it to be an attack dog. Technology is the exact same way. So however you use data, you need to be intentional about it. And I think everybody on this stage is trying to leverage their access to data and technologies to be able to deliver more sustainable outcomes. You can also do it to, provoke misinformation and other things. But I think we're moving in a direction where we're leveraging data to deliver better outcomes for society.
And
Daniel, and then Scott. Keep going.
Yeah, let me build on that, because for me, human rights should be always the center of each and every sustainability journey. Yeah, it is the basis. Think about the donut model, yeah, with a social foundation we need to ensure, and the planetary boundaries, and in between we have that space for us to consider both areas, the planetary boundaries and fulfill the social needs of people. So human rights are super centric there. And of course, we all dealing with data have a super important responsibility. Otherwise, we will not gain the trust of our stakeholders. Yeah. So at SAP, we already 3 years ago provided the principles, the ethical principles on artificial intelligence. We operationalized that in policies because the people at SAP, the developers, they would like to develop solutions for the good and not for the bad, and providing them North Star and frameworks to ensure exactly that, but as well making it legally binding for our customers not to misuse data. That is super important. It's a journey. We learn on that journey, but I would like to underpin the importance of that topic.
Where does GDPR fit into this? Where do information commissioners fit into this? Because we're all feeling constraints being put around the system.
Yeah, but of course, it's one of these 7 principles we have, and it's we being headquartered in Germany, and Germany is quite well known for ensuring data privacy. It's the basis, and that is as well for us a competitive advantage globally because people trust SAP because we know how to deal with this regulation.
I just wanted to add one, maybe it's not an opposing view, it's the other side of the coin here. And that is, I think we also are still underutilizing all the data that's being collected today, which is what everyone here is agreeing with. But we know that. 10 years ago, we had no idea how in 2021 we would be using our phones to navigate, and all that's about data. We can't imagine navigating the world anymore without our phones helping us, whether we're walking or driving our car. I think in 2030, building owners and all the sectors that we serve in the economy, it's going to be a very similar situation where they couldn't imagine managing their industrial processes, managing their building, managing how things get transported without a new view on what the data can deliver around efficiency. And I'll say it again, we will not decarbonize our cities without having an immense amount of data, digitalizing and using that data to give us insights on how to better manage the resources.
Your analogy to GDPR as how to manage data is an excellent one for what we're doing here today. So for instance, my company was arguably it was costly, but thrilled to get behind a global standard. Say, okay, this is the global standard for privacy. Let's get behind it. We get everybody trained, and this is what we do. We are all here in support of the public sector and those in the blue zone, creating those standards for us to all get behind. The private sector here is in support of public sector leadership to make these climate commitments, make them clear, and help us line up to deliver on that. And I think GDPR is the perfect analogy.
So can I pick up on that as well? Because it is interesting that GDPR was probably the standard on privacy, but then maybe CCPA, the California Consumer Privacy Act, maybe even took it to another step. And we find that quite compelling. And you do need data. It was interesting. Amazon was on this stage on Monday with Geotab, and they leveraged Geotab data in order to transition to electric last mile vehicles and operate those last mile vehicles. So we need that data. Again, it's the common denominator, I think we all believe.
You've really stimulated a lot of questions. I'm going to give you, I'm going to pick out 3 here, and then you can pick out which ones you'd like to pick up on. David Harrison, Sustainability Manager at EcoServe. Are policies driving adoption of these technologies today? What do the panel want to see more of on both national and international level? Rob McKenzie, Founding Director of the Birmingham Institute of Forest. Could or should your clients use your data to publish real-time emissions and not so bring citizen pressure to bear in lowering emissions? I hope you got the sense there. I don't think it's quite right. And the final one from Mathieu de Carbonel, founder at Oxfam. Since China has a deep expertise in using data to manage its country, do the panelists collaborate with China to learn and optimize their progress? Pick whichever one you'd like to pick up.
I'll just say one thing about the data. We do need data transparency around energy use inside the built environment in particular. There's so little known. There are so many actors And for so long, we didn't know what we don't know. So whether it's by sector or it's by city, we need more transparency. Government certainly has a role to play there around how the data is collected, how the data is revealed, and then how the data is used. But we're going to need frameworks like that, and the government has to set those up, whether it's a mandate or a new ordinance or some type of code about how buildings are operated. We have to know more, and it's all about the data being available to others.
And let me pick up the topic the one person mentioned about real-time data. Look at,
real-time emissions, he talks about. Real-time emissions?
Emissions, but the data about the emissions, right? Yeah. Okay, so there are still many companies struggling to, even they came up with their pledges about being carbon neutral, carbon negative, or whatever, but they struggle to have the data in their hands. Many of the companies still have the situation having 4 or 5 months later, when the fiscal year is over, they have their data, their emission data of the year before. Every quarter on earnings day, since many years, our CEO and CFO, they report not only our financial performance, but as well our non-financial performance, like women in management, like employee retention, or greenhouse gas emissions. And then an employee at SAP could say, oh, I'm just one of 100,000, I can't influence this group-wide big number. No. On the same day, they have access to their sustainability dashboard, seeing their numbers of their department they belong to, of their location they belong to. They have the full transparency across the globe. They can compare, they can learn from the neighbor department and so on. So they have it already on a quarterly basis with all the different emission sources contributing to their team performance when it comes to emissions. And that is the way we need to go, because at the end, fitting to what I mentioned at the beginning, it needs to be embedded in the business process. So even, I would say, we need to challenge ourselves. Quarterly is maybe, in some cases, not good enough. It needs to be real-time data at the point of the decision coming out of your business processes.
Gillian.
I can pick up on the policies point. Yes, I think certainly what we've seen is that policies drive the change. So in the US, just sticking with the ethanol sector, policies around carbon reduction directly lead to emissions reduction and investments. So where at the moment in the US, you've got obviously the leaders is low carbon fuel standards in California, but now we're seeing the Midwest, Iowa, Minnesota, they're all looking at carbon policies, and that is already changing the conversation. So we now see producers, at the board level, they are part of the discussion. They want to see policy, because if you don't have the policies, then you run the risk of not having an even playing field. So if one company invests in reducing its emissions, that's going to cost it money. So you kind of almost need that policy to help even things out, and then you see change. You see change in reducing emissions directly related to policy.
We're running out of time, and I've got one other question I want to put. Edward and Joe, any of those questions you want to pick up on?
I would just pick up on the hashtag data for good view, and again, echo the call for action. I think we all leverage LinkedIn here, and if people want to get involved in understanding air quality in their communities, please reach out to me, and I will provide some sensors, and we can start that journey together, and again, report back on that data for good story next year.
Joe.
I don't have anything to add to my esteemed colleagues. I was going to say this journey with how we leverage data to deliver sustainable outcomes for the planet, we're really just starting to sink our teeth into it, and I'm very excited about returning in a year's time or 2 years' time and talking about what we've been able to do.
Right. A specific question from Pauline Blanc, sustainability lead for Kaluza. Could the software companies, SAP and Autodesk, speak about how they are tackling their Scope 3 emissions? What are they doing to reduce their cloud and on-premise data center impacts? Joe.
We're net zero. We've invested significantly in offsets and removal. But I will say that technology companies have a relatively smaller footprint than the industries that we've been talking about today, which are the built environment, transportation, and industrial manufacturing. So I think everybody up here probably is taking care of their own house, and that's the only way that we can actually come out and promote to our customers and to our stakeholders that they do the same.
Right, Daniel.
And we merged the business strategy for being the most innovative cloud company back in 2013. That was our slogan, and our environmental strategy. So since January 2014, all our data centers, including the co-locations from our partners, are based on 100% renewables of high quality. So we serve our customers through a green cloud, so no emissions caused by that. I would like to mention one additional point I forgot to mention before, because I mentioned it needs to be embedded in the data model, in the business process, and where decisions are made. Typically, decisions are made on a product level. So now what we offer as to overcome that business challenge, having the data on a product level, product footprint management. And based on your conversation 1 year before, that was not existent. So we have that now, solution general available since August this year, allowing companies like BMW, or just yesterday I had a wonderful engagement with Sylvia from Natura, a company where their business strategy is really based on sustainability. Natura, this famous cosmetics company in Brazil, and Body Shop is a well-known brand here, belongs to that. So they need the data on product level. That is super important. And for them, circular economy, the packaging topic is super crucial, knowing the huge impact it has bringing down emissions.
All right, well, look, all five of you, thank you very much indeed. Daniel, thank you to Scott as well, Gillian, and Ed and Joe. And I'm going to give you one line from, I think, Joe, where he said, we're just beginning to sink our teeth into this. So I hope your teeth don't get cracked, but it shows that there's a cutting edge, but it's moving very fast. There's an obligation for it. There's a need for it. So see it in those terms, and it's been a great panel. So thank you, all five of you, very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to move on swiftly to the Reimagine stage with Mark Barton next door, and also to the transition stage. And Maithri, welcome back.
Thank you very much, Nick. We're going to dive straight into the transition stage. It is day 3. It's the final day here at the Sustainable Innovation Forum. Again, thank you for those who are staying in the room. Mark is next door, also with the Reimagine stage, as Nick just mentioned. And for those of you joining online there, please move to his stage. On this stage, though, we are going to continue the conversation that Nick very kindly has started, deep diving into how we actually do this transition. We've been talking a lot about it. There have been a lot of commitments made and a lot of pledges made. But if you read the reports that are coming out from researchers and universities, it's pretty clear that there's a credibility gap. So how do we bridge that gap? How do we put the world on course for 1.5 or at least under 2 degrees in the near term? But we'll have to see. We're going to jump straight into a conversation at this point, but again, as Nick has mentioned, please keep your questions coming. You can do that, of course, on the platform. You can do it on social media as well with the hashtag Climate Action Live and hashtag CIF21. Right. We will also basically, well, if you see people going behind me, they're just setting up, they're cleaning up, since this is going to be a COVID-safe situation here. So let's get straight into it. Our opening session is about industry transformation and how to get to net zero. If I could ask my panelists to come up on stage, both Ken and Sanjay, if you can join me on stage right now. Sanjay Tegnite is, of course, the Global Managing Partner of Sustainability Practice at IBM. Kentaro Hosomi is the Executive Vice President and Chief Regional Officer of Europe, Middle East, Africa, and also the CEO of Mitsubishi Heavy Industries of EMEA. Thank you both for being here on the stage. I want to jump straight into the conversation that Nick left off on. There is a question at this point about how exactly do we address Scope 3 emissions. That seems to be one of the critical factors, both in the blue zone and here as well. That seems to be left a little unsaid. Everyone has lots of reasons of why Scope 3 cannot be addressed immediately, or all the difficulties they have. Ken, if you can give me an idea of how you are handling Scope 3 in all of your work towards making the net zero target that you've set for yourself?
Yeah, thank you very much, Maitri. And from the Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, MHI Group. I think our group's main contribution is to help the so-called hard-to-abate industries, so the heavy industries, to reduce their carbon footprints, meaning that this is going to be our main contribution in our Scope 3 of the emission reduction. And although I'd like to point out that since the carbon capture is in reality not included in the Scope 3 at this moment, but we think it is a very vital means to reduce the carbon footprint of the world. So as Mitsubishi, we are counting on the Scope 3 plus the carbon capture, and as a total, we are targeting carbon net zero by 2040, 10 years ahead of the Japanese national target as a target to reduce the emissions. So this is where we are now.
How much of a difference will it make if CCS is included? What would you want to see happen when it comes to CCS?
Well, actually, we still see that there are lots of industries in the world which has to use fossil fuel as a main energy source. And for those industries, the only way practical is to capture CO2 out of the emissions in order to reduce the carbon footprints. So we see that as a combination of this carbon reduction technology, such as using the renewable energy or hydrogen as an energy source. Hydrogen will still is on the way to come into the market, and by 2040, I think it's still maybe about 10% of the whole energy balance. So it means that in order to reach the carbon net zero by 2040, which is our target, we have to combine our effort together with the carbon capture technology.
Sanjay, if I can ask you, IBM's been very vocal about its drive towards sustainability. You're leading that as well. But there have been question marks, as you heard in the previous session as well, about technology companies and how they report their emissions. You, along with 55 others, were named in a report just released yesterday about how you report your emissions, the missing links, inconsistencies in those reports. If the folks who are setting up platforms for data reporting are being told you're not reporting things correctly yourselves, what's missing here? Why is this happening?
Good morning, Maitri. Thanks for the question. First of all, I think having spent about 10 days here at COP26, one thing is, I think what a venue which has been chosen by the UN, because Glasgow, I don't know if a lot of people know what it means. It means my green place. And I think just the fact that at my green place, countries, companies, and consumers are getting aligned to one goal, which is 1.5 degrees, right? So I think that was very, very powerful for me coming in into COP26. IBM, if you look at talking about sustainability, we are a 112-year-old company. We know what sustainability means. If you can sustain a company, evolve and build for the future, that's what IBM has been doing. And I'm proud to say that we are one of the few companies who have been focused on environmental reporting for the last 50 years. Last week, we were honored by His Royal Highness, the Prince of Wales, for the first inaugural Terra Carta Award, which was given to very select companies for their great work on environmental sustainability. So rather than us saying, we're doing all the right things, I think we're getting external accreditation from the highest bodies that we are absolutely doing the right thing around environmental sustainability. We were one of the only first 4 companies which looked at Climate Pledge. And in Climate Pledge, which is a pledge taken by companies for achieving net zero in 2040, IBM is one of the few companies which have taken a pledge to achieve net zero by 2030. I mean, that says it all. That says it all. And 75% of renewable energy is what we're going to use by 2025. So I think the numbers speak for themselves, our commitment speaks for themselves, and the external validation speaks for itself.
So tell me a little bit more about how the platform that you've built with and you are in partnership with works, and how clear are the signals when it comes to scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 on that platform. Run us through it and tell us how it's going to change the findings of researchers in the next year or the year after that, so they don't come back to you and say, hang on a minute, IBM, you're not exactly reporting your scope 3 properly, or there are inconsistencies. How do you solve for that?
So, Metli, one thing people need to understand is someone's scope 3 is somebody else's scope 1 and scope 2.
No, specifically your scope 3. I think that was what the University of Munich was pointing out.
Okay, I haven't seen that report, so I don't want to comment on that specifically, but just to lay the context, someone's scope 3 is someone else's scope 1, scope 2. So with MHI, I mean, what we're calling the Connex platform, which we are creating and building, is actually going to be one of the leading technologies which we are using around AI, blockchain, and hybrid cloud to build this platform and to create the ecosystem which will help doing the CCI, specifically starting with some of the UK clusters. And yesterday we were on a panel, especially the Eastern and the DRAX and some of those clusters. So I think this technology which we're going to leverage and test it out in the UK and in Europe is going to be on a global scale a very, very important one for scope 3 as we go forward. And as Ken mentioned, the very fact that we are being able to leverage this both technology, when I say technology for carbon capture, and technology when we say information technology by using AI, blockchain, and hybrid cloud. I think getting all of the ecosystem partners, which both are the emitters and the folks who really need to look at capturing carbon, I think that is where this partnership is going to be very important. And we've been doing this with other companies. So whether it's in the shipping industry with TradeLens and Maersk, where we actually have been working with TradeLens, and if you can look at what TradeLens does, 60% of the 12 trillion container shipping traffic, so that's about 7 trillion, is now on TradeLens, right? And just the fact that that amount of trade is happening through a digital format saves enormous paper, it saves enormous cost in terms of turnaround of ships, and it's having a massive impact on all the SDG goals. Similar to that, we have created another platform with Walmart when we started on IBM Food Trust. Walmart was the anchor, but today if you look at most 174 partners are there, most of them retailers, grocery chain, all of them are there. So I think building platforms is what IBM does really well with anchor clients such as Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, and then getting ecosystem partners in a very trusted and transparent way to share data and to engage in net zero is what we do.
That's a fabulous way to explain how it's working. So Ken, how are you using it? Yeah. And can you set out what you're gaining from it, what you still need to see on that platform, and how that's going to accelerate your move to net zero?
Yes, one thing is that this is the CO2 ecosystem is it's a new innovation or a new concept in the sense. Nobody has in the world has ever done this before, but UK government has set an ambitious goal with their strategy, and they asked the industry to form clusters so that they can collect the emissions from the various emitters and to transport and store it in the North Sea. So this is, I think it's a first of a kind kind of policy. And although our carbon capture technology has been in the market for quite some time now, so we have been in this, studying this, we have been developing this technology for more than 30 years. So this really didn't take off because it was only a sort of a one emitter, one storage site. This sort of system was the only way applicable for this technology, and it was very difficult to find such kind of appropriate site for using our technology. Now the difference is that there are many participants who has the common goal of reducing carbon from the industry. And we need to build a partnership to make this go through. A partnership between the emitters, the technical providers who provides a solution to capture CO2, and the parties who transport through the pipeline to the network and to store it at the storage site. All of these has to partner in order to build this partnership. And also, this is coming from the business, so everybody is a little bit skeptical about, well, one party is trying to get more profit out of this than the other party. These kind of things always happens. This also, hinders the movement of such kinds. So what we are trying to build together with IBM is that we would like to build, to make this partnership move, to make the data and information regarding how the CO2 is captured, how it is transported, how it's stored.
Ken, if I
Yeah.
could you just hold the mic a little bit closer, because I think we're losing you.
Yeah. How can we make it, this data and information transparent for all the users on the platform and understand that what contribution they are making on their own to reduce the carbon emissions? This is what we are targeting for.
How critical is carbon pricing at this point then within this conversation? Because we've been hearing about it for 2 straight days. That is absolutely critical for getting this market going.
Yeah, technology-wise, now if you look at the EU ETS carbon pricing scheme, if my understanding is correct, today's the carbon price is about 60 to 80 tons per euro or something like that. And I would like to say that with our technology, we're quite close to that range. But that doesn't mean that it would just fly with that. And we need some kind, especially for the first movers, we need government legislation and financial support to for the takeoff of these clusters. So this is also a way to make it transparent that what the such kind of government support is, how much the government support is used in making this a viable business case. This could also be made transparent through this, I think, common platform.
Sanjay, you've talked about a number of the platforms that you're putting up across different sectors. How much of that conversation is happening when it comes to governments? Is there the transparency? Is there the push? We've heard a lot of pledges, but it looks like the actual plans themselves don't meet the talk. So they're talking the talk, but they're not walking the walk at some point.
Right. As I said, Maithili, earlier, I think the first time I've seen in COP, alignment between countries, companies, and consumers, right, for a common goal. Otherwise, previously there was high decibels but no dollars. I think for the first time we're really seeing the dollars. And for any kind of a new innovation, new technology, or to meet our net zero goal, there are two things which are important: friends and democratization of data. Friends and democratization of data. Now, Friends is what we are building as the MHI Connex platform by creating an ecosystem of partners. And there are two very important announcements which got made today, which actually put to action. So one platform which we created along with HSBC and about 70 or 80 institutions which got announced this week at the Blue Zone by the HSBC CEO Noel Quinn and some of the other partners was the Fast Infra project. The Fast Infra project is, again, a very similar ecosystem play, a platform which we've created, where the supply and demand side, and I'll explain that to you, there are three numbers you need to remember: 3, 30, 2030. Number 3 is the goal of mobilizing finance for COP. 30, estimated by HSBC, is $30 trillion of deficit in sustainable infrastructure by 2030. So 3, 30, 2030. And now by creating this Fast Infra platform, we're able to get the supply side and the demand side. And I'm happy to report that that platform, as of date, has transacted $9 billion worth of sustainable infrastructure into developing countries, right? And imagine that power coming in and connecting with a network like Connex. The other platform which got announced was a platform by the WBCSD, where again we are the design and the development technology partner for WBCSD, specifically around Scope 3 emissions, where we are now working on creating that platform with all of the Scope 3, all of the WBCSD partners, and some of them are in the room today, great companies, most of them Fortune 100 companies. And this is actually helping reduce carbon as you go through the product life cycle and the supply chain. So if there's a bottle of detergent, all of the upstream and the supply chain players will help reduce that CO2 in that bottle of detergent. And that's what the platform provides. So as I said, two important things, friends and democratization of data.
But are you seeing the willingness to share data? Is it there? Is it happening? Or is it still a commodity that is critical to people's profits at this point?
I mean, the old adage is information is power, right? But I think if we really need to make net zero and 1.5 degrees happen, we will need to democratize data. And I think by creating these platforms which are based on AI, blockchain, hybrid cloud, by able to providing trust protocol and by able to providing transparency, I think we have seen these work in examples like Food Trust, in example like Maersk, because Maersk today has 60% of the top 5 container shipping companies. So it's not only Maersk, which they started with, but it's got Hapag-Lloyd. And in July, we launched it in China, and then 10 of the top global Chinese shipping companies also joined in. So I think it's started. I think the train has left the station, and I'm sure we'll have a lot more people coming on board.
So here's the question that I think a lot of folks will want to know. The train has left the station. There are going to be signals along the way. Right, let me use your analogy there.
Green signals only.
Let's hope for that. We can always hope for green signals along the way, but there might be amber and there might be red. If I focus first on the red, what is the biggest challenge out there to getting this to work and work quickly?
Yes, the biggest challenge of today could be where we can provide such kind of solution with an cost affordable to the society. This is, I think, one of the most biggest challenges. And yes, today we have the technology and we will implement this technology. And as I said, to take off, we need, I think, some kind of a support by the governments on the legislative side as well as the financial side. But we have seen in, for example, the renewable energy. Renewable energy is now accepted by society because the cost became, to a level affordable. It was believed that it could not be affordable maybe 10 years ago. But now you can see that this is dominating the market price of the electricity. So same things need to happen in this world as well for CO2 recovery and this kind of thing. This is a challenge, but we think it is doable and doable with the partners like IBM and other companies. Yeah.
Sanjay?
So I think I completely agree with Ken, and I would, I think, just like to add, I think it's not so much of a red signal, but I think the more we can talk about the positive nature of the successes which were happening, I think small successes happening in small way need to make it out there, because nothing succeeds like success. And I think the more we can show that collaboration, partnership, sharing of information and data is really working, not only for the companies and helping their cause, but also for the greater good of mankind. I think that is the key thing. We really need to get it out there, rather than, it's not just doom and gloom, but there are really, really good things happening. I mean, 3 years ago, who ever heard of the Chief Sustainability Officer? There was no jobs like that. I mean, my friend out here in the room, now she's one of the Chief Sustainability Officers, one of the top companies, right? I mean, these are people who have direct access into the board. They have direct access, they're reporting into the CEO and the board. And these are powerful positions which are being created by companies who truly have the call for action that we are serious about this and we really want to do that. So I think a lot of good things happening. We need to talk more about those, and we really need to come together and create partnerships like we've done with Mitsubishi Heavy Industries. Thank you, Ken, for that.
Well, you almost ended my interview there, but I do want to have my last word in. We've got about a minute left, so very quickly we're going to wrap up SIF today, but we will wrap up at the end of the week at COP. What are the key things you want to actually hear to make a difference to your businesses for the next year till we meet again in Sharm el-Sheikh?
Well, yes, the key word is that I think the key word I would like to hear is this is just not only for Western Europe or the developed countries, but also this should also be spread over to the emerging countries. And at, I would say, always come back to the cost, but the cost affordable to those emerging countries as well. So a pathway to such kind of, spreading this movement globally is the thing I would like to see, definitely see in COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh. Yeah.
Sandra?
Thank you.
Your last word.
My last word. Love.
Last word, Sandra. I'm actually giving you the last word.
Thank you so much. Love the venue, Sharm el-Sheikh. I haven't been to Egypt, so looking forward to that. Thank you.
That's a good reason to go. Well, thank you very much. Give them a round of applause. We'll see him back at Sharm el-Sheikh. Ken, thank you. Right, so we are going to move on to continue that conversation and dig a little bit deeper into a couple more conversations. I do want to highlight a couple of the notes that came out this morning. One of the points that I was alluding to was a report by the research group Climate Action Tracker, which analyzed commitments made up to COP26 and found that under the targets that had been set, emissions are set to double what they would need to be to limit warming to stretch to the Paris Agreement of 1.5 degrees. Now, the analysis across the papers has been quite dismal, full of doom and gloom, and unfortunately, I think we're going to find at the end of the week, if the Blue Zone is not able to come up with some serious commitments, we are going to find that young people, young employees in our companies who are going to question the very veracity of what we've been discussing for 2 weeks. So we're hoping that here in the private sector, we can send a clear message across to regulators, to policymakers that we are serious, our boards are willing to stand by this, so can we get moving, as Sandra says. Let me welcome our next panel up here. We're going to be talking about deep decarbonization, action for the big emitters. The panelists that I'd like to welcome on stage are Lewis McDonald, he's partner and global head of energy at Herbert Smith Freehills. Yvonne Ruff is partner at Roland Berger. Jens Wolf is vice president, commercial and general manager of Europe at Enviva. Ian Riley is CEO of the World Cement Association, and also Randy Smallwood, chair of the World Gold Council. Gentlemen, ladies, thank you very much. Have a seat. Let's kick this off, since we heard Sanjay and Ken really tell us a little bit more about how they think data can be quite a significant source of change for strategies and corporate strategies. I wanted to kick it off with you, Ian, and ask you, cement, the industry is a 7% contributor to global emissions. It's also a critical topic as we see populations move towards cities. We see changes and reconstruction of different companies. You're going to be a key component. What's happening in your industry to address those emissions, and what is the plan for the next 2 to 5 years? Let's not go to 2030 even. Let's look at the next 2 to 5 years.
Well, thank you, MY3. I thought you were going to tell a joke about LC3 and MY3 to try and wake everybody up.
I waited for you to do it.
No, I haven't figured out how to do it yet. I'll leave that one for you. So cement, 7% of global emissions, it's something that the industry has been aware of for 20-odd years and has been working on and using 3 key levers. So that's energy efficiency, fuel switching, and reducing the proportion of cement that's made out of clinker, which is where most of the carbon footprint is. And so those, pulling on those levers has led to a reduction of about 25%. And there's probably another 25, 30, perhaps even 40% left in those levers. And perhaps Jens will talk about part of that later on in terms of fuel switching. So I think if we talk about the next 2 years or 5 years, we're really talking about pulling on those same levers. And there is still that space left. But the more interesting things really look at the technologies that are being developed for low carbon. And we should not look at the cement only, we should look at concrete, because a lot of the exciting work is on the concrete rather than on the cement. In the past, concrete hasn't been looked at very seriously, because concrete, the main part of the footprint of concrete is coming from cement. So the concrete guys have said, it's really the cement guys that have the problem, which is fair enough. But if we look at the technologies today, probably the most exciting one is synthetic aggregates. So this is making aggregates out of CO2 and calcium. And that allows you to have a negative carbon footprint in cement. So there are many other early stage technologies that also offer the prospect of low carbon or negative carbon concrete. So I think that that's something for the future. But in responding to your immediate question, I think it's really those traditional levers that we have to pull on more.
We'll jump into the longer term view and what you'll be doing, but I wanted to keep that focus on a medium term at this point. So if I can ask you, Randy, gold, in terms of the industry and all the companies you represent, what is going on at this point for that decarbonization that everyone's talking about?
Well, thank you, MY3, and appreciate the opportunity to tell this story. Gold is unique as a commodity, and this is my 4th day in Glasgow here. So, if there's one thing that sort of stands out, one of the advantages that we have in gold is that the commodity itself it's circular. It doesn't get wasted, and so. In terms of gold trading activity, most of it's achieved that circularization of constantly trading around. 98% of the gold that is traded doesn't come from the mining industry. So in the gold industry, gold mining has to be differentiated from gold itself as a commodity itself, because that is where most of the carbon loading comes in the gold industry, is from the mining activity itself. And the initiatives that we see, the biggest challenges are, of course, energy. Where do we get the energy from? How is that energy generated? Whether we're using diesel-powered equipment or hydrogen-powered equipment or electrified equipment. And that's what we've seen in the industry, and it applies to the broader mining industry as a whole with all the minerals that we have. So gold is not unique in terms of how these materials are mined. It's a matter of moving towards better sources of energy as we do that. So the gold industry as a whole, the mining industry as a whole, in delivering the minerals that we all need to, especially to advance in electrification and such, is improving and moving down that path rapidly.
If I can ask you, Jens, what's going on in terms of biofuels? Lots of people for, against, debates, are you really renewable? But within the decarbonization space, if we stick to the idea that BEIS has put out, saying you are very much part of the decarbonization process, how are you helping these folks?
Yeah, I mean, the first thing that Ian mentioned here was the fuel switch, and that's where biomass has played a role and will continue to do so going forward. I think over the last 10 years, where I've sort of been integral to the development of this industry, just at Enviva, I think we've managed to replace 30 million tons of CO2 emissions through the provision of wood pellets. And that has typically been where we take the leftovers in the forest, make it into a fuel that can be used instead of coal, and people that have industrial processes, in the beginning, power stations, have been able to replace coal. And now when we look at other parts of, or I'd say more difficult areas to decarbonize, whether it be lime, cement, steel, there's also a big energy requirement. And we are currently working, as we have done with utilities previously, now with industrial companies, to replace their coal use with sustainable biomass.
Yvonne, if I can ask you, what are your clients telling you and asking of you when it comes to these conversations? These are hard to abate sectors. Are they looking for guidance? Are they looking for a reality check or whether they really need to do it? Now, there's so many other problems. Our gas prices are up, our oil prices are up.
Absolutely. It's a mixture of all of that. So we work with a lot of companies, and when it comes to the big emitters, maybe just to bring more clarity around the scale of the actual problem, if you assumed we had a CO2 price of 100 euros tomorrow and that couldn't be passed on to clients or be balanced in the system, that would mean that profits of big emitters, especially of the cement and the steel industry, chemicals is a bit lower, the profits would be at risk of around 150%, meaning they'd be out of business really fast, meaning there needs to be solutions really fast. So it's a question around what can we do? Mostly the technologies that are there. The challenge is, and that we see, is really moving into first demonstration projects, investing in these technologies, and I'm sure you'll know that from your members' associations, is it's all bespoke project work at the moment, and that's a lot of effort. That's bringing a consortium together, that's finding your technology partner, your energy provider, that's getting regulation and subsidies and incentives on board, and bringing that, structuring that commercially and making sure it's actually leading to an investable asset. That's a large challenge, and that's where we're happy to support, because it's not automatic that you hit a button and these investments make sense today, right? So that's a lot of what we see, but it's encouraging signs. We see a lot of companies making that move because they're saying our clients, our consumers are asking this from us. We believe we'll increase our long-term competitiveness if we move now because, and it was mentioned this morning in the session, carbon is becoming an additional currency which defines our financials, our performance. So we need to manage based on that additional dimension.
So that brings up the question, Lewis, what is going on with fossil fuel companies? Because they don't seem to be as driven or as long-sighted about their strategies. So in terms of the legal framework, are they just hiding behind the law at this point and saying, we'll wait to see how this plays out for all these other guys? Or are they actually serious when they do these pilot projects and it's not greenwashing, as you have heard on the blue zone or outside the blue zone?
Thanks, Maithri. Well, look, companies in the oil and gas sector are under a huge amount of pressure. There's no doubt about that. You feel that as you walk around this city and you read some of the posters that are up. You know, you feel it when you're in their boardrooms and you hear what they talk about in those boardrooms, which is very much climate change and ESG more broadly. So they're under a huge amount of pressure. You know, a number of them have set their visions for the future, the Net Zero 2050 vision. So you've got companies like BP and others that have put that out there and are, you know, really genuinely trying to get there, trying to solve, trying to undertake the projects and just moving through and solving things one project at a time. Yvonne mentioned the difficulty with some of the projects and the lack of investability. The projects need a lot of structuring, you know, particularly outside of wind and solar. The fact is the big oil companies are moving in very fast into renewables, and we're all seeing that. They're competing now with the funds, with the utilities for the renewables. They're paying prices that we haven't seen before, offshore wind, for example, in the UK. But they're really going beyond that, very much into electrification of platforms, decarbonisation of the gas value chain, hydrogen projects, and, for example, the projects in the UK that have just been announced and being funded by the government. You see the oil companies are there. So I think they want to be part of the solution and they want to be really in there doing it and transforming their businesses. So I think they're very genuine about it, and that's certainly my experience in working with them.
So that brings up a question that Mr. Nader is asking for you, Ian. He's asking, how do you see the role of the WCA to mend the CO2 controls within the value chain of cement industries, or the industry itself, and align the efforts for CO2 in construction and the supply chain? So what role, how important is it for an industry body to do this, and how much can you influence them?
So I think that you were mentioning, Yvonne, that a lot of the work is being done on a project-by-project basis and requires collaboration across the supply chain. I think we're going to see more of that, because if we want to have low-carbon solutions, they're not off the shelf. And it requires the developer, the contractor, and the material supplier to collaborate and to find solutions that fit the local conditions, fit the project. And there are some barriers to that. And maybe one of the things I could do today is to say there are three things I think the governments can do to help us on this. One of the barriers is standards. And these standards are materialized in a lot of different ways. So we see them in construction standards, in product standards for building materials, in the way in which carbon is measured. So there are a lot of areas of standards, but I think that government can help to accelerate the development of new standards that allow and encourage the use of low-carbon products. A second area is in carbon pricing. And carbon pricing, certainly for our sector, as Bjorn again was mentioning, the impact of a carbon price of 100 is something like 150% of current profitability. So the impact of carbon pricing is to put the foot on the accelerator and make change happen more quickly. And I think the third thing, and maybe the easiest thing for governments to do, is to encourage low-carbon materials to be supplied to public projects. So we see that in the UK now with the new legal commitment and that being translated into infrastructure projects. And we see it in a few other places. But I think in general that's something that could be very effective. And something like 40% or 50% of cement and concrete is indirectly or directly purchased by governments. So that would have a big impact. So what the association tries to do in that field or in that framework is to bring together different stakeholders. So our members include not only cement companies, but also concrete companies and technology providers. And we try to encourage that cross-industry and cross-supply chain cooperation so that we can accelerate the use of new technologies and the use of low-carbon solutions.
Is that happening in the World Gold Council as well, where you are collaborating across sectors, not just with your members?
Yeah, no doubt. I know we've got a speaker coming on shortly with the ICMM. The CEO of the ICMM is coming on, and a lot of our members are members of the ICMM, and so there's definitely a lot of cross-transfer there. As I mentioned earlier on, you know, the gold mining industry is no different than any other mining industries out there, and so the cross-pollination across that sector, we're watching. You know, the reason the World Gold Council is here is to educate our members and bring us forward and make sure that we're looking for opportunities to try and continuous improvement. And that cross-pollination, especially from other extractive resource industries, looking for new technologies. You know, I echo everything with respect to what Ian is saying in terms of what's required to motivate moving forward. You know, one of the things that I have been impressed here in Glasgow is just the amount of funds that are out there, the amount of investors that are now out here taking a presence. And, you know, trust me, if there's one stakeholder that companies listen to, it's their shareholders, because that's, in the end, who we all work for. And so, you know, these are all motivating factors that are going to accelerate us down this process. And, you know, it's quite clear it's a requirement, and it's a matter of just making sure that we're constantly looking for those new technologies and there's new opportunities to try and maintain a continuous improvement approach to the sector.
And Viva, how are you using all of the information that you're getting from all of the clients that you do have, all of the people you provide, and changing up maybe how you approach even your own business model and how you address some of the criticisms despite you being an alternative fuel that's being out there?
I think that I was going to take a first part of the question first in terms of how do we respond to our customers. And it is, I think there's a big challenge out there getting funding, but there's also a little technical challenge, and that's the first thing that they start having to solve. If I go back 10 years ago and we're starting figuring out how do we get out of coal when you want dispatchable power, the first engineer I turned to said, wow, you cannot do that. perhaps he was a little work shy, I don't know. But as we start working on it, some of these brilliant engineers found workable solutions around it. And the power industry has, over the last 10 years, showed that you can take coal station, convert them 100% to sustainable biomass, get the same output, same efficiency, et cetera, and still make sure that we have power and heat 24/7. Some of the same things are now happening with our customers in lime, cement, steel, where they haven't been used to having to think that much about decarbonization, and now have to find those solutions. I think the industry organizations play a really big role in that, because that's where you can share some of that technical expertise. We, as fuel providers, are working with our individual customers to perhaps adopt the fuel, grind it a little differently, etc. And on the sustainability side, I think it's a very short conversation with most customers. Once you figure out that no trees are being taken down for producing sustainable biomass, the forest where we source from are growing, they capture more and more carbon, exactly because there's people that put a value of the things that a forest produce. And the fact that we're using a leftover, I think that here in Glasgow, if you've been across any food stall or anything, that's been a topic that's the same thing we think about forest. Why leave things to emit CO2 in the forest if we can replace coal in the process? And especially in what I would call these very difficult to decarbonize areas. We need to build new houses for the people that are in the developing world coming up and rightfully are looking to have the same living standards as us, and the same with a number of other products that we are not going to stop using.
Mm-hmm.
And we, as a biomass industry, are really looking to help that now instead of waiting for some other solutions. It's really a solution that's available now.
It's available now. So, Yvonne, how do you convince conservative-minded folks within these hard-to-abate sectors who have to invest in plants that are going to take years to build, then come to fruition, and then see the results maybe in 20-odd years? How do you convince them this is the move to make now? Because a lot of them will be tempted to say, wait and see which technology actually works before I pump in billions of dollars into what you're telling me I should do.
Yeah.
If you want to come in, Jens, and I'll go to Yvonne as well.
Yeah, no, just very briefly. I mean, there are clearly, we need some pioneers to do this. Somebody who's brave enough to move first and not wait for the next one to do it. But I think one of the key factors to make that happen, if I was going to look outside of what I can do in terms of telling people about how good idea it is and money that people are going to make decarbonizing earlier than others, there's a role for government there to effectively, like they did with contract for differences for other renewables, if you can put an underpinning that carbon will also have a price within the timescales at which some of these investments have to be amortized over.
Mm-hmm.
If you can make system that would go a long way. And I think once the water starts flowing, more will come.
Is that what it is? I mean, the pilot projects that you mentioned, and also the conversations around having the push from government in terms of money.
The push from government, it's needed very clearly, but it's always easy to call out for government and wait for government.
Mm.
I think the more interesting discussion comes in when you're actually able to point a picture that's 5 to 8 years down the line, which is basically tomorrow, especially since you've been alluding to the lifetime of some installations. We're talking 50 years plus. If you paint a picture of what's going to be in the world in about 10, 20, 50 years, we're talking CO2 prices of well over $100 or euros. We're talking consumers increasingly aware. We're talking of investors, and you've mentioned that, Randy, $130 trillion of commitment. That's going to be looking for investable assets, and that's going to bring a huge new dynamic into this. Yeah? So the question of analyzing economically under the scenario that we're going to have CO2 prices, we're going to have technological development, economic development, shows that investments, decisions for new technologies make sense today. Take Tata Steel in the Netherlands as an example. They looked in detail at replacing their blast furnaces. One option was a blast furnace with CCS, and one option was DRI. They actually chose DRI which will be in the money, the CO2 price of $100 US. And it actually has the additional opportunity, or the additional upside of it being hydrogen technology ready, and it also being, contribution to the community because it reduces other emissions in that community at the moment. And it's these kind of decisions that, especially because it's a decision that you'll have effects of for 50 years today, make a lot of economic sense already today. And these examples we need. My concern is it's still not enough. It's still not fast enough. The scale of it is not there. You still have cross-cutting themes that are hurdles, like the access to renewable electricity, being green in the grid, the access to alternatives such as biomass or hydrogen. But I'm hugely optimistic with the commitment of the financial sector, with the bar that's been raised by the SBTi recently on net zero definition, that there'll be a dynamic that might actually overtake government speed at some point.
So SBTi is a great example, and the standards you all talked about are a great example. So for you, Lewis, I think the question, and you alluded to this last night as well, that you want to see some of those laws get very, very clear. So these projects that we want to invest in are investable. So when you open up the deal room, you actually have the ability to clearly see what exactly you're buying, and so you don't end up overpaying for an asset that's not worth it. So what do you want to see change in terms of the legality of all of these projects and the investments? 130 trillion is going to float around. And the amount of projects that are around there that are investable are not that many.
Yeah, I hate to say it, but you actually do need the lawyers right now. Hopefully soon
You're going to make a lot of money.
It's not that. It's just you need the lawyers to design these instruments that make these projects investable. But you want to get rid of us as soon as possible and get it over to the engineers. I think Elvis Presley said it best when he said, a little less conversation and a little more action. It's the action that counts. It's the learning by doing. But you only learn by doing if you actually do something. I worked on my first carbon capture and storage project in 2005. I worked on 2 of them over the next 12 months. Neither of them happened. And now we're talking about carbon capture and storage and making them happen. That's like 16 years ago. That's a long time. And we can't wait another 16 years to get on with it, apparently. And so how do you get these things actually happening? You have to make them investable. The 130 trillion that Mark Carney's talking about, that's like a very powerful transmission of a radio signal. But what use is a radio signal if you don't have anything to receive it? So you have to build the receiving stations for the money. In other words, you have to make the projects investable so they attract the money. And you don't need people like me designing instruments to make them work. They work by themselves. Wind and solar, you can't stop that now. That is just rampant across the globe. The thing that makes that happen is changing planning rules so you can have more of it. So, my colleague Matthew spoke yesterday, you need people like that now, and I'm out of the way. So I think the engineers need to have their day. We need to get them the money, and we need to design the project so they attract the money, so we don't have to talk about this so much anymore.
I'm not so sure your firm's very happy to hear that you want to get out of the way.
Sorry about that, but there'll be plenty for us to do elsewhere, trust me.
But here's a question in from David Green, and this is to all of you. Please choose who wants to take it. Is it true that incumbent players' actions to decarbonize helps the transition? Can it also be seen that some of their actions delay truly sustainable and circular solutions being developed and deployed? For example, alternatives to cement, synthetic non-mined materials, etc. Who wants to take that one? There are a lot of questions for you, Ian.
You have to follow Elvis, I'm afraid.
Suggesting this.
I think that's exactly right. That you talked about the carbon price, Yvonne, and the key thing is that we have a system at the moment with incentives built in, and the incentives that are built into the system got us to where we are today. And so if we want to get somewhere else, we're going to have a different system, and carbon pricing is certainly going to be part of that. But incumbent companies in the cement sector clearly have to worry about the return on their existing investment. And that does make it difficult for them to transition to something new that perhaps reduces the requirement for clinker. And this is one of the issues that the industry has been struggling with for many years. So I think we see now with the prospect of higher carbon prices and so on, that you know, the foot is being put on the accelerator, and it starts to go in the right direction. But that's one of the reasons that I think we need to see the wider carbon pricing in order that we continue to do that.
I don't think that actions today are going to preclude other actions tomorrow. I really think that this is such a big problem that everybody has to do what they can do. I think it's more a question, if you think about as an investor, there will be the Kodaks out there that never move and think about what to do next. But everybody that is trying to generally find a solution to decarbonize, there will be some failures among them, but there will be a vast majority of those companies pursuing that will be successful.
Randy?
Yeah, I was just going to say, and touching on Ian's comment on that, you know, one of the biggest challenges that we have as a society is the existing infrastructure. And it's easy when you're building new infrastructure to have it focused towards, you know, that green side, but there's a definite cost in terms of investments that have already been made and converting and translating those things over and making sure that there's enough incentive for that. And that is where I think carbon pricing comes in. You know, I mentioned it earlier on, gold has achieved, you know, circularity, but the reason is because we value it so much. All these other commodities we're talking about that doesn't have anywhere near the same value, and that's one of the challenges that we have is that we have to value these other commodities to the point of where we actually are, you know, lessening that impact, and some of that's going to come through carbon pricing in terms of making sure that comes in it. And I've seen some governments around the world have a, you know, sort of an innovative approach in terms of carbon pricing where there's no net gain in taxation. It's just a change in how we value. And I think, you know, Vaughan said it well. Carbon is going to become, it is a currency. It should be a currency. It needs to be more of a currency in terms of how we make our decisions on a go-forward basis.
Vaughan, you wanted to come in.
I wanted to come in on one point in the question, which was how do we choose the technology? Which technology is it going to be? A discussion I have a lot is we don't really have the luxury to wait and see which technology will be viable or which will actually be the one dominating the market in 20 years. We need to have our emissions in this decade. So we need all the technologies we can get if they are in fixed, captured projects where you have a clear off-taker that actually makes commercial sense. You could actually go for methanol or ammonia if you're looking at, for example, one of the fuels to decarbonize shipping, or if you're looking at something else. Yeah? There's various technologies and alternatives. So it's really about making this project with that off-taker work today financially, bringing in investors, designing a bespoke de-risking instrument from the public side, which also takes a lot of work, but then actually trying out all the technologies, because how are we going to decide today whether methanol or ammonia will be the most apt for shipping, for example, which is another hard to abate sector in that sense?
This is an interesting one and very close to my heart because I've been going on about this for a while. Manon Burbridge is asking, the heavy industries are seen as old, male-dominated industries. To what extent can bringing on talented young people and more women accelerate the decarbonization efforts within these industries? Who wants to take that? I want to send it to you, Randy, because you operate in a number of the global south, I mean, your members do, in a number of the global south and emerging markets. How much of a difference can that make?
Oh, it's a huge difference. And in fact, in dealing with the pandemic, you know, I think there's a whole opportunity now. There's such a shortage of labor in so many jurisdictions around the world. There is a bit of a challenge because there's so many cultures around the world in terms of working that. And so the industry, you know, as a whole, these are all global industries, and we all have to work within our different cultures around the world. But there's a real opportunity there for that. So we just have to make sure. I was telling a story the other night about my oldest daughter who started off in an engineering program and shied away. This is, 20 some odd years ago, dropped out of that program because she was the only female in that engineering program. The environment wasn't there and welcoming enough to welcome her into chasing that and moving on. And
so how can the Gold Council make sure that the gold mining industry is going to make it exciting for young people who might be thinking, I'm not so sure about this.
And it's a foundation principle within our responsible gold mining principles, which is something that all of our members have committed to attaining. These are standards that are clearly laid out in terms of making that. And they're applied worldwide, irrespective of cultural differences around the world and stuff like that, to make sure that we do provide these opportunities. One of the challenges that we do have is accessing enough of a workforce in most of our jurisdictions, and so this is something that should have happened a long time ago, and we are working our best to try and make sure that we open those doors to full diversity.
I think talent's going to be a big question for the big emitters going forward. Are you going to be able to attract the MBA students coming out of schools? Are you going to be able to attract the engineers? Are you going to be able to attract any of the talents that's going to keep these companies running? I think there's another question for you.
Can I just add that and say that there's the challenge. Come on board and be part of the change. Be part of the change, right? That's the opportunity here right now, is that we know we have a challenge. We know we need these materials. Be part of the change and come forward and help us make these changes and make these improvements.
No, I was going to make a very similar point. I think the issue, at least recently, has not been the lack of opportunity. It's been the fact that the industry hasn't been attractive to women. I mean, in the industry overall, we estimate it's 13 to 15% of the employees are female. In finance departments, HR departments, it's probably 50-50, but outside that, there's very, very few. And it's because it's not very attractive. And so I think part of it is, do young people see currently, if you like, dirty industries, currently industries that are heavy emitters as opportunities? Because if you want to make a difference, you need to work for somebody who's got a problem. If you go and work for a forestry company, they don't have a problem. So, you're green already. You're not really making an impact. So I think that's something in terms of how we have to position the industry.
There's a question that I think would be a good one for both of you, Jens and Yvonne, and anyone else who wants to hop into this one. What would be the optimal carbon price in 2030 in order to kick off true deep decarbonization in the years preceding the 2030 milestone? You've kind of indicated what it would be, but if you can give a little bit more of a specific answer to Hendrik.
Absolutely. And a colleague of mine said it really well on a panel this morning. There's a lot of scientists or a lot of scientific and economic analysis on this. If you're looking at, for example, hydrogen, low-carbon hydrogen as a fuel switch opportunity, at a price of $2 more or less, you need a CO2 price of €100 in 2030, for example. That's green hydrogen. If you're looking at other technologies, it will need to be well over 130. Take the IEA, they're very clear in developed economies in 2030 will need a price of around $130 a euro. That's not too far away, considering we just hit an all-time high on the ETS with 60 euros recently. So it's not that far away, but the signal from governments that we're going to make that decision and make it happen, also in the ongoing negotiations now under Article 6, is really dearly needed. And that also there's a clear signal of willingness to cooperate internationally, to raise that price to somewhat of an international standard now, harmonize emission trading systems, harmonize these schemes, and more importantly, make the CO2 price increases somewhat plannable so that investors, but also industry companies, see what's coming at them and can take clear investment decisions based on that.
Well, we only have about 2 minutes left, so it's a good time to start wrapping, and I think nothing better to wrap than on Article 6. You were going to say, Jens, and also give me your idea of whether we're actually going to see anything come out at the end of the week, which I highly doubt. Well, that's
perhaps not on that, but I think that we've already seen quite a lot coming out of this, because this is a...
On Article 6.
Yeah. But if just 1 second on the carbon price, because I was just going to mention that I think that there's already an ability to do a lot of this decarbonization with a carbon price of 60, perhaps moving to 80 or something. The bigger problem is having that longevity and view out to the future that will continue to be there. As we move into the other areas, like bioenergy, carbon capture and storage, I don't know, but it will be north of 100, most probably, where that would make economic sense. and into jet fuels, etc., there will be a similar type of prices required. But the price already should be enough if you could get a longer view to get it solved. I'll lead others to
a quick word on
comment
Article 6. What I would hate to see is that we in this business forum walk away from here saying, oh, if only they had gotten rid of those square brackets in Article 6, how good would it have been? There's so much in this room, there's so much ingenuity, there's so much capital, there's so much engineering skill. Maybe we can get on with it without that anyway. You know, we need to find ways to fund these projects with the capital that's on all of our balance sheets in the room, and not blame the fact that government can't come up with a solution. So I think we do have to get on with it. There's accountability now in the private sector, and I think it's time that we stop blaming what happens in the blue zone and focus on what's happening in this room.
Article 6, gentlemen, what do you think? What are we going to get at the end of the week?
Well, I have no idea, but I'd like to say something about carbon pricing,
Oh,
because I
please do. Why don't we
I
make a
disagree with
wrap-up
everybody
question
else.
Let's do the wrap-up question on carbon pricing. You literally have 30 seconds.
Okay. So I think what we've seen in the case of other waste streams is that initially people have had to pay others to take them away, and then over time the value of those wastes has gone up. And I think we might see the same thing with carbon. So, we may see a peaking of the carbon price, who knows when, depending on when new technologies come on stream. But I think about some of the technologies in the cement and concrete area, and I think you could see the cost of those being much lower than the sort of $100 or $150 a ton that is being talked about now. So maybe we'll see it go up and then come down again, and perhaps even in the end we will have to pay for it.
Randy?
Yeah, it's a new economy, and this has to come into play, right? And so a peak like that coming down, that would only be because of success, in my eyes, right? And so, but that's a ride I think we all should be taking.
Well, Randy, Ian, Jens, Yvonne, and also Lewis, thank you very much for your thoughts. I think there's a lot to be discussed. We'll see what happens at the end of the week, especially with Article 6 that nobody wanted to touch on, but that's fine. We will come back here after a short break. Please give my panel a round of applause for being as honest as they could be. So I mentioned a 20-minute break right now. We will be hearing a call for action from our partners at BMO.
It's estimated that some $2 trillion in annual investment will be needed to finance the transition to a low-carbon economy. That is, if we start now. If we start later, the figure balloons to $5 trillion and has far less certain outcomes. In the United States alone, just to decarbonize the transportation, building, and power sectors, it will require $4 trillion in capital. It's a very complex challenge that requires action from government, consumers, finance, and industry. Our call to action today is clear. Change must start now, and it must be significant. Good morning. My name is Michael Torrance, and I'm the Chief Sustainability Officer at BMO Financial Group. And I'm joined today by Susan McGeachie, head of the BMO Climate Institute. As one of Canada's leaders in sustainable finance, with a net zero ambition aligned to our core purpose to boldly grow the good in business and in life, we're laser focused on being the lead partner for our clients in their transition to net zero. Not just in the obvious green sectors, but also in areas that are critical to the functioning of the economy and which also have some of the largest carbon footprints and greenhouse gas emissions. We're working with all of our clients to help drive a transition where no one is left behind. The critical outcome will be real decarbonization in the real economy. A just transition that does not lose sight of other critical sustainability goals, including supporting the global framework on biodiversity. Capital must be brought to bear to finance investment, and government must play a key role to de-risk and encourage more investment. When we established the BMO Climate Institute, our goal was to bring together our internal know-how on climate and the economy, accelerate our analysis of these challenges, convene key stakeholders with a focus on solutions, and to leverage those solutions for the benefit of our clients. Susan McGeachie is head of the BMO Climate Institute and is advancing that mission within our bank. I'll turn to Susan now to describe the enablers needed to support the transition to net zero.
Thanks, Michael.
In my 20-plus years of helping companies to progress climate action, I've seen how much a strategically planned system of technical expertise, enabling policies, incentives, and investment can advance decarbonization. The BMO Climate Institute has been set up to achieve just that. Our role is to be our clients' lead partner in the transition by helping to accelerate innovation, convene partnerships, and finance the technologies and innovation we need to enable the transition to a low-carbon economy. This requires a systems approach, the use of technical experts to develop economically feasible projects to bring to market, the development of policies for secure long-term revenue streams to reduce investor risk, governments to finance the risk of new technologies to develop capacity and knowledge, and new financing strategies and processes for faster loan and investment approval. It will require a rethinking of the financial ecosystem, a collaboration and consensus across government, the private sector, and society so that innovative ideas can be implemented across industries. There's a particular need to focus on key sources of economy-wide emissions: energy, transportation, buildings, agriculture, and of course, heavy industry, for example, mining and cement. The BMO Climate Institute is convening the players that comprise this system to make decarbonization solutions bankable and so close that gap between those solutions and access to capital. It may be a daunting task, but we can't put it off. We need urgent action today.
Thanks, Susan, and I totally agree. We need a solutions-oriented approach coming out of COP26. This isn't just about decarbonization, it's about transformation of the whole global economy, and it won't be easy. We cannot lose sight of all the critical decarbonization tools, including in particular biodiversity, protection, and restoration. We call today on the financial sector to support the work of the Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosure, or TNFD, and for all sectors to find ways to mainstream biodiversity into decision-making. It's become clear that collaboration across government and non-state actors in a whole-of-society approach will be key to deliver the upcoming post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. Climate change cannot be addressed without also addressing the severe impacts being experienced on biodiversity and finding ways to reconcile our economic activity with overall environmental impacts.
I think to sum up our call to action, we need to focus on solutions by taking a systems approach and align on the steps to be taken and how to implement them. The financial sector has an important role to play in addressing both climate and other critical areas of concern, such as biodiversity, and we need to reinforce the ecosystem of policymakers, industry, and finance to embed a solutions mindset to achieve our goals for 2030, 2050, and beyond. A successful outcome from COP26 will be practical steps we can take to finance climate action with government support to facilitate private sector initiatives, all with the aim of decoupling carbon and economic growth, while at the same time protecting biodiversity and achieving the rest of our UN Sustainable Development Goals to realize a global sustainable future.
We need to understand that our decisions today, the present, means the future.
So the big challenge for us as individuals, as consumers, is that with climate change, it takes not one of us, it takes all of us.
Consumers can contribute by increasing forest coverage by the nature of what Crisis Planet is about. effect, encourages a person to become, in a way, part of a growing movement.
BMO is committed to be our client's lead partner in the transition to a net zero world. It's a deep-rooted commitment. Our net zero ambitions aren't just talk, they're tangible. We're partnering with our clients to solve big climate challenges through investment and innovation. We're on a journey, and you can come along. Learn more about BMO's net zero ambitions.
Mitsubishi Heavy Industries Group and its partners are delivering hydrogen technology across the globe. We're providing solutions that are decarbonising the energy industry and lowering emissions in hard-to-abate sectors, while also investing in new ways to produce and transport hydrogen. We're taking the hydrogen society from the drawing board into the real world to make net zero emissions a reality.
At Visa, we strive to uplift lives everywhere through the power of payments, driving economic growth, digital innovation, and a more inclusive and sustainable world. We are protecting our planet and taking climate action by making our operations more eco-friendly. We have met our goal to transition to 100% renewable electricity. We're investing in greener buildings and operations, clean transportation, and better energy efficiency. We're encouraging sustainable living by better understanding consumers, supporting cleaner commuting and travel, and building a global movement in the process, joining others dedicated to inclusive and sustainable development. Visa, working towards a greener future everywhere, one payment at a time.
Mott MacDonald is a carbon neutral company, and we have pledged to be a net zero organisation by 2040 or earlier. We are committed to working in collaboration with our clients to support the critical role that infrastructure has to play in the transition to a climate-resilient, net zero future. We look forward to bringing our global expertise to the Sustainable Innovation Forum at COP26 in pursuit of real progress towards urgent action.
We need to understand that our decision today, the present, means the future.
So the big challenge for us as individuals, as consumers, is that with climate change, it takes not one of us, It takes all of us.
Consumers can contribute by increasing forest coverage by the nature of what Priceless Planet is about. In fact, encourages a person to become, in a way, part of a growing movement.
BMO is committed to be our client's lead partner in the transition to a net zero world. It's a deep-rooted commitment. Our net zero ambitions aren't just talk, they're tangible. We're partnering with our clients to solve big climate challenges through investment and innovation. We're on a journey, and you can come along. Learn more about BMO's net zero ambitions.
Mitsubishi Heavy Industries Group and its partners are delivering hydrogen technology across the globe. We're providing solutions that are decarbonising the energy industry and lowering emissions in hard-to-abate sectors, while also investing in new ways to produce and transport hydrogen. We're taking the hydrogen society from the drawing board into the real world to make net zero emissions a reality.
At Visa, we strive to uplift lives everywhere through the power of payments, driving economic growth, digital innovation, and a more inclusive and sustainable world. We are protecting our planet and taking climate action by making our operations more eco-friendly. We have met our goal to transition to 100% renewable electricity. We're investing in greener buildings and operations, clean transportation, and better energy efficiency. We're encouraging sustainable living by better understanding consumers, supporting cleaner commuting and travel, and building a global movement in the process, joining others dedicated to inclusive and sustainable development. Visa, working towards a greener future everywhere, one payment at a time.
Mott MacDonald is a carbon neutral company, and we have pledged to be a net zero organisation by 2040 or earlier. We are committed to working in collaboration with our clients to support the critical role that infrastructure has to play in the transition to a climate-resilient, net zero future. We look forward to bringing our global expertise to the Sustainable Innovation Forum at COP26 in pursuit of real progress towards urgent action.
Dear colleagues, we are gathering at COP26 and the Sustainable Innovation Forum at a critical moment on our journey to carbon neutrality. While the world is making progress, much remains to be done. That applies in particular to so-called hard-to-abate industries, and most especially to shipping. With about 70,000 ships worldwide consuming 300 million tons of fuel per year. Shipping accounts for around 3% of global carbon dioxide emissions. This is an industry with a proud heritage, but one which needs to adapt rapidly in order to secure our sustainable future. At the Mitsubishi Heavy Industries Group, we believe there is no single solution to achieving this. Instead, we see 4 key areas on which we must focus to reach our shared goal of decarbonization in the maritime industry. The first is to set clear global rules. In April 2018, the International Maritime Organization adopted an initial strategy on the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions from international shipping, a policy framework that sets key ambitions, including cutting emissions by at least half by 2050 compared with their level in 2008. This adds to the previous energy efficiency regulation for new vessels aimed at cutting the carbon intensity of international shipping by 40% by 2030 compared with the level in 2008. However, we believe this is no longer ambitious enough. Along with many of the industry's biggest operators and customers, we believe that to reach zero emissions by 2050, zero-emission ships must become dominant and competitive choice by around 2030. This would set a clear direction for the industry, a direction which is challenging, but which is also the right one. We at the Mitsubishi Shipbuilding Corporation are determined to do our part. For 150 years now, we have designed and built ships utilizing state-of-the-art eco-friendly technologies available at the time, all to meet the needs for global environmental protection.
Of course, decarbonization of the maritime industry cannot be solved by the maritime sector alone. Therefore, we also need increased global collaboration, both among stakeholders in the shipping industry itself and with other fields, such as the energy, fuel, and chemical sectors. At Mitsubishi Heavy Industry Marine Machinery and Equipment, we are actively engaged in collaborative efforts with other global industry players to reduce emissions. One important initiative is the Maersk McKinley Møller Center for Zero Carbon Shipping, which was set up in 2020 with MHI Group as a founding partner. The center's mission is to research both the technological and economic feasibility of alternative fuels for their use and widespread adoption. The work there also supports the development of the necessary regulations and rules for achieving decarbonization, which my colleague just talked about, as well as identifying issues in the areas of finance and tax. MHI Group is also joining in this, investigating various aspects of the value chain of the entire ecosystem.
A third necessity is to overcome commercial barriers to decarbonization, which in the shipping industry means principally the cost of introducing alternative fuels. Shipping companies are calling for container ships, bulk carriers, tankers, and car carriers that should run on low carbon or potentially zero carbon fuels to realize carbon neutral shipping. At Mitsubishi Shipbuilding, we are working on the development of propulsion systems that use methane as well as propane, ammonia, and hydrogen. We are also developing liquefied carbon dioxide carriers as a part of a global carbon dioxide utilization and storage chain. However, the cost of carbon neutral fuels is currently 2 to 5 times higher than that of fossil fuels, which means they are not yet commercially viable. At the same time, national and international supply chain of such alternative fuels need to be developed in all ports, and their supply has to be scaled up rapidly. Such commercial barriers can only be overcome by global understanding and cooperation.
And as those cheaper sources of clean fuel comes on stream, we in the shipping industry must make sure we are ready, which is why technical readiness is the fourth key driver of decarbonization in this sector. We are working on developing new alternative fuel supply equipment as well as equipment to treat exhaust gas. Just this year, Mitsubishi Shipbuilding launched the first prototype of an onboard carbon dioxide capture system for an ocean-going vessel. The test of prototype model has just been successfully completed. We will continue with the development of new technologies to realize decarbonization in shipping and to achieve our common goal of carbon neutrality. This transition is revolutionary change given that the marine transport sector has relied on fossil fuel ever since the invention of the steam engine brought about the age of exploration. And of course, we always need to bear safety and reliability in mind. Some new technologies come with associated risks, and all new ships and systems need to be thoroughly vetted and tested before they are commercialized. Just as important as striking the balance among rapid progress, safety, and reliability, we also need to maintain a realistic, step-by-step approach to our decarbonization efforts. New technologies and products need to be developed from a user's point of view and take into account the whole of life costs of each vessel. However, given the very long lead times in our industry, we cannot afford to delay. After all, the ships we build today may still be sailing in 2050. Thank you for your kind attention.
Welcome back to the transition stage, and thank you to MHI for that call for action. We're going to continue our discussions here on the transition stage, spotlighting how to green the hard-to-abate sectors that really need that change to happen. Let's talk a little bit about supporting breakthrough innovations to those hard-to-abate sectors. I welcome our panelists on stage who are in the room, and also those of them joining us online, like a number of our viewers who are also joining us from around the world. So thank you to those who are watching virtually and joining us virtually, and to our panelists who are joining us virtually. Sam Priest and Steph Murphy, thank you for being available to us. We want to ensure that, Sam, you're feeling well and okay. You were supposed to join us in person, but I understand you've been in contact with someone with COVID, so thank you for taking the precautions to self-isolate. These are the times that we tend to lose guests, but not completely lose them thanks to technology. Dr. Alexander Fishandrol, Technology Officer Upstream and Head of Environment Solution Business at Prime Metals Technologies at the MHI Group, joins us. We also have Mike Train, who is Senior Vice President and Chief Sustainability Officer at Emerson, here in person. To introduce Sam Pearce properly, he is EMEA Regional Industrial Decarbonization Lead at ERM, and also Steph Murphy, she is Director for Industrial Energy, Department for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy of BEIS and of the United Kingdom. Thank you all. Let's kick this conversation off. We've had a number of chats about what's important for decarbonizing in the hard-to-abate sectors this morning. A lot of it came down to carbon pricing, and I think the conversations tend to go down a whirlpool on that one. So let's start off with a bigger picture from all of you of what truly are the challenges. It can't just be carbon pricing. If I can ask you, Mike, and then we'll head over to Alexander as well.
Good, and great to be here, and thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. So if we think about our hard-to-abate sectors, we have industries like steel making, cement, we talked about that a little bit this morning, petrochemicals, anything with these really high heat processes are the ones that I think are going to be the toughest to abate. Carbon pricing may give us a way to quantify some investment opportunities in these spaces, but we've got to prove out some technological things first, I think. So, when I get the opportunity to have conversations with people, we need to be advocating for getting some at-scale implementation of these novel solutions in place so that we can learn about them technologically as well as economically and what those policy pieces we have going forward. So, we also need to, I think, appreciate stewards like Alexander who have these challenges and embrace them and support them as they, they have the tougher challenges, and to make sure that we kind of surround them with that support, those opportunities, and drive things forward. So I think it's a really exciting sector. I want to express that especially for our younger talents in the world. There are some great problems here, and I think we need to attract people to come to this and work these spaces as well.
I'm glad you mentioned that. Alexander, we heard from Ken this morning on an overall picture for MHI. From your perspective specifically, what are the big challenges here in greening these sectors?
Well, I'm representing the steel sector specifically, and the big issue about that is, that steel industry is still focused very much or based very much on carbon. 75% of the energy is fossil from carbon, and that has to be changed. So one thing is definitely to go into renewable power, electrification. The other thing is hydrogen. And I think what Mike just said is an important issue. So we have to do high-speed innovation. We have to recruit talents. So just want to mention at the beginning here that we've won a Lighthouse project also kicked off that focus on hydrogen-based direct reduction. So what is new about that? So far, the direct reduction is utilizing natural gas, and before it has to be agglomerated as a feedstock. What we're doing now is we're trying to use iron ore directly as it comes from the mines. So concentrates fine iron ore and reduce that fully based on hydrogen. Why is it important? Because a lot of iron ore in the world is very fine nature. And we have to utilize that in the future if more and more blast furnaces are blown down and cannot utilize that iron ore anymore.
Sam, if I can ask you, from your perspective, as you go through this decarbonization process, what is the most worrying problem you have to deal with right now?
I think it's probably, as some of the other panelists have just touched on, the speed. We need to move quickly with this. And we're probably, obviously there are the technical points that the others have made, but I think there's also a number of non-technical factors that we at ERM are supporting our clients with to ensure we're getting that speed.
If I can also then ask you, Steph, from a base perspective, you've drawn out the plans, you've given out some guidelines, you're supporting a number of these initiatives. The big challenges from a policy perspective would be then what?
Sure, thank you. So, I mean, industry accounts for around 16% of UK emissions, and while emissions have been declining, they'll need to reduce by 95% relative to today's level if we're going to reach net zero. So government has an ambitious range of policies in place to incentivise and support industry to invest in innovative clean technologies and to reduce carbon emissions. So government is making significant investment in emerging and innovative technologies that can support hard-to-abate sectors. One of the biggest challenges is bringing down the risk and cost of new technologies, and this includes support for carbon capture technology and hydrogen, clean hydrogen. We cannot address net zero without also addressing energy efficiency. While we work to get new and innovative technology rolled out, we're also focusing effort and resources on action now. And that includes funding for energy efficiency deployment projects and engineering studies for energy efficiency and decarbonisation projects through our Industrial Energy Transformation Fund. So the public and private sectors have got to work together in partnership to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. Government's seeking to provide long-term clarity and confidence to industry through regular dialogue and clear timelines on next steps.
And isn't that the challenge, Mike? Getting everybody on the table at the same time and actually being on the same page. I mean, everybody seems to want to get to net zero. That goal is very much there. But yeah. You've got a unique perspective on this from Emerson and the role that you have at Emerson as well. What has been your learning of bringing people to a table and having that conversation and actually driving them to where they need to be?
you know, if you think about the different stakeholders we're trying to connect in that process, you know, we have industry, companies, you know, private sector.
If I can get you to hold the mic a little bit closer so you can be clearer.
We have our government friends that obviously, they need to know how far we think the technology can go so they can shape the policy to encourage, you know, those deployments of those technologies. So there's a communication there. We have academic friends who are coming up with some of these novel solutions and giving those lighthouse projects, you know, some way of bringing those forward and getting these all connected. So I think, you know, what I've learned this week, I think there's plenty of interest, there's plenty of hope, there's plenty of optimism, and now it is a speed thing, as which is referenced a moment ago. We need to get together, we need to bring them forward, we got to get some at-scale implementations accomplished. You know, we get to see it from the digital automation perspective, a unique perspective. You know, so we're trying to think about, okay, let's say you want to use hydrogen, that's that small molecule, gas molecule. So our technology's got to be right, our ability to measure it's got to be right, our ability to give that control system, that control process to our customers so they can manage it. So we're all going through those steps right now of getting that experience, gaining that experience, and then we need to share this broadly and quickly, from my point of view.
And a good example of that might be a little bit of an elaboration on the Lighthouse project. Let's talk a little bit about your project and your pilot project in Austria. Tell us a little bit about how that works. What kind of example is it setting for your business and for others in the business so the message gets out? Because it is a difficult sector to bring on board, especially in countries like India.
Yeah, true. So I think I would like to reconnect what Edwin Basson was saying yesterday in the final panel here on the stage. What it requires is quite a broad variety of technologies. So we cannot focus on a single technology, like only utilizing green hydrogen. Maybe on the long run, this will be the solution, but we have to act quickly. So one or two things we can do right now is, first of all, get out of coal as quick as possible. And the best opportunity is switch from coal to natural gas. This is already a potential to decarbonize by about 2/3 where we're coming from. So steel has close to 2 tons of CO2 per ton of steel. That's a major step and is on the way right now. So the other thing is electrification, meaning utilizing all the scrap in the market and to remelt scrap in electric arc furnaces. And I think even our businesses are pretty close. So what is required is really platform technologies. It's not sufficient saying this is green steel. We have to define finally green steel. What is the footprint of an individual coil as a product that goes into the market? And this has to be certified. So we need blockchain technologies, all that issues that it qualifies for really green steel that goes into the market.
How does the plant in Austria help you do that? Because I'm trying to correlate, if that is one of your pilots and that's where you're trying it out, how are you doing it there? How does the process work? And does it set somewhat of an example for the industry in terms of what you're saying is needed to qualify these products, qualify the supply chain? If you can run us through it, it would be very helpful.
Yeah, love to do that. So that pilot is set up with for the direct reduction of the finals with hydrogen, but it could easily run also with natural gas. So even in countries where not sufficient amount of green hydrogen is available, we can run it on natural gas. Still, with a certain decarbonization effect. What comes with that pilot as well is not only de-risking the technology to scale it up and to commercialize finally the technology and to roll it out, but it's also a showcase for digitalization. So we have this pilot fully digitalized, starting really from all the smart sensoring that we have there. We can run the plant virtually from home. We have not to be on site. So we do all the big data tracking. We do data analysis in that plant. And I think all the learning from that pilot is useful not only for the pilot technology, but in general for the steel sector and the hard-to-abate industry. Because, as said, time is of essence, and digitalization accelerates simply the innovation process, but also the learning effect, and it opens also more attractiveness for talents. So that's what we are lacking, actually. I mean, steel sector is not known as being a quite sexy industry. So what happened in the past 2 decades is really we saw a lack of students in process engineering, in metallurgy, and so on. So if we link now that all together, digitalization, hydrogen technology, electrification, platform technologies in the automation,
make it cool.
It will be much more attractive and cool and sexy for the students, and that's an important issue. Yeah.
Sam, digitalization is quite a critical aspect that we've been hearing about for the last 2 days as well as today. How do you see it play out? We had Sanjay from IBM talk about platforms, data sharing, democratization of data. In terms of the vision that you see for how these industries can share that data, are they collecting enough? Is there a gap in that collection? What more needs to be done to completely harmonize it?
So I think for us, we help companies take that strategic through to tactical. So we're helping set the objectives and the plans, really delivering something that's scientifically robust, something that's really got that commercial value to it, and the technical practicality and measurability and verifiable nature of it. And I think data plays an important role in all of those, because you start to demonstrate all of those and really demonstrate superior performance. So this move here, and I think as Alexander's kind of saying, I think we've got an opportunity here to attract talent and improve the performance of companies that move quickly in this space. So I think we're really keen to use data to help show that companies that are moving quickly are also better performing, which is what we tend to see where we're supporting companies with a strong ESG agenda within their strategy, within their integrated business strategy.
Mike, how critical has data and digitalization and automation been in the way you have approached it in your strategy at Emerson?
I think the digitalization piece is absolutely critical. I think, one, we have these new ways of operating that Alexander just shared, where we can now work remotely, we can connect experts from around the world, we can leverage expertise for wherever it is. Tremendous opportunity there for that. So the opportunity for the collaboration, I think the data brings us better insights, so we'll know what directions to take these operations and things that we can do there. And I also think it just across organizations, even in my own organization, you just see the way that you use the data, get it to the specific roles that need to see different kinds of data. It helps build the collaboration, brings a broader perspective, ultimately get to better solutions as part of that process. So I think that's been tremendous. Specifically with respect to Alexander, I am waiting for some green steel. We are a buyer of steel. We put it in our valves, we put it in our castings and some other things. It's part of my Scope 3 footprint that I need to manage. So I assume you have demand for your green steel. I know we're waiting in line because we're all going to have to move that direction. We're all going to be interested in making this happen. So I think the whole circularity of everything that we're working on is a tremendous, again, opportunity, and I hope it is a tremendous attraction for the talent that we've referenced here today.
I think the question then for Steph is, do governments now need to really clearly state what exactly is green? Almost like I think comparisons have been made over the last 10 days here in Glasgow to the nutritional labels that you see on food. Do we need a global standard on what is green steel? What is any of the greening, decarbonization models that will come out? Do we need government standards on that? Is it coming? And if not, why?
Yeah, I mean, I think that these kind of green standards are really important. We set out in our industrial decarbonisation strategy earlier this year that policies that aim to increase demand for low emissions products can be used to support UK manufacturers to decarbonise. And one of the real obstacles is that there's a lack of information about the climate impact of industrial products that are currently bought and sold in the market. So, there may be sort of large and small consumers who are willing to perhaps pay a bit more for products manufactured producing fewer emissions, but these products aren't clearly easily identifiable at the moment. So, if we had a simple way to recognise low carbon products and a better understanding of how, public and private sector can use purchasing power to support the transition, that would massively help. So, we do think that demand side policies such as low emission product standards, labelling and indeed changes to both sort of public and private procurement practices can really enable buyers of industrial products to recognise low emissions products and use their purchasing power. So, it is something that we're looking at. We have said in the industrial decarbonisation strategy that we're working towards sort of voluntary standards around the middle of the decade, and then looking at moving on to mandatory standards later on. So it's definitely something that we are looking at. Specifically on hydrogen, we've just closed a consultation on what a low carbon hydrogen standard might look like, and we're sort of started to think about sort of what kind of certification might need to sit around that. So again, it's another area that's really important, and there's obviously an international element as well, because we operate in sort of internationally competitive markets on all of this. So there's that element to think about too.
So Stefan, whose doorstep is this going to end up falling on when we decide to make our set of regulations? Whose doorstep is it going to land up on? Because, as you say, this is an international market. Steel moves around. It goes from place to place, and that's just an example, one product. Whose doorstep is it going to land up on? And how long will it take, do you estimate, in your experience of dealing with all of this?
So I think to get to a standard that is sort of robust and works, I mean, we want to do this with the industry. It's not something we're looking to impose, because it needs to be informed by industry. So it's going to take some time, and it needs to be done in concert with thinking and work that we're doing across government on sort of things like carbon border adjustment mechanisms, and what that looks like, to sort of make sure that in imposing standards for the UK, we don't simply disadvantage UK industries or make them internationally uncompetitive. So the two need to go hand in hand, and we've had this conversation internally in thinking about decarbonisation of sectors such as steel, but it's not just steel, it's across the piece.
It's across the piece indeed, and I think you bring up an important point where you say there's a lack of information about the impact of these products. There's a question in which is quite correlated from Felix, who is asking our panel, and please all of you take this one. Do you see a conflict between the increasing market value of data and the urgent need for democratization of data for climate change? How do you incentivize corporations to share data when the rise of modern tech companies have shown its value as a commodity? I think we've been talking about this through the day, and again, it brings up Steph's point. The government doesn't seem to know what the value is, because the data obviously is not trickling back to them. Will everyone take that question?
Yeah, well, let me try to answer on that. I think data is quite a broad span weight if we talk about that. So we have sensitive data, we have general data. What is required when it comes to the calculation of the carbon footprint of a product is basically all the scope 3 carbon footprint. So we have to have all this data available, certified, that we can trust in these certificates for all the materials we require to produce a product. So, well, I would say that's a quite general data, not sensitive. They have to be made publicly available anyhow. Otherwise, we cannot succeed with these certificates. Other data is that are process relevant, that are IP relevant. This is sensitive data. As we are an international engineering plant builder, we see that with our end customers, so the steel producers, it's still quite tough to find an agreement how to share data. On the one hand, we really try to support the industry, and to support, we need as much data as possible from a variety of customers. On the other hand, well, it's intellectual property of the producer. I see there is a bit of a different mindset in different parts of the world, I have to say. And maybe that's also a reason why Europe and some specific countries in Europe are lagging behind in the digitalization, because the willingness to share data is not there yet. If we look into China, I have to say they run really first when it comes to digitalization. So the first through process control models, really from ore beneficiation till the steel output, we have implemented in China quite successfully. Customers were ready to share all the data, and we implemented these models to the great benefit. It's really fully optimized process. You can go up till a dark plant, meaning you have a central operating pulpit where all the data can come together. You analyze, you get the recommendations of what to optimize, the relevant alarms, all the issues. So I think the mindset of how we work with data is quite different in different parts of the world. Yeah.
Mike?
Yeah, I would just add to that. I think, in our own personal example, we've been engaging our supply chain about, at some point we are going to need these data because we want to show the improvements over what the models would suggest your footprint looks like. And I think everybody's been kind of spinning up their life cycle assessment processes, all of the ways you do to assess the carbon footprints. The organizations are starting to build some muscle in that. So I feel pretty optimistic again that I think companies, especially ones that have that ESG lens, that are being responsible, being responsive, we're all trying to get more comfortable with more disclosure. That's not a tendency. We have lawyers and other friends that, make that a challenge for us at times. But I think culturally in our company, we're starting to get more comfortable with. We will be expressing our data more widely, make it more available. But again, we want to get more quality measurements in place as we go. So there's a little bit of reluctance if you don't have the high quality measurements, but I think over time as people get their practices down, their processes down, I think we're going to feel more comfortable exchanging some of that data as we go forward.
Are you seeing that, Sam, that difference?
I absolutely am. We're seeing that a lot. I think there's a couple of things that are probably driving it. So there's some big ambitions and pledges being set. So we saw yesterday the H2.0 pledge from WBCSD and Sustainable Markets Initiative, some big companies making big targets and big pledges. I think that's forcing some more sharing to achieve those types of outcomes and pledges. I think the other thing that's really driving that data sharing is a sort of a recognition of a higher need for collaboration between companies and between sectors. We've got a lot of experience working within industrial clusters where there's multi-sector collaboration and even competitor collaboration. And all of that, we're just starting to be able to demonstrate the benefits to individual participants of collaboration and data sharing. So I think those things, I see that as an incredibly positive. I think it's broadening the types of data that are being shared quite quickly.
Steph, you've heard the movement is going to happen. You may just land up with the data you need, maybe a little bit slower than China, but give me an idea, because we've talked about hydrogen here, and it's one of those technologies that's getting pushed by the UK government. What are the next things that we're going to see from you? Because we've heard from Sam about the clusters. Tell us a little bit more about what we can expect in terms of policy support, all kinds of support that the UK government's going to give us in the next couple of months and years.
Sure. Part of this is wrapped up in our CCUS programme, and part of it obviously is separate because the UK government announced in the hydrogen strategy last summer a twin track approach to pursue both blue and green. So to start with the blue, so the net zero strategy, which we published last month, builds on government's previous aspirations by setting an ambition to capture and store at least 6 megatons of CO2 from industrial sources per year by 2030 and 9 by 2035. And phase one of the CCUS cluster sequencing process provisionally included with the announcement of 2 clusters being sequenced onto track 1, HyNet and the East Coast cluster, both of which include hydrogen projects within them. So phase 2 launched on the 8th of November and opens the submission window for individual projects that could feasibly connect to these. And following the submission window, we're expecting negotiations with shortlisted projects to start from around May next year, and decisions relating to allocation of funding support to be made from Q2 in 2023. So in terms of sort of other things that we're doing, we're continuing to work to develop the CCUS and low carbon hydrogen business models to create an investable proposition effectively with an aim to finalise those business models next year. We're working to deploy the industrial carbon capture and low carbon hydrogen projects through capital funding. So there's the £1 billion for the CCUS infrastructure fund and the £240 million net zero hydrogen fund, which will open for business we're aiming for sort of the spring of next year. And we've also set up the Industrial Decarbonisation and Hydrogen Revenue Support Scheme, which will fund the business models I mentioned earlier and give long-term certainty to investors and projects. So this was announced in the Net Zero Strategy, and we'll be providing up to £140 million over this SR period the next SR period to establish the scheme and to provide funding to some smaller green projects with commitments to announce further funding for the big blue and big green hydrogen projects at some point next year. So the hydrogen strategy published in August set out how the government is supporting the hydrogen economy to develop in various ways, including in terms of production, storage and demand. And we have a range of deliverables, including publishing more detail on our production strategy, as well as moving to look into work on networks, markets and storage. I could say more, but I'll stop there.
Oh, we'll come back to that, Steph, because I think the question for you gentlemen is these are all things that are going to take a little bit of time. So in the meantime, what do we do in terms of the innovations we already have? You talked about natural gas as an example. The gas prices, we know what's happening with them. We've had issues all across Europe, across the UK and Eastern Europe. Like 3 weeks ago, I was sitting with steel manufacturers who basically said we might have to shut shop if the government can't give us emergency subsidies from the EU Environmental Fund, which did not make sense to the finance minister or the prime minister at that point in that particular country. How do you balance this in the short term while we wait for hydrogen to come online, wait for those projects to happen, the clusters to prove themselves? What do we do to balance the cost of these fossil fuels at this point? What other technologies are out there that can be used to balance and green these hard-to-abate sectors? If I can start with you, Alex, and then if I can go to you, Mike.
Sure. True. So it will take a while till we are at the hydrogen, the reasonable scale. And it's true, just looking to the recent months, what happened with the energy prices and the gas prices. So it's all about planning security for the industry, not only for the steel industry. If you base really an investment of a couple of billions to transform your business, you need that planning security. Well, what can you do on short term? There are plenty of measures. I would really say every steel mill has still a potential to reduce the carbon footprint 20-30% with their existing assets. So starting from energy efficiency projects, from waste heat recovery, but optimizing also the raw material basis. They're improving the yield of the process, going to continuous processes, casting and rolling without intermediate cooling and reheating in a furnace that is again fossil fired. And finally, also allowing for carbon capture, storage, and utilization. Yeah? So there's also a wonderful example at ArcelorMittal in Ghent for biotechnology. So really transforming carbon-rich waste gas into bioethanol that can be further treated and converted into e-fuels for the aviation. So we are one of the partners in there with LanzaTech as the technology provider, but also carbon capture in the steel industry is still at the beginning. So we see a couple of pilots around the world, but we have not seen really large-scale CCS projects so far. So we believe in the next couple of years, we will see the first projects also in steel there. Mm-hmm. And finally, let me make one point: is this sector coupling that was just mentioned over here. I think that's an important issue. All this heavy, hard-to-abate industry are quite linked to each other. Yeah? Just another example is steel produces about per ton of steel 500 kilogram of byproducts, so mainly slag. This slag goes mainly into the cement industry and supports really the cement industry for their decarbonization efforts. So they use it as cement clinker substitute. Just assuming, if we don't support the cement industry with this type of byproducts, they would have a hard life. So I think collaboration, partnerships between the industries, and all these measures that bring us at least one step ahead on within short are quite important.
Mike?
You know, I think short term, specifically on gas, the natural gas story. First of all, the markets are doing their job. They're signaling us we need a little more gas. I think that's the purpose of these markets. We can't turn gas on and off so quickly. You know, they come in chunks of investments, but hopefully that current pricing conversation is helping to motivate some more resources, obviously, in the shorter term to come to market. I think we'll see that. You know, the other thing, and Steph mentioned it, maybe she'll circle back on it. I love the clusters concept. I think it's a great way for us all to share, learn. It's a place where government can focus some resource, focus some attention. It's where our academic friends can focus some support as well. So I love the clustering conceptual out there, and I think to the extent, like with the incentives and the programs that were outlined here for the UK, I think that's a tremendous thing. We should be all fostering to make that happen right now. I would agree, the energy efficiency side, getting 20 or 30% out of our current facilities, it's there. You know, we see the different producers, you know, there's top quartile performance, and then there's everybody else. If we get everybody moved towards top quartile, that will save emissions. Obviously, we'll save efficiency. Maybe we'll save the energy that's required. Maybe we'll save some input resources. You know, staying focused on being top quartile performers, I think, is still an absolute critical thing to do.
Sam?
Yeah, I mean, in the work we're doing, and we're doing some work with the South Wales cluster here in the UK, we're just publishing a report, and it's looking at exactly these kind of opportunities for immediate efficiencies and benefits. They're going to lead to resilience during the transition phase, but they're really going to optimize overall business performance. It's not just an ESG or a carbon play. This is about optimizing business performance and making regions and companies more competitive, protecting jobs and industry, which is important in the transitional phase. So I think far from being worried, I think we can see there are things to be done, but we can really see the opportunities that this process is bringing, and I think it should bring a greater resilience to many companies.
Steph, Prime Minister Boris Johnson's headed back here to Glasgow to reiterate his commitment and the UK's commitment. And obviously your work and your team's work features very strongly in that commitment. What do you want to see from these sectors? You've talked about requiring information and data, but what can private sector give the government at this point to make their jobs in setting the regulations, setting the policies in stone so they're not left in doubt? What do you need? What can they give you?
So, I mean, data is obviously really important, as we've talked about. I mean, I think one of the things that has characterised a lot of the programmes that we're working on, it has been a really good public-private sector partnership around some of this. So, our work on hydrogen, we've focused a lot through the Net Zero Hydrogen Fund as we're setting that up on production. We're also trying to think about end uses and the bits in the middle. So, really sort of understanding the pipeline, understanding what's coming, and sort of understanding where government can sort of lean into greatest effect needs that kind of partnership. I think, it's not just about, sorry, it dropped a minute there. Can you still hear me?
Can still hear you. You have about 20 seconds to wrap that thought up.
Okay. It's not just about spending money, though, right? I mean, we've talked about energy efficiency and resource efficiency and sort of clustering. And I think that sometimes industry is best placed to take the lead on that. I mean, we work with the big industrial clusters, but there are smaller clusters out there. We've talked to, for example, the Black Country, where the clusters methodology can be really useful for sort of like a group of smaller, sort of more dispersed sites as well. So kind of, we want to sort of have a proper partnership across all of these issues, whether it's the big tech and the big spend, or whether it's things like, resource efficiency, circular economy, how we can sort of just, create a better cycle for decarbonisation. And we're seeing that happen, but more and more that needs to be the case.
And collaboration has been literally the theme of the Sustainable Innovation Forum. So thank you for that note, Steph. Thank you very much to Steph, Sam, Mike, and Alexander for joining us and giving us your thoughts on what needs to happen. It's going to be a tough journey ahead, but I wish you all the best. A round of applause, please. So as everyone heads off, we have another conversation, and that's going to also be digging deep into the decarbonisation topic, but this time across the board. We talked about gold at the start of this transition stage. We're going to go a little bit wider into mining and minerals at this point. If I can invite up on stage Jonathan Hackett, co-head of Energy Transition Group and head of Sustainable Finance at BMO Capital Markets, and Rohitesh Dhawan, who is president and CEO of the International Council on Mining and Metals. Gentlemen, thank you very, very much for joining me. I think the question here is, you've heard the conversations till now. It has been tough. It's revolved around carbon pricing. It's revolved around data democratization. In terms of the metals and mining industry, it also touches on the lives of people in the global south, in emerging markets, who don't have the luxury to sit back and say, hang on a minute, we might use a little less plastic. They might not have any plastic, to say the least. So if I can ask you, how is the industry looking at decarbonization, and how are they looking at it in a just way? Who wants to take that?
Sure, so I'll start. I think part of it is that the industry is thinking about this both as an opportunity and a challenge. If we think about the materials that are needed for decarbonization across the world, so much of what we talk about is pulled from the earth, whether it's the materials we need for electrification, what we need to continue producing steel at scale. All of these things turn to the mining industry and say, where are we going to get these from? At the same time, every mining company is well aware of the challenges around environment, challenges around social, and the questions that they're being asked of, are you doing this responsibly? And so this simultaneous challenge is ramping up to meet demand while also meeting the challenge of decarbonizing their own business. And I think that is scary, because doing more with less is you know, the canonical example of when you're being asked something that's very, very challenging. And I think when we talk to mining companies right now, a lot of what we hear is, I know what I can do for the next 12 to 24 months to make a meaningful impact and to, you know, score some points and put them in the bag to get to the ambitious numbers we're setting for 2030 to really meet that scale. There's a lot of question marks even in that time span. Usually people talk about 2040, 2050 being the, oh, I don't know how I'm going to get there. But even for 2030, when you're talking about moving giant quantities of material and moving them far distances, you really get to the point where you say, well, I don't know how I can drive material decarbonization with the technologies that exist today.
Are your members saying the same thing?
Absolutely, Maitri, and they're saying it with one voice, actually. So a month ago, all 28 companies that make up the International Council on Mining and Metals, and together that's about a third of the global industry, spoke with one voice to say, we may have individual targets for decarbonization, but collectively today we're saying all of us will achieve net zero scope 1 and 2 greenhouse gas emissions by 2050 or sooner. And before you think that's more blah, 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 comes with a very clear set of short and medium-term commitments, both to reducing emissions as well as to how we're going to report our progress. The fact that any time a company uses an intensity target for decarbonization, we show the absolute increase or decrease in emissions, clearly lay out every assumption and data used in setting the target, and report in line with the recommendations of the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures. And Maitri, that is why I suppose for us, this type of a conversation is so important. Because my sense is that when enough of an industry speaks with one voice, you reach a tipping point which then really accelerates action. So we felt that if a third of us together can make a very clear commitment to our customers and suppliers that in our operations we're going to be decarbonizing, hopefully it facilitates better conversation about when those metals then go into producing other things like steel, the last conversation we've just been having, it accelerates action there as well.
What I'm curious about, and I'm asking this out of pure curiosity, why is Scope 3 so missing in this conversation?
So I think there it's really the challenge of it's everything. When you see calculations of the Scope 3 emissions of steel, you get into the question of where do you draw the line before you just have the total emissions of every process that exists on this earth. And I think the question of what's addressable and what the companies can really drive change in really focuses for metals and mining companies on Scope 1 and Scope 2. The ability to provide the materials that are going to drive decarbonization, truthfully, most of the companies we work with don't feel like they get credit for the negative Scope 3 emissions that they can create. If you're a lithium producer, it can be very trite in some ways to say, like, well, look at what I'm going to enable. Shouldn't I get credit for all of that? And the pushback is, no, focus first on what you can do, what you have at hand, and you're not going to get credit for the negative Scope 3 emissions that you might enable. And same for uranium companies that will sit there and say, well, look at all of the power that I'm producing. And so the challenge really is, how do you talk about what you can do? And I think when we think of other industries where for Scope 3 you can really say, well, what I produce, I have choices of what pathways I'm producing it for. I have choices about how I motivate those clients and the incentives and market signals that I provide. I think it's really challenging in metals and mining not to say, well, if it's needed for everything, am I responsible for exactly how the rest of the world decarbonizes, or is that not really something that I should be trying to take credit for or be asked to, take responsibility for at the same time?
Isn't it a bit of an overlap? I mean, is it an either-or situation? Let's pass the buck to somebody else because it's not really my problem, because I don't want to take credit for someone else's work because my Scope 3 is someone else's Scope 1. I've heard this as well on the stage. So I think a number of people will ask at some point, why should we not be reporting on all three? Why should we not be clear in our standards so that when we do find a problem in Scope 3, we can talk to the people down that supply chain that we have a problem here? It's actually towards the larger target. If I can ask you, Rohitesh, is there a reason why your members, as brave as they've been to talk about Scope 1 and 2, decided to step a little bit away from Scope 3?
Maitri asked, should we not be reporting Scope 3? Absolutely. And so our commitment is to report Scope 3 emissions every single year and to report progress on reducing Scope 3 emissions every single year. Without that, without knowing Scope 3 emissions, it's impossible to start a conversation about how we're going to manage them down. Now, to your previous question, Maitri, I think the heart of why we all find it difficult to wrap our arms around Scope 3 is because we tend to conflate responsibility with accountability. So, you're right in saying that a miner's Scope 3 emissions, they are not accountable for, because you don't run the steel mill that generates the process emissions. But no iron ore miner would argue, I'm not responsible for it, because given the nature of the industry, given how essential those commodities are to produce things like steel, of course we have a responsibility to help draw down emissions. So I'd love us to separate responsibility, which is a voluntary action to say, even though I am not personally accountable for emissions in this part of the value chain, I recognize my responsibility to help bring them down. So I think if we separate the two, it leads us to better conversations, because accountability is about reporting and making sure you're held accountable for those emissions. Responsibility is what can you do to influence the value chain.
That sits nicely and broadly into how it fits into the overall ESG strategy, doesn't it? So how does decarbonization fit into a miner's ESG strategy? Do they think about it holistically? Do they not?
So I would say that it definitely fits into an ESG strategy, and it's one of the core components. I think part of it is going through, though, and saying, okay, where is this a differentiated ability for us? Where is this something we can talk about and say, well, there's a difference between what are we driving in terms of small reductions in efficiency to, versus when you get to the full point of saying, I believe I have a decommodification versus my peers because of what I'm able to offer in terms of the contribution to others' Scope 3 emissions. If you are producing materials at a materially better emissions profile, that has value. And you should get recognition for that value, whether it's through a carbon tax, whether it's through offsets, whether it's through people that are willing to pay a different price because they want to be able to talk about the footprint of their operations. I think similarly, when you are involved in the energy transition, when something you do produces benefits, it becomes even more important that you don't have the potential hypocrisy claim of, well, when you add up the full environmental cost of the full package within a battery, it offsets what would be done through primary generation. I think we're far from that in many cases, but it's always lurking there at the side. And so the ability to affirmatively say, I know what I've done, I've reduced the emissions, I've done everything I can, this is a responsible product, makes a very large difference in terms of the ESG risk and the ESG opportunity for those companies.
Well, there's a lot of money, as everyone's been talking about, floating about, looking for a home at this point. How does mining jump into that if they are doing what they're doing to get to that decarbonization? Because it's not going anywhere. We need all these metals. Is there a way that mining can tap into the money that wants to find a home at this point that Mark Carney's offering up so sweetly?
Maitri, I think the shared dissonance that both investors and mining companies feel is how to evaluate all of these different issues on the same plane. So we can have a decarbonization conversation today, really important, how do you drive down emissions? But when we walk out of this room and we have a conversation about social development in mining-dependent countries, we tend to forget the decarbonization conversation we've just had because we recognize how important the sector is to development in the countries in which it operates. So let me say something that may sound really provocative, which is ESG has been an incredibly useful framework over the last 20 years to help us consider these risks that typically didn't show up in traditional measures of business performance. I think we need a better framework, or at least an enhanced framework beyond ESG, so that we can capture these kind of overlaps between the environmental aspect, the social aspect, and governance. And I think that exists, and that is a different three-letter acronym, which is SDG. It's surprised me that all through the last week, if somebody's been here, and over the next few days, the concept of the Sustainable Development Goals, which are the 17 Sustainable Development Goals from the UN, hasn't really been front and center of the conversation, because decarbonization is and touches on every one of those 17 Sustainable Development Goals, but there are 17 of them. And I think we're going to have to start to get comfortable with placing decarbonization in the context of all of those Sustainable Development Goals, because only then can we start to say, yes, we can pursue really rapid decarbonization here, but remember that may have a knock-on impact there. And that's where the investment community is trying to get its own arms around this question, which is reflected in the debate about, do you divest from an asset or do you engage in the asset? At the heart of it is the tension between climate and other developmental priorities.
Well,
Just one thing I do want to add to this is because I
that.
think you touched on the question of how do they access those pools of capital that are floating around and are tagged for driving these positive benefits.
And how are they good quality enough, talking about Rohitesh's point, are they quality enough? There are plenty of projects that will want the money. I'm saying, are they good quality enough to get that money?
I think that one of the challenges that we see is that it's actually very difficult to line up the investors that have the experience and the understanding of how to take risk in metals and mining that are also involved in those pools of capital that are disproportionately allocated to positive impact. When you see these opportunities and people want exposure, you often encounter generalist investors that have large pools, and then the specialized investors that are seeing themselves receiving smaller and smaller allocations. And so until funds take the teams that have traditionally been in the heavy emitting industries or the more industrial focuses and bring them into their impact focus groups, into their ESG groups, and include them in those pieces, we're going to have a disconnect because there's exposure that people want, but they're not actually able to quantify and understand the risks as the experienced investors that have invested in those industries for years and years. So there's almost a rebranding opportunity for the investors in those sectors.
See, that's the interesting part. That is what I'm going to be curious to see how that happens. I want to come back to also the point you made about the SDG goals and tying decarbonization back to it. I've been here from day one of COP, and I was in the Blue Zone pretty much all of last week. And I think the passion with which a number of the young activists were speaking was exactly that. Where is the climate justice? We believe that companies can do this, but we trust them very little because we don't see them looking at the picture holistically. It's not nature positive. It's not looking at an entirety of the SDG goals. How do metals and miners, and how are you going to convince your members to look at the picture more holistically going forward and quickly? And how do you get them to be nature positive? Because as an industry, it's not exactly known for that.
It's an excellent question, Maitri. So let me first answer it in one sentence. If we can all make this commitment, I think it would meet the needs that those young people were expressing. And that sentence would simply be that the welfare of people and ecosystems can never be considered collateral damage in the transition. I think we can all agree on that. We would be foolish to pursue this transition with vigor and do it in a way that harmed people and ecosystems in the process. We'd be creating a whole bunch of other problems or worsening them in trying to solve one. Now, how does that become a reality? Now, for us as the ICMM, for the last 19 years, we have had a set of 10 principles that we think represent leadership and best practice on responsible and sustainable mining. Now, there are others out there who have similar sets of principles or standards for what counts as responsible mining. And if we can all commit to ensuring that we live up to those principles, in our case, you can't be a member of ICMM if you don't live up to those principles. But they're free for anybody else to adopt. That will ensure that we achieve and make progress on all of the SDGs, not just on any one, because our 10 cover every aspect of sustainable and responsible mining. On biodiversity and nature, as you asked, Maitri, this is where I really feel that the mining industry, I couldn't say this on many points, but on this point I can absolutely confidently say it, that the mining industry has led the way. And I'll tell you why. For the last 19 years, we have had a commitment that we will not mine or prospect in a World Heritage Site. I'm sure we can all agree it's a bad idea to mine or prospect in a World Heritage Site, given how critical that is. But you know what? Governments have not made it illegal to do that. So if companies like ICMM don't do it, others might. Broader, there's industrial activity that's still permitted to take place in World Heritage Sites. Why is that? We have been campaigning governments to say, make it illegal. You should not be able to do any industrial activity in a World Heritage Site. So that actually is an example of where the industry has something to share and push governments to go further on.
How do you stop people who are not members in your organization from doing that? Because you have smaller miners who may not be part of any association, who are not feeling the need to be accountable. How do you stop them? How do you stop others? You said you have 1/3 of the world's miners in your membership. That leaves the entirety to do what they will. So how do you pressure them into following what is right as an industry body? What is your duty and your due diligence in what you've been speaking to them about?
Let me preface answering that by saying, not for a moment do I sit here and think that we as the largest miners have all the answers. There may be companies, and there are companies outside of the ICMM that are doing fantastic work that we can learn from. So I don't want to pretend like we have the answers and they're the people that need the help. But more directly, Maitri, there are a few ways in which I think we can influence. And actually, everybody in this room can influence. Because if we started asking more questions, Maitri, about where the 70 or so metals that go into our phone come from, it means that the producers of this phone or the producers of the electric car you might be driving are more incentivized to ask those questions of every mine that they source those products from. Whether they adopt the ICMM mining principles or one of the other standards, great, but actually let's make sure that we ask the questions down the supply chain so everybody has an answer for how they're ensuring minimum harm, maximum benefit. And then more tactically, Maitri, yes, there are 28 members of the ICMM, but we also have 37 association members, so national commodity associations. We reach another 1,500 companies through that. And that means that others are also in the tent, as it were. And final point, Maitri, you mentioned investors before. I mean, it's incredibly powerful when investors say, we will not invest in a company that does not follow this. Now, I don't know what this is. As I say, the mining principles could be this, but there may be other standards out there as well. And we saw this happen, without going into the details, on the global industry standard on tailings management. Now, this happened after the tragic disaster in Brazil. Many of you will be familiar in 2019 when 270 people lost their lives when a tailings dam collapsed. Out of that, the industry, we were one of the co-conveners, created a new standard, which is a condition of membership for ICMM. But what we've seen is investors have said, any company we invest in has to adopt the same standard. That's great. That's the kind of thing we want to see.
Jonathan, are you seeing the same kind of pressure on your clients if they are not part of organizations or not part of a bigger picture? They are individuals.
Yeah, there's definitely a question for smaller miners, for people that are not necessarily able to access the same tools of how do I tell my story at the scale that I'm in. And we've seen a proliferation of people trying to provide solutions to say, okay, at this scale, at a exploration phase, here is what you can communicate to demonstrate that you're a responsible player within the space, that you're taking the right precautions, that you are putting in place the pieces now that will assure that there's value creation later. Because certainly if you're going in for the long haul with someone as they find and develop a resource, you don't want to find out that it's not going to have a home. And I think that's one of the other pieces that sits from the ICMM and the members that are at scale of, if your expectation is that you're going to either exit and go public or get purchased by a larger player, and you develop a resource that they cannot operate under the parameters that they've agreed to, or that the markets won't tolerate, you're not going to be able to translate that into value. And so as long as investors are looking at that stage and those earlier producers are thinking about, how do I communicate what I'm doing now that sets me up for success and for responsibility later, we're able to close the loop, but it's certainly at the early stages. Some of these frameworks, some of these initiatives are less than 12 months old. As people have really said, we know we need to respond to this, but the tools just weren't there for the size and scale of company that we were.
Very quickly, have you seen investors divest, unhappy with what they're seeing? Any divestments that you've seen?
So I think divestments are hard to identify unless people come out and say, I am divesting from this industry. More often we see people making a series of conscious choices to reallocate to lower risk when you incorporate ESG choices and companies within a space. And it's often until we take a company through the analysis of how their investor list has changed over time and where they are underweight from major investors versus the rest of the industry, that they begin to realize that ESG screening has been happening to them, but they've just not been aware of it. Because you don't necessarily get a letter that says, I could have invested in you, but I've chosen not to because of these practices. Sometimes you will get a letter, and it might be a bit more forceful and of a different form from, investors that are engaging, but the smaller changes that can end up with you just not being in the mix, you often just don't get a notice until you're looking and seeing your cap table reflect a different group of people that aren't taking those risks into account.
Maybe we should make those letters part of the standard then. I think that might be a great idea. Jonathan Rhodesh, thank you very much for your time. It's a difficult conversation and a long journey ahead for all of you. Please give them a round of applause. We're going to take a very short break right now. Nick Gowing is going to continue the conversation on the global action stage. But before I hand over to Nick, who is waiting right there, I'm going to invite you to watch the following call for action from Mike Train. You just heard from him, Senior Vice President and CSO for Emerson.
As we contemplate the system that we have today, how do we get to net zero as a world by 2050?
I have 3 kids, ages from 12 to 4. It's important to me and my family and my children to grow up and live in an environment in a world where they have an abundance of resources and not have to worry about how do I ration the resources I have available in the future because we didn't do a better job today.
It is important to take the steps now for our children. The experiences that we have had prior to our kids being born, it was a different experience for us. If we don't do anything about it, may not get to enjoy in the future. I want them to be able to go to the national parks. I want them to be able to enjoy the oceans. I want them to be able to enjoy travel. And if we don't do anything, that may not happen in the future.
What we're seeing with years of drought where I live, forest fires, global warming, we can't afford not to act, and we need to act with urgency. And I have 3 kids, and I want them to inherit a planet that's going to be better than the planet they came into. But right now, when you look at all the things that are happening, there's a great sense of urgency here so that their future is safe.
Global existential challenges such as sustainability demand bold collaboration, honest debate, constructive dialogue, and ultimately action towards real progress. We need to work together to accelerate real solutions and learn about technical and economic challenges and policy options to refine our collective roadmaps going forward. As we look ahead with regards to energy transition and a lower carbon future, we have a number of challenges. I think first and foremost, there's an expectation the world's population grows over the next couple of decades, so we'll have more people. Energy security is a major issue in a lot of locations. We have trillions of dollars of existing infrastructure that we need to adapt to be able to provide that future state. A number of the technical solutions require rare earth minerals and mining at volumes that we've never done before. Digital transformation and technology are making the energy transition a reality and in many cases, accelerating it. Emerson is a company that provides innovative solutions for customers in industrial, commercial, and residential markets. In my conversations with policymakers and industry executives around the globe, we see 4 major strategies for a global transition to a lower carbon future. First is energy source decarbonization. Second, emissions management. Third, electrification. And finally, energy efficiency. So as we look forward to the future, this is the moment where we need to collaborate. I think as governments, businesses, industry, research institutions, we need to come together. We need to build some of these novel solutions at scale. We need at-scale implementation so we can all learn and learn as fast as we can. We need to learn about these solutions from a technology perspective. We need to look at it from an economics perspective. And we need to look at it from a policy perspective. I also think this is a great chance to look at the skills of the future that we need and making sure that we're sharing with people where we need to go and what skill sets we're going to need in the future to make this energy transition happen.
The importance of partnership with companies is no one can do this alone. To be able to leverage a company like Emerson, for example, has tremendous value because a lot of companies just don't know where to get started and just don't know how to embark on this journey.
You have to understand where can you make a difference because you can't take on everything, either individually or as a company. So where can you start? What is your goal? What's your initiative? Where do you want to accomplish? But then begin expanding on that. What else can you impact?
My goal is to work with Emerson, understand the scope and what they're trying to do from a sustainable standpoint and create a ripple effect throughout the industry as a means to affect change, whether we influence that or whether we take small steps to get there, really starting that shift into doing business differently and more sustainably.
I am very optimistic about the future. I think the world can get this done, but we need to work together, we need to collaborate, and I think we have the pathway, the practical pathway, the real pathway to the future.
Thanks, Mike. We're going to do something quite unique on a platform. We're going to have two people from the same company talking to each other. And hopefully I will nudge them along in certain directions. The aim is really to ask whether companies and how companies can do enough to address the climate transition. How do you create a culture, a mindset? How do you relate to the next generation, the new leaders of the future, or those who are going to bring on the spirit of the company? We're going to focus on Mott MacDonald. I'm joined by Kathy Travers, who's UK and Europe General Manager. Welcome, Kathy. And also Heather Rigby, who's Group Sustainability Advisor, Mott MacDonald. And as you can see, there's a generational difference, including me. But what we want to do is explore, quite openly, I hope, about the kind of tensions, but the kind of positives there are in addressing everything. Now, first of all, Kathy, I'm going to ask you, just to explain to those who don't know about Mott MacDonald, how big you are and where you're based.
Hi, everyone. So, we're Mott MacDonald. We're a global engineering, management and development consultancy. We're based in about 100 countries globally. And we have about 16,000 employees globally, and we're very focused on infrastructure, so transport, energy, water, and the environment.
And you do what?
And what
do you do yourself?
Me, I am the MD of our UK and European business, so I run our operational business. So I'm responsible for about 50% of the Mott MacDonald Group. So.
Heather, and what do you do?
Hi, everyone. Hi, Nick. Nice to see you. My name's Heather Rigby. I work at Mott MacDonald as the Group Sustainability Advisor. So I work on our corporate sustainability strategy and implementing that at a whole global level. Work very closely with networks across the business and colleagues all over the world.
How long have you been in the company?
A year and a half.
33 years.
That's an important difference, and that's something to highlight. But what we'd like to do in the next 18 minutes is work out and hear from you, hopefully as frankly as you are willing to be, about the kind of changes you are having to introduce and how you are being pressured by the climate imperative, but also acting to try and move ahead of the climate imperative. Now, don't talk through me. You can almost talk to each other. So I don't mind if you turn your back to me, Kathy, at all. But tell me about how you are doing that, and the kind of spirit in which you're doing it, and the way the C-suite, the board, and everyone else is trying to move. And you, I think, Heather, need to respond with how you see as the next generation them doing it.
Okay, great, thanks. So I think our journey started back in about 2010, actually, 2010 to 2013, where we really started to think about the impact that we had in terms of not only our own organisation, but what we do with our clients in terms of designing and developing major infrastructure schemes and the impact that we're having on the environment. And we started to look at how actually by reducing carbon, you actually drive cost out of your business, you drive cost out of infrastructure. So since 2010, we've been running an event called the Carbon Crunch, which brings together leaders, asset owners in infrastructure, the supply chain in the infrastructure sector together to really debate how do we change this dynamic. So if you cast forward to last year when we became carbon neutral, and we are setting out to be net zero by 2040 or earlier, I believe that we are doing lots to try and make this happen, but we need to do more. We need to be really driving this through every single project that we do, because whilst we can change our own organisation, our biggest impact is on the projects that we deliver with our clients. Our biggest impact is influencing our clients and their supply chain to do things differently. But I'm really proud that we have a fantastic early career professional network, ECPs, who get really actively engaged in helping us set the agenda for our business, for our clients, and really sort of drive a fantastic network. So I don't know, Heather,
So
you want
Heather,
to say...
I need to ask you actually, what's your own audit after 18 months about how well your employer is doing on many of the issues that matter to you and your generation?
Well, Nick, that depends. Do I still want a job after this? How honest can I be?
Your job prospects will be better the franker you are.
Honestly, I've been really impressed. I think with business, there's always a lot of pressure. There's so much to do. You have lots of different competing objectives, competing priorities. And I would say that since joining Mott MacDonald, I have been really impressed by their ambition on climate change and the amount of action that we've actually taken. Having gone carbon neutral the year after I arrived was a really big achievement. Although I think this question about what can businesses do, what more can businesses do, are businesses doing enough, is a really important one, because I think it's important to remain ambitious and to keep pushing that ambition. I think it's important to remain critical as well, and how much further can we go, not just to sit back and pat ourselves on the back, we have a net zero commitment, we're all sorted sort of thing. So I think I've been really impressed with Mott MacDonald, but I think it's important that we remain ambitious. We do have such a small window to really bring about climate action right now, to reduce global greenhouse gas emissions by 45% by 2030. Globally, it's such a huge challenge, and I think this really is code red for humanity, like we saw with the recent IPCC report. So businesses have a big role to play.
Is all of this as deep in the DNA of the company as the annual report would suggest?
Yes. I think at Mott MacDonald, I've been really impressed. So last year we launched our purpose. We've put social outcomes at the heart of our business and the way that we operate.
You don't just talk about it?
No, not just a talking shop. No, I think for us, climate is at the heart of that. And I think what I really like about how Mott MacDonald is doing it is that we're not just taking climate action for the sake of cutting carbon or cutting costs. It's really about putting people and communities at the heart of that, and not letting the most vulnerable or marginalized, not leaving them behind in our climate action. And I think that's really important, and I think a lot of businesses mustn't forget that at the end of the day, we're here to protect the climate and the environment, but also the people that depend on that. And we mustn't forget the most marginalized and vulnerable people, and young people as well. So
I do think having that social outcomes purpose is incredibly powerful for the organisation, because it really brings everybody together. It's really engaging, especially for our early career professionals, and it gets everybody centred on what we're actually trying to achieve when we are developing infrastructure, which at the end of the day is about changing people's lives for the better. So,
just one data point here. Kathy, do you actually turn down jobs which are not sustainable?
Yes, we would. So, for example, we have worked historically in coal-fired power stations, but we wouldn't work on any new coal-fired power stations. We wouldn't work on asset life extension in terms of coal-fired power stations. But we will work with coal-fired power stations to get a cleaner feed into the station, to actually get them to be greener at the end of the day. So we will help them on their path to
Is there other work you turn down as well, because you don't feel it is comfortable with your sustainable ambitions?
So our primarily what we try to do is work with our really valued existing clients to help them on their transition to net zero. So of course, we do look at our clients, we do look at the projects that we do, and we challenge ourselves and our ECP's challenges as well around the sort of work that we do. But ultimately, I think it's better if we show leadership, we share our knowledge and experience and our technical expertise to help our clients on a better journey and a better path to net zero.
Do you feel pressure from Heather's generation at the moment, internally?
I don't feel the pressure, but we have been discussing just this morning actually about are we really, really listening to the voices of the next generation? Because I'll only be doing my job for the next 5 years. There'll be somebody else leading, and maybe Heather will be doing my job next, I don't know. But so are we really, really listening? We do empower them. We do give you have a voice in a network, but are we really, really listening to what our ECPs are saying and actually letting them know that we're acting on what they're saying?
And what was your answer?
I think this is a really important question because ultimately these business decisions, and actually government level as well, are being taken by leaders who probably won't be around when it comes to fruition. So I think, or at least won't be in those positions of leadership. So in listening to the voices of your younger generations, whether it be your early career professionals in a business, or even listening to those younger climate activists who are out on the street this weekend that we saw on Saturday, I think it's really important that we listen to them, that we include them in the decision making, and that they feel empowered. Because from my experience of having worked with our early career professional network across Mott MacDonald, they're really interested in this agenda. They've got so much knowledge and enthusiasm when it comes to climate change, when it comes to climate justice, when it comes to social outcomes. And they just want to know, how can we get involved? And I think we do have a great network across the global business. But like Kathy said, this is a really great conversation starter, and hopefully we can take it further from here because there's so much more work to be done. And just last week, one example, 2 days ago, I went to an event in our Glasgow office that was organised by our ECPs in Scotland. And they brought together different ECPs from other organisations, so client organisations, but also company peers of ours. And we had a really interesting conversation about infrastructure, about this net zero agenda. And honestly, what struck me was the real curiosity that they had and the real level of ambition. And how are we actually going to do this? How are we going to transition infrastructure systems all over the world in line with net zero commitments? And this is such a big challenge, and it's so close to our ECP's heart because this is their future and it's their future working environment. So how can we provide them with the resources, with the time, and also with the right skills that they'll need in the future as our whole industry transitions?
How is your voice heard? How do you have these discussions? How do you communicate? Is there a really free-flowing, energetic set of exchanges?
My voice is pretty loud right now, actually, it's with this microphone. No, I think at Mott MacDonald...
I'm talking about internally.
I think at Mott MacDonald, we have a global network of ECPs, so we have regional ECPs in each network, and we all come together to form the global ECP
physically or
steering committee virtually at all times of the night, sometimes, Nick, given the time zone differences between us. And we have a certain agenda, and we have a direct line to our executive chair, to our senior leaders, but I think there's always more work that we can do there. So I think we do have a voice internally. I think, as early career professionals, we could probably do more to really make sure that our voices are coherent and elevated across the business. But I think, it's definitely happening from my experience.
And if you are communicating an idea or ideas, do you then get communication back?
Yes, there's a two-way conversation. So actually just earlier in October, we held our annual Early Career Professional Week, ECP Week, and we ran a really excellent innovation campaign where we brought together ECPs from across the business and senior leaders to discuss different challenge statements all around the future of Mott MacDonald and the future of our business in relation to 4 key risks. And those were mapped from the World Economic Forum Global Risk Report, so around environment, economic, technological, and geopolitical. And we had some really interesting conversations between ECPs and senior leaders. And ultimately, I think it was mostly just the ECPs, expressing their concerns, their ideas for the future of Mott MacDonald and how we're going to adapt, how we're going to change, what we need to do in order to face these future risks. And then the senior leaders were able to be there and to listen. And I think that's important. It's about listening and then giving the signals and back that they've listened and that they're taking action. But Kathy, perhaps you have something more to add on that?
No, I think that was fantastic, actually, Heather, to hear you sort of talking about that and actually the listening. And, so we do listen, and obviously we drive forward new initiatives that respond to what our ECPs want, and we're driving forward training for every single member of staff that responds to that desire, I think, for, our ECPs saying about train us more, give us the tools, give us the digital tools that we need as well. So we're constantly investing in, you know, our people really for the future, which I think.
How much has this broadened your perspectives, often in surprising ways? In other words, are you hearing things from the ECP and the broader Next community within the organization, within your company, which in many ways is surprising you, and you're wondering perhaps why you didn't hear much more of it much sooner?
I definitely hearing more, and I think you can hear the passion as well, can't you?
Yeah, but I need to know how much of it is going, for someone like you, how much is almost a surprise to you because you were not fully aware of it, but now you're hearing it with all its perhaps bluntness as well.
Yeah, I don't find it surprising. I think it's, you know, I think we've always had ECPs who are invested in our business and our future. I think the urgency of it is hitting me more than it ever has done, you know, and, you know, I think often as a leader, you have this fear about net zero, you know, it's sitting on your shoulder, you don't quite necessarily understand it. I'm just talking very honestly from my own point of view. And actually what I think it's made me do is engage with the subject more, understand it better, and actually understand, well, what is my role in actually enabling things to happen in my operational business? You know, how do I train people? How do I give them the tools? How do we speak to our client? How do we empower our early career professionals? And it's made me think, instead of worrying about it, it's made me think harder about, right, okay, it's a risk for the business. What do I have to do? I have to pay a lot more attention to it. My senior team need to pay a lot more attention to it.
So net zero had become a bit of a struggle because other things were taking over or other things were occupying the space?
No, I don't think net zero has become a bit of a struggle. I just think as, you know, as an operational manager, you've got a lot on your plate, haven't you? And actually, when you look at it as a business risk, it becomes more front and centre of what you should be focusing in on and what you should be doing. So I think it's always been there. It's always been very important for us as a business. I think it's just become more urgent and even more important.
Heather, what's your view of hearing that from Kathy?
I think it's a completely valid concern. Obviously, like I said at the very beginning, businesses and business leaders have a lot of competing demands, a lot of competing priorities and objectives. But I do think it's heartening to see that net zero and the climate agenda is definitely at the forefront, not only at Mott MacDonald. I mean, we've had a lot of ambition, we've had a lot of conversations here at SIF and all around COP26. I mean, I've been here since last Monday. But for me, it's not just about these conversations, while they're great, it's about where we go from here and what action are we taking. And I mean, you know, I'm happy to have this conversation now or later, but at Mott MacDonald, we are doing a lot, but you know, what more can we do? There's always more that we can do, and I think it's about turning words and ambitions into action as well.
I think one of the powerful things as well about engaging our ECPs, and you know, absolutely advocate it for anybody, is you get greater diversity of thinking into solving the problems as well. You know, and
has that surprised you?
No, I mean, I'm a total advocate for diversity of thinking. I think it enables you to make better business decisions. But if I look around this room, there isn't a huge amount of diversity in this room. And in fact, Heather said, you know, earlier to when we were waiting to come on, you know, there hasn't been much diversity in terms of the panel. I actually firmly believe to solve problems, you need really, really diverse thinking. I know that we are sort of just taking gender as a diversity. We're sort of broadly 50-50 on our intake. And actually, we engage
as a matter of policy.
Yes, yeah. And if we within the UK, if we engage with our early career professionals, we're just automatically going to get more diverse voices who are contributing to solving the problems that we've got to solve.
Let me put this to you. Do you think you've now created a flatter structure, a more accessible structure, where there's a Rubik's Cube of conversations going on, which in many ways 2 or 3 years ago you simply didn't have, and probably the business could have been improved at the time by being much more multilateral in terms of the way you treat and talk to your staff?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've always engaged pretty well with our ECPs, but I think, you know, the fact that Heather can come in, work for the business, for a year and a half, and she's already engaging with the CEO and all our global sector leaders and, the senior management across the company. To me, that demonstrates that it is pretty flat, that people are accessible, and I think that is really important.
We want to give takeaways for those who are watching online or in the hall here about the kind of things which can spirit them and encourage them to take the kind of, dare I say, risks that you have taken.
Yeah. Well, certainly I would advocate empowering your early career professionals, getting some really talented young individuals into your business and actually giving them a voice, helping them, letting them help solve the problems, letting them help you sort of drive your business forward to be sustainable.
And Heather, the last word.
And yeah, can I just say as well, I think ultimately if we don't do that, you won't have a future business, you won't have a future workforce. The future generations, this is at the forefront of their mind. They want to work for companies that are taking this seriously. And I think that's really important because otherwise you won't have a workforce.
Or they'll walk.
Or they'll walk, yeah, onto the street with a...
And there really is a spirit of that. If the company doesn't deliver, I'm out.
I think so, yeah.
All right. Well, Kathy and Heather, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
I really appreciate it,
Thank you,
and thanks for your honesty. And I'm sure your job is guaranteed.
Fingers crossed.
You've got... Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, everyone.
I'm sorry, there are going to be 4 men on the panel now, and there's going to be a contribution from Singapore, from Yvonne. I'm afraid, Kathy and Heather, we haven't quite listened to your 50% quota for this panel, but apologies while you're still here. Before lunch, and there is lunch, again, some of you have heard me say this before, this isn't a boot camp, so there is lunch. There will be lunch after this session, but we really wanted to squeeze this in before lunch, particularly how you transform infrastructure to achieve our climate ambitions. And we yesterday talked about resilience of infrastructure, so this is a building forward on the kind of things we were discussing yesterday. Let me introduce Simon Rossi, welcome, who is Chief Executive of EDF Energy. Welcome, Simon. Mike Hague, welcome, who's CEO of Mott MacDonald. I hope their jobs are secure.
I worry that my job's not secure when I hear some of the things our young professionals are doing.
I should have asked them, actually, before they left the room, whether your job is secure, or whether they have a view. And Steve Dimitriou, CEO of Jacobs. Welcome, Steve. And joining us from Singapore is Yvonne So, who's Executive Director of the Singapore Green Building Council. So welcome, Yvonne, particularly as it's rather late in the evening where you are, but we much appreciate it. Yeah. What we would like to hear from in the next 40 minutes is the biggest obstacles you're facing at the moment on challenging on infrastructure, particularly. So let me ask you about the hurdles to transforming infrastructure for the climate change challenge, but which is really a climate emergency, as we've heard again emphasized by Heather in the last session. Can I ask, Mike, can I ask you, because of the role you play and the kind of contracts you do and the kind of work you're doing on infrastructure, what are the hurdles and the bottlenecks and the obstacles that you're still facing? And as we heard from Kathy, you don't take some jobs because you don't believe they're going to be sustainable.
I think, yeah, in terms of...
Lift the mic up.
Oh, how's that? In terms of the hurdles that we face, I think, there is a reality that we have a lot of technology already in engineering and infrastructure engineering that can be used to solve a lot of the problems that we've got today. So in fact, I do feel sometimes that we're somewhat held back from using the skills and the technology that we've already got, especially in the area of general kind of decarbonization. And for me, the barrier is often around the relationships between the various parties that are delivering infrastructure. So in terms of capital infrastructure, new infrastructure, to really get the most efficient delivery, the lowest carbon delivery, the cleverest solutions, I think it requires owners, operators, designers, constructors to work very closely together. And unfortunately, I think in many of our traditional ways of delivering infrastructure, we create barriers between these people who actually care desperately very often about climate change. As you say, it's an emergency. And they have great skills around decarbonisation, but it's difficult to deliver if you can't break down the various barriers. I can certainly think of examples where my background originally is in the water sector, and the water sector in the UK has been quite strong in building alliances, building integrated delivery teams. And it is amazing what you can do when you have an operator, a designer, and a constructor looking at a problem and thinking about what the solution should be, rather than just looking at what the piece of infrastructure should be that's created. So by working much more in alliance, by transforming those boundaries, you can start to identify lower carbon solutions. So I'd like to see the barriers in the industry coming down between the various parties that deliver.
But are those
infrastructure.
barriers adequately identified?
I believe that they are adequately identified, yeah.
Well, let's go to the Singapore experience, to Yvonne. So, Yvonne, the barriers we were hearing there from McDonald, do you see them as well? I've spent a lot of time in Singapore. You have an incredible infrastructure in so many ways. What kind of principles are you adopting, but what kind of barriers as well, given you're actually trying to expand the island in order to accommodate what is needed by Singapore?
I think for Singapore, the greatest challenge is probably for us the lack of clean or renewable energy. It's, because we're really small, we're really dense, and there's been an extensive study to look into how we can deploy solar to the greatest extent possible. And it showed that, if we were to cover like every roof space, water bodies, and every available vacant land with solar panel, we can only meet about 5 to 8% of our energy needs. So that's why I don't know if everyone knows about it, but Singapore ranks really lowly on the net zero targets, and it's not because there's a lack of will, but we just don't have any viable solutions. So I think that for us is one of the toughest problems. But if I may add, our national grid operator is actually collaborating with EDF to see if we can bring in renewable energy from Indonesia. And there's also another Australian-Singapore venture that's trying to lay some undersea cables, I think the longest in the world, to bring renewable energy from Australia to Singapore. So maybe there's some hope there. But even then, I think we're looking at 45% of our energy needs by 2030 through these means. So I think that is the greatest challenge for us to decarbonize our activities.
Yvonne, can you just literally, very briefly, you have been involved in a massive infrastructure construction, which has been the shifting of the Port of Singapore, the PSA, from its traditional place alongside downtown, way out to the west. What have you learned from that when it comes to achieving your climate ambitions, particularly in the design of the port and the need for almost no labor?
Oh, I wasn't I don't have direct role in it. But I think in everything that we do, there's a lot of time and effort taken to plan the work in such a way as to maximize outcomes, whether is that in the use of circularity principles to use some of the material, some of the waste that's generated, or to use it as an opportunity to test bed new solutions. So we are quite we embrace new technology very, very readily, and there are quite a few grants and all that to test out new ideas, prototypes and all that. So we see all of these as opportunity to test out new solutions. Yeah, and very welcoming of getting Singapore to be like an open laboratory to for companies to test new solutions in.
All right, good. The sound is not very good, so I'm just explaining to everyone in the hall here and people online. It's quite It sounds like there's a bit of feedback, so I'm just warning you, so forgive us if we struggle a little bit to hear what you're saying. Let me just get, Simon, I'm going to come to you in a moment because you have specific issues from EDF, but can I just ask Steve for your view from Jacobs about where the challenge is on infrastructure, on transforming infrastructure, what you're seeing from your clients?
Yeah, well, what we're seeing from our clients, we talked a lot about it in most of the panels the last several days where mayors are talking to the private sector is take cities around the world, 60% of global emissions occur in the cities, infrastructure around those cities. And over the last several decades, the majority of the projects have been worked in silos. You know, a rail project, a water project, you know, building on what Mike was talking about, if we're going to tackle this humongous climate change initiative, it's going to have to be cross-cutting. We're going to have to connect all of these rather than doing them individually and find synergies. Synergies that not only lead to climate response and net zero, but social value and all the other elements that the community wants. And so the bottom line is we got to stop thinking about infrastructure and think about people and places and outcomes that are going to satisfy the communities.
And the issue of climate change or the climate emergency and sustainability.
Right, and so that's, when we think of climate change, we have to think really sustainability. It's the whole ESG, not just the environmental side.
Now, Simon, let me come to you because you have a monster project down in Somerset, which is Hinkley C, which is the new nuclear reactor which is being built there on a site where there is already a big infrastructure, and you're expanding it. You've awarded £10.6 billion worth of contracts, 22,000 people working on the project across Britain, and you're hoping there'll be other projects to follow. And I have to put that in because it's a very complex issue being discussed by the British government, particularly with the People's Republic of China. Now, we're not going to go into that, but let's talk about the infrastructure issues, what you have discovered and how you've had to change your planning at Hinkley to accommodate the real pressures now on infrastructure and expectations when it comes to sustainability.
Yeah, so I'd like to say that mentioning some of the hurdles that we need to jump. One is to restart and create the industrial supply chain to be able to realize this project. The last time in the UK a project like that was accomplished was about 25 years ago, and it's surprising how those skills can be lost. So to get these 22,000 people to be up and running and performing to target, to quality, to cost, to time, it's a hard slog. But we hope that by building this, the next project will be easier and will be, in a way, relying on this supply chain which is being rebuilt across industry. Just a couple of words to say that all this beautiful electricity that we have today, that it keeps the lights on and we have this beautiful screen and all these communications, we will need more of it and in the future, as electrification has to pervade transport and heating and other sectors. And today, about half of this electricity, about half of it comes from low carbon. And in the future, we'll need more of it, and all of it will have to be low carbon. So we will need about 4 times as much low carbon electricity than today. So that is a massive undertaking. It will require a hell of a lot of renewables, a hell of a lot of many, many things, but it will always include a component of new nuclear, which is a very specific technology, and coming to infrastructure and hurdles to jump to make it work, it has its own hurdles, it's fair to say.
I should underscore a bit of data as well, that your power from low carbon will power enough for 6 million homes. So a massive project like Hinkley still only provides electricity for a modest number of homes compared to the overall national demand in the UK. But let me take it further, and I saw nodding among your 2 colleagues. What about how you've had to change your design, change your work practices, keep innovating in order to meet what is real public concern about the sustainability of just the construction project, quite apart from atomic energy?
I see. So I have to be very transparent with you. We haven't changed our construction practices.
But you review them.
But we review them. We're actually planning to change them for the next project. For example, for Sizewell, if it goes ahead, we are exploring to use hydrogen as opposed to diesel to power the buses and the trucks on site. Clearly, hydrogen has to come from a green source to begin with, otherwise you're simply displacing the problem. But just to give you an idea, once the station is up and running, it produces for every kilowatt hour about 5 grams of CO2, which is really very little, and of that only about 1 comes from the construction phase. So I have to say that the construction phase, we are very careful, we do our best, but in the future we expect to replace some of the fuels that are being used with more sustainable fuels, for example. But it's also true that there is a lot of concrete and a lot of steel in these stations. So the concrete and the steel, for the time being, are still manufactured, you know, the way concrete and steel are being manufactured over the last maybe century. So there is a huge parallel, you know, challenge across industries to say, how do we manufacture steel? How do we manufacture cement in a manner that is more sustainable? That is trickier because it requires a lot of heat, high-grade heat, and so for the time being, in most parts of the world, it's still done by burning coal.
But I need to ask everyone, you've got immense buying power. You're a massive civilian project, but there is now new steel, which is probably carbon-free, which is being produced in Sweden. It seems to be working. Same with cement. Things are changing. You have the power, even if you have to pay a bit more, to acquire materials which are produced in a more sustainable way. Is that what you're going to do?
You're right. We will certainly look into that. Of course, some of these materials have to be procured close to where the site is, or in some cases even manufactured on site. But certainly those techniques are very promising, I agree with you, and we will certainly explore the ways to adopt them to the greatest extent, to improve also the way in which these infrastructures are built.
Let me ask, what's the view from Mott MacDonald about the need to transition because the technology is moving fast?
Yeah, so clearly there, you know, the decarbonisation thing is happening very quickly. We're seeing massive technology shifts in terms of green cement and green steel and so on. But I do think it's really important, and this is, for me, this is fundamental, that decarbonisation, yes, electrification, this is part of our future. But we shouldn't forget about resilience and you know, resilience of our communities and infrastructure, but also circularity and how we use materials in the world. And so it's one thing talking about decarbonising a material, but we can also talk about using that material in a more efficient way or using different materials, which really goes back to what Steve was saying and what I was saying before, is that we have to look at our infrastructure in a much more joined up kind of way. We can't anymore look at transportation or buildings or cities more generally without looking at energy and the energy transformation. So we have to look at everything together in order to minimize the amount of infrastructure that's required in order to do what's necessary to provide great social outcomes for those communities that we serve. So I think technology is massively, massively important, but we mustn't forget that we can also think about the amount of construction that we do, about the scale of the infrastructure that we put in the ground.
Do please send your thoughts, if you want to, on the app, because I'd like to include those in the conversation. I've got several interventions already. Yvonne, I saw you nodding agreement there with what Mike said.
Yeah. So I think what we really lack are standards as well. When we talk about using recycled materials and promoting circularity, I feel that what's really lacking now are technical standards for acceptance of, you know, quality, of safety issues and all that. Yeah. So for the construction sector, we've been like reusing all of our recycled concrete as we tear down old buildings and, you know, build up new ones. And today we've like achieved close to like 100% diversion from landfill for all of our construction waste. Yeah, but you know, this wasn't an easy journey. The setting up of quality standards was really important to ensure that engineers are comfortable as well with the quality of the recycled materials.
Quick question though, how much do you feel under public pressure? There's a certain kind of politics in Singapore. and you obviously have a party which has been in power for a long time, the PAP. Is the concerns of the public now much more evident? Are you feeling it at the Green Building Council?
Yes, yes, we are. So public policy has definitely taken a shift to be a lot more inclusive and collaborative. And just earlier this year, we had an exercise to develop the next Green Building Master Plan for Singapore, which will take our plans to 2030. And this exercise was actually a joint effort by the Building and Construction Authority together with the Singapore Green Building Council. So, it was a public-private kind of joint venture. And we involved the voices of the public by actively polling for views and reaching out to youths and environmentalists. Yeah, so it was a very different approach now, and people really want to be part of that process and have their say in, what they see to be the future of the country and how they want the spaces, living spaces to be and all that.
All right, thanks, Yvonne. Let's move on to a couple of the questions. There's one, I can't see a name here actually at the moment, Kirsty, but it's, I think for all of you, does efficiency not counteract companies' policies of becoming carbon neutral if the materials are still being utilized in infrastructure and not being replaced by newer materials? What's your view, Steve?
Yeah, look, I think efficiency is part of the equation, but I think it's a bad excuse of maybe why things aren't moving faster, because going back to your question about what's going to have to change and bring in new ideas, new technology, the solutions exist, but the biggest issue that's facing the world right now on getting going faster is leadership, and it's coordinated leadership from the client side, the user, all the way to the people bringing the solutions. And where we see the most advanced opportunities is where the clients that we work with, that they view Jacobs bringing solutions, not billable hours or just trying to make money, that we're trying to bring a solution for the world, and they're open-minded to change. And in many cases, we're bringing solutions by partnering with others. It could be partnering with Mott, could be partnering with big data companies, digital providers, natural solutions, et cetera. But it's going to take leadership to accept it and get on with it. And I think that's when you talk about the biggest barrier, I think it's culture versus technical solutions.
So when you hear about the draft document for the end of this week, which is already delaying things for another year,
right,
that is not sending the kind of signal you believe is necessary for the urgency of what is faced.
Yeah, I mean, at the end, whether it's climate change or any other initiative, it really does come down to leadership and a sense of urgency and accountability. And I'm hoping that by the end of this week, we're going to get positively surprised that there's going to be some pressure over the next couple of days to really put some accountability out there to truly make things happen, measure it, and set rigorous KPIs so we're not where we are today looking back 5 years ago, and most of the things we talked about 5 years ago we're still waiting to happen.
I just build on that. So I think the question was about efficiency and infrastructure, and to get the most, there's a big question at the moment that I think we're all facing, and that is how to get the most out of the existing infrastructure that we've already got. Yvonne talked about reusing infrastructure, reusing buildings, and so on. So I think for me, we've got this very complicated infrastructure around the world, and every bit of infrastructure connects with another bit of infrastructure. We've got airports, we've got roads, we've got railways, we've got buildings, and of course, cutting across the whole thing, we've got the people that use it. How do we work out how to get the best out of the existing infrastructure in a very, very complicated world? Well, actually, we've got one tool already, and that is to use data, to use digital information to create effectively what you might call digital twins of that infrastructure. It's massively complicated, and trying to understand it without digital twins is impossible. But if we had true digital twins of the cities that we live and work in, then we would be able to understand how that infrastructure works and therefore get the most out of it with limited need for new infrastructure. But we can't do it because data is not freely available. We have issues around policy in terms of sharing of data, and I think that you need to have a national interest in digital twins in order to drive their creation. And I think pretty much nowhere in the world really are we seeing enough of a policy drive towards actually having these complicated digital twins. We have digital twins of individual things, but not the combined infrastructure.
There is maybe one resource also that we need to be very efficient about, which is land. So speaking of reusing buildings or reusing infrastructure, it's conserving land and making it available for forestry, biodiversity, etc., etc. It's so important to absorb carbon also. One of the features, one of the interests of having some nuclear in the energy equation is that nuclear concentrates a lot of energy in a very small space. So it uses anywhere between 100 and 500 times less land than alternative technologies to produce the same amount of energy. So I think therein lies one of the interesting aspects of this technology as part of the recipe to get us to where we need to get to.
Even though you say you haven't had to amend what you're doing at a place like Hinkley, which is a monster project, can you ever get to the point, do you think, Simon, where that can be declared a net zero site?
To be honest with you, I don't think so. I think that you've got to consider what the site does. So as I said, that the site will produce at the time of production, zero carbon electricity. Once you consider the impact that the construction period will have had on its output, it turns out to be actually 5.8 grams of CO2 per kilowatt hour. When you compare it with solar or wind, it's actually less than any other alternative technology. And the key reason is that the huge amount of energy is produced in a very small place, really. So, but can those 5 grams be brought down to zero? The answer is, well, no, not now at least, not easily. Maybe in the future, once we've got truly green steel or green, cement, etc., maybe it will. But 5 grams is so much better than 500 or 1,000, which is, fossil technologies produced with. So I think in order to get to zero, we need to go from 500 to 5. Is already quite a way forward, and then we will sharpen the pencil and try to get to the last few grams.
Yvonne, the same question to you. Given the great ambitions in the Republic, can you actually define a site as being net zero? Do you believe? Are you moving to that position in the Green Building Council?
No. The main issue is we just don't have enough clean energy. Yeah, so that's a real problem. We need to import it likely. So we really require international cooperation, multilateral efforts in that respect. Yeah. But on that question about efficiency on existing infrastructure earlier, I think the other way is to look at it from the embodied carbon aspect. When you retain old structures, the embodied, if you look at it from the embodied carbon framework, that provides a way to account for, how much carbon you're actually saving by not building new structures. So I think one way forward for the infrastructure and the building space is to look at the embodied carbon of the things that we build, to be more mindful of that.
Mike and Steve, given what I asked Kathy about right at the beginning of the discussion about whether there are projects you decline to bid for unless they are moving in a sustainable direction, are you moving potentially to the point where you will not do a project, either of you, unless it can be declared as net zero as possible?
Yeah, I turn it around to state our strategic objective is that by 2025, 100% of all Jacobs programs and projects globally will be sustainable. Today, we
Net zero?
yeah, all working for clients around mitigation, adaptation, carbon reduction, energy transition, all leading to a net zero future. And today we measure it that we're about a third, somewhere about 30 to 35% of our business is directly linked to sustainability and the topics that we're talking about. And we're going to be rapidly getting to the point where it's 100% by 2025.
So you will simply not do work if it violates those principles?
Right. Well, when I joined the company 6 years ago, I was joined because of my oil and gas and chemicals background to double the size of Jacobs, that business. 2 years later, we sold it, which is a third of the company, because we are committed to sustainability and we're committed to doing things that are going to help that industry. So we'll deliver sustainable solutions, but we're not designing and engineering any new refineries or chemical plants, because Jacobs is all about driving to a net zero carbon environment in infrastructure, defense, life science, electronics, all the industries that we serve.
Mike.
Yeah, so there are various ways of answering that question. I would say in very simple terms, we want to be a net zero company. And we fully understand that will include Scope 3 emissions at some point. And your clients. Absolutely. So it's exactly, Scope 3 will be about the projects that we work on. So I think we're great believers in being measured and having to honestly then deliver on what's being measured. So by 2040, earlier if possible, we'll be net zero. We're carbon neutral already. And so for us, this aim is very, very real. Along the way, we are already pulling away from projects, so we won't work on coal-fired power stations, as Kathy said earlier. We extend that to other elements of fossil fuels. So we recently pulled away from a heavy rail project, which is our bread and butter, you might say, is rail. But heavy rail, where a portion of that was going to be transportation of coal.
Was that in Australia?
We said that's not...
Was that Australia?
It was in Australia, funnily enough. So absolutely we're pulling away from projects. We are actively working with other organizations to try and drive the measurement of carbon and therefore the reduction of carbon, having carbon management plans on projects. So past 2080, for example, which is a carbon management standard, we were partly responsible for authoring that. The work that we're doing with CCRI around making sure that investments actually take account of climate risk, so we're supporting that. So I'd like to think we're coming at this from different directions. One of them is advocacy, trying to make sure that actually all of us in the industry are given very serious targets that we have to meet. But in the meantime, there's stuff that you can do anyway. And we believe that we should be doing exactly that. We're an employee-owned business in Mott MacDonald, and you saw Heather and Kathy on the stage earlier, and Heather as an ECP. I have to be able to look Heather in the eye as the next generation of owners of my business and be able to say, we are doing everything that we can do to change this world, actually, within the expertise that we've got.
All right, let me pick up on 2 or 3 questions here. Michael Machin, one of the barriers I've faced is client engineers who have employed my company, to design a project, build a project as well, then insist on changing the design to a less efficient green design to suit company standards or practices. How do you cope with that as the client pays the bill? Any recommendations? You're nodding, Simon.
This is a complex question because,
is there a simple answer?
To be honest with you, in the Monster project that you refer to, our suppliers, our supply chain, sometimes they have to amend their design practices to fit the standards of the ONR, which is the Office of Nuclear Regulation, which is paramount. And maybe there will be occasions where the equipment, has to be made bigger or thicker or etc. So I don't know. Just to mention something, nuclear safety is paramount, and sometimes maybe there are changes induced to that. So there could be good reasons for that, but there could be also bad reasons, and we should avoid the bad reasons for sure.
Mike, Steve, anything you want to add quickly?
Any client that I've met in my 6 years of running Jacobs always says, challenge us. And so, you know, I think clients are trying to get to the right answer, but I think they're also expecting companies like ourselves, including Simone, because we work with EDF very closely, but challenge us. Don't just accept what we say and go off and do it blindly if you got a better idea. And that's what companies like us that are global and we're working on different, you know, sectors to bring the best practices. And I think that's part of the culture that we've got to establish in a deeper way if we're going to get climate change achieved in the time frame that we want to achieve.
So yeah, so I agree that the starting point should be that, you know, we've got expertise in this area and we should be challenging our clients to make sure that they are changing specifications, they are doing things differently to make the projects greener, whatever that might mean in the particular instance. But it's hard. It's hard when you're doing this at a project level and you're on a site and you're delivering a project. You know, then it can get tough. It can get transactional, contractual. And I understand that, but you know, I think Kathy said something earlier that something that we worked on years ago with the Green Construction Board, which was around the link between cost and carbon. So when it comes to, you know, if we're talking about green projects being lower carbon, if you really engage with a client and you really think about how you're going around the construction operations on a site, if you can lower carbon, then there's a strong chance that you're that you're lowering cost. And I would even, you know, really encourage people that work in the in our sector, measure carbon when you're thinking about a design, when you're certainly when you're planning the construction of something. Measure the carbon. Really work out where the carbon hotspots are, because chances are, if you do that, you'll come up with different ways of working, which will save carbon. But you know what? It'll save cost as well.
Question here from Ned Zeroni. No one size fits all. How are the panelists and their companies and projects incorporating local communities into new projects? And Simon, I look at you because obviously with Sizewell coming down the track, that's going to be another enormous project on a beautiful bit of coastland.
Yeah, so engagement of local communities is paramount. We're working very hard. It's a central piece. I have to say that we also have technical tools, which are called in the UK Section 106 agreements, to compensate for the unavoidable impact and damage, literally, that happens as a result of construction project, be it in terms of traffic, of, you know, thousands of employees in a certain area of the country for a number of years, etc., which we did conclude, for example, with the Sizewell local communities, local councils, etc., to ensure that whatever impact there is that cannot be completely offset is compensated fairly through contributions to the local communities. But without the local communities, it's completely impossible to do these projects.
Whether in the developed countries or the developing world.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's exactly the same. I was working my previous job in a hydro projects in Africa, in Cameroon, or in Brazil, etc. I would say, you know, you change the type of project, but you change the country, you change the context, but the end game is always the same. So you've got to make sure that the local communities understand what you're trying to do, feel respected, and when they are impacted, the impact is fairly compensated.
Let me ask you just 30 seconds each, or those of you who want to intervene. Chris Peacock, manager of DRATSAB, asked about the opportunities from digitization and data use in infrastructure and construction. Quickly, if you can, Yvonne, how much is that actually easing some of the problems we've been discussing in the last 40 minutes? Microphone, please.
Contribution, and digital twins, I think was mentioned earlier, is definitely one way forward to help us to see effects and, you know, on the digital scale before it's actually implemented on site. Yeah. So Singapore is really going, is really embracing digitalization in a really big way. Yeah. Okay. I think we're running out of time.
All righty. And Steve and Mike.
Yeah, Nick, it's critical. Data, big data, artificial intelligence, machine learning, it's all critical if we're going to get there. And just an example, what I've found is we've been acquiring for our defense business and intelligence agencies in the US, all these classified high-tech companies that want to be owned by Jacobs because they see the opportunity to apply their digital data capabilities to infrastructure. And so I think it's a huge opportunity, and it's all part of the technology change that has to occur.
I think the simple answer is that we cannot achieve net zero in the infrastructure world, which represents 60 to 70% of all emissions. We cannot do it without digitally transforming our industry. Simple as that.
The big data gives you fantastic tools such as apps on your iPhone. So I'm just checking where the power is coming from in Britain at the moment. We are emitting 355 grams per kilowatt hour at the moment in Britain. Yes, 60% of the power is coming from burning fossil fuels, gas and coal at the moment. So we are at COP, but there is a long way to go. Why is that? Because there is not a lot of wind and there is not a lot of sun. And there is not enough nuclear, should I say. So there is a lot of work in front of us to get us to where we need to get to.
Can you actually design a power station, a nuclear power station on your iPhone?
Well, I don't think. Not yet.
Not yet.
But maybe, who knows? With the help of Mott MacDonald and Jacobs, maybe one day we will.
Can I thank you all very much indeed? Yvonne, thank you as well. Thank you all very much indeed. We're going to take it. You are going to get lunch now until 12:20. Can I thank you enormously? But it shows the very difficult calculations and the speed and the urgency of incorporating everything we've heard from the platform. But you haven't heard everything from the platform because, Mike, you're going to actually give a video now of why we need to act now. So you are taking the stage again. Thank you all very much indeed.
We know the scale of the challenge, the desperate urgency for action. But do we have sufficient ambition to change? Can we alter our behaviours fast enough, as countries, as businesses, and as individuals, to keep global temperature rise to below 1.5 degrees? Mott MacDonald is already carbon neutral, and we're committed to being net zero by 2040, though our ambition is to achieve that goal more quickly. That success is terrific and something that we're proud of, but we know our biggest contribution to tackling climate change will be through our clients and helping them to transition to a net zero future. Across the world, we employ 16,000 people, and they are passionate about delivering change and improving lives. Each has their own climate ambition. Let's hear what some of them have to say.
My dream is that we adopt a new model after COP26, one where we recognise that there's a higher value to people from regenerating and protecting nature than there is in destroying it.
In large Indian cities, people are breathing toxic air, causing severe respiratory illness. In India, our focus is on delivering cleaner energy solutions, improving energy efficiency in manufacturing industries, and decarbonizing all sectors.
Often, the people and places affected by climate change will be the least equipped to adapt and recover. That is why, as engineers and planners, we have a duty to focus on social outcomes and equity in all of our work, and especially in our climate resilience practice.
The transport sector needs to rapidly decarbonise, particularly road transport. Moving forwards, my ambition is to challenge and support the government in introducing system changes that will encourage people to rethink the use of their car in meeting their needs.
My ambition centres on people. I want to live in a safer, more sustainable world, one that protects the most vulnerable communities from climate change.
We can significantly reduce carbon by encouraging and accelerating local food production. Just imagine how much water, energy and emissions we could save, and what a difference we could make in our communities by changing our food choices and selecting local produce.
I undertake to do my bit in my private and professional life to aid the global ambition of stymieing increasing temperatures. It's how I can best help my community and people everywhere.
My focus is on decarbonisation, but framed by a wider goal,
to create not just a greener but also a fairer, happier, healthier, more balanced world for us all, for the planet and the biodiversity we share it with.
In many cases, the negative effects of climate change are hitting the already vulnerable in our societies the hardest. My goal is to work with my colleagues to deliver engineering solutions for now and the long term to help secure a more equitable future for all.
It's not too late to change things around, but we need to stop talking and act. I want others to join me, and I want to collaborate with as many people as possible to safeguard our beautiful planet for generations to follow.
Innovation, collaboration, and wider engagement are the way to arrive at socially acceptable solutions to climate change. My ambition is to lead and inspire others to believe that doing the right thing is the most important thing that they can do.
My climate change ambition is to work with our value chain, our clients and our partners to provide the infrastructure and development that best supports society to meet the demands of the climate emergency.
As engineers and citizens, we need to be part of the solution, not the problem. So my climate ambition is to continuously advocate for measurable reductions in embodied and operational carbon in the built environment.
Innovation has the potential to deliver integrated solutions that will enable us to go further in cutting carbon emissions. So my climate ambition is to scale and accelerate change through innovation.
When we peer through the fog of greenhouse gas emissions, we see the fine mist that runs centuries back and connects climate change to systems of exploitation, erasure, and oppression. Perhaps the urgency of today is our chance to stop, to listen to the voices buried under the deep sound of erasure, to imagine a future that is radically different, one that is dignifying for all, a just future.
As you can see, as both a business and as individuals, we have the ambition to make a difference, to help deliver the types of change and the scale of change needed to keep 1.5 degrees within reach and protect our communities and natural environment. We can only achieve these goals by working together. Please join us.
We need to understand that our decisions today, the present, means the future.
So the big challenge for us as individuals, as consumers, is that with climate change, it takes not one of us, it takes all of us.
Consumers can contribute by increasing forest coverage by the nature of what Crisis Planet is about. In fact, encourages a person to become, in a way, part of a growing movement.
BMO is committed to be our client's lead partner in the transition to a net zero world. It's a deep-rooted commitment. Our net zero ambitions aren't just talk, they're tangible. We're partnering with our clients to solve big climate challenges through investment and innovation. We're on a journey, and you can come along. Learn more about BMO's net zero ambitions.
Mitsubishi Heavy Industries Group and its partners are delivering hydrogen technology across the globe. We're providing solutions that are decarbonising the energy industry and lowering emissions in hard-to-abate sectors, while also investing in new ways to produce and transport hydrogen. We're taking the hydrogen society from the drawing board into the real world to make net zero emissions a reality.
At Visa, we strive to uplift lives everywhere through the power of payments, driving economic growth, digital innovation, and a more inclusive and sustainable world. We are protecting our planet and taking climate action by making our operations more eco-friendly. We have met our goal to transition to 100% renewable electricity. We're investing in greener buildings and operations, clean transportation, and better energy efficiency. We're encouraging sustainable living by better understanding consumers, supporting cleaner commuting and travel, and building a global movement in the process, joining others dedicated to inclusive and sustainable development. Visa, working towards a greener future everywhere, one payment at a time.
Mott MacDonald is a carbon neutral company, and we have pledged to be a net zero organisation by 2040 or earlier. We are committed to working in collaboration with our clients to support the critical role that infrastructure has to play in the transition to a climate resilient, net zero future. We look forward to bringing our global expertise to the Sustainable Innovation Forum at COP26 in pursuit of real progress towards urgent action.
We need to understand that our decision today, the present, means the future.
So the big challenge for us as individuals, as consumers, is that with climate change, it takes not one of us, it takes all of us.
Consumers can contribute by increasing forest coverage, by the nature of what Crisis Planet is about. In fact, encourages a person to become, in a way, part of a growing movement.
BMO is committed to be our client's lead partner in the transition to a net zero world. It's a deep-rooted commitment. Our net zero ambitions aren't just talk, they're tangible. We're partnering with our clients to solve big climate challenges through investment and innovation. We're on a journey, and you can come along. Learn more about BMO's net zero ambitions.
Mitsubishi Heavy Industries Group and its partners are delivering hydrogen technology across the globe. We're providing solutions that are decarbonising the energy industry and lowering emissions in hard-to-abate sectors, while also investing in new ways to produce and transport hydrogen. We're taking the hydrogen society from the drawing board into the real world to make net zero emissions a reality.
At Visa, we strive to uplift lives everywhere through the power of payments, driving economic growth, digital innovation, and a more inclusive and sustainable world. We are protecting our planet and taking climate action by making our operations more eco-friendly. We have met our goal to transition to 100% renewable electricity. We're investing in greener buildings and operations, clean transportation, and better energy efficiency. We're encouraging sustainable living by better understanding consumers, supporting cleaner commuting and travel, and building a global movement in the process, joining others dedicated to inclusive and sustainable development. Visa, working towards a greener future everywhere, one payment at a time.
Mott MacDonald is a carbon neutral company, and we have pledged to be a net zero organisation by 2040 or earlier. We are committed to working in collaboration with our clients to support the critical role that infrastructure has to play in the transition to a climate-resilient, net zero future. We look forward to bringing our global expertise to the Sustainable Innovation Forum at COP26 in pursuit of real progress towards urgent action.
We need to understand that our decisions today, the present, means the future.
So the big challenge for us as individuals, as consumers, is that with climate change, it takes not one of us, it takes all of us.
Consumers can contribute by increasing forest coverage by the nature of what Crisis Planet is about. In fact, encourages a person to become, in a way, part of a growing movement.
BMO is committed to be our client's lead partner in the transition to a net zero world. It's a deep-rooted commitment. Our net zero ambitions aren't just talk, they're tangible. We're partnering with our clients to solve big climate challenges through investment and innovation. We're on a journey, and you can come along. Learn more about BMO's net zero ambitions.
Mitsubishi Heavy Industries Group and its partners are delivering hydrogen technology across the globe. We're providing solutions that are decarbonising the energy industry and lowering emissions in hard-to-abate sectors, while also investing in new ways to produce and transport hydrogen. We're taking the hydrogen society from the drawing board into the real world to make net zero emissions a reality.
At Visa, we strive to uplift lives everywhere through the power of payments, driving economic growth, digital innovation, and a more inclusive and sustainable world. We are protecting our planet and taking climate action by making our operations more eco-friendly. We have met our goal to transition to 100% renewable electricity. We're investing in greener buildings and operations, clean transportation, and better energy efficiency. We're encouraging sustainable living by better understanding consumers, supporting cleaner commuting and travel, and building a global movement in the process, joining others dedicated to inclusive and sustainable development. Visa, working towards a greener future everywhere, one payment at a time.
Mott MacDonald is a carbon neutral company, and we have pledged to be a net zero organisation by 2040 or earlier. We are committed to working in collaboration with our clients to support the critical role that infrastructure has to play in the transition to a climate resilient, net zero future. We look forward to bringing our global expertise to the Sustainable Innovation Forum at COP26 in pursuit of real progress towards urgent action.
We need to understand that our decision today, the present, means the future.
So the big challenge for us as individuals, as consumers, is that with climate change, it takes not one of us, it takes all of us.
Consumers can contribute by increasing forest coverage by the nature of what Crisis Planet is about. In fact, encourages a person to become, in a way, part of a growing movement.
BMO is committed to be our clients' lead partner in the transition to a net zero world. It's a deep-rooted commitment. Our net zero ambitions aren't just talk, they're tangible. We're partnering with our clients to solve big climate challenges through investment and innovation. We're on a journey, and you can come along. Learn more about BMO's net zero ambitions.
Mitsubishi Heavy Industries Group and its partners are delivering hydrogen technology across the globe. We're providing solutions that are decarbonising the energy industry and lowering emissions in hard-to-abate sectors, while also investing in new ways to produce and transport hydrogen. We're taking the hydrogen society from the drawing board into the real world to make net zero emissions a reality.
At Visa, we strive to uplift lives everywhere through the power of payments, driving economic growth, digital innovation, and a more inclusive and sustainable world. We are protecting our planet and taking climate action by making our operations more eco-friendly. We have met our goal to transition to 100% renewable electricity. We're investing in greener buildings and operations, clean transportation, and better energy efficiency. We're encouraging sustainable living by better understanding consumers, supporting cleaner commuting and travel, and building a global movement in the process, joining others dedicated to inclusive and sustainable development. Visa, working towards a greener future everywhere, one payment at a time.
Mott MacDonald is a carbon neutral company, and we have pledged to be a net zero organisation by 2040 or earlier. We are committed to working in collaboration with our clients to support the critical role that infrastructure has to play in the transition to a climate resilient, net zero future. We look forward to bringing our global expertise to the Sustainable Innovation Forum at COP26 in pursuit of real progress towards urgent action.
Technology has finally caught up with good intentions. Electricity consumption, combustion of fuels, supply chain activities, even financed emissions produces activity data. We can now calculate the invisible cost of doing business. The momentum around climate change and carbon reduction is building towards a crescendo. Regulators, investors and consumers are demanding climate action now. Persephone provides you with the necessary calculation, analytics and reporting tools to help you understand your carbon footprint and ultimately achieve net zero. Because what gets measured gets done. Technology has finally caught up with good intentions. Electricity consumption, combustion of fuels, supply chain activities, even financed emissions produces activity data. We can now calculate the invisible cost of doing business. The momentum around climate change and carbon reduction is building towards a crescendo. Regulators, investors and consumers are demanding climate action now. Persephone provides you with the necessary calculation, analytics and reporting tools to help you understand your carbon footprint and ultimately achieve net zero. Because what gets measured gets done.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, the human race has now collected Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, the human race has now collected a significant amount of scientific data that clearly demonstrates that global warming is real and it is happening now. We also have an equal amount of data to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that global warming is the result of human activity. Therefore, only humanity, through collective action, can address the issues related to global warming and solve the problem. Our younger generation is demanding action now, and they have a point. They are saying that they and their children will be the ones who will be living on this planet in 2050, 2075, or 2100. When, if we do not take action now, the world will have catastrophic climate consequences that would make life miserable for them to live in. They are right to demand action now. The interesting point is that we do have the technologies today, and I like to stress today, to address the problem of global warming. We can do something about it. We can harness the power of the sun, the wind, hydropower, and nuclear to make vast amounts of green electricity. A significant portion of this green electricity can be used to electrify our world and our energy needs, such as light transport, heating, air conditioning, and our light industry. And then this other sectors of our economy that cannot be electrified, we can use the green electricity to break down water and produce hydrogen, and use that hydrogen to drive our heavy trucks, our heavy trains, our ships, our planes, or make steel and chemicals out of that. We can do this, and we can do this thing today. My point is that we do need to act now. Because if we do not, we will leave a world that is not going to be literally habitable by our children and their children in 2075 or 2100. We need to stop denying or ignoring the fact that global warming is the result of human activity and take charge of doing something about it now. Again, we have the technologies. We can move forward. I sincerely hope that this conference will be a step forward for call for urgent and immediate action to solve this real problem and save the world for our children and their children. Thank you.
Well, welcome back to the transition stage. The conversations are about to begin, and we're going to do more of a deep dive into the whole process of transitioning ourselves into the net zero scenario. But before I go there, I do want us to give a round of applause to the team at Climate Action who've put in such a hard day's job in putting these 3 days together. To the young people in Climate Action's youth program, they've been copiously taking notes, making sure that this information is shared between all of us. Also to the folks at QTV and Duna Films, they've been working so very hard to make sure that all of the thousands of people who couldn't join us in Glasgow can watch us live streamed and hear and participate in these conversations. So a round of applause to the amazing young people who've put this together. Let's do that deep dive because it's their future at stake. So let me invite up here Hertha Arnesen. He is CEO and President of Landsvirke Jun. You have to correct me if I'm pronouncing this wrong. Also, Mr. Gudmundur Gudbrandsson, who is also the Minister for the Environment and Natural Resources at the Government of Iceland. Gentlemen, thank you so very much for participating in this conversation, because who better than Iceland to tell us how it should be done? So give us a picture of what it took to get to this journey at this point, and how you're able to literally lead the world in all that you're doing in transitioning to a fossil-free future. Who wants to go first?
Yes, it's a good question. It's because when you look at what you have done in the past, usually people think it was very simple. It was very easy to do it. But Iceland has gone through two energy transitions that both were very complicated and had to have a lot of persistency from the people leading it. First, when we did the transition in the electricity, where we have 100% renewable electricity in our system. We have a big country and we needed a lot of foreign investments to really pay for the infrastructure. It took a long time. And then secondly, we did the energy transition with district heating, which is also 100% renewable. And that was very challenging because the infrastructure you need for that is complicated to go into each house with a geothermal water. But this was done by people that had a long-term vision, from people that believed in the future and succeeded in a transition that has had a huge impact on the standard of living in Iceland. Now we have the third energy transition ahead of us, which is in transportation. And I think we owe the people in the past that we do it in the same way as they did it, with a long-term vision.
Long-term vision, indeed. How do you do that in government? Give us a lesson in how a government looks long-term rather than at the election cycle.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone outside of these two categories, it's great to be with you here today. Well, first of all, I want to mention that never give up. I think that's the biggest lesson that you have to learn, because there are obstacles in the way. They are both up here in our heads. They are also something that we have self-created. So all of them can be solved. And we have showed that for the two first, what I want to call revolutions, because I'm a politician and I use big words. You said transition, I think, but it means the same probably. The third revolution is going on in Iceland now, and that's the change in the way we fuel our cars, our transport. And we are doing quite well there. We are second to Norway when it comes to import of new electric cars. And actually the Nordic countries, they rank 1 to 5 when it comes to import of plug-in hybrids as well as electric or clean electric cars. So that is an example that we can all learn from, and it's something that we can scale up, because we're relatively small countries, but we have shown that this is possible. What is ahead of us then is the fourth, fifth, sixth, at least revolution that has to take place in shipping, in agriculture, and in aviation. So we have a long way to go still. And I think the message from government is stick to the incentives that you put in place, make sure that they are there long enough so that you don't have a backlash in the transition, and make it happen in partnership with businesses.
I think it's a good moment to tell everyone, both watching online and here in the room, please do put your questions to the two gentlemen, because they can create a pathway that they have managed to do in Iceland for us all. And there are examples and questions that you may have, do send them in. I want to follow up with the fact that you said you're now moving towards cars, vehicles, shipping. That's the next phase. How do you tackle that in terms of how you think, how you strategize, how you power, and how you build the infrastructure?
Yes, I think again it's a long-term vision. Of course, we have to be aware there is a significant amount of energy that is needed to do this. There is also a significant amount of innovation or of technologies that is needed. We can use direct electricity in many places, and hopefully in more than we believe today. But we will need innovation, especially in e-fuels, to take on some of the challenges we see ahead of us. We believe Iceland is as a very good place to test out new technologies in this area. There are several reasons for that. First of all, we are a small economy. It's an island, so it's easy to do a full-scale test there. We are very far in building up renewable energy, with 85% of the energy consumption in Iceland is renewable, the highest in the world. And secondly, there is a strong will from government and from the people of Iceland to do it. So I think we have to do a lot of innovation. We have to cooperate with innovative people around the world. But I think we can be a very good test site for these new technologies we expect to see in the coming years.
What are the new technologies that Iceland's put its focus on? Because that could give an idea to a lot of other people around the world about what else is done. I know coming up in one of the conversations is going to be Carbfix, which has been quite an exciting project to watch. What are the innovations that are getting you excited and you and government excited to back?
Yeah, well, you mentioned Carbfix, for example, which is a great project when it comes to sucking CO2 out of the atmosphere and put it in a better place than to have it up there. But generally speaking, I mean, Iceland is not manufacturing cars or engines for ships or aviation. But like Hörður just said, Iceland can be a laboratory. We can be a test place for implementing on a small scale new technological solutions. Because it's easy to monitor, we have an open society, the regulation is such that we can relatively easily, but in a environmentally sort of rigor manner, do these things. There is one thing that we need to keep in mind, in my opinion, and that is how much energy do we need for the energy transition. And I don't think we can mention just one figure, but there have been some estimates on how much this is. It will cost some production of new energy, definitely, but we have to be very, very smart about that, because we have a very, very fragile, beautiful nature as well that we have to take into account in our decision making, because some of these projects, they are impacting nature. Nature is also one of the things that we are marketizing, if you want to just put it in the terms of business, because over 80% of the people who visit us, they come because of nature. So I emphasize that in our journey towards energy transition in Iceland, we need to figure out how much energy is it that we need in addition to what we produce today, and how are we going to obtain that. And we need to do that in a manner that takes nature conservation into consideration.
So in the way that you and the private, in the companies and the power companies have worked with government to be nature positive, how has that worked? I mean, can you run us through the process, say for example, the last 5 years, how have you made it work to make sure it stays nature positive and that Iceland still keeps attracting, for those who are looking in the tourism industry, at the beautiful parts of the country?
Well, we have a special legislation that deals with exactly this. It basically, in very simple terms, there are expert groups that go through different ideas from the energy companies, and they rank them with how much impact they have on nature, what is the value of that particular nature, where they could be impacting it. And on grounds of that, they are ranked into categories where some of them go into a sort of protection status and others go into a status where they can be utilized in the future. So that's how we sort of try to manage, or that's how we try to put in place a system where we choose to harness energy where the least impact is expected. But I also want to add that we are doing this over a time span of 10, 20, even more than that years, which means that there aren't that many projects that we need to go into right now. There may be a one or two or a few in the next 5 or 10 years. So we have time to figure it out and do it properly. So I'm convinced that we can manage to do that.
Yeah, I fully agree with the Minister that we have time, because the energy transition that we have ahead of us, it will take time. The e-fuels and other things that we are looking forward to using, they still need quite a lot of time of developing. But I think the issue that the Minister is raising is kind of the big question that the whole world is facing. You know, we have the big impact of the climate changes, which is really devastating. And we have the solution to that is building up renewable energy. But then we have the problem that renewable energy has this impact on the nature wherever we build it. Of course, the fossil fuel industry has a huge impact on the nature where they are building, but that's in a different place. So I think this is one of the big questions that the world is faced with. You know, if you're going to phase out fossil fuels that all of us agree to, and okay, we can save some energy, we can travel less, we can do, we should do everything that we can, take out the demand. But this big question, how are we going to accept the renewable energy projects? Because they always have a significant impact. I fully agree. We have to be very careful. We have to do our best, but it will not be without having an impact on nature, especially in countries which are not as far as Iceland. Iceland has already, built up 85% of the energy. So other countries have much more to do. So this is a really challenging question for the future.
Do you have like a roadmap that you've built to be this nature positive when you go into this next phase of transition to shipping, to aviation, when you start looking at how you're going to do that last mile? Has the roadmap already started being created, or are you still in the process of thinking about how do we do this naturally?
Yeah, basically we are still in finding the ways how to do this. On a very general scale, just before the COP here, we turned in like some 40 other nations a long-term strategy when it comes to reaching carbon neutrality. We took a very, very big step in 2017 when the current government was formed by stating that in 2040, Iceland would become carbon neutral. And I think that changed the discussion at home. It was a booster for businesses and to sort of have an aim that they could actually be part of as well. And I mean, some companies, they are going for 2025 or 2030, and well, you are one of them, 2030, isn't it? 25, sorry. I mean, it also gives the companies the ability to say, hey, I want to do better than Iceland is going to do in general, which is 2040. But so back to what we were turning in here for the COP, our long-term strategy, we are just starting to try to realize how can we get there. And we used a method called backcasting where we talked to randomly selected people and we asked them, so how do you think we should do this? And out of that, we got some experts to do analysis, and they came up with 4 scenarios, or 5 scenarios, exaggerated scenarios where we stop eating meat, or we close all the aluminum factories, or we use Carbfix to fix the whole problem, etc. So we have like a buffet of options, and then we did one scenario which was like a mix of all of them. And I think obviously we will go that way in one way or another, but it lays the background for what we are going to do in the next few years to come up with a more detailed roadmap to the 2040 target that we got into law now in last June, which was a huge milestone for Iceland, in my opinion.
The questions come in, and you have alluded to this already, that the world can look at Iceland as a pilot, or as a place-to-place pilot. The question is, how transferable is the experience that you have to other countries in terms of actions? Is it transferable? Is it down to the size and the ability to reach your population so quickly?
I think, of course, we are kind of blessed with very good natural resources, so not many countries have that. And then, of course, we are not so many people, so it's easier for us to do it. But being able, for example, to demonstrate now that you can run an electricity system 100% renewable, very reliable system at a very affordable price. The same with district heating, that this is possible. I think other countries can learn from that. With the e-fuel or the next generation of energy transition with the e-fuels, I think being able to run a society fully on e-fuels, I think a lot of development and problems will be solved by doing that you could transfer to others. What we have done in geothermal, we are doing that in many other countries, helping others to use geothermal to heat the houses. So there's a lot of things that you can, when you have done it at a scale as you have in a small economy. And the issue with, for example, the e-fuels, we really need to scale them up. Where are we going to scale them up? I think the best way to scale them up is in small societies, where you don't need so much infrastructure investment that you need in big countries.
So create the demand in the smaller markets and then push it out.
Yes. To fully test it and fully implement it and make it reliable enough so the society can operate with it. I think it's better to do that in a small market. Of course, there might be some other problems that you have when you come to a big market, but I think you can. That's a logical step to iron out some of the problems in a small market.
I wanted to ask you, Minister, you've been part of the negotiations, lots of big shiny pledges, and again, the conversation seems to be now veering towards almost exhaustion with the announcements, but very little action is what I think the analysis has been till now. That this is great to see the commitments and the pledges, but where's the action? What would you like to see at the end of COP when the negotiators are done? What would be good for Iceland and what would be good for the world?
I think I'll concentrate on the world because we are here all together in trying to save lives and save nature, save the planet. What I would really like to see coming out of the COP is that we can move the number which the United Nations Environment Programme put out before the conference. We were actually reaching only, or the commitments were likely to cause a 2.7 degrees Celsius increase. That needs to go down, further down than we are seeing it now. Some are talking about 2.4 degrees. We need to go further, but the most important thing is that we are going down, because that gives life to the process that we have here at the COPs. Second is that I'm really hoping that we can fill the financing gap, the financing to developing countries, both for adaptation and mitigation efforts, the 100 billion promise. And I mean, if you think about it, I think we are spending about $350 billion a year on subsidies for fossil fuels. So if we can't find 100 billions to do this, that's not good, guys. So I'm really hoping that we will get that sorted out. And thirdly, it's sort of the detail of the Paris Convention, sort of what is called the rule book, to get the carbon markets right, to get transparency or decisions on transparency and other issues.
There's a question in from Rupert Das, and I was hoping, Herder, you could take it. What would be the best energy resources? I'm guessing he's talking about the resource mix for the imminent future that could help reduce carbon footprints. What is a good energy mix to think about if you are maybe not in Iceland, but around the world?
Of course, as much renewable as possible. That's no doubt. I think that is what we, need to have. But I think, the wind and solar are fantastic. See the development that we've seen especially from Paris, when the reliability and the cost has gone so dramatically down. I think that's positive. But we also need some controllable renewable energies to balance it out, of course. And I think both hydro and geothermal can play a very important role. Pumped hydro is a fantastic battery storage. So I think a mixture of this intermittent resources, but also some baseload, flexible, renewable energy is also very important in all systems.
That's a brilliant answer to end on. Thank you, gentlemen, for your thoughts, and thank you for laying the groundwork out for a lot of countries to follow. A round of applause to this panel. As the Iceland example steps off the stage, we're going to look at the game changers. I heard that mentioned hydrogen. We've been talking about hydrogen. Tomorrow will be a whole day of hydrogen. So let's deep dive into where we can look for those game changers in the hydrogen economy. I'd like to welcome on stage, if they are ready, and I think we're still setting up for them. We're going to have Ivo Bowles, who is European President at Air Products. Kim McCann, who is Head of Sustainability, Global Industrials and Manufacturing at PA Consulting. Lord Adair Turner is joining us. He is Chair of the Energy Transitions Commission. And Jochen Steinbauer is joining us as well. He is joining us virtually, though. He's Platform Director at H2 Technologies for Regional Trains at Siemens Mobility. If I could ask the group to step up on stage, and we can jump straight into a conversation that seems to be hot topic and topic du jour right now. Thank you very much for being with us. I would like to start off with you, Kim, if I can. It's suddenly very hot again. Hydrogen, it's suddenly come back, and it's come back with a bang in the last 2 years. What happened?
Climate change.
That's been around for a while.
That's the short answer to that. If our energy system of the future is being built on capturing the wind and sun and the windy and sunny in places in the world and transferring it to where all of the energy is consumed, which don't tend to be the sunniest and windiest parts of the planet, then you have to be able to transfer that energy. And right now we turn that into electrons, we turn it into electricity, but you can't transfer that over very, very long distances, and you can't really store it at scale over very long distances. And there is also a lot of the energy stack that electrification just can't reach. There's the really intense industries, there's the really intense transportation systems, there's shipping, there's aviation, there's steel, cement, glass production. Unfortunately, electrons aren't going to help us out of that, but hydrogen is. I think we forget that even in hydrocarbons, we never get the energy from the carbon molecules. We've always really got all of our energy from hydrogen. It's just how we capture it and move it around.
Eva, if you can run us through your thoughts on the conversation suddenly really gearing up with hydrogen, especially in the last 2 years. What's changed? How are you approaching it, and where is it going to lead us?
Yeah, so first of all, as an industrial gas company, hydrogen has been in our portfolio and pretty dominant in our portfolio for the last 60 years. And I agree with you, the interest, look at this room, look at the conversations, is significantly different. And if you say, why is that? I think, first of all, because a lot of influential people in politics or industry start to take climate change very serious, whether forced or by choice, but that is fact. You heard our CEO earlier on. This is an industry view, but if you look at the different platforms of discussion, people are now at a stage they look for solutions that work. If we look at hydrogen and look at it as an industrial producer of hydrogen, it is a molecule that, as Kim already indicated, will be part of the energy transition mix. You will need something to address some very essential processes that support societies as they operate today. And if we say, is the technology there to achieve that? It is. We can do this. It is something that is within reach. It needs choices to be made. It will need infrastructure to support it and to make sure people believe they can trust it as they rely on different sources of energy versus what they did before. But I think it's feasible. You can see the roadmap. It is getting the political support or the government support, because governments are responding to what their electorate wants. Mm-hmm. And with that, I think you start to get a very strong momentum for it.
Jochen, is there the technology, is it being used, is the belief system there? Will you be using it across Siemens?
Yes, exactly. Especially for Siemens Mobility. I look back to the year 2017 when we started the development, and we could not even spell the word hydrogen. And during 4 years, now we're in a stage of manufacturing trains. So this development was growing, and the market was growing at the same time. So we believe in hydrogen technology, especially for heavy-duty applications, and this can be a contribution to be sustainable in the future and totally replace diesel engines from the trains.
Lord Turner, you are part of this conversation. You're leading this charge, you're leading the conversation regarding all of the fuel mixes that we need to have to transition to net zero, do it in a nature positive way. What about hydrogen strikes you most, that it needs that push and that government support? What is it?
Well, if I could just comment, because it's relevant to this, on this question of why are we suddenly talking about hydrogen, and it's grown over the last 4 years. One of the reasons is that we've got serious about net zero. And once we got serious about net zero, we had to have an answer to how do we get to net zero in the harder to abate sectors of the economy, like steel and aviation and shipping and petrochemicals and long distance trucking. And 3 years ago, the Energy Transition Commission, which I chair, produced a report called Mission Possible, which said even these sectors of the economy can get to zero by 2050, but it's when you get to these sectors of the economy, which, as you've already said, you can't just electrify them. We haven't got batteries, energy dense enough to take ships from Rotterdam to Pearl River Delta. We haven't got, or to take planes from, London to New York. But hydrogen is a hugely relevant mechanism. It's the way to the decarbonization of steel, of shipping through ammonia. And it's these emergence of this demand for hydrogen to decarbonize these hard-to-abate sectors of the economy, combined with the collapsing cost of the crucial input, which is renewable electricity. I remember we're now dealing with solar PV, 85% cheaper than it was 10 years ago. Wind, including offshore, 70% cheaper than it was 10 years ago. And there's only two things matter to the cost of producing green hydrogen. It's the cost of your electrolyzers, and it's the cost of your renewable energy. And the renewable energy has come down, the potential demand has gone up, and as a result, we are now seeing a collapsing price of the electrolyzers. Now, the biggest challenge going forward, I actually think now, is accelerating the demand even more. I think we're in a situation where we now know how to produce green hydrogen at amazingly low costs compared with where we were 5 years ago. There are absolutely credible people saying that whereas it costs today maybe $5 a kilogram, they can get it as low as $1.50 a kilogram by 2025. I heard the Chilean Minister of Energy saying that at a session on Saturday. But the challenge now, I think, has switched from, we now know how to produce relatively cheap green hydrogen. We know that it will be required in very big quantities in the 2030s and 40s. We need to pull forward some of that demand. We need to really drive the early demand development in the steel sector, in the chemical sector, in the shipping sector, to make sure that we're going forward with a balance between the supply and demand here.
Kim, how do you do that? When you speak to your clients, do you push them towards it? Do you tell them explore this particular option? It is a solution for meeting your targets?
So it comes down to two things, really. One, innovation just isn't physical technology innovation. Business model innovation has to go hand in hand with the technology innovation. So you need to be able to look at the business models. Because as Lord Turner said, yes, the price has collapsed, but you're still pretty much making electrolyzers by hand. It needs to continue to come down because there is still a price premium. And many of those end users at the moment can't absorb that cost on their own. So you've got to look at that business model end to end. And that brings me to the second part, which is partnerships, which is actually looking across the value chain from producers to end users, moving together to be able to do things. You're seeing recently, last week in Wales, one of Budweiser's breweries is going green hydrogen. Here in Scotland, after the energy sector, our whisky sector is our second largest emitter. You're seeing green hydrogen be used with our distilleries now as well. So getting across the value chain, getting partnerships across that value chain, and focusing on the demand sectors first, where there is some weight within the margin to be able to take it. An extra few pounds in a bottle of a very nice single malt whisky is not going to be that much harder. It will be if you're going into aviation, where an airline works on 6% margins. Their largest cost is their fuel, and they've covered their cost of capital 4 years over 40. So you don't start in aviation, you start with those that can actually take it early on.
You seem to echo almost the thought process of the Icelandic minister as well, that you start with a smaller area and then you start expanding out. So how, Ivo and Lord Turner, do you kickstart the market? How do you push these industries? What kind of incentives do you give them to start looking at it very seriously?
Well, one of the things we've got to do is encourage end buyers to buy the intermediate product or service which buys the green hydrogen even when it's at a premium. And for instance, this is the US driven initiative called the First Mover Advantage Alliance, which is trying to get major buyers of shipping to be willing to say, I mean, it applies shipping and steel and all the different sectors, but let's take it in shipping. It's trying to get the Amazons of the world or the Walmarts of the world or IKEAs of the world to say, we stand ready to buy shipping services, even if it is a bit more expensive to start with, in order that the big container ship companies, Maersk or MSC, can then say, okay, I will now invest in ammonia burning or methanol burning, it could be either, ships, to create the demand for green hydrogen. So I think these are very useful starting points. I will say that I think they're only starting points and that you do have to reinforce them by some combination of carbon prices or regulation. So I was talking with the International Chamber of Shipping the other day, and it was very clear that very strong support that although we can get the thing going with these people who are willing to pay the green premium to get it going, ultimately we need the International Maritime Organization to either impose a carbon tax or to say it will in future, or to impose what's called a fuel mandate, a mandate that says by 2030 or by some future date, a certain percentage of the fuel burn has to be zero carbon. So we need to start with these early customer buyers, and we are seeing that. So Volvo Trucks is now making commitments to buy green steel from SSAB out of the hydrogen reduction plants that they are building in Sweden. We are seeing this pattern emerging around the world, and we've got to maximize that, but we've got to follow it up with regulation and carbon prices as well.
Eva, you wanted to follow up on that?
Yeah, maybe a couple of points to add. Obviously, you could call it chicken and egg, but on the one hand, you say Demand is important, and I'll come back on that. The other point is availability of the molecule. You mentioned the term first mover. As Air Products, that is what we do. Yeah, we are a first mover, not just announcing thoughts and ideas. We are actually building the largest green hydrogen facility in the world for now. Others will follow. We believe that that is essential because quite frankly, we do not see this as any constraint. There will be significant demand. And actually, all the different sources of hydrogen production will be needed if we want to get close to the targets we're setting ourselves. Now, if you say, look, are people actually reacting and thinking rationally in an economic way? You mentioned the carbon tax. I mean, it is one of these pressure tools within industry, going from fast leading companies to maybe lagging companies and technologies that need to adjust. But that sort of creates this momentum and the requirement and the appetite and interest to do the energy conversion. We believe, as Air Products, that in our own way we have a critical role to play because we believe we are, as you said, not necessarily in the sunniest place on Earth. On the other hand, there are places where indeed you can rely much more on the natural resources of sun and wind. That is not only for competitive reasons to say what is the cost of your hydrogen, but in the first place because of the reliability it offers, the percentage on stream. And within that supply chain, if you say we want to top up, we want to kickstart with imported hydrogen, you will have a supply chain that has resilience, that can actually have a proposition for people that is reliable, forecastable, that they can say, okay, that is something I can work with. So first movers are needed, both on the production, but also on the demand side. And just to complement, the comments made was really around what do we expect from government, apart from facilitating? It's also stimulating demand.
Stimulating demand indeed. So you can hear, I'm going to bring you back, and we lost you briefly and your connection very briefly, but we have you back now. So one of the comments that has been made is that we need to kickstart some demand, generate some demand, and convince consumers that it's worth it, and start it from there and then move on and progress. If you're looking at a hydrogen-powered train, how likely is it for a consumer to be okay? And I ask this out of sheer curiosity. How likely is it, in your experience, to sell a hydrogen-powered train to a TfL, for example, and get them to pay a little bit more than what a normal diesel-powered train or an electric train would cost?
Yeah. From our perspective, and this is our daily work, and this is the daily discussions we are having with our client. They are not in a position to pay more than for diesel trains at the moment, and that's indeed really a problematic. That's the reason why we need to push from outside. We need the governmental support by covering gaps in the prices between diesel train and, of course, hydrogen trains. And even we need to, of course, balance the supply and demand, but we need to be carefully decide for which application we really use hydrogen. And for heavy-duty application, like for trains, for example, a fleet of 40 trains covering 1,000 kilometers per day, we require 10 tons of hydrogen per day. And this 10 tons is increasing the demand, and the increasing demand is increasing the supply. So, and this is how this market gets started. But for other applications, like cars or applications requiring less than, for example, 400 kilowatt, at the moment it doesn't make sense. And even for applications like aircraft requiring more than 4 megawatts in power, even this makes no sense. So we need to really carefully decide which are the right applications to start this market growing. And from our perspective, trains are the right arguments, but they need to be politically supported by governmental funding, because the gap between diesel trains and hydrogen train is enormous in the one-time investment, but not in the life cycle. For the life cycle, in the life cycle of 30 years train operation, the investment is returned. but not in a one-time investment. And this is exactly the point where the politicians and the government needs to step in.
So if I can go to Lord Turner and then to you, Kim.
So
You wanted to respond to him?
No, not particularly.
Okay, then Kim wanted to respond for sure.
So to that point about government incentivisation and how that works, so you're seeing it happen already. If you look in Spain, for example, the way that hydrogen is being implemented in Spain is generally in industrials. It is in things like the glass industries and those sorts of things where people are getting a 10 megawatt of electrolyzers and a solar array and off they go. In the UK, what you're seeing is actually transport's moving first and road transport's moving first. And the reason for that is because the way it's being incentivised here is through the mechanism of credits that we've got. Actually, it's reusing what was used for biofuels called RTFO, Road Transport Fuel Obligation. But you're seeing the credits come back to people through ground transport. And the other thing you're seeing is the public sector move its heavy fleets first. So you're seeing Glasgow go with its garbage trucks. You're seeing bus fleets go. So you're starting to see the public sector be that catalyst, that start of it. The second thing, to Joachim's point around the right amount of uses and the right use cases, the thing with hydrogen is it is a bit like electricity in that it's not a single use case tool. You know, Edison invented the light bulb and got electricity there. Did you think then all the different uses we have today for electricity? It's sort of the same with hydrogen. You have to start in hubs. If you start with that one place where you've got your bus fleet going back to or your garbage truck fleet going back to, and you start from there and create a hub of uses around it, then you get the economies of scale where it does start to make more sense for certain uses.
I think it's also important for us to back the ones that we're absolutely certain, or very close to certain, nothing certain in life, but pretty close to certain, that they will be very big on the long term. So if you take the road transport thing, I just don't know where the divide is going to be, the dividing line between electric and hydrogen fuel cell. I'll tell you for a certainty there are going to be almost no hydrogen passenger cars. That is one of the reasons you were asked first, Kim, you know, we used to talk about hydrogen, suddenly we're talking about it. Hydrogen, conversation about hydrogen went off in a cul-de-sac, which was thinking that hydrogen was important because of passenger cars. Hydrogen is important in lots of sectors of the economy, but not passenger cars, right? Passenger cars are electrifying. A lot of mid-duty, mid-sized trucks are also going to electrify. I think the bit that we don't know is the dividing line in the heavy truck arena between what goes hydrogen and what goes electric. And if you talk with the major truck manufacturers, I was talking yesterday with Volvo, that they're backing both technologies and they don't know what the balance will be. On the other hand, I am as certain as most things in life that steel is going to go hydrogen. I'm pretty certain that shipping will go ammonia or methanol. I'm also certain that hydrogen will play a hugely important role in the power system as a way of dealing with what I now know has the German name, a Dunkelflaute. A Dunkelflaute is a period of time where all your renewable supply goes down. You know, suddenly there's an anticyclone in the North Sea. You've got lots of offshore wind. For 3 weeks in the middle of winter, you haven't got an offshore wind, just at the point when the residential heat demand for electricity is highest. And I think we will use hydrogen as a balancing item within the power sector. But just to give you an idea of the scale of this, we think that hydrogen is currently about 100 million tons a year. We see a world within 3 decades where that is 500 or 600 million tons a year for a variety of industrial and other end uses, including long-distance transportation like trains where we don't have the line electrified, plus several hundred million on top of that 500 and 600 million used as a balancing storage mechanism within the power system. So this is a massive scale of development that has got to occur, but we should certainly support a whole range of demands, but I think we should focus in particular on the ones which we think can really be big ones in the long term.
Well, that brings up a question from our audience. Amar Nader is asking, and it's quite relevant to what you were just saying, from a manufacturing perspective, what is the roadmap looking like for the use of hydrogen? Is there a roadmap, a clear global one? and especially in heavy industry, he's asking, is there even a framework available to discuss a pilot case or a lighthouse base case? So, Ivo, you were talking about being that first mover. If I can get all of you to give me an idea if you think there is an actual roadmap out there that's globally applicable.
Well, I think we as Air Products, we believe and we put our focus, first of all, on mobility. All aspects of mobility, as was commented here, for a variety of reasons, because with the supply of hydrogen and the availability, it can have a significant impact and it can have a structural impact in terms of where is hydrogen available. And back to some of the points made, if you see that on a cluster basis, that is most likely how the infrastructure and the availability will evolve. Once you have that ecosystem, then it becomes interesting for industries that can participate in that to go higher scale, higher demand, and support bigger processes. The obvious ones have clearly been mentioned. Steel, possibly cement, chemicals. There's a pretty logical chain to see where is the conversion cost and at what point will these industries convert. The only point I want to add again is this will only work if we have a reliable supply chain. I come back to the same point. Today, there's significant hydrogen production, but it's only a shadow. It's minute versus what is required tomorrow. We have opportunities to improve the performance of the current infrastructure producing blue hydrogen. That is important because it is an accelerator. It can be there, it can be available. It allows people to convert, get the whole infrastructure in place before you have enough green molecules that you can either source locally or import. So this cluster approach, the availability, and then combined with first mover producers, first mover consumers, with support from the government to make sure that they get rewarded for being leaders and first movers, is where we see the important first steps on the roadmap.
Kim, you wanted to come in.
So yeah, everybody wants a single roadmap. Everybody is looking for that because our energy industry today is built on large global optimized supply chains. I've spent 25 plus years optimizing supply chains and 15 of that in the energy industry. And this is the biggest change people have to get through their heads. It is not going to be a silver bullet, one size fits all big supply chain anymore. You have to think of it more like a neural network with those nodes. And it's as much about the existing infrastructure, the geography of where you are and what you have there, as well as the industry around it that could be the demand that will make it much more demand supply. So it will be in hubs and in nodes, but there is no one size fits all. I keep saying hydrogen and even electrolyzers at the moment is not off the peg. Everyone's a haute couture, designed bespoke dress.
Well, if everyone can afford that, they should definitely have that, correct? Lotana, at some point when you're talking to people around the world, you know, the Australians are very excited about their part in this whole process. They're driving quite a bit of the agenda. But when you talk to others who are more on the front lines of climate change, are they willing and ready to think about the investments into hydrogen as a potential answer to some of their energy needs? Fiji, for example, or some of the other countries who might be looking for another source to go fossil-free. The Iceland minister suggested that perhaps the smaller countries are a good place to start.
Well, I'm not sure that the production of hydrogen will be focused on many of these vulnerable countries, and I'm not sure it needs to be. I mean, let's be clear, you take Fiji, you take the island communities, the one thing they don't have typically, usually, is residential heat demand. As they get richer, they'll have air conditioning demand, but air conditioning will be pure electric. The ships that go there, you know, need to be in hydrogen and ammonia. Any aeroplanes that go there, we've got to have a solution to that. But, you know, we're unlikely suddenly to see steel production or chemical production moving to those sort of locations. It will be dominated, at least initially, by the major developed countries, plus India, plus China, and other major middle-income countries, Brazil, Indonesia, etc. So I think to go back to the question of roadmap, and people get very worked up about this debate between blue versus green. So just to get the figures clear, right at the moment, of the 100 million tons, 97 is grey, and about 3 is green, right? 97 is made from methane with steam methane reforming without carbon capture and storage attached. And only about 3 million probably is made from electrolysis, order of magnitude. And that is why the electrolyzer industry, as you said, is a cottage industry at the moment. It's not on scale. On the other hand, I think the scale is arriving on electrolyzers, and as a result, the cost is collapsing. I mean, the variety of cost at the moment is absolutely startling. There are people still, old contracts for electrolyzers could be $800, $1,000 a kilowatt, but there was a new contract to deliver Chinese electrolyzers in China to Huaneng Group, the big electricity provider, at $250 a kilowatt. So we are seeing a collapsing price of electrolyzers precisely as we turn it into a mass manufactured product produced in those sort of things. But I do agree that we have to have, and we believe that eventually green will dominate. Our scenarios are ones in which eventually of that 600 million, 85% or so will probably come from green. On the other hand, we have a whole load of SMR plants in there at the moment, and it makes absolute sense to add CCS to them to create blue hydrogen by converting grey to blue. And we should also, in the roadmap, start with some of the big existing demands for hydrogen. One of the biggest is ammonia that goes into fertilizer. So greening the global fertilizer train by making sure that the ammonia that goes into urea fertilizer and the hydrogen that goes into that is zero carbon, I think is one of the really important starting points to get this pathway going.
There are 2 questions that have come in. I will let you choose which one you want to address. Catherine is writing in and asks, does Lord Turner see, well, this one's for you, Lord Turner, does Lord Turner see a role for hydrogen in domestic heating? I think it's based off your previous comment. And Fabrice is asking anyone on stage and virtually joining, Jürgen, considering the low efficiency of electrolysis and fuel cells, does it still make sense today to use power to gas to power? So, Lord Turner, if I can ask you.
On domestic heating?
On domestic heating and hydrogen.
I don't know. I think it is still open-minded. I've just been down to the end of the hall there, and there's a kitchen hub which is going to run on hydrogen. I was rather disappointed. I thought it might have a hydrogen supply, and I'd be able to sort of, see how well it, fried my onions or something like that. But it isn't actually connected. I suppose the fire regs don't allow them to do that. Look, there is an uncertainty. If I had to guess, I think a lot of the way forward with electricity, with a residential heat, will be heat pumps in those housing situations where you can go heat pump. Because remember, the magic of heat pump, and people say, when you first say it, this sounds like an impossible, like a perpetual motion machine, is you put in 1 kilowatt of electricity and you get 3 kilowatt hours of heat out, because you are sucking heat from the external air. It's an air conditioner pointed round the other way. And I think that fundamental advantage probably means that in the long run, where physically easiest in a reasonable size semi-detached or detached house with a bit of space at the back, where physically it's easier to put in a heat pump, I think we'll probably go heat pump. Mm-hmm. But there is much of our housing stock where it's not easy to put it in, and I think it's there that we're more likely to see hydrogen blending into the network, conversion of our boilers and cooking to hydrogen. Mm-hmm. So we'll see. It could be either. I put residential heat in the sort of don't know category versus the steel or shipping, where I put it in the almost certain category.
What category do you put it in?
Rather than I don't know, I'd say it depends. So it's back to that network and that hub effect thing. So, for instance, in Germany, where our colleague Joachim is from, you have a lot of closed gas networks. You have a lot of closed-loop gas networks near large industrial clusters. Yep. So where you have a source baseload off-taker that is an industrial off-taker, It will then make sense because you have a closed loop network you can inject in and blend into to be able to get the housing around that to go. We don't have much of that in the UK, but what we do have is a lot of leaky old Victorian housing where passive heating systems, which is what heat pumps are, don't work well. They work well in a hermetically sealed box. They do not work well in housing that is designed to be drafty. These houses were designed to breathe in the Victorian era. So for those, there has to be something, especially in a Scottish winter in a Victorian house. I don't think underfloor heating would kick it. You're going to have some form of on-demand heating as well. The fact that you can blend in at 20% blends is helpful without having to go through the billions of upgrading the gas network. But again, the consumer is the one most price conscious, the most pocket conscious. So you need to have some form of hub close by that will the industrial will almost subsidise, if you like, the heating that would then go around it.
So Ivo and Jochen, I'm going to put Fabrice's question back to you. He's from H2 Power. He's asking, and I'll repeat the question since we might have forgotten, considering the low efficiency of electrolysis and fuel cells, does it still make sense today to use power to gas to power? And especially in context of what you do.
Yeah, so...
Yeah.
You can go first.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
so
okay, good, thank you. Yeah, that's exactly the point. And you asked the question before, you asked about development, and we are just only talking about the supply, but we need to also talk about a development roadmap for our hydrogen subsystems. And indeed, the efficiency for electrolyzer systems and fuel cells is very low at the moment. And I'll provide you an example. The well-to-wheel efficiency of a hydrogen train is roughly about 25%. For a diesel train, it's 30 to 35%. So we need to have a development roadmap on fuel cell, on electrolyzer systems, and all the other hydrogen subsystems. And at the moment, I do not see any, but we require one. We require clear targets for improving and upgrading the efficiency rates, for increasing the power density of the system. And let me provide you another example. For the storing of hydrogen, we use cylinders. Cylinders is not the optimum way of using the volume we have available. So there needs to be developments in fuel cells, in efficiencies, in power densities, and then back to the question, then power to X and back X to power. Then this could be an application, but at the moment it's not the right time for that. It's just the right time to use what we have, improve it continuously, and get it onto the market.
Yeah, if I can, I would like to add the key objective why everybody is here is actually to reduce CO2 emissions. And it is really about saying what are the tools we have and what is the hierarchy we see in how we apply the alternatives. And if we talk about the green power or the green energy that we generate in the region, let's talk here about Scotland. Where are you going to direct that green energy to in the first place? Where does it give you the highest gain in terms of decarbonizing and reducing emissions? I think there are relatively clean and clear priorities where that power should go in the first place, like other evident measures like insulating your Victorian homes, which may actually be money very well spent if you want to decarbonize the world. The point I want to make is there will be a balance and there will be choices to be made because in the years to come, there will be less hydrogen than the potential demand. So it's very important that depending on what is critical for each geography, for each country, as my fellow panelists already indicated, they will have to sort out what their priorities are. And they may be different depending on location, availability, and as I indicated, what kickstarts you? Yeah? How can you actually come to serious size on a cluster basis or on a distributed basis, but make sure you make best use of your electricity, of your hydrogen, of your biogas to decarbonize and reduce your emissions to get to your targets.
We have literally 1 minute left, so closing thoughts, and also if anyone has a really cool, innovative person, organization, company that they've heard of, give them a shout out so people can actually pay some attention to this. I met a woman called Vieta Cohen who won the Earthshot Prize for an amazing electrolyzer design. So if that could be possible, I'll give you an extra minute there, and then I think our team will just have to deal with it. If I can start with you, Lord Turner. Closing thoughts.
Well, I want to make the closing thought that if we are to have huge amounts of green hydrogen in particular, we need huge amounts of electricity. And just a key point to realize that in terms of the total amount of investment required, it's not in the steel mills, it's not in the ships, it's not even in the electrolyzers, it's in the electricity system. If you have 500 million tons produced from electrolysis, right, at, what should we say, 45 kilowatt hours per kilogram, that's 22,500 terawatt hours of electricity. The total electricity production in the world today is 27,000 terawatt hours. This is a huge demand for electricity. And actually, what happens in the grid is crucial. If you talk to SSAB, the Swedish steel company, about what it would take to accelerate their current plan to get rid of all their blast furnaces and to replace it by hydrogen-based DRI steel, the answer is agreement to a new transmission line, right? So things that have to happen in the electricity system are absolutely crucial to support everything that's going on in hydrogen, if we assume that the majority will eventually come down the green route, not the blue route.
Kim, closing thoughts?
So I think we've spoken a lot about blue and green, but actually there's a lot of other really cool innovators out there with different colours. There's pink, which is with nuclear, which might be a solution for some of those electrons. There's also turquoise, which is really interesting as well, which is taking it from methane and it's completely zero emissions. You end up with carbon black and hydrogen out of methane. Those are really cool techs to pull out. But the company that I would give the shout out to is actually Protium Solutions, which is a UK-based company. Chris Jackson, the CEO of that, is really pushing the green hydrogen agenda and really getting that value chain piece moving. And I think if we see more people focused like that on bringing the value chain and the end use together, and we really innovate the technology around that to scale it up, that I think is really the way forward to accelerate.
Thank you. Eva.
Yeah, coming back to the point, I named our own company as a first mover. I think for this energy transition, it needs a first mover spirit. There will be risk, there will be uncertainty, but people at some point need to jump. If we focus on the transportation market, someone will have to produce the trucks, because even if people want them, they will need to get access to them, and at the end of the day, they transport goods, and they have to transport those at a very acceptable cost for the consumer. So there's plenty of opportunity for people that once they see the light, to jump and start doing things. I think as an industry, from the supply side, we will continue to move, we will continue to make steps, because as a company, we are convinced that sooner or later, it is difficult to say, but the opportunity is huge, and it is us as a global citizen, that is what we have to do. And we see plenty of other industries that actually are doing remarkable things. So if you create a platform for them, as you do here, that is exactly what we should keep doing. Bring those minds together. I think they can come to interesting landmark solutions that can be copied by others.
Well, you should be here tomorrow then. It's Hydrogen Day. Jochen, give us your final thoughts.
Yeah, thank you. In summary and in perspective of Siemens Mobility, I do see three fields of action. The first is we need local hubs for supplying different applications with hydrogen. The second is we need a clear development roadmap for hydrogen subsystems, like increasing fuel cell systems efficiency and so on. And the third is, in order to reduce the price gap to the diesel trains or for diesel applications, there needs to be a push from the outside in terms of governmental support and funding. These are the three fields of actions we still need to consider, and then I'm pretty sure and I'm pretty confident that will definitely grow.
thank you to all of you for your thoughts. I think tomorrow we'll pick up on where you have left us in this conversation. There's so much to discuss. So I really appreciate you sharing your thoughts with us and, of course, leaving us with those ideas. Especially, Kim, thank you very much for the rainbow of colors that you left us with. Give them a round of applause, and we will continue the hydrogen conversation tomorrow. We are going to take a very short break at this point. We'll be back in a couple of minutes to pick up the conversation. The transition stage isn't over yet. It's still day 3. I'll see you back here in 10 minutes.
We need to understand that our decision today, the present, means the future.
So the big challenge for us as individuals, as consumers, is that with climate change, it takes not one of us, it takes all of us.
Consumers can contribute by increasing forest coverage by the nature of what Crisis Planet is about. In fact, encourages a person to become, in a way, part of a growing movement.
BMO is committed to be our client's lead partner in the transition to a net zero world. It's a deep-rooted commitment. Our net zero ambitions aren't just talk, they're tangible. We're partnering with our clients to solve big climate challenges through investment and innovation. We're on a journey, and you can come along. Learn more about BMO's net zero ambitions.
Mitsubishi Heavy Industries Group and its partners are delivering hydrogen technology across the globe. We're providing solutions that are decarbonising the energy industry and lowering emissions in hard-to-abate sectors, while also investing in new ways to produce and transport hydrogen. We're taking the hydrogen society from the drawing board into the real world to make net zero emissions a reality.
At Visa, we strive to uplift lives everywhere through the power of payments, driving economic growth, digital innovation, and a more inclusive and sustainable world. We are protecting our planet and taking climate action by making our operations more eco-friendly. We have met our goal to transition to 100% renewable electricity. We're investing in greener buildings and operations, clean transportation, and better energy efficiency. We're encouraging sustainable living by better understanding consumers, supporting cleaner commuting and travel, and building a global movement in the process, joining others dedicated to inclusive and sustainable development. Visa, working towards a greener future everywhere, one payment at a time.
Mott MacDonald is a carbon neutral company, and we have pledged to be a net zero organisation by 2040 or earlier. We are committed to working in collaboration with our clients to support the critical role that infrastructure has to play in the transition to a climate resilient net zero future. We look forward to bringing our global expertise to the Sustainable Innovation Forum at COP26 in pursuit of real progress towards urgent action.
Hello everyone, my name is Brennan Spellacy, and I'm one of the co-founders and CEO of Patch, the platform for negative emissions. At Patch, we're laser focused on enabling technology businesses to launch automated sustainability programs. We do this by giving them a programmatic interface to international carbon markets and negative emissions technologies. I'm so excited to be joining you all this year at COP26 and the Sustainability Innovation Forum. I'm really looking forward to the conversations we're going to have to see how we can make climate action more accessible to both consumers and enterprise. If you'd like to see me talk, I'm going to be speaking on 2 panels this year. The first discussing what mechanisms we need to standardize and scale international carbon markets. The second, which will be slightly later in the day, will be focused on enabling the climate warrior and putting climate action in the hands of consumers today and seeing what opportunities that lends itself to. Even if you don't have time to come to either of those 2 panels, I can't wait to speak to you and see how we can potentially partner together to make the world more sustainable. Thank you so much, and I can't wait to meet you.
Well, a shout out to Patch indeed. Welcome back to everyone who is joining us online from around the world, and to those who are in the room. We are about to get started. I know the conversations are so interesting, but I am going to tell you to take it outside if you possibly can, or sit and listen to an extremely interesting conversation that's coming up next on the transition stage. Our Climate Leaders Live is with Drax and Mitsubishi Heavy Industries. It is a conversation about mainstreaming climate innovation for net zero transitions. Could I please request the Drax CEO, Will Gardner, and also MHI's EMEA Regional Officer, Kentaro Hosomi, to please join me on stage. Thank you, gentlemen, for a very, very interesting conversation that we are about to have. While you get seated, let me run you through the first question that I had for both of you. It's interesting to see you a partner and work together, because collaboration has been quite a theme across all 3 days of CEF and also in the Blue Zone and COP. The question I had for you is, give us a little bit more meat and juice on the technology that you're talking about, how it works within the biomass industry, and how it leads us to this net zero transition that we're all looking for.
Great, and thank you everyone. It's great to be here. I appreciate it. And Kentaro, maybe I'll start with describing how the biomass sort of power works, and then I'll let you do the CCS bit. So Drax is a power station that runs on sustainable biomass. It used to be a coal-fired power station, and we actually have a long history of working together with MHI. Right? So the actual burners that the coal-fired power station was originally built with come from MHI. And we've actually had collaboration with them through the whole process of actually converting the power station from coal to biomass. We have actually ongoing work with them thinking about how we can help other companies convert from coal to biomass. And when we started the next step of our journey a couple of years ago to say, well, if we add carbon capture and storage onto what we're doing, we'll take what is a renewable power station, creating renewable power, and we'll make it a carbon negative power station if we can actually capture and store the CO2. So what we needed a world-class partner who was really expert on carbon capture and storage. And so first step of that process was actually, we did some trials. So we actually have an innovation area at the power station, and we have multiple people who've actually trialed their carbon capture technologies there, one of whom was MHI. And then we went through an extensive sort of selection process and chose them for a variety of reasons as our partners earlier this year. So we've had a great collaboration. I think there's a lot of next steps and interesting ways we will continue to do that. And maybe I'll hand it over to talk about how the technology works.
How does the technology work, Ken?
Yes, the technology works is, maybe all of you know, but our technology is to absorb the CO2 from the flue gas from any heating source using fossil fuel. So yes, our first application, major application, was on a coal-fired plant. But of course, certainly for the BECCS plant that Drax is operating, this could also be, it's burning.
That's good to
and
know.
it has flue gas where CO2 is contained, so recovering CO2 from that with our absorbing with a fluid. This is how it works. And the partnering with Drax was very much, it was a great pleasure for us because, as Will mentioned, that the process of selecting us, this was in a very, I'll say, prudential way that made us believe that, yes, Drax is really a partner which we can walk with for a long way through the journey. So this is the best point of our collaboration with Drax.
Well, do you think, you've talked about wanting to export this technology around the world. Is the world ready for it? Is this the technology that's going to help bridge the gap between all of the green technologies like green hydrogen, all the time that's going to take? Are you convinced this is the way to go for a number of parts of the world?
So I am convinced that the world will need a significant amount of carbon removal technologies over time, right? That to get to net zero, I think that, well, I or the IPCC or the Climate Change Committee in the UK would say that we will need significant amount of actual carbon removal, right? And we've done a lot of work on this question. What are the best ways to remove CO2 from the atmosphere? And there's, sort of broadly speaking, at least today, 3 well-known I would say, proven technology solutions, early stages, but there's direct air capture, there's BECCS, and then there are nature-based solutions. And all of those, I think, have a role to play. So it is, I think, BECCS, what we're doing specifically, so biomass power generation plus carbon capture, I think does have an important role to play. But it is going to be one which has limits, right? Because there's only so much sustainable biomass that can be used, and that's going to be an important part of the puzzle as well.
It's interesting you say that, because in the last couple of days there have been quite a few researchers that have put out reports saying that the IPCC has assessments do not really even assess BECCS as being part of the program that they've suggested. It's just one of the many roadmaps that they've given. They don't know the net negative association with reducing emissions, to say the least. When you hear research like that, how do you change track? Do you fix certain things that are core to your business? I mean, how can you do that? Because this is core to your business, isn't it?
No, it absolutely is core to our business, and I would say the sort of the sustainability agenda is absolutely core to our business, right? So the issue from my perspective is that in order for BECCS, or biomass power generation plus carbon capture, to actually be carbon negative, it has to be using a fuel source, so wood fiber, that actually is being restored and regrowing all the time, right? So you're capturing carbon in the forest that it comes from, as well as capturing carbon in the carbon sink after we actually generate the power, right? So if you have the right, I'm convinced that if we have the right sustainability criteria in place, and I think we do now, but we also need to continue to improve those, that it is a fundamental part of an IPCC pathway. Or give you a specific UK example, that in the UK they're talking right now about how should biomass fit into the mix, right? And there's sort of two parts to that equation, I think. One is it's clear that they say, for example, that the UK does need carbon removal to hit net zero, and probably they've committed to doing 5 million tons of that by 2030, right? And BECCS can be a key part of it, and they talk about BECCS as being part of that solution. But they also talk about making sure that the sustainability criteria are adequate to ensure that what it does is actually helpful, right? And so we want to be part of that process, working with the government, working with NGOs to actually get to a set of sustainability criteria that can work, and I think we can do that.
What would those criteria be in your mind? I mean, you're having these conversations despite headline after headline that's coming out in the last 2 weeks, which you can't run away from, I can't run away from, and neither can the audience, where I think yesterday there was a report out from Ember that said that your plant in Selby is the biggest emitter of emissions in the UK, that you're the third biggest in Europe, only after 2 coal plants in Poland and Germany, which burn lignite, the dirtiest coal. We've also been dropped from the S&P's Global Clean Energy Index because they're not very sure about green credentials. All of this noise is coming at you while you are trying to work out your sustainability goals. How do you balance it? How do you go back to investors? How do you go back to your stakeholders and say, no, we are part of the solution, let me show you how? What is part of that list?
Yeah, so I guess a couple of things I would say. One is that there are lots of other headlines that maybe have not been in the press as much.
It is COP. Only the negative stuff's going to come out.
No, fair enough. But as I said before, I mean, if you think about sort of so if you go back and you look at some other things that have happened over the last several weeks. So yesterday, Frans Timmermans, the EU Environmental Commissioner, was very clear and said that they're not going to get beyond coal without biomass being part of the solution. So, I mean, there's clear endorsement there. If you look at the the Biden administration's path to net zero, there's a very clear statement in there that biomass, again, if done properly, should be part of the solution, as should BECCS be. And as I mentioned before, the UK government very clearly coming out in support of BECCS, et cetera, right? Now, the Ember report, I mean, no one would question the fact that CO2 comes out of the Drax power station. That's absolutely right. But what that report doesn't reflect is that the way that the fact that the source of that CO2 is a biogenic source, and it's coming from wood as opposed to coming from coal. So it's not CO2 that has been effectively locked under the earth for millions of years. It's coming from trees. And that's, under the IPCC's accounting criteria, that is considered to be a renewable source of power. And it's not a Drax sort of construct that says what we do is renewable. That's coming from the IPCC or the UK government. And so again, I think a lot of these reports don't take that into consideration. And I would also comment, on the S&P thing. No, there have been, the S&P has not commented on why we've been dropped from it, right? And our understanding is it's not because of biomass. There are companies very much in their clean energy index, like Ørsted, who have significant biomass power generation businesses. So I think there's, clearly there's issues we need to address, and we need to be comfortable with the sustainability criteria, and we are. But there's a more balanced story out there, and that's what we tell our stakeholders.
So what ideally would you like to see happen as you go forward? Because you're convinced that you are part of this transition, you can help make it happen. So in terms of what all of the investors who are talking very loudly about the amount of money they're going to put towards sustainability and the energy transition and all the transitions that need to happen, what is it that you would like to see in terms of sustainability criteria that would satisfy you, your company, your stakeholders, and also those people watching you who want you to succeed, as long as it helps towards getting to our goal of net zero?
So where we are now is that the criteria that we have in the UK and in the EU, which are the two biggest markets for biomass, so that you need to be very comfortable and you need to demonstrate that what you're sourcing is coming from forests that are growing. So you're not contributing to deforestation. You're actually getting your fiber from a growing carbon sink, as it were. You have to be able to demonstrate that you're not contributing to biodiversity. Sorry, that you're not sort of harming biodiversity, apologies. And you also have to be able to show that you're there's a whole other set of specific criteria, that what you use is residuals, for example. There's a whole set of criteria that have to be met. And frankly, I think it's about I think the key issue for me is two things. One is that we can actually get people more confidence and we can demonstrate more clearly for their satisfaction that those are things that are happening. So there's a sort of validation of that, which I think is key. But the other thing for me, which is key, is as BECCS becomes a global phenomenon, which I believe that it will, I think having a clear sort of description of what the limits of that need to be, I think that's the most important thing. Because I think that the big worry that people fundamentally have about biomass is that it goes too far. Right? That actually, if it goes too far and it does lead to deforestation, that is clearly not what we want to do. It's clearly would be a problem, right? And so we would very much be in support of looking at the rules that are out there and adding to them limits. What is the maximum amount that can be used, right? And I think that would be helpful.
Would that be helpful to you as you partner with them and you work towards your targets at MHI? Because you also don't want to be in a situation where you are loped in with a technology or with something that's going to end up pulling you back in terms of your emissions reporting.
One thing is, I'd like to say, as Will said, that we are looking into markets where this BECCS model can also be applied. Like countries in the Southeast Asia where, the coal-fired fleets are relatively new in terms of age. And for those countries, in order to just transit for energy transition, I think the way to use such kind of assets is going to be very important, and we are looking into BECCS as one of the solutions which can make these units run through their whole life, which is expected economically. Of course, this is not the only solution, and we are also looking into technologies like ammonia co-firing, hydrogen firing. These kind of technologies Mitsubishi Heavy Industries is looking into, and we are cooperating with other companies as well in order to apply this technology. But with a mixture of those kind of technologies, applications, then we believe that this could accelerate actually the decarbonization of the industries in the emerging countries. That's what I believe.
Will, if I can ask you, what would your hope be in terms of clear directions? Because, like you said, a lot of noise comes out at certain times, a lot of misunderstandings or maybe facts, depending on which side of the aisle you're sitting on. What would you need from governments around the world when it comes to biomass in terms of standards, regulations, assistance, help? What would you like to see? Is it blanket support, or would you want to see some checks and balances put in place for you?
So I think the first piece of this, which is I think underway in a live way today, is that both in Europe under the RED III legislation that's happening now, there's a clear sort of debate happening about what the sustainability standard should be, as I was discussing before. And the same thing is happening in the UK. So there's a clear, so getting to a consensus around that, and again, one that we can actually take beyond the EU and the UK to make it more global, I think that's one piece of it, right? But I think as we get to the next stage, which is going to happen over the next couple of years, which is, what's the right way to support, BECCS as a carbon removal technology? And for me, it should be ultimately a technology agnostic, effectively competition, which is, what is the least cost way to remove CO2 from the atmosphere, right? And there's a very clear sort of model that we could use in the UK, for example, which is the model that's been used for offshore wind, where you start with some sort of a long-term CFD type mechanism, which says, we'll pay, for the power, give you a price. We'll pay for the carbon removal, give you a price. And then each year, several years, we'll have a new set of projects, and there'll be competition, and ultimately the cost of the technology will come down, right? Because fundamentally, I think the best way to make this work is we need to get the first of a kind project off the ground, and we expect that to happen in the next couple of years. And then once we have that, effectively you can let the technology curve work in our favor and bring the cost of the next projects down over time.
I think that's been said so often when it comes to this transition, that we need that first mover. We need something to prove itself, show us everything in terms of warts and all, so we can fix it for the next time around. In terms of COP26, you have had a chance to listen, observe. Could you let me know, and could you let the audience in the room and also watching virtually know, what were your key takeaways in the last 10 days or so? And what are you hoping to hear when the negotiators leave? Are there any key messages that you got and key messages you want?
So for me, I guess there's a couple of things here. One is that there's good reason for optimism, and there's good reason for potential disappointment, right? I mean, and clearly the commitments on deforestation, fully supportive of that. Commitments on methane, coming off coal, some good sort of ideas, sort of ambitions there. Clearly, I mean, in the draft sort of statement that I think that's come out this morning, the desire to actually maybe ask people to come back in a year and update their NDCs to a level that actually gets us to 1.5, I think that's important. But maybe different to other COPs that have happened before, I think the corporate presence has been bigger here than maybe in the past, right? And one of the things that I've been hearing is that if you actually look at the corporate contributions or the different industry coalition contributions and you add those up, that actually they add up to pretty big numbers as well, right? And maybe even they could go a bit further than the national ones, right? So finding a way in the future to sort of incorporate, maybe it's make it parallel, the corporate sort of ambitions in a way that actually brings them front and center. Because I think, fundamental point for me is I think that the corporate world, in spite of what people on the street might be saying, I think does want to make this happen, right? And in some ways, I think that the next issue we're going to come up with is, and I think Adair on the prior panel was making this point, is that the amount of investment and capital which is is there, the actual physical movement of actual building of things, whether it's transmission lines, et cetera, that's going to start to be the challenge. I mean, the will is there, but actually making it all happen is, I think, going to be the next challenge.
Next challenge. Ken, closing thoughts?
Yes. The most impressive thing happening in here is that we feel that there's more, I would say, push towards accelerating the movement towards decarbonization. And for that, what is being discussed here very positively is that using the available technology today to decarbonize as soon as possible. So our carbon capture technology, we have been developing this for over 30 years, but now one reason which did not take off to date is that it lacked the scale, I would say, the economical scale to take off. So I see this Drax power station, which will be the single largest application of our technology, which certainly brings a scale, as well as the UK clusters, which brings the scale from the industries for the transportation and storage side. I think this is a very bold and ambitious target, but we are expecting very much that this could be a good takeoff for this technology to flourish. So I think we need to further cooperate with partners, including Drax. And also we also need the government to be involved as a partner in order to support this takeoff. So I think, this could certainly be a model which we can exploit and expand over to globally.
Hopefully governments around the world are listening, because I think that's been echoed over and over again through these 3 days here at ZIP, and also every time I've met anybody from any company across Glasgow. Will and Ken, thank you so very much for your honesty, your frankness, and for giving us a little bit more light on all the issues we're going to face in this transition. I think all of us are going to run up against hurdles, but thank you for that. Give them a round of applause. So as we make our stage COVID safe, COVID proof, I think I'm going to let you know that our next session is going to be about mainstreaming climate innovations for net zero transitions. Very exciting conversation to be had. We have made a little bit of an addition to our program. It's a nice little surprise. We've added a small conversation with Jaideep Sandhu. He is the Chief Technology Officer of the Renewables Global Business Unit at Engie. He'll be joining us right at the very end of the transition stage. He's kindly given us 10 minutes. We didn't know he was going to be here, but when we saw him, we were like, would you like to come up and tell us what Engie is doing? They know how to make the transition, they know the difficulties, and they know also how to exactly get down the road from the problems to the solutions. So looking forward to that conversation with Jaideep. Let's move on to the conversation about mainstreaming those climate innovations. If I can ask my panel to join me on stage. We've got Julia Pally, who is Sustainability Director at Formula E. We've got Dennis Spamlin. He is Head and Senior Advisor of Mission Innovations Net Zero Compatibility Initiative. Very long title, I must say, but exciting indeed. I want to know all about that. Jeannie Dodson, Head of Secretariat at Mission Innovation. We've also got Ida Sefbend-Adater, CEO of CarbFix. If I massacred your name, please forgive me and please correct me. But I am absolutely fascinated by this company. And Paul Marushka joins us virtually. He is CEO of Sphera. Thank you all for the innovations you're bringing to save this planet, for the changes you're making as part of your DNA and for your passion. Tell us how the process has evolved for you, for the companies that you lead, and for the world overall when you listen to the more incumbent organizations talk about transitioning. If I can start off with you.
Okay, thank you very much. Hi, everyone. Thanks very much for having me. So, I mean, definitely, Formula E is really trying to showcase through the power of sport that, action and through the innovation, the technology that we develop through the cars and the garages of the event is helping to transition and helping to transition to a low carbon economy. Not only it's the cars that we have and we used to race that are 100% electric and powered by renewable energy, but that's also very much the power of the platform itself, the sport that really inspires people because it captivates their minds, to showcase sustainable lifestyles. And we're really trying to, lead by example ourselves as an organization, being the first sport in the world having achieved net zero carbon since inception back in 2020, when most of the rest of the world is looking at 10 years, more or less, to do that. So that's how we're trying to utilize innovation to push the world forward in taking action.
Dennis, tell us a little bit about what you do and how you drive change and the thought process behind the innovations that are needed to actually make that shift.
Thank you. Well, it's been a long journey. You know, I've been around this since at least '97 and COP3, so been following.
You're way ahead of your time.
So it's been really interesting to see in how stuck we still are in the old way of thinking, because the whole idea back in the '90s were that all the major companies on Fortune 500 were fossil, and they were even refusing to acknowledge that climate change was an issue. So many of the instruments for transparency, reporting, were created to open up those bad companies. But that world is long gone. But we're still approaching companies as part of the problem. And some of them are, but many of them that have, we wouldn't have sharing of cars, dematerialized reading, streaming of music, all these things have emerged since then, but not driven out of climate, but driving of pure innovation to be much smarter. And I think that's one of the challenges we have today, that what we usually call sustainable innovation is not sustainable innovation. It's slightly less bad innovation. It's looking at the bad and then try to do them less bad. But the really transformative, that really allow 11 billion people to live flourishing lives, that is not within that framework because they are not here. They're sitting in garages coming up with really cool stuff in India, Africa, China, resource scarce country, where you need to really make sure that you do something affordable and resource efficient. So that's sort of my takeaway, that it's really, the world is changing faster than much of the climate discussion, because the climate discussion created these reporting schemes and lists and funds about how you divest from the worst sector, the worst in the worst sectors, rather than promoting tomorrow's companies. So it's a really tension here building between those who are fighting for tomorrow and those who try to identify the least worst among the laggards.
And that's really interesting that you phrased it that way, because it's been a thought that I think a lot of people have had, that we managed, say for example, Jeannie, to move our working systems during COVID so quickly online, and I hate giving that example because everybody gives that example, but it's fact. We went online like that. The companies that are innovating, and we've also heard on this stage that we need to see these companies innovate, and we need the first mover, we need to have pilot projects to proof of concept. Do we have time for all of this? And are there companies who are breaking through and saying, forget about the incumbents, we're going to figure this out and we're going to get the money, and if we fail, we fail, and having a very, I don't know, Silicon Valley approach to it?
Thanks very much, and that's a really interesting question. So I head up Mission Innovation, which is a coalition of 23 governments. They are responsible for 95% of global clean energy innovation investments in the world. So, really they are the ones that are seeding all of the innovation that is needed to transition to net zero globally. And I think we are seeing lots of action on the ground, and I think lots of people are not waiting for change. And I think, really, actually, the change is going to come is potentially what we don't predict, what we don't think is going to happen. The disruptive innovation that is not coming out of necessarily the existing sectors and processes that happen. I think if we look to the power sector and the transition for that, if we started from the current sectors that exist, we wouldn't have got the transition that we've got today. And so, the governments that we work for, they are really looking to invest in the solutions that can underpin and transform different sectors and really drive forward the transitions we need. And lots of very exciting technologies that are coming forward. And I think particularly the critical thing that was the reason that Mission Innovation was set up was around this: how do we shorten the time to market? How do we accelerate it? Recognize that there is not very long, and this is the only decade really in which innovation is going to be helpful to drive the transitions, because the time that it takes to deploy, the time that it takes to diffuse, this is absolutely the decade that innovation has to happen. And I think particularly what we're looking at is how the benefits that come from governments coming together to create a stronger signal to the markets, the stronger signal about the change that is going to happen, but also shorten those times, particularly from the innovation through to deployment, and that real kind of valley of death space that we've got in terms of scaling. And I think there's actually quite a lot that we could learn from the vaccine process, what's happened with vaccines. I think we've got to look at that, what happened in that process when we really saw that there was a challenge that needed to be tackled, and how do we take that into other areas like energy.
I want to pick that up and ask you that question as we come back and loop around, but I wanted to ask you, Edda. You didn't wait, you were convinced that you knew how to do CCS. Carbfix is being covered and being held up almost like an icon now in the world. Tell us the process of thinking and how you went about getting the project on the ground, up and running, even when everyone was still talking about CCS.
Well, basically we decided that let's take the jump. We did the early stage research, but in parallel, we were preparing for just going out into the field and testing the technology. And I think this is really what we have to do in more projects. You can research and research and research in the lab and make models and so forth, but in the end, you have to go out in the field, you have to test it. Of course, it didn't work perfectly. When we started, there is no such thing. So then we went back, okay, how can we change the process and so forth. Another thing we did was that we had a sort of very good mix of expertise within the project from the very beginning. We had the highly academic research community doing the sort of cutting edge science, but at the same time we had industry engineers, industry experts, and tradespeople. Because let's face it, what's done in the academics, it's often too pure. It's not what you do in the field. So then when we hit problems, using the applications that the academics would be perfect for the field, and no, they weren't, it didn't work, then the tradespeople came in and say, oh no, this doesn't make any sense, let's do it this way. And so that worked. And I think sort of this bold approach, also having this diverse group of people and not waiting to just test it. And it is a fact that not everything will work, but that's fine. We don't learn and get to the best results unless we just take the jump.
So for those of our viewers watching online and for those in the room who may not be as familiar with Carbfix and who might not be fangirling you right now, tell us a little bit more about the company and what you do.
Yeah, so Carbfix, we've developed a different type of carbon capture and storage technology that actually imitates a natural process that's already part of the natural carbon cycle on Earth that stores CO2 in minerals. And actually, it's not a very well-known fact that the bedrock underneath us is by far the largest natural carbon reservoir on Earth. It stores over 200,000 times more carbon than all the other storage mechanisms combined, whether it's trees or soil, the atmosphere, the ocean. The bedrock within the minerals in the bedrock stores this much more. So what we set out to do is develop a technology that allows us to imitate and accelerate this natural process. This we do by taking captured CO2, inject it into specific rock formations that are abundant on Earth, and there it reacts very quickly with the bedrock, and we form new minerals. And I actually have a piece of solidified CO2 here in my pocket. I carry it with me everywhere I go. Not sure if you can see, but this is calcium carbonate. It's calcium from the basalts that we inject into, and it's combined with the CO2. And it's going to stay like this piece of rock forever. So it's gone. It's out of the picture. And so this is what we do. And this is a proven technology. We've been applying it continuously in Iceland, where it's developed since 2014. And now we're ready to take it to scale.
So Paul, let me bring you in here and ask you, data has been mentioned over and over again, both on the global stage and also here on the transition stage, and how important and critical it is to meet our decarbonization efforts, our ESG goals. What have you been seeing in the process, especially in the last 2 or 3 years, and how much has it changed in terms of how much data is actually being shared, used, and how is it being used?
Yeah, thank you for that question. It's been interesting because for the past 30 years, we have been aggregating greenhouse gas emissions data from 3,000 companies around the world. And so we probably have one of the largest databases we've ever seen before. But that really has been primarily in what I would say the highly regulated industries, the oil and gas, the chemical, the manufacturing. What we've really seen dramatically in the last 2 years is other industries, technology industries, consumer packaged goods industries, who also realize that their goods have a carbon impact, and asking companies like ours, how can you take the carbon accounting, product lifecycle analysis capabilities that you've been doing for these asset-intensive industries and bring them to their industry so they can understand their carbon footprint. And secondly, what we're seeing also from all industries, be it the asset-intensive oil and gas, chemical manufacturing, as well as the CPG retail, is all of them trying to begin to report to the world on exactly what is their carbon footprint. And if they put in plans to decarbonize, how can they begin to track that? The problem that we're seeing is there is no standardization of that definition. So when there isn't, it's very hard to objectively say you started at point X from a carbon perspective and you went to point Y, as it's not clear what I say is point X is the same as what you say is point X. And so that's going to be a difficult problem for the world, as we need a global objective standard around defining what these emissions mean and how we report on them, or else a lot of this activity and action that we're hearing around decarbonization may not be one that we can objectively track going forward.
Would you say that that's an issue that is front and center and to solve at first, or is this something that is being use as an excuse to not report in and kind of skirt the amount of information that is actually shared. What would you say is the critical issue with data and data sharing? Anybody on stage who wants to take that question on? Go on.
I think the major problem is that the data we have today is structured into old industrial categories and is made for optimization of those. So you can get slightly better paper, you get a slightly better car, but you don't get a jump to a smart city that is walkable, drone-driven, 3D printing, because that data does not exist. So what we see today is a lot of reporting schemes are really holding back companies in incremental improvement in existing systems. And it's all even worse, it's treating companies only as a source of emissions, not as a solution provider. And I think what we really need is, like I like the esports, for instance, it's shown that the future is about non-compromise. It's about exciting lifestyles that we can look towards and be inspired by. How do I climb? How am I an artist? How am I a scientist? Not instead of saying, how many kilowatt hours are this or kilogram is this? It doesn't drive you as a passionate innovator. It's turn you into a civil servant trying to sort of count the calculations. And that is the worst kind of innovation we have created. That is creative accounting with offsetting and creating sort of far away targets that then claims to be carbon neutral in some way. But it's not asking the question, how are you making the world a better place? How is someone out there getting better healthcare, getting better nutrition? That is getting lost, and that's what I'm really afraid of in the carbon discussion and climate discussion today. It's turned into an accounting game, not a way of providing good life for the many people. And we should not forget, in many countries, people feel despair, feeling left out. And it's not the matter of how much carbon they emit that they go to bed struggling with. It is, what's my role in society? And if we don't create an attractive vision for tomorrow's society, we will sit on the side with our carbon accounting feeling very clever, but is not really part of the great transition that we are facing, because this fourth industrial revolution that we're facing is the biggest one we as humans are facing.
You are obviously very passionate, but Jeannie needs to get in there to get her point in.
Thank you very much. I don't want to say so much about the actual data around sort of energy systems, etc., which is obviously really critical, but the data and information about innovation and the progress of innovation, because I think the expectations about what is coming forward and what is going to happen is so important to what people invest in and what people commit to. And even the conversations I've had around COP26, here, and I was at a shipping event on Saturday, I'm actually quite surprised by how people are not always aware about how fast-moving the technologies are, the levels of pilots and demonstrations, and real world examples of projects that are out there. And at the moment, we don't really track, innovation and solutions very well, how costs are changing, there is a very good analysis around patents and et cetera, and lighthouse projects. We do a lot more on the deployment. What's the level of renewables out there? And I think this is one of the things that we need to get much better at. So Mission Innovation, one of our roles is really trying to get in front of governments. This is what's happening. This is the pace of change. This is the progress that's happening. These are solutions. Trying to get that sharing of this kind of information between different governments so that can drive the pace of transitions much more rapidly. People have confidence when somebody else is moving, and really trying to get that knowledge and information about solutions. So we're trying to work with various different organizations, to really try and get that better data globally around the frontiers of innovation, the frontiers of solutions, so it can help everybody to progress much more rapidly.
Paul, I want to stay with the data point because we do have a question here from Justice. He's asking, are we relying way too much on detailed data sets to drive climate change? We know what the big levers are. We have to address those. Are we?
Well, I think the data sets are there, frankly. It is how we report on those data sets and how the actors actually execute upon those data sets. So that's both a policy discussion at the governmental level and at a global level that has to be made. And if those policies are executed, I think we have the capability today to begin to track that and report on that. and you can track it whatever way you want. But I think we need to set up objective standards so that it's clear when company A is doing something company B, whatever country you're in, that it is something that is of equivalent value. But someone has to define what that value is, and then we have to act on it, or else the issue will be going aimlessly. We may be going in one direction, thinking it's a great direction, we're making progress, and I think that's what some of the people on the panel are talking about. But if you can't measure progress, how do you know that you're actually making progress? It could be a false promise, and that's, I think, the problem we and others are trying to solve, is making sure that all of these investments actually are making progress, and that data has to be there to demonstrate that, so that data begins to provide objective credibility around the actions we are taking. I think that's an important point.
I think that would be a good question for Julie as well, because I remember when Formula E came up, and I actually had a friend move to the organization, and she would tell me, she'd go out for dinners, she'd go out for drinks, and people would look at her going, what's Formula E? Is that the same, is that some children's version of Formula One? And she used to say, I don't think they're seeing the drive and the mission in it. At some point, data had to drive the success. How much did you keep track of what you were doing, how Formula E was doing, and how much did it change the direction that you were taking in terms of making it mainstream? Because now everyone talks about Formula E as much as they talk about Formula One. Maybe with less of a prize money and prize pot.
I guess, I mean, we have to, I'm very much with you, but at the same time, I think we need to have a sort of reality check of kind of like the industry in which we evolve. And data is still really central for some of our key stakeholders. I'm thinking about the investor relationships. ESG ranking is another form of data, which is also revolutionizing the way we kind of like, we move funds to support businesses that are really trying to bring a solution, actually. And this is great to see this kind of movement. Data is also essential to help us understand really where the impact lies. And it's actually quite difficult to capture and measure the data from kind of like the social perspective impact, because it's a bit less intangible, unfortunately, but it has a real value. And then data is very important also to legitimate a sport. I mean, again, I'm talking from my own perspective and what I know, because, I mean, one of the first things that, you're going to be judging the success of a sport on is the number of fans, how many millions people are following you. And obviously, this is an important component to give, again, that legitimacy and so on, because you're showcasing that you have a form of success. What is, as usual, always more interesting beyond the quantity is the quality. Which kind of audience do you have? We know Formula E is mainly followed by Gen Z. This is the new generation. These are the young people that are going to be changing, the way they live, and hopefully having a chance to still kind of like benefit from some of the good things that we have done on this planet. And certainly the people that we have here have contributed to kind of like try and leave a positive impact. Data in terms of the carbon footprint, coming back to kind of like some part of the conversation. Mm-hmm. If you want to offset, stop talking about scope 1, 2, 3. No one kind of like really understand what is in these 3 scopes. There's kind of like no agreement. But ultimately, talk about kind of like the real impacting areas that are common to businesses. Talk about transport, talk about kind of like fan travel or customer travel, talk about food and beverage and so on. Like, this is meaningful data because you know how to act upon them. And ultimately,
you can't fiddle with them. So
exactly. You
I
can't fiddle with that. So I think you need kind of like, and I'm very much with you. You need to switch the narrative and make it much more kind of like tangible and accessible. And probably, yes, it's coming from the old industry, which is kind of like trying to stay in the same, basically kind of like perspective to try and kind of like save a bit of the old kingdom in some ways. Yeah.
Sophia has a question for you, Edda, and it's kind of related to you being able to get this to market. And she's asking, your innovation seems like a very efficient and effective solution to carbon storage. Have you struggled to bring the company and concept to the mainstream in your journey? And if so, what problems did you encounter?
Well, of course, it's always a struggle to bring a new solution to market. First, you have to prove it. You have to operate it for quite some time for new customers to become confident enough to invest in it. And now we're at the stage where we are ready to scale. And of course, the first project where we go for real scale, they are high risk. So we have to find a way to mitigate this risk. And for first movers, I mean, this is where we have to come up with schemes. And it's not just for us, it's for all the climate solutions. This decade is really about scale up, lowering costs, increasing efficiency, optimizing logistics, creating synergies between all the green solutions. So how can we speed up that process and lower the risk for the front runners? And this is where I think that, happy to hear how you might comment on that.
Go on, Jeannie.
Thanks so much. Well, I just want to highlight a couple of things this week that have come out through COP26. So we've worked with Breakthrough Energy since 2015 when Mission Innovation was launched alongside it by Bill Gates. But one of the new things that's been announced over the past couple of months is the Breakthrough Energy Catalyst Program, and that's partnering with governments specifically about this problem, right? Is how do you get that financing for those first mover projects which have much higher costs than the traditional technologies. And so that is really what it's all about. It's about concessional financing that can bridge that gap, pull in the other financing, but bridge that financing gap between the cost of new technologies and older technologies, and also provide that kind of offtake agreements, etc., that build the demand. So I think that is really exciting, and that is pooling public and private sector financing. And some of the companies that are involved in it are those that are worried about their Scope 3 emissions. They're wanting to ensure that they're thinking about the entire supply chain, and so this is part of one of their actions that are being taken. And obviously the public sector is really interested in scaling the technology, so that's happening in hydrogen, direct air capture, long duration storage, and there's one other which I've forgotten for the moment. The other is the demand side of it, and another thing that was announced with the First Movers Coalition, which is all about some of the companies that are, again, slightly later stage in the supply chain, talking about how they can make commitments to demand. So that's about green steel, concrete, low carbon concrete, and also there are some commitments from governments as well around procurement. So this is, I think, really what we've got to kind of, build up and coordinate, is that the development pipeline, the demonstration pipeline, the bridging finance, as well as the demand. And that's sort of part of this. How do you do this much faster? How do you accelerate this much faster? And, a big thing that was announced as well was the Breakthrough Agenda at the World Leaders Summit last week, which is really about this kind of overarching framework for how do you continue these discussions? How do you bring together the public and private sector and really think about those gaps? And the acceleration that can happen through coordinating efforts between governments, the private sector, to make these move faster.
I just wanted to add a comment. It's not necessarily that the new technologies are more expensive. Our technology, for example, is very cost competitive, but still it's a risk entering into a new sector, going into investments that haven't been proven within your sector before. So the problem also is that still we are allowing emissions without adding the cost of the emissions. So we are not comparing apples and apples. We are allowing large emitters to continue their emissions and leaving the cost for the rest of us. So that is a task we have to come up with a proper solution for. And another sort of issue that we are faced with is that the policy, the regulatory framework, it's very lacking when it comes, at least when we compare it to the sort of speed of innovation. So we have loads of new technologies that we are going to bring to scale in the coming years, and still we're stuck with regulations that guide us what to do that are maybe written in the early 2000s. So this is something that we have to seriously tackle as well.
I think across technology space, everyone will tell you regulation never keeps up with the pace of technology. I have two questions for Paul from the audience. Paul, I'm going to join them up together in the interest of time. We have a question in from Christian, who says, why are we not using more machine learning to find patterns of advantage in actions and frameworks? And the second question from Philip relates to data. He's asking, with the emphasis here on data, who looks at data on the ranking of costs to reduce a ton of methane emissions? We heard much about DAC closing up, $300 a ton, which is unsustainable, but what about the alternatives? If you can kind of very quickly give us a few answers on those two questions, that'd be great.
Yeah, those are very meaty questions, but let me just go back to the larger point around data importance and who's looking at it. Just think about, and I think it's an applicable analogy, if you had a fever where your temperature of your body was way over what is supposed to be regulated, and if you had the option to have 3 different medications to take, you'd want to be able to find out which medication is most efficacious. We're talking about investments that people want to make in carbon capture, carbon sequestration. You want to know which one's going to have the greatest impact. To make that happen, you have to be able to measure that so that you pour and invest even more money in that specific carbon sequestration or carbon reduction initiative that is most effective. If we don't define what a high fever is across the globe in a single way, we will not be able to know what medication is most effective. So I think the application of machine learning to data to help us understand how these various initiatives are working is absolutely in the works right now. It's something that we're working on and many other companies are working on. But again, what is the objective towards which we're trying to apply that machine learning? And I just would go back to the initial point. We do need to get consensus around the globe with respect to what exactly is the definition of what is a high fever and how we begin to measure that going forward. And the same would be for methane emissions. You know, that's being measured today as well. And I think there are technologies that are being applied to measuring that much more efficiently. You can see people applying drone mechanisms around the world in a way that makes us more efficient, effective, and faster at getting that information so that we can then act on that. And I think that's what one of the panelists talked about earlier today, is really applying breakthrough innovation, even in the area of data capture, which would be machine learning, drone, artificial intelligence, because the goal would be to get this data as quickly as possible to the right people so they can make investment decisions and actions that really would have an impact on carbon reduction.
I have a bunch of questions from the audience to go through, but Paul, I really appreciate you answering both of those so succinctly. The next one is for Julia. It's from Kirti. She's asking, on the theme of mainstream and promoting electric vehicles to the everyday consumer, do you envisage a time when Formula E will replace Formula One? Is this a feasible assumption at this point?
No. I mean, Formula E and Formula One are
Is that
created...
a diplomatic answer, or is that how you really feel?
No, I mean, I'm going to explain why. Formula E and Formula One were created with 2 completely different purposes. And as much as you see horse racing being still something that has and generate interest, Formula One will keep generating interest, although it's not going to be the relevant technology that we use. Because they were created with kind of like, they have a huge history, legacy of motorsport, they fascinate kind of like the people and so on. Formula E was created with a completely different purpose, pushing electric vehicle technology, transforming, I mean, the way we use mobility on our street. This is happening. We're seeing governments one after the other taking commitments to stop selling combustion engine. So Formula E is really the technological laboratory that car manufacturers are going to be using. But also, it's a value proposition for a completely different audience. It's an affordable sport. You can come to our events for kind of like couple of kind of like 10 euros, 10 pounds, it's really cheap. It's a family audience, and it's really, as I was saying, a young generation focus. Because, I mean, they're not interested in owning cars. It's really not what kind of like they're passionate about. They want to support sports and entertainment that's kind of like really have a push for the environment and for people on the planet. And that's exactly what the sport is trying to achieve.
Jeannie and Dennis and the others, if you would like to even comment on these 2 questions that have come in, I'm going to again bung them together. Liberty is asking, how are developed economies extending sustainable innovations to Africa? And Taisa is asking, how are companies and all relevant stakeholders, including inequality to these discussions? Poverty is still here. With climate change, we see those groups suffering even more. So how are these factors being brought into the discussion when it comes to companies? So I would love for the 2 of you to take those. Pick one.
Well, they're linked, and I think that's what I'm happy I'm here. Actually, here at this Sustainable Innovation Forum 2 years ago, Masamba from UNFCCC and I met, and we both agreed that there was too Western focus on the climate discussion, and sort of this accounting of just getting down to net zero. So that's why we now launched this COP back wherever it is at the Blue Zone.
In
the
Glasgow, still, very
UNFCCC
much.
Global Innovation Hub, where the focus is how do we create flourishing lives for 11 billion people? Because 80, 90, 95% of what is called green or climate innovation is not equitable. It's way too expensive and it's way too resource intensive. We would not be able to have 10, 11 billion people living with that kind of lifestyle. So that's the next really big challenge. And that's also where it becomes much more fun, because then it's about giving people better lives, not carbon accounting. And that's also where I'm sort of a bit critical against the Formula E, because I think you're much better than you actually communicate. When we use some AI, we saw the sentiments around this is really helping the transformation, not just in e-sport, but the fact that we can do things different. And I think that's what we have done now in developing a model for measuring not just the direct impact, but the feedback systems that are created. And I hope next year we will maybe, together with Formula E or something else, show a couple of cases of the companies that are not just reducing and doing good things for themselves, but are really transforming society on both a product level, infrastructure level, and institutional level. Because that's where the big transformational and accelerated change are happening. And combining that with a filter of 11 billion people living good lives, that's where we really start to take off and become exciting.
Thanks a lot. So, I mean, this is absolutely at the core of the second phase of Mission Innovation, which launched earlier this year, was that this decade we have to make sure that all the solutions developed are affordable, accessible, available for all. And obviously that's critically important for some of the governments at the table, so India in particular, lots of others. And I think what's really exciting is we are getting to the phase of, you know, many countries in Africa coming to the fore as leaders in this space as well, and wanting to participate and be equal participants, you know, with many of the other countries we're working with. So Kenya, for instance, is part of our shipping mission. You know, the Port Authority there is looking at how they can participate and really think about the kind of future of the maritime industry. Namibia, we had the green hydrogen ambassador for Namibia was talking at COP26 yesterday. Namibia is really interesting in terms of the green hydrogen strategy and some of the partnerships they are making with other countries. Germany in particular has been doing a lot of partnerships with them. Morocco, you know, really real at the forefront as well on some of the solutions. So, you know, I think there is a lot more to do. You know, we really need to look at engaging, but I think there are a number of countries, you know, it is not about the developed countries just going to other countries. It is, I think, really about forming equal partnerships, and every country has opportunities in this space, has solutions to offer, and it is about, really building equitable and equal partnerships, but ensuring we're thinking about the solutions that are appropriate for different circumstances and different transition pathways that each country is taking.
So we only have about 2 minutes left. So closing thoughts, unfortunately. This conversation could go on and on forever, but we have another guest waiting, and I think Nick Gowing will kill me if I take over his global stage. So let me ask you one last question from the audience, is what single innovation or company would you look back and invest personally in right now, along with a closing thought? Each of you has 30 seconds. Please try and keep on time. Edda.
Well, I would invest in my company, of course. But closing remarks, sort of reflecting on COP. This is my last day here. I'm going home tomorrow. Of course, I'm not part of the negotiations or anything, but what I particularly like, at least in the dialogue that I've been participating in, is this sort of action focus. It's very different from the last COP I participated in. Then it was targets and so forth. Of course, we're still discussing targets, but we are discussing actions. When are we going to scale? To what scale? By when? How are we going to bring down the cost? And so forth. And this is very much in line with what we have to do in the coming 10 years. This is the decade of action, and I'm happy to hear that the dialogue and discussions are in line with that.
Jeannie?
I'm really excited as well that this has really been sort of action diplomacy space at COP. One that I am really excited with, and I actually do support just personally, is around the fintech side of things, and the opportunity for people personally to invest in solutions on the ground. So the sort of Africa Energy Catalyst, which enables that, and I think that's part of a space which enables everybody to participate in supporting the new and emerging technologies, a number of new and emerging technologies.
Dennis?
Well, first of all, I like just to be sober. Look at the markets. Nothing has moved whatsoever with all these statements. So actually, at least the market doesn't believe that anything out of real value has come out of COP. And I think that's a little bit of sanity check. I work with WTO and World Bank, etc. Sometimes when things happen, the market moves because things will happen. Here so far, many nice words, but will something actually happen? At least the market don't think so. But in terms of what would I invest in? And I think not invest in single companies, invest in clusters. The things where things are happening is now new, exciting collaboration around human needs. If you think about single companies, you will be stuck in incremental improvement in existing sectors. So think clusters in change.
Think clusters in change. Julia?
Well, I would say look for kind of like the technology and the companies that are really trying to disrupt and pioneer in the future, because I really believe that over the 9 years that we have, it's going to be really kind of like a technological solution, first of all, and also it's going to be about, human ingenuity. It's really, I think we've proven in the past as kind of like humanity that we have this capability when we are really kind of like in a difficult moment, that we have these insight resources that we can use. So I'm quite hopeful, and I would say, yeah, invest in kind of like new and innovative companies with technology.
Technology companies, indeed. Paul?
Yeah, I'll just leave a final thought that you can't change what you can't measure. And so companies who come up with great ideas for innovation need to demonstrate that they're actually making an impact. And so one of the areas that we're investing in, I'd recommend investment, is predictive analytics, so that you can apply predictive analytics to these various innovations to see which ones will have the maximum output, the maximum change. They will get the investment, and then we'll see the change we're looking for in the world.
Really appreciate that very quick answer, Paul, and to all of you as well. Thank you for sticking to that time, and thank you for your thoughts. This was a fascinating panel, and thank you for answering everyone's questions. Give them a round of applause. As this fascinating panel leaves the stage, we are going to watch a call for action from Whitebox.
A third of all energy on our planet is used in industrial production processes, and around 22% of the world's accessible potable water is used in industrial processes. The raw material that we need to make the products that we use and consume today is largely based on fossil fuels. So the question I have for us here at COP is, why are we talking more about what actions we are going to take to reduce the amount of energy and water we need and the dependence on fossil fuels within the industrial platform of the world? We have to decarbonize transportation. We have to eat less meat. We must insulate our homes. That is all correct. But if we don't tackle the industrial production platform, we won't hit net zero by 2050. The good news is I'm going to talk about two things that could help, and they can help today. The first is, let's make the problem smaller and easier to address. One thing we can do is reduce the amount of energy and water needed in the industrial separation step of a process. About half of the energy that we need in every industrial separation process, in every industrial production process, is an industrial separation step. Whether we're removing water, whether we're separating CO2 from certain components or hydrogen, or turning alcohol to jet fuel, in all of those processes, we have a separation. And it's the most energy intensive step, typically, in the entire production process. So an example of one of the things we're doing is using membrane technology to help those processes be more efficient. Take ethanol, for example. How do we make ethanol? We start by fermentation. Anything that's got sugar or starch in it can be fermented, whether it's corn, cane, or even waste wood chips from the forestry industry. We can ferment it and make alcohol. But in order to use that alcohol, we have to remove the water. And that water removal step is the most energy intensive step of the whole production process. By using membranes, we're reducing the energy and water needed by around 50%. That's already a major step forward, and more is possible. Taking that approach to other industries, we could be improving the production process of, say, for example, sustainable jet fuel, bioplastics, the production of chemicals and pharmaceutical products. So it is possible to significantly reduce the energy and water we need today. So let's waste less in the production process. What could that mean in terms of numbers? Well, let's imagine we really reduce the amount of energy needed in industrial processes. Well, that would reduce the amount of energy we need as a planet by about 8%. That's a big number. So the first thing is that let's already be more efficient in what we do. The second idea I'd like to discuss with you is using more ethanol. We already use ethanol widely, from cleaning products to the vitamin C production process to biofuels. It's a great product to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and particles as a fuel, but it could be an even broader use, a more broadly used molecule to make the products that we need and help us move away from the dependency on fossil fuels. Not only does it help us in that respect, but it's important to remember that whatever solutions we put in place, we need to be thinking about us, people, and the impact we have in our communities. Ethanol is largely agricultural, so let's bring science and chemistry and biology together to help the agricultural community become a more stable place to work and to live. We've seen it in the US. About 300,000 jobs are linked to the ethanol sector in the US. And it contributes to the economy close to $36 billion per year. So it's a great opportunity to not only help to decarbonize many different products and transportation, as we see today, but it can help our rural communities improve the income of those people who are going to be really heavily affected by the changes that we see in our climate. And if we can help rural communities, then they'll stay in those rural communities as opposed to moving to the cities. So let's address this question. What are we doing to our industrial platform? How are we going to bring innovators, technology, policymakers together and investors in order to improve our industrial production platform? And if we do this, we can get to net zero. Thank you.
Our thanks to Gillian Harrison, CEO at White Fox. I wanted to bring up on stage Jaideep Sandhu, who is the Chief Technology Officer of the Renewables Global Business Unit at Engie. Jaideep joins us and was a nice little surprise addition to our program because he kindly agreed to do this without any warning whatsoever. So,
and I don't know what you're going to ask me.
No, and he has no idea what I'm going to ask him. So give him a round of applause for being brave enough to come up here. Engie has seen a lot of changes over the years. You've been brave enough to do them. Your senior leadership has been brave enough to take a hit for doing them, including yourself in some respects. Tell us, what is the journey of a brave energy company at this point? What does it look like? What does it need to look like?
So firstly, as you know, historically we were an oil and gas company, or I should say gas company, and a lot of power generation as well. And we decided to make the transition in time and be a transition leader. So move from fossil to green. And we took that courageous decision. We made lots of changes. We announced it to the market. Of course, that brings its challenges. So firstly, people want to see the predictability of what you want to do. Secondly, you have to demonstrate that you really have not only a story, but you can deliver on that story. So we started making all those changes. We made the declaration we won't do any more coal. We started getting rid of coal, exiting coal, not only by shutting down plants, but also looking at how we can modify our existing coal-fired plants to other types of facilities. Then we started building a lot of renewables. We already had quite a lot of hydro assets, by the way, but then really go big into wind and solar. And that's the change we are doing now. And the intention is, and a declared commitment, in fact, that by 2045 we will be net zero carbon, which is, from a company which had a huge carbon footprint, quite a brave thing to do.
What does that bravery entail? Because at some point when I ask people this question, when they're talking about transitioning, it does come back to, we need standards and we need to convince our investors, we need to convince our shareholders and our stakeholders. Your company deals with a combination of policy making issues and the politics of it all and the money of it all. How do you balance it to get to where you need to get to?
Yes, so firstly, we work in many different countries. Most of our gas business is in France and in Brazil, but we work in many, many different countries. So we have to be aware of policies and how they're emerging in each of the markets we're working in. Secondly, we have to make sure that we are deploying technologies which are fast to market. Because at the end of the day, if we want to transition, and we want to transition fast, we have to make sure that as we are retiring facilities or changing facilities, the new generation is there already picking up. So we don't have that big lag in time. The markets won't forgive you. The investors won't forgive you if you say that, okay, if 3 years, give us some time and we will bring the transition, and in 3 years you haven't delivered it. So that's what we started doing. We started working on projects upfront, working with the financial markets, working on a pipeline of projects, and making sure that we had those assets being built and delivered as we were getting out of some of the other business. And that's what has actually helped stabilize and create the necessary interest. And we've also seen the changes in the way we are actually marketing that energy. So not only working with contracts for differences or with, let's say, utility type of PPAs, but also working with corporate clients, doing corporate PPAs. So we also had to find the mechanisms on how we market that energy differently. How do we differentiate ourselves from others? And fortunately, with renewables, the costs have come down, so we were able to do it competitively at cost as well. And as you can imagine, in the beginning, a lot of the renewables were you sell or you supply as generated. But now the customers are saying, sorry, I also want a dispatch profile. So this is where we started working on projects now in which we are working with hybridization. So we're working with wind and solar, which are complementary resources in some markets, adding a bit of storage to it, putting in some hydro generation as well. And
it's
then
a holistic approach at some point, which sounds like it works for the business. And the technology deployment is also about having vision to look much, much further ahead in time and move fast.
Yeah.
How do you, at some point, when you go back to your actual stakeholders and they suddenly don't like what they see, how do you convince them to stay on board, stay the course, it's worth the pain?
Yeah, so firstly, our net zero is also dependent on our customers trying to drive their net zero. So firstly, we have to work with them and understand what they want and convince them that it's in their interest as well towards moving towards the net zero. And to be honest, it's not a big, difficult discussion.
Is it a more difficult discussion when you end up talking to your shareholders?
I think the difficult discussion ends up if it's going to add cost. Yeah, so we have to make sure that we are being able to do that competitively and ensure that they're still getting value for money. Yeah, so that's the first thing. And one of the ways you start doing it is that you say, okay, we will be your energy supplier. You don't have to invest in an asset or whatever. We will do that. We will manage all that risk of it. We guarantee you a certain delivery of energy and at this cost. And as the demand increases and the technology becomes cheaper, in the future it will be cheaper by that much more. So that they have to buy into your story. You have to understand their story and make the two match.
The two match works, and then if you do match,
yep.
How do you have long-term vision at this point? What would be the tips and tricks that you would leave in terms of people who were here on the stage before us talking about innovation moving very fast, but incumbents not moving as fast as some of these young innovators?
Yeah, so it's a couple of things there. So firstly, if you're trying to do things at scale, you need to raise capital as well. We can't do everything on balance sheet. So to raise capital, we need to have, firstly, the client. We need to have the project. We need to have a credible production profile, and we need to have a credible revenue stream. So once we've done that and we've demonstrated it, then you can raise the capital. Obviously, that then helps you to leverage and do different things. And secondly, when it comes to innovation, obviously we have to be on top of it. So even in more standard technologies like solar PV or onshore wind, there's quite a lot of innovation happening. Then the next innovation is not in business models as well. There's also innovation in how you bring storage together to meet somebody's demand profile. And then, of course, we also look at what do we do with the excess energy, because sometimes to meet somebody's demand profile, we'll have to overbuild the capacity. So with the excess capacity, instead of curtailing it, can I use it to make hydrogen, for example? So you're making the maximum use of your asset to do different things and provide different services, which allows you to do things innovatively. Also, when the lenders look at it, let's say I'm putting in some hydrogen electrolyzers with a very large solar PV and wind development, and this is to just use the extra energy. The lenders don't perceive that as a big risk, because the big risk would be if I was doing a very large hydrogen production facility with a dedicated solar PV resource for the first time. But here you're looking at, you're proving the technology first. So you're doing certain things which look like demonstrators, but strictly speaking, they're already commercial demonstrators. And then the next step would be, we'd be able to do it at scale.
How do you tie what you want to do and what you know makes business sense when you have to then tie it back to the policies of the country that the company is based in?
Yeah.
Sometimes that overlap is painful, and sometimes that overlap works. So in a scenario where we're talking about NDCs needing to be more aggressive and stay the course, give us an example of the Engie experience about policy making and the overlap of where you want to be as a business.
So generally speaking, what we've found is that the policies are a bit lagging. So in terms of support which you need, it's a bit lagging. Some countries are a bit more powerful, a bit more active, I would say. But generally speaking, policy is coming behind. So we are really having to work with the regulators, with the policymakers up front and say, okay, this is what the market can do, this is what the private sector can do for you. And hopefully we be able to get things done. But yeah, so the experience in each market has been different. So in parts of the US it's been pretty good, in some other parts not so good. In Europe as well, you've got, depending on the technology, different experiences. But on the whole, I think it's getting there. And
it's getting there. That is a positive note to end on, indeed. Thank you so very much, Eddie,
for your conversation. Thank you very much for having me.
For coming on stage without any preparation whatsoever. You're a brave man indeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That wraps up the transition stage for SIF here in 2021. Of course, it says not over. The program's definitely not over. We have Nick Gowing coming right back on stage to take us through the global stage. It's been an exciting couple of days. I wanted to give you a quick recap if I had the time, and Theo can tell me if I am overshooting, and he says I have the time. A very, very cool group of climate action young people, it's a youth program that they run, have been collecting and collating all of the key points that we've been talking about. And I wanted to highlight day one, to them what struck out was, with greater financial investment, we have the conditions for a global shift of capital into clean energy systems. That really stuck in their heads. And these are young people who are volunteering here. So it's fascinating that they found that to be the #1 thing from day one at the transition stage. Day two, what they have sent me as the key point that they're going to take away from the transition stage is the buzzword, which was electrification and transport innovation for net zero trajectories. So they are very, very excited about that. And day three, I'm assuming, will turn up after the fact, but one of them did walk by and tell me, I am so excited to hear that the old folks want to change. So I'll leave you with that little thought. Nick Gowing will be back in 10 to 15 minutes, and the program will continue. For me, it's goodbye. And Nick is back.
Maitri, I'm here now.
Oh, there you go. Take over. I'm blind.
So don't go off for coffee or tea or anything. Let Roland sit down, Stefan. Right. Excellent. Thank you, Maitri. You've had an amazing afternoon of tremendous sessions. And so thank you very much as well for you here at the Sustainable Innovation Forum, and all of you who are watching around the world. We haven't got an exact metric, but we know a large number of people out of the 40,000 who've registered are watching and keeping going. Three things are going to happen now. I'm going to talk to Stefan from Roland Berger about the kind of things that he is taking away, not just the draft document which has been prepared and is now circulating, and Boris Johnson is now back here trying to galvanize more action. Then we're going to have the final panel, because it's about how we hold governments and business to account. And that is critical, because actually there are some significant obligations now which have been created by what is going on across the river. And then I'll detail for you, if you want to keep going, and I hope that you will. We've got 2.5 hours of programming as well after we finish at around just after 6 o'clock. London time or Glasgow time or GMT, whichever time you're on and wherever you are in the world. Another 2.5 hours of programming with some extraordinary insight from leading figures as well. So if we haven't given you enough, there's plenty still to consume. But Stefan, you're global managing partner of Roland Berger. We've got about 20 minutes. Help us understand what is going through your mind and the mind of you and your partners, particularly after these first 10 days of COP26, in advance of what is going to happen in Egypt next year.
Nick, thanks for this fundamental question. So from my side, I'd say where we stand, let's say with the 7-pager you were referring to and all the commitments given, it's, from my point of view, as expected to a certain extent. So it's not the lowest end, it's not the highest end.
Positive.
Yeah, I think it's a step in the right direction. You know, I'm not one of those fundamental guys that go for an apocalypse now approach, that everything will be ruined. We have these targets, and to be a little provocative, with raising temperature, more natural catastrophes and whatever, the pressure to reduce targets step by step will continue. So
you're talking about public pressure, are you?
Yeah, public pressure on the political decision makers, whatever. See, in my country, we will have the first time really a green party, a pretty pragmatic green party in the strongly industrialized country in Europe in a government. So let's see, it still can fail, but it won't, yeah? And so my angle, and being a business consulting, giving advice mostly to private companies, is there is the target dimension, and that has to further progress. I'm strongly convinced about that. But on the other side, it is to take action. And this action means that we cannot go on like this. So we calculated for certain sectors like energy industry, like transportation industry, only with a carbon dioxide price of €100 per ton, their profits will shrink dramatically, more than half for some of the subsegments. So they have to move. And it's really now to go for the technological transformation to redefine the way we produce our goods, how our industry is working. And I think that's the key battle. And if we push further in that direction, let's say that is the basis to fulfill any target. Otherwise, we decide targets, and don't deliver on the fact side.
Is there a framing now, a clear framing, an irreversible framing, a clear jacket in which we're all sitting, even if we're deeply uncomfortable about what is looming according to the science? In other words, are your customers, your clients, those you're advising, and those you see out there who you're not advising, will they be reassured that even if it's not quite what everyone wanted, and there is an element of blah blah, to quote Greta, that there is an extraordinary forward momentum, but still not quite enough?
I think if you have a look on global decision makers level, I think with the election of Joe Biden and the not re-election of Donald Trump, I think the last large country really denying fundamentally what's going on was stopped. And the clients I talk to, and we are a global consultancy in China, in the US, all over Europe, they have very clear that they have to do something now in a fundamental dimension. They are asking for our advice. So it's the most booming segment we actually have. So I'd say everybody understood. There is still a high level of uncertainty in certain industries what to do. For example, aircraft industry, there is no real technological option that is on a midterm perspective even can fix the problem. Yeah? And there are other industries where it's not easy. It's to go clearly for renewables is very clear. I think in the car sector, you have a certain clarity. And the political job is not only to articulate those goals, but to create practical measures as close to market mechanism as possible to push this technological development forward.
But Stefan, you say uncertainty what to do, but isn't there certainty that something has to be done, even if it's not fully clear at the moment, and the technology is not yet innovated to the level that's necessary to tackle the extraordinary pressure on our survival.
I fully agree. So there is the recognition that something has to be done, but we do not have all solutions. And I'd say in the next 5 years, we have to fix that. And if you take the basis, the customers, we made a survey as Roland Berger that 80% of the population in continental Europe is willing to pay more for climate neutral goods. So that is a good push element. If you take financial sectors, they are condemned to have more real sustainable investments. So you are in that segment that you start to redefine because there are not sufficient opportunities to invest. And industry, have a look, you have a long-term reliable trend with climate change, that you have to be carbon neutral. You can invest on it. It will be a trend for 20, 30 years. You have the long-term trend in digitization. What is a reliable trend? So what better basis for investment you can have? And so we have to go for that. And what will happen? The companies that don't move will lose market share, they'll lose profitability, and the innovators will take over, and there will be thrown so much capital, let's say, in startups on the venture capital side, that the solutions will pop up. It's the question how quick and clever our engineers, our people that design the products are. And that is the, for me, key battle in the next years, and that has to be started in the leading countries, mostly in the Western world. It counts for China, but that is what has to happen the next 5 years.
Can I just be clear? Can we lay to rest now that there are any skepticism about science is over, that the science is now accepted, the kind of projections from the Potsdam Institute, from the IPCC, etc., that this is potentially catastrophic, and therefore there is no option but to do things?
You know, I'm a chemist, and you knew it since mid of the 80s that this will come and that we have a carbon dioxide problem.
But it didn't make a difference then.
We just ignored it. I also personally, to a certain extent, didn't push strongly enough. So I was too late to explain to energy industry to go for renewables. They just didn't want to hear it as a consultant, so I missed my job. But I think it's common sense now. I don't exclude that there might be one or another election that somebody opposing against this will win. But it's not a midterm perspective on a political level. You can win once. Perhaps you can win twice, but you cannot ignore the facts. And you see if, let's say, this wine region in Germany is just flooded away, whatever, that leaves an impression with people, and that counts for many other countries. And so I'd say that there is the point of no return has passed. Right?
Point of no return is passed.
Yeah.
And that's accepted at board level, at C-suite level. We had a fascinating discussion earlier with Mott MacDonald, with an executive who'd been there for 33 years and another junior executive who's only been with the company for 18 months. But that very vigorous discussion about how the next generation is dictating and encouraging and saying we've got to change internally. It was a very open discussion, and it was a very rich discussion. It was a very positive discussion. Do you think that is what is happening in many other companies, that they are prepared to accept that actually the next generation is going to cause them problems if they do not move down this track?
There is, Nick, that factor of the next generation. I agree to that. But there is the other factor that you will just pay the price with your business performance. So if you don't move, you will get the pressure from the capital market. You will ask by all investors what you are doing, what the solution for the future is. And if you have a look at European car manufacturers compared to a Tesla, you have a factor of 8, 10 in the stock evaluation, let's say, related to net revenues. So this is very clearly that you will be pushed. And I fully agree. For a classical coal or gas company to transform and to take your people on the newer path, it's a tremendous challenge. But if they don't move, it will get difficult, and the new energies will be produced by somebody else. That is just so. It's not only the young generation pushing. It's, in my belief, and I could argue fundamentally with many experiences I have in daily life, that the market is pushing in that direction. As said, a long-term trend you cannot escape. carbon neutrality, the long-term trend, carbon digitization, and in that combination, digitization enabling innovation and carbon neutrality, you need to secure and further develop your business models. You should go for it. Perhaps you don't have to be always first mover, because then you pay the price for the let's say, early experiences, but at least you should be a fast follower. Yeah?
Where do you think this will now go? We're not at the end, even though we're at the end of the Sustainable Innovation Forum this evening, although there's more to come tomorrow. Who knows where we're going to be on Saturday or Sunday or Monday, or whether the clock will stop, or whether there'll suddenly be a really hard push. But do you think momentum, once people have got over the exhaustion, that the momentum from Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday next week is going to be one which is going to be both almost ferocious, but also sustainable and moving forward and determined to move at a pace which addresses all these issues? Or will there be a kind of a sense we got through this week and actually we can sort of keep going the way we were? We don't need to really change the way we've been thinking or acting or making decisions.
You know, it's not the biggest boosting tailwind you could get from that event. But I think it's sufficient tailwind to, let's say, further speed up that process. And the good or the bad thing about climate change is, you know, there that word say of Sartre that says, it's only through our actions that we show what we really wanted. And so we are condemned, because it's just, you can go for marketing things, you can go for greenwashing, you have to fundamentally change your product portfolio, you have to go through your whole value chain to decarbonize it, and you have to rethink our industrial processes. And sometimes it's not easy. What do you do with a cement industry? What do you do with an energy industry? But we are starting that. And to the political level, the goal setting is the one dimension, to give the clever advice how that can be worked without going back to a state's, let's say, governing political system, but to give market close incentive. That will be the challenge. And I'm confident that this will further speed up after this summit here in Glasgow.
You deal with leaders, you deal with leadership, you deal with boards, you deal with C-suites, you deal with middle ranking executives as well. You deal with companies completely. And I was talking to Paul Pullman 2 days ago, and his book is about companies. And I said, surely you're actually dealing with human beings about the way leadership has to change. What's your assessment as to the capability, the willingness, and the determination of those you deal with to see things in a dramatically different way? In other words, leadership can spin on a dime here and actually react in the way that's necessary.
You always take that notion. I'd say, having a look at our portfolio, there are, and we are a pure know-how machine as consultants, but a third of our clients, they are so deeply into the content, so we can challenge them, and we know the same, but they are pretty far ahead. I think there is the third that really has recognized what to do and is really searching for help. And they also have some technological challenges, whatever. And there is one third that are only in the beginning. There might be in that group also people hoping to escape, but it's a small.
What do you mean by escape?
To gain time, whatever. You know, the old lobbying mechanisms. You try to postpone a technology. You try to stay with, let's say, emission values in the automotive industry that you can keep the diesel for another 5 years, whatever. It's a reasonable behavior from a P&L perspective, but that has gone to a certain extent. So it's very interesting to how quickly we will change from that traditional lobbying forms into more interactive ones, when industries will say, hey, European Commission, or hey, UK government, or hey, German government, what is the direction you guide us in the next aircraft industry? Do we go for hydrogen? Do we really go for bio-kerosene? How will that work? How can that be really sustainable? And that will be a dialogue also, let's say, from a technical point, how to have that deep knowledge. The public side will be under strong pressure to go in these directions.
There, in many ways, has been remarkable progress, whether it be on deforestation, on methane, but also on the relationship of business now to nature. Have you been struck by just how speedily this has had to grip those doing business? Because the Dasgupta report of last February said very clearly, nature is being abused. It's been assumed to be a cost which had no value. Now you've got to accept that the abuse of nature is a cost which has got to be factored in to everything you do. Otherwise, you're being irresponsible and not realizing just how much of a planetary disaster looms for us.
Yes, I'd fully agree that these free goods, it was called in the past, are internalized into, let's say, the economic into the economic dimension. To say it very, in the first phase of industrial revolution, it was the working class that had to fight the capital to get some minimum rights and to make that a sustainable system to a certain extent on the labor side. Now we have a completely different situation. Capital is putting high pressure because there are trillions of money, let's say, endangered if things are not moving. Because and so this pressure is a completely different coalition. And I have some meetings, let's say, at the interface of private companies with political decision makers, where the pressure to innovate in that direction is, let's say, risen by the private companies, because they want that security. And just to make it very practical, you are a steel mill, actually, under the standards of UK or Germany, to do an investment in a fully electrified or in a hydrogen-based new technology, you are not compatible. So you need something like a contract for difference to compensate, at least in the beginning of the transition phase, from public money, public spending, because otherwise you build the mill somewhere else in the world. And to fix these problems, these thousands practical problems, I think that will be the way we have to go in the next 5 years.
When you hear Mark Carney say there's enough money to fix this, and you hear figures of up to 130 trillion, well, it's impossible to imagine it. No government's got that kind of money. No one in the private sector's got that kind of money. But you hear Carney say, we've got to replumb the system. You hear the British Chancellor of the Exchequer in his opening remarks a few days ago saying we've got to rewire. We've got to rewire. Is there a capacity among your clients to actually see the radical nature of what has got to be done? In other words, the way they've been doing it is not the way they should go forward.
I think they recognize that, they understand it, even if there is still some emotional tendency to, is that really true? Do I really have to take that tremendous challenge to transform it? Yes, but I think in there, and you are referring to that number of hundreds of trillion of euro or US dollar, and they will push in that direction. And so it will be also, let's say, the competitive factor of the next 5 years, differentiating, is how you integrate this carbon neutrality paradigm in your business model. It's from consumer goods companies, it's from retail companies, it counts for pharma industry, and it extremely counts for all the industrial producing sector.
Well, Stefan, thank you very much indeed. Stefan Schäuble, who is Global Managing Partner of Roland Berger. Thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Thank you.
With those reflections.
Nick?
I look forward to the discussion, maybe in a year's time, about what kind of progress there really has been.
Oh, okay. So let's decide about the taxonomy to measure it, and then we will have an intense debate. I'm keen on that. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very
Nick.
much indeed.
Yep. Bye.
We're not trying to overload you. We're trying to clarify for you. And that's what our last panel today is going to be about, the last panel of the Sustainable Innovation Forum, about how climate action has to overtake commitments, how we hold governments and business to account, who is going to hold governments and business to account, why do they have to be held to account? Well, I'm joined by 4 guests, 3 guests, I see here, 2 guests virtually. Welcome to you all. I hope you can hear me. Those of you who are joining, one has disappeared. but I hope you can see me or hear me down the line. Good, excellent. Let me work out who I've got here. I've got Catherine Howarth, who's joining us from ShareAction. Catherine, hello, can you hear me?
Hi. Yes,
good,
I can hear
yes
you well.
indeed. Thank you. We had a slight blip there. And also Professor Hermann Ott, Head of Client Earth in Germany. Hermann, can you hear me?
I can hear you well, thanks.
Yes, we can hear you as well, thank you. And here in Glasgow, Kentaro Kawamori, who's Chief Executive and co-founder of Persephone, welcome. We have Helen Mountford, nice to see you, Helen, Vice President, Climate and Economics at the World Resources Institute, and also Manuel Pulgar Vidal, nice to see you again, Global Leader of Climate and Energy at WWF. Now look, this is about hearing your ideas, hearing your views about who's going to be held to account and how it's done. So it's open house, really. There's no prescription about what I expect to hear from you. But Helen, let me come to you first, if I may. What is your assessment? Even though we only have a draft agreement across the river, even though we have a draft agreement about the kind of takeaways, but particularly how we are going to hold governments and business to account, if the draft is correct, we still have to leave things for another year.
Thanks very much. And in fact, we have the draft across the road, and they'll continue on that probably into the weekend. But in addition to that, we actually have a large number of announcements and initiatives that came forward last week and made commitments. And what we need to do is make sure that we're able to hold governments to account for what they're committing to individually and collectively, but also the businesses, the cities, the states, and others. And the good news is we have some of the systems in place that can help us hold them to account, but not all. So one of the big things we've been seeing, there's huge momentum over the last couple of years in terms of net zero commitments, right? And that is governments, corporates, the finance sector, now the $130 trillion that you mentioned that is meant to be aligned with net zero by 2050. So we've got a lot of commitments coming forward, but we need the processes in place to ensure these are backed up by intermediate targets. For governments, that means their 2030 targets should align to their net zero targets. Some do, but some do not, which makes it less credible that they'll actually make those net zero targets. And then we need to see that they're putting the actions and policies and investments in place now to actually achieve those. So there's, in the formal discussions, there's some ways of holding them to account, particularly the submissions each of the governments make for their 2030 targets. Those should be updated based on all the new commitments around methane, around halting and reversing forest loss, around stopping coal use and phasing out and moving away from fossil fuels. But we also need similar systems for others. And on corporates, we have some good systems in place, which Manuel, I'm sure, will talk about. So we've got some of it there. The rest we need to put into place.
But just let me press you on one thing. Of course, holding to account, or using that phrase, suggests that they might try and slide out. They might try and slide away. Or do you think we've passed that point where there's a degree of uncertainty as to whether they will stand by their commitments?
I think most who are making the commitments plan to stand by them. But if they don't have intermediate targets that align, or they aren't putting in place the right policies today, it's going to be very difficult for them to reach them. So I do think what we're hearing certainly outside of the conference zone is a lot of questions and doubts about whether all of these net zero commitments will actually be achieved. And so the best way to ensure they are is to hold them to account by actually looking at what's underlying them and whether they're on the right track, and then continuing year after year to come back and hold those up to the light and make sure they're going the right direction.
Well, let's go to Catherine Howarth, CEO of ShareAction. I hope you can hear everything. The air conditioning suddenly become rather noisy here. Catherine, what's your view about holding to account?
So holding to account is critical, and I think there's every reason to be quite concerned that whilst it's positive, there's all this momentum, pledging, plethora of pledges from governments and from businesses and from financial institutions. None of it is guaranteed without a huge amount of ongoing scrutiny and the exercise of the use of accountability mechanisms. Now, for governments, naturally, the natural accountability mechanism is the ballot. And all of us as citizens, every 5 years, have the opportunity to vote governments in and out. And I'm very happy to see that climate and environmental considerations have risen up and up the political agenda. Here in the UK, it's a highly pertinent issue for voters. In the business community, actually, and in the finance community, we also have votes. So every single year, corporate directors are voted in and out by the investors in those companies. The big investors, the powerful investors, are pension funds of the world, looking after millions and millions of people's retirement savings. And they exercise votes on our behalf. And actually, we need a kind of a democratic revolution in the finance and business community to ensure that businesses that enjoy and use the capital that we every month save up in a pension scheme are acting in our interests, and that the people who look after the money on our behalf, pension fund trustees, for example, and asset managers, are using powerful votes that they exercise on our behalf in our interests. And one of the areas I think we do need some reforms is around the legal duties of investors. At the moment, the legal duties of investors to act on our behalf are defined in a very narrow way as maximize investment returns, regardless of the impact on the environment and the impact on our lives of corporate behavior. And in setting up this panel discussion, one of the questions we were being asked is, what are the legal changes needed to introduce the accountability mechanisms that will hold companies and financial institutions to the pledges they've made here at the COP? And I do think we need legal reform in the investment industry to ensure that the people that exercise votes at company AGMs on our behalf use them in our interests, and that we have more voice in the investment system and can push and ensure that our pension funds act on our behalf.
All right. Manuel Pulgar, what's your view?
Look, it's interesting because probably to account, we have to recognize that fortunately we have agreed in a collective vision. That is a key element. So the 1.5, the net zero and resilient world, and the half emission, nobody is doubting about that. If we use the analogy of the formation of the Milky Way, that is the new sun, that is the gold star. For sure, we still need to give some more content to brighten more this sun. What I am referring to, we do need to keep our attention to the Science-Based Target Initiative. That is a key element of that concept. Because SBTi, that has just released the net zero standard, is working on that. And you know what is the point? How can we make that SBTi joining more mandatory? Because it is clear that corporations that has already joined SBTi are moving things in the right direction. But what about the others? How can we bring them more closer to the SBTi? So that is the sun. But there are some gravity forces. And that gravity forces are, in the formal side, the need to keep the 1.5 alive and the ambition thing. The second gravity force, it is that we do need what are those transformations that we have to walk. Let's think on energy. We do need to be clear on the phasing out of coal. We do need to be clear on the elimination of subsidies to fossil fuels, because that are the elements related to the transition. But a third element, it is the non-state actors agenda, the Marrakesh Partnership 2.0, that can also be this gravity force that can align the orbit of the planets. And let me finish by saying, the planets. The planets are demanding something that people is demanding on the streets: clarity, accountability, transparency, and credibility. And that is key. If we think, for example, in voluntary carbon markets, though that mechanism must be framed by the integrity concept. If we are thinking in nature-based solutions, high-quality intervention based on standards and indicators are the key elements. So those are the elements. And let me add, in this Milky Way, the satellites. We have to ground it domestically in subnational governments, the climate action. With them, probably we could close the ambition gap. Last phrase of this first question. Somebody told me last Saturday, I am so happy because I have felt as in Davos. No, that is a mistake. This is not Davos. This is the climate debate. And the point it is that we have to move the climate debate into Davos to produce the behavioral change that we are seeking and looking mostly since we agreed on the Paris Agreement.
It'll be interesting to see how sustainable a diminished Davos is in January, but we won't linger there, but given the way it operates. Let me go to Professor Herman Ott. I hope you were able, I've managed to actually kill the air conditioning, so if you start freezing, I apologize, but at least you can hear the discussion. So we've done a compromise. Herman, Head of Client Earth in Germany, again, I hope you were able to hear all of that. Could you just offer your view about holding to account, how vital that is going to be?
Well, there's a famous quote from our former Environment Minister, Klaus Töpfer, who also was the Executive Director of UNEP. And in the course of establishing a regime to control CFCs, which were about to destroy our ozone layer, he actually went to industry first, got pledges, then realized companies are not following up to their pledges. And that's when he said, okay, we do need regulation. And this has worked very well. So we're seeing there are conflicting interests, of course, that managers of large companies have. And certainly the most important that they feel is responsibility towards the company, towards the shareholders. And what is needed actually is also some responsibility towards our planet. There are some indirect holding accounts, as was mentioned before, because investors do actually place climate change very highly. And it's important that this is seen as a risk if companies don't. And that's also a point where also in current law, actually managements can be held accountable as soon as the actions are actually damaging towards their company. For example, by not recognizing early enough that climate change and policies that tend to avert climate change are actually having an impact on their companies. And let me say that the law has one aspect which makes it different from many other areas. It has a life on its own. Everything that's agreed, even if it is non-binding, soft law, as it's sometimes called in the legal sphere, can become binding over time. And we've just had an impressive decision by the Constitutional Court in Germany, who held that the government had a duty to protect citizens from climate change and impacts infringing upon rights, freedoms. And the court derived it from the Paris Agreement via the Constitution to the ordinary laws. And I'm sure that we are going to see, and we have already seen, similar developments in other countries. What we haven't seen yet is an international forum where this can be done. And there may be a gap, actually, that the international community must address, whether we need an international court on the environment, which can hold governments accountable, countries accountable, but also companies, and where citizens and civil society actors actually have a right to initiate proceedings. That could be one innovative element which will lead us much further than we think we are now.
All right, Herman, thank you. Now, so we have 4 different ways of holding to account, judging by what all 4 of you have said. Let's get the view from Persephone now, from Kentaro, because you look at data. You trawl for data, you create data. How much is data going to allow us to understand much more about what is being done and what is not being done?
It's a the most important part of holding to account at the end of the day, if you think about it, because we're talking about all of these targets and all of these pledges that are, in some cases, unrealistic to be met by the current actions and behaviors of companies that are setting them. But most importantly, they're just extremely ill-equipped to actually understand how to get to net zero. So from my perspective, data is a critical element in all of the criteria that we just talked about. To shift to enforcement and action, regulators are going to need mechanisms that are data-driven, that actually define what is a good steward and what is not a good steward from a corporate perspective. And if you think about the push from the private capital markets and public capital markets, the data that's required to hold a public company to account for ultimately what it means to set a net zero target largely doesn't exist, or it's difficult to get. And I completely agree with Manuel's statement. We have to shift to enforcement. So this event is critical in continuing to set targets and making commitments, but we've been doing that for many COPs. We have many administrations and many global leaders that have been making those commitments. But if you look at the follow-through on their enforcement agencies and their regulatory agencies, they are not providing data-driven mechanisms to enforce those things. I'm very pleased to see ShareActions represented because I believe the capital markets will be the solution to it. And we're seeing shareholders, as was mentioned, whether it was a result of legal cases that will push companies to provide that data disclosure and ultimately be held to account to that. But the data, I think, comes in multiple forms. It's not just what is the footprint of these companies and what is their target setting. It's also what data from a financial perspective can be attributed to this performance or to these disclosure metrics and actions. And so think about the amount of CEOs that have been here this week making commitments to net zero targets. How many of them are shifting their company's compensation structures to align to what they say is the #1 priority for the company? They're out there talking about, we have to achieve net zero. It's the #1 objective in the company. We're going to dispatch X amount of dollars to go achieve this. But the data just doesn't back that up, and shareholders are going to hold to account companies to do that. And there's some really structural and fundamental things happening to enable that.
There's a phrase which you have generated called goal washing, in addition to purpose washing, in addition to greenwashing. What do you mean by goal washing?
So goal washing is the next evolution of greenwashing, and it's actually coming in multiple different forms. And so I have this conversation with CEOs all the time, especially in the energy industry. And goal washing is tacking onto these commitments, tacking onto these targets, and having a conversation with Manuel and saying, I agree, I should set a 1.5 degree target. But for them, that's 30 years out in many cases. And so goal washing is setting these targets and making these declarations with very little action or intent of actually achieving them. And it's largely a PR exercise for many of these folks. And I can't tell you how many times I've talked to CEOs of publicly traded companies that say, well, this is a 30-year problem. The next guy behind me is going to be left holding the bag. And I tell them, you are really missing the boat here. You need to be thinking about this differently.
Right. Let me give you a couple of points which have already been raised from both here in Glasgow and also around the world. This from Susan Tanability. Should integrated reporting with which sustainability figures are reported at the same level of assurance as financial figures become mandatory for all listed companies? And from Theo Duna, how can we pinpoint major economies and companies who've not stepped up to climate target? Some have stayed the same and some stepped back, and call for them to update their targets. I'm just giving you an idea of what is being thought about there. Helen, do you have a reflection on that, or would you like to take forward how justified we are in being skeptical, naturally skeptical, that actually much of what is committed to simply won't be delivered or cannot be delivered, or there will be an evasion of delivery?
Let me take forward the latter point. In fact, I mean, we have seen that governments have stepped up and have actually shifted the needle. I remember, I'm old enough to remember.
Not all governments, though. Not all governments.
Not all governments. But overall, when you look at collectively where we've moved, I'm old enough to remember the Bali COP, which is about 15 years ago or so. And at that one, we were on track for a world which was about 5 to 6 degrees warmer. We have slowly brought that down. At the time of when we went into the Paris Agreement, we were on track for a world of about 4 degrees Celsius warming. After Paris, we were on track for something like 3 degrees Celsius warming. There was updated analyses coming out yesterday, which showed that if you look at what countries have committed to in terms of not just their 2030 targets, but also their net zero targets, you're on track for somewhere around 1.8 to 1.9 degrees Celsius.
I thought I saw 2.4 degrees.
Well, I'll explain the 2.4, because if you actually have the 1.8 to 1.9 degrees is if you achieve both your 2030 targets and also what countries have committed to on net zero. Now, if you just look at the interim targets, the short-term 2030 targets, it's more like 2.4 degrees Celsius. So that gap between the 1.8 and the 1.9, or somewhere around that, and the 2.4 degrees is actually a credibility gap, because that is saying countries that have committed to net zero, which is in the long distant future, don't yet have enough ambition built into what they're doing in this decade to actually get there. So the 2.4 degrees is less ambitious. That's what we've got on the table with this decade, the commitments this decade. And so what we're doing is saying, okay, for all of those who have net zero targets for around mid-century, but don't yet have a 2030 target that actually aligns, that is actually credible for what you need to do to get there, those are the ones we need to focus on coming back and actually ramping those up. And that includes ones like Australia. That includes Russia and Saudi Arabia. There's a number of ones for which they've got a much milder trajectory over this century, this decade, and then are assuming there's going to be a miracle in 2031 and will actually go rapidly down. And so those are the ones we want to come back. All of the governments, even those that have set much more ambitious targets for this decade, for 2030, we need them to start putting in place the policies and actions that will get there. And some of the text that we've had out this morning actually shows the way. So, for example, there is explicit text for the first time ever here in the UNFCCC, which refers to accelerating the phase out of coal and accelerating phase out of fossil fuel subsidies. So that would help as near-term actions to get there. There's also explicit text calling on all countries to come back by 2022, by the end of 2022, with revisiting and strengthening their 2030 targets.
Could they have produced something now, though? Do they have to wait for another year?
Well, many of them have. I mean, we have coming into COP26 and even in this week, we've had a number of countries and governments come forward and update their 2030 targets. We had, I believe, 150 as of today that have done so. Only about 90 of those are actually strengthened and more ambitious. But we have had a number come forward.
Right.
But there's still more that need to step up further to close that gap. And linked to that, I'd say one thing that we can't forget, which is not on track yet, is that for the developing countries, particularly for the vulnerable countries, those that they really need finance and support to be able to step up further. So one of the gaps linked to the 1.5C gap is that we need the financial support to help countries to move forward towards that.
Catherine Howarth, I think I saw you nodding agreement there with Helen.
Yeah, I just wanted to give a kind of nice tangible example of this gap between long-term ambition and the need for shorter-term action. We did an analysis of the 25 largest banks in Europe, looking at their climate actions and the policies in place, for example, around financing of coal, oil and gas. 20 of the 25 had set a net zero by 2050 target, but only 3 of the 25 had set credible targets for 2030 that were about, phasing out half of the carbon exposure in their portfolios. And not a single one of those banks had a kind of really detailed roadmap of exactly what it would be doing to meet the 2030 targets. So we're in this kind of moment, all of us, where everyone's got that they need to be on the train and everyone's come around to the 1.5 degrees goal, which is huge progress, even on 6 years ago. But now there's this massive need to set credible short-term targets. And in the case of the banks, what I'm pleased to say is that the biggest shareholders in banks, which are generally large asset managers and pension funds, are gearing up to give the directors of those banks a tough ride if they don't produce the credible short-term plans that back up their 2050 goals. So I think that phrase goal washing is incredibly pertinent, and I think all of us have a role to play. You know, each of us, if you have a pension fund, be in touch with that pension fund to ask what their voting policy is for not just banks, but cement companies, steel companies, obviously oil and gas. All of us collectively need to be part of a huge movement to hold accountable the high carbon emitters and the players that finance them.
There's a question here, Herman, from Effie Chiente, talking about the law. There's been a lot of word this past fortnight and not enough action. There's a huge gap between the actual stuff that's happening, the financing and the pledges. Do we need changes in international law to make this happen? Do you have a strong view on that, or is the legal framework we have, the regulatory framework, adequate for the enormity of what has to be confronted?
Well, I think everybody who's involved in international institution building and international law would agree that the present structure, the present infrastructure, the institutions that we have are not matching up to the task. And I think this is a very, very good moment to reflect upon that, because I mean, institutions must be more intelligent than the people that work in those institutions. And we see that in constitutions of countries, whether you have a good or bad constitution, and you also see it in the institutions. There are many flaws with the present institution, the COP, which we're experiencing. This is my 22nd COP, actually. And the biggest flaw of the negotiations here is the consensus requirement. And that's something, I mean, you can't expect 200 people, 200 nations, and some of them actually making their living from selling fossil fuels to agree to everything that would be effective. So it's very important
can I
to
press
see
you on the one,
can
I just press you on the one issue of international law changing?
Yes, I'm very sure, and we're seeing it. I mean, the law is progressing at its own pace, and we are seeing national courts now interpreting international law, and we are also seeing that the Paris Agreement, which was meant not to be binding in terms of what the countries are pledging to do, that this is being interpreted differently by the courts. Because, I mean, talk is not just talk in international law. Actually, it can harden into something like a law. And we've seen a Dutch court, for example, telling Shell that they have got to reduce their emissions. And this is one moment where actually we see that governments are being held accountable by the courts, and we are going to see more of them. And managers should know.
Of course, Shell have given notice they're going to appeal that case. Let me pick up with WWF. When you look at what is on the agenda here, Manuel, what is your view about where this will go, particularly when it comes to things like the Shell case, the Chevron case, the German Constitutional Court case as well? Do you believe, I mean, you and WWF have been in this area for so long, that this in its own way will act as a constraint and a force to make sure there's, if you like, obedience to the commitment?
Look, this seems to be a great discussion in between an economist, a lawyer, and a judge. and by the end, we have to decide. This is a question for you, for the actor. What do you prefer? To have the correct incentive to change your behavior, or you are expecting to have mandatory rules and regulation globally or domestically, or are you expecting a resolution by a court? Up to us. Finally, up to us. I am a believer of the process, let me say, and I am a lawyer by training, let me say. But look, I went to Rio 92. We got in Rio 92 the Rio Declaration, beautiful principles. Most of those principles have been already included in constitutions around the world, non-legally binding. We used to have the discussion legally binding or non-legally binding of Paris. Finally, it was a non-legally binding, and it is working well. The point is that we have to be careful on make a good and accurate use of the mechanism. As much as we act bad, as worse for the actors. Because that could happen. It is true. It could be that it should be through the court that we can get decisions strongly imposed, mandatory, as it happened with Germany or the case of Shell, no? Because they hadn't shown good and accurate targets. So it's up to us. What do we want on this process? Do we want to have those mandatory rules? Do we think that we do need to have some kind of UN body adopting sanctions for us? Or we are able to understand that in this process, who is going to sanction us? It is the economy and the consumers. That's my point.
You ask, what do we want? Isn't that clear? Isn't that clear? We know what we want. We know what the public want. We know what the next generation want. Isn't there absolute clarity now?
It is clear on what do we want. What it is not enough clear, it is on how to get there. And why? Because we are still in this gradual process in adopting with clarity what does it mean, the net zero, and how to address it. To give a clear signal that that means to work within your value chain, to address the scope 1, 2, and 3 before of thinking in voluntary carbon markets, in nature-based solutions, or some other alternative mechanism. That is what people is seeking and demanding. We are in the time in which we are, after more than 20 years of carbon markets, we are demanding integrity. And that means, in relation to the supply side, that we do need to work with governments to connect the carbon market with their own NDCs obligation. And in the supply and in the demand side, we do need to demand SBTi as a condition to have any actor entering into the voluntary carbon market. So we have clarity on what we are moving to, but not enough clarity on that content. And that is what I think we can still continue developing. That is our task. I am personally in the SBTi board, in the Voluntary Carbon Market Integrity Initiative, and in the Nature-Based Solutions International Committee. 3 great mechanisms, but that are going to be useful just if we are able to understand and to build the pillars through some key principles of what people is claiming and demanding to recover credibility on the process.
Right, I need to keep pushing you for a takeoff and takeaway. We've got about 10 minutes. A specific question here for Persephone. Does Persephone's data show when companies are greenwashing or gold washing? Who can access this information? Is it politically available, publicly available? Can it help us understand what financial institutions or companies we should be avoiding?
Our data can absolutely show when companies are looking to greenwash.
Is it publicly available?
It is not publicly available. There's data sovereignty issues with ownership and those sorts of things, especially here in, well, I guess now the former EU, thanks to legislation like GDPR. However, what we do find is that most companies do want to disclose their footprint. So CDP is a great example. 60% of the 12,000 companies that disclose to CDP do choose to share their data. As it pertains to greenwashing, I started this company 2 years ago. About 8 months into it, one of the oil and gas majors here in Europe, you can probably guess who, it's not a long list, actually asked us, could we use what's called a global warming potential data set that was 3 sets older than the current one. And what that means is the global warming potential data set basically shows what is the carbon intensity by an individual GHG molecule. And the further back you go, of course, the intensity is less because there's less of them in the atmosphere. And these people had the gall to ask us, could you just adjust your platform to use this older data set? And I said, okay, let me just read this back to you. Just to be clear, you want me to introduce an older data set so that your numbers look more favorable am I getting this right? And they said, no, of course not. It's because we have so many data issues. We must use an older data set so that it's comparable to what we've done in the past. So yes, we can see that. We have declined business with many companies that have attempted to use it. You will see more behavior like that. In the future, we certainly encourage our clients and our customers to be very transparent with their data, whether it's through frameworks like CDP. Some you'll see choose to disclose it publicly, on their websites and those sorts of things. That's where a lot of the points being made about consumer pressure, investor pressure come into play. They will disclose those things if the pressure is there after they've undertaken those actions. But yeah, certainly the bad behavior persists. It's just evolving, and I don't expect that to change anytime soon.
All right, we've got about 5 minutes to run, so keep your answers short on this. This from Thomas Guerro. What are the panel's thought on divestment? Should the largest shareholders of fossil fuels be divesting, or should they be encouraging and forcing change? It's scary to think that these companies might not be held accountable, but even scarier to think that they continue to be rewarded for their actions. And there was an intervention yesterday in the neighboring room from a significant banking figure who suggested that there's still a lot of money to be made from hydrocarbons. Helen.
Definitely the first thing to be doing is trying to engage and to get them to shift. I think we may now be actually passing the point where engagement can still work for some of these companies, and at which point you need to be divesting from fossil fuels. What we've seen here this last week was a number of governments saying that they are going to stop investing in oil and gas. We have the Beyond Oil and Gas Alliance. Those are governments saying that they're no longer going to be exploiting and developing oil and gas. And we've seen a number who are saying that they're going to shift away from international finance related to all fossil fuels. So we are now at a point where I think we're seeing the movement away from all fossil fuels. And so investors should be thinking hard if they want to continue to invest in a company that is making that kind of development. Beyond that, I do think 2 points here that are really, really important are about making mandatory disclosure. So it's not just the data, it's actually mandatory disclosure of the data around what companies are doing and what the finance sector are doing. And as Manuel said, setting mandatory targets, having companies be mandatory on targets for net zero. That's the next step of where we need to go so that we all understand what they're doing and that they're setting robust, rigorous, and publicly disclosed targets and pathways.
Catherine, will divestment do a lot of the accounting that we've been discussing because of the nature of divestment?
Divestment does have a role to play. I think it needs to be done loudly and in a coordinated way. But if you are making no progress in pushing a company's management to develop and publish and act on a serious, credible transition plan, then you shouldn't hold that company in your portfolio. And I'm pleased to see, actually, that a number of very big European and US and Asian investors are becoming more aggressive with their divestment strategies. But we don't just need more aggression on the divestment, we actually need a lot more tough action on the part of those that do engagement. So I mentioned at the beginning that investors have votes on the directors that sit on the boards of companies, and far too few investors have actually used the votes they've got to vote down the directors of companies who are failing to produce a transition plan, who are failing to produce the appropriate disclosures. So there's actually a lot of tools in the toolbox that investors have got, and they're actually, for the large part, failing to use some of the great tools they've got, like voting directors off boards. Because I can tell you, when directors experience at the annual general meeting of their company that large investors, let's say a BlackRock, who's the biggest investor in most companies around the world, has voted against you as a director, it really focuses minds. So I think there's a lot more we could be doing to use the power and tools that shareholders have got to send the signals in a really urgent way that unless boards and companies produce credible transition plans, then we will be divesting your company. So give tough engagement a few years, and if you don't get the results, I think we should see mass divestment from some of the companies that are just apparently completely unwilling to get on the train and on the journey.
Thank you, Catherine. Manuel, the power of divestment, is that going to be critical as sending signals in the way that Catherine has just talked about? Could you all be brief, please?
Yeah, very brief. For sure, yes. And let me say a couple of things. Helen referred to the good reference in the current draft, and we hope that it could be kept, of the phase-out of coal and elimination of subsidies to fossil fuels. And that is a good political signal. That would be a good political signal. Let me add something that I hope that we can develop soon, science-based targets for finance. Because for years we have, by mistake, we have been thinking that climate finance, it is about money flow. It is for sure important. But it is more than that. Transparency and disclosure and alignment of portfolios. That is a key element, how to align portfolios, and through the financial sector, we can promote that phasing out.
Herman, divestment, quickly if you can, please.
Yes, that's certainly an extremely good tool, but we've been hearing about that for more than 20 years now, and it's not happening as long as there's money to be made in fossil fuels. But we're talking about accountability, and what's happening, we have brought a complaint, for example, against BP because of greenwashing. They were portraying themselves as the renewable energy company. And they withdrew their campaign after 3 months. And we've opened the greenwashing files. What's the latest hype is net zero fossil fuels. Some oil companies are using this. And I think everyone in business, finance, who is interested in being credible and keeping the trust of the people must assure that no company is making any false claims like that. And we are checking what can be done also legally to work against these false claims of greenwashing.
So, final thought, Kentaro, is your data going to reinforce exactly what Herman and everyone else has just been saying? In other words, you will produce data which will reinforce the need to divest or expose the fact that things are being done which they believe they can get away with?
I actually believe divestment is an asinine proposition because let me give you a parallel example. If, as an American citizen, I believed that the Trump administration was bigoted and racist, and I went around talking about that I was against racism and told all of my friends and told the world that we should be an equal society, and then my friends asked me, well, how did you vote? Did you vote for the Trump administration or did you vote for change? And I told them, I won't vote. Then that is tantamount to being a party to that. To Catherine's point, institutional investors specifically need to use their voice, need to use their influence, and I would argue most especially in the companies that are not changing, to vote for change. 2016, 3% of shareholders voted for BP to disclose their climate disclosures. Take a look what's happened over the years and how much that has incrementally popped up. If the 3% of institutional investors divested that voted yes in 2016, they would not have been the catalyst for change at scale. So I think divestment is a coward's way out. Activism and holding these companies accountable with the voice they've been given is a privilege that should not be squandered. Institutional investors should vote for change. They should not divest. They should push for aggressive change and reformation.
Well, a final thought here from Mark Hetz, Senior Consultant for Environ2. He's asking a question, but he's concerned that in 5 years' time, we will still be talking and the accusation will be not enough acting. And he's asking whether there's a positive feeling on the panel. Sadly, I have to bring it to an end, but can I thank you all very much indeed, to Kentaro, to Helen, and to Manuel here in Glasgow, and also to Herman and to Catherine joining us virtually. Thank you very much indeed to all of you for joining us for this last session at the Sustainable Innovation Forum. And as you leave, can I introduce the special address from Juan Manuel Santos, who's the former president of Colombia, the Nobel Peace Laureate.
Warmest greetings to all at the Sustainable Innovation Forum of COP26. I'm speaking to you today in my capacity as a member of the Elders, the group of former world leaders founded by Nelson Mandela to work for peace, justice, and human rights. I'm also a member of the board of the Wildlife Conservation Society and a fellow at Conservation International. We are facing a climate crisis. This is obvious. We are facing a biodiversity loss crisis. This is also obvious. Yet, often these two crises are spoken about as separate threats. They are not. Protecting the Earth's rich diversity and promoting climate action must go hand in hand. We have become accustomed to speaking about the reduced abundance of nature, the entire extinction of species, and the rapid loss of ecosystems, as if this is a normal situation to be in. It is not normal. Nothing about the dual crises facing us are part of the normal patterns of nature or climate change. Forests, underwater forests made up of seagrass, peatlands, and mangroves, all have a major impact in our planet's ability to store carbon. The destruction of nature not only has an environmental impact, it also affects people's ability to adapt and cope with changing climate conditions. Climate change is damaging biodiversity, but the loss of biodiversity is also deepening the climate crisis. It is a vicious, very vicious circle. We must be careful not to use action on protecting nature as an excuse for inaction on the climate crisis. Environmental damage in one place cannot be fixed by repairing habitats elsewhere. For example, restoration of wild spaces is important and needs to be done, but it cannot substitute for urgent action to move beyond fossil fuels. Firstly, leaders have to come up with an ambitious, credible pathway to close the gap to 1.5 degrees. This is critical for the most vulnerable people in our world who are already unfairly feeling the brunt of the climate crisis. But this is also critical to protect nature. Recent scientific research tells us that reducing global warming to 1.5 degrees could nearly halve the risk of biodiversity loss by comparison with a 2 degrees warming scenario. This is an incredible impact. Not only should world leaders be doing everything possible during this climate COP26 to maintain a pathway to 1.5 degrees, they must also ensure adaptation is acknowledged as a political priority. Proactive climate adaptation has huge benefits for both nature and people. But climate resilience often remains a second-order issue. Therefore, the elders back the call for more investment in climate change adaptation, including locally led adaptation efforts. As a former president of one of the most biodiverse countries in the whole world, but also one of the most vulnerable to climate change, I can tell you that what is needed cannot be left only to national leaders. We need all of us, to play our part, the business community, the finance community, civil society, and each and every individual. There we have hope that enough can be done to avert the worst of the climate crisis. I am a great believer that hope exists, but it only exists when we take action. So, for our climate, for nature, for our humanity, let us be a time of action. Thank you.
The Nobel laureate Manuel Santos, former president of Colombia. So where will we be, assuming we all meet, or many of us meet, in Egypt a year from now at COP27? Who can predict the speed at which things would happen? Look at the speed at which we actually got a vaccination for COVID in less than a year, which many in epidemiology thought was extraordinary and would never be achieved. It was achieved. But as Bill Gates said, you can have a vaccination for COVID, you can't have a vaccination for climate change. And so the scale is enormous. Starting in literally 5 minutes, the Sustainable Innovation Forum morphs into a virtual studio, which goes on for another 2.5 hours. And particularly for those of you watching online, there's much still for you to watch, including an interview I did with the Chief Digital Officer of MasterCard about the way money is changing, the way value is changing as a result of the way we use our cards rather than cash these days. There are contributions from 8 business schools about the way they've got to change, the way they have to adjust. And particularly attractive, I found, was a sequence which we recorded with the next generation of leaders, the legacy for the next generation of climate leaders, 2 of whom had actually been to Antarctica and were desperate about what was being faced by COP26. So you'll find that online, and it'll start in about 3 minutes' time. My own personal reflection, if I'm allowed one at this stage as I close the Sustainable Innovation Forum, is that it seems to me that the glass is filling. I've attended and been probably more than 100 conferences, not just about climate change, but I feel there's a focus, even if it's not producing the urgency, the absolute urgency that is necessary. I'm very struck by 2 conversations I had with Johan Rockström, who sadly couldn't join us yesterday from the Potsdam Institute, when he said we are now facing the limits of planetary boundaries, the limits of planetary boundaries. We know the direction of travel, but we're not going speedily enough down the track of what is necessary to reduce the global warming to 1.5 degrees and stop it going to 2.4 or even higher. And the science that he's producing with his colleagues at the Potsdam Institute, I find deeply scary. And I just wonder how many people fully understand. But I think about my own community where I live in London, and I think about many communities, how many of them really understand the enormity of what they've got to do in terms of changing the way they heat water, the way they consume electricity, and the personal things which have got to be done just to be aware and limit the consumption of energy. Certainly that's something I've started doing in terms of analyzing whether I need a light bulb turned on, or whether if I'm heating water for a cup of tea, whether I put the kettle full on, or whether I just tip the water in from a cup to make sure that I don't actually heat more water than I really need. It's a small effort, but it shows that it's possible to change the way you think of doing things. And by the way, I'm traveling back to London by train. I'm not taking a plane. So thank you all very much indeed, whether you're here in Glasgow or whether you're around the world from our 40,000 registrants, wherever you are, whatever time zone. Thank you all for being with us, and it's been a delight to see so many people here, even at 8 o'clock in the morning until 6:15 in the evening. It's been long days, but many of you have got incredible stamina, including crossing the bridge and getting here by whichever transport you've been using. Hopefully it's been an EV as opposed to a diesel vehicle. So thanks all very much indeed. And the audio, the virtual studio will begin transmitting in 1 minute from now. On behalf of everyone at Climate Action, bye-bye.
Now, I am not an explorer. I'm not an environmentalist. I'm actually just a survivor. And these photographs that I'm showing you here are dangerous. They are the ice melt of the South and North Poles. And ladies and gentlemen, we need to listen to what these places are telling us. And if we don't, we will end up with our own survival situation here on planet Earth.
It was 2009, and at the age of 22, my small initiatives around Earth Hour and Earth Day to raise awareness about climate change in India somehow caught the eye of polar explorer and leader Robert Swan OBE. His belief and trust in me gave me the motivation to join an expedition to the most remotest part of Earth, Antarctica, an experience that has since motivated me to devote my life to working towards combating climate change. My name is Divya Navle, and this is the story of the journey that changed my life. With some strong corporate funding, I was finally able to make it to the 2041 Foundation's International Antarctic Expedition in November of 2009. On the expedition, I saw firsthand how climate change and human action is changing the last pristine parts of Earth, and grew to understand the magnitude of global impact the loss of ice would have on our future generations. Since my return, I have helped set up local environmental and specifically clean energy initiatives, and worked on global scale operations to track and reduce emissions of multinational companies by understanding carbon footprint across the world. I also worked directly with the 2041 Foundation to set up solar-powered libraries for kids in forests of central India and the remotest parts of the Himalayas. I am now proud to have become a part of the Global Choices Arctic Angels Network, where we mentor and collaborate with young leaders from around the world to move the ice crisis to the top of policy agenda. This year, 2 more of the world's most talented, creative, and curious young leaders have the opportunity to go to Antarctica, where they can have the same life-changing experience that I had. A truly sustainable world needs investment in its future leaders. Each place on our expedition costs $16,250. We hope there are corporations or individuals attending here today who share the vision to empower young leaders like the opportunity I was given a decade ago. Sponsoring a place, either fully or in part, will enable these future leaders to experience Antarctica's wondrous hidden beauty, to see the reality of climate change, and come back motivated to make the changes that we need to see today. Thank you, and remember, we can't plant ice.
Welcome from me, Nick Gowing. There are so many critical issues to be discussed here at COP26 and so many different time zones, which we've got to cover as well. So let's get a true sense of engagement at the Sustainable Innovation Forum and bringing you something additional, which is the Climate Action Studio. And that's what this is. It's in addition to our live program throughout the day here at COP26. So what I'd like to just underscore to you is that you can follow us at climate_action_ or use the hashtags #SIF, SIF21 or #ClimateActionLive. And what we want to talk about in this next 20 minutes is innovating collective action. Innovating is the key word here. New solutions with practical solutions to things which we take for granted, powered by forward-facing technologies, the speed at which things are being picked up, the algorithms and what is being developed in IT and so on, to inspire collective action from all of us. And I'm joined by Jorn Lambert, who's Chief Digital Officer for MasterCard. Jorn, welcome. Now, what I need to ask you is, what exactly do you do? You're a member of the management committee, but what else do you do at MasterCard?
So thanks, Nick, and delighted to be here, and thanks for having me. So my role as Chief Digital Officer is to look after all consumer products for MasterCard. So any consumer product that as a user of MasterCard you use would come from our product development shop.
So you are the Chief Digital Officer. Are you the chief person who is developing new ideas at the frontier for the way these kind of issues can be addressed digitally through the kind of card and the access to bank accounts that all of us are using?
Yeah, that's right. I think in general, we're looking at all innovations, how payments, how commerce evolving, how we meet consumer demand. And one huge consumer demand nowadays is, okay, how do we actually use our products, our payments for a more sustainable economy? And therefore, that's front and center in many of the things that we do.
How much data do you have on us, in fact, about how we spend, which allows you to make this judgment about whether we are spending sustainably?
That's a great question. And so we see trillions of transactions going through our system, but we do not see what people spend. We see where people spend, but we do not see what people spend, nor do we actually know that Nick is the person spending it. We have a number, we have a merchant, and we have an amount. And based on that data, we can provide services to our consumers. But again, you, Nick, or anybody else who is using a MasterCard is actually not a direct consumer of ours, is a consumer of a bank who has given you the card. And so we don't actually have a name, an email address, or a phone number of the person who's spending. We just have a anonymous number and a graph of where that anonymous number is shopping.
Well, now, one of the things that you're pitching very strongly is building an inclusive, sustainable digital economy, which of course everyone is wanting to do at the moment. But be more specific about how you're going to do this and how you can do this, not just for us, the customers and consumers, but also internally. I mean, you must be under quite some pressure from particularly the next generation within MasterCard.
Of course, but before I actually get into perhaps the nitty-gritty of the products that we're evolving, I think there's a first point that is important to make is, as a company, but just any company, as we're thinking about climate action, it always has to start with looking at ourselves, right? It's okay to build products for other people to do the right thing, but we always need to look at our own footprint, and we need to start with decarbonization of our own operations. Now, MasterCard is not a huge emitter. We're not into heavy industry or something, but still, we have our own operations, and we've made commitments towards net zero. We've aligned with the SBTi targets of 1.5 centigrade climate trajectory.
And what changes have you made? Give me an idea. What kind of changes you've made, Jorn?
Well, so for example, we've been looking at our Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions, and we've already reduced that from the 2016 start by 44%, our Scope 1 and Scope 2. We're looking at our Scope 3, and we've already reduced that by 57%. And we do that obviously by working with our suppliers on the scope 3. We're looking at sourcing renewable energy, having solar panels, but more importantly, reducing or increasing the efficiencies of our own operations and systems. And so,
were you actually quite surprised at what you were able to achieve, and when you did your audit, what you were burning up?
Well, we were surprised about how a number of actions can materially change emissions, all at the same time, while continuing to grow at a very fast pace, right? And so there is a kind of misnomer, perhaps, that climate action is contrary to business objective or contrary to business growth, that it has to tamper business growth. And I think that is a misnomer. In many cases, there is a lot of low-hanging fruit whereby one can take action and to lower emissions, and there's still a lot of opportunity there. But my point, Nick, is one has to start there, because anything else without that would not really be authentic. And we've done a lot of efforts there. But as I said, we are a relatively small emitter, but we are a huge network. We have a network of 23,000 banks. We are reaching 80 million merchants. We're reaching 3 billion consumers. And so we thought, well, actually, just looking at our emissions is very good, but can we do more? And can we do more by the nature of our business, by the fact that we are a network and by the fact that we can potentially enlist consumers? And that's where our product development thinking went.
But let me, internally, of course, you've got every generation with every experience. How much has it been important to get ideas from inside? Maybe ideas that even you as Chief Digital Officer hadn't really been thinking about. In other words, generating a culture of new ideas, and let's listen, let's talk, let's investigate, let's scope this kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's a great point, because I mean, look, I do not know a person in my environment or in the company who is not profoundly worried with that. I think everybody is, not just the young generation, Nick, I'm sure you were worried with it as well. And you are obviously young, but perhaps less young than some of our millennials. But not a single person. Yes, not a single person is not concerned with that. And we've seen a groundswell from within our organization on people firstly demanding that that the company takes its social responsibilities. For a decade, we've been looking at financial inclusion and made great strides. But the discussion of this decade is going to be climate, this decade and the ones after that. And so our employees, our customers, banks, our consumers are demanding more from us. And that's where a lot of that comes. And to your point, people have lots of ideas. It's actually not ideas that's missing, it's actually parsing through it and making sure that we remain focused on something that can make impact at scale. That is the challenge. And we believe that we're making good progress on that front.
Well, before we get on to talking about how people are spending money and how you can actually influence them spending the money, again, let me just come back to what you're doing internally. You're a well-known global brand. Have you really adapted the culture internally in order to embrace the enormity and the necessity and the speed of achieving net zero? In other words, there isn't a lot of time, so help us.
Yeah, so I believe so. In about 18 months ago, we launched what we call Priceless Planet, and the idea of behind Priceless Planet is to say, look, we hear many of our customers having that debate in the boardroom, in their boardrooms, banks and merchants, and finding it not that easy to translate it into business action. And so what our teams have done, and this is really a groundswell within the company, to say, well, actually, as a network, why shouldn't we federate these efforts? Why, instead of having each company do individual actions in a very fragmented way, why don't we propose a platform whereby we can bundle and federate these efforts and do this together in a much more impactful way? And very quickly, and this is actually our entire company, because we open this to all our partners, and very quickly the Priceless Planet Coalition added up to 80 companies joining us, large companies like Itaú, like HSBC, like MTA, the New York metro station, like Lyft, like LLB, like Citibank, joined our coalition to say, yeah, actually, let's not fragment. Let's actually bundle our efforts, and let's join this coalition with the aim of taking climate action to consumers and to ultimately, collect funding into tree planting.
An
and
important point of principle here, has that been a real accelerator and multiplier, the fact you've come together?
Yeah, no, I mean, I've been surprised that actually people are flocking towards that as quickly. It's difficult for a large organization to take a decision to join a coalition, but the speed at which that happened is a testimony to the fact that it's in the consciousness of all the banks, but it's also a testimony on the enormous energy that within our company, our employees have put against this. It's a really impressive to see the kind of mobilization against for this.
Now, that's the way you're adjusting internally, Johan. That's the way you've been changing the culture, the mindset, the way you've been operating and moving it very fast. What about how you want to empower consumers, us, who spend anything from £1.50, I'm sorry, I'm using UK language here, but £1.50, €2 for a coffee, to anything which could be a massive bill for a vacation, or so much, which could be an enormous spending moment. How much can you actually influence us to be sustainable in the way we spend our money?
Well, I don't think we can or should influence you. I think we should inform you. I think we should give you the tools to make your decisions. And the interesting thing is that people do want that. They do want to. I mean, we've done research, and 85 of the people that we interviewed is very keen to take personal action in order to help the climate. But a very large portion of those people don't actually quite know how. Yes, you can eat less meat, and yes, you can take the bicycle instead of the car. People know that, but they don't actually realize what the carbon impact is of many of their actions or purchases. And so without that knowledge, it's very hard to actually make meaningful change.
But just let me be clear, if I go and buy a coffee for, say, let's say €2, whatever, is something going to come up and say, do you really want to actually buy this coffee? Because actually it's producing quite a heavy carbon footprint.
Nothing will come up of, do you really want this coffee? But something will come up to say, actually, that coffee represents 400 grams of CO2. And the consumer will be able to say, well, actually, this I need this coffee really now. And or they might say, actually, I need this coffee and I'll plant a tree, or I donate for a tree in order to compensate for my coffee, right? So it's not ours to actually decide what is good or bad for that consumer, or what the consumer's decision.
But you're making us think. You're making us think.
But we want to equip the consumer in order to make those decisions. But I think there's a lot more. I think, Nick, what is interesting if you look at the entire climate debate is that a lot is about, what can governments do? A lot is about what should companies do? But there is not that much debate around what consumers can do. Consumers want to do it, and consumers want to participate, but I don't see a whole lot of activity around it to give pointers to consumers or give tools to consumers. And as a company who reaches up to 3 billion consumers, we actually spend a fair amount of time on, okay, so we know consumers want to work on this. We know, can we enlist them somehow in that action? And we came to the point that it is really about informing and empowering them, informing by giving them some data points to the extent that we have them, but also pointers about, here is a tool on which you can actually take action. And so it is, take action could be changing your behavior, but could also be, actually, I am compensating for my carbon footprint by by donating trees to a project that has a very high bar in terms of the science of tree planting, right? And so we do both of that, Nick. We inform, but we also give them a means to impact. I don't necessarily want people to stop drinking coffee or stop going about their lives. But I wanted to give them the tools on how they can potentially compensate that if they are doing that.
But this is going to create, you will necessitate, I should say, an incredible matrix of information, which could ultimately lead to you intervening in the way people spend money. But first of all, with retailers, for example, however you want to judge a retailer, what's your relationship going to be with them? Because how do you know that a coffee produces a certain amount of carbon? How do you know that a food mixer or a television is produced in a certain way, which will have produced a certain amount of carbon? And therefore, you're asking the question, do you really want to do this? Have you thought about this? It probably won't mean people won't buy the goods, but it will make them think twice about it. Where's the data coming from? What kind of incredible algorithms and matrices are you building here?
Well, it's a great question, and I think we should start by where the end game should be. So in our view, when you buy your television or you buy a T-shirt, you know the price of that television and the T-shirt. You do not know the carbon footprint of that television and that T-shirt. And so you cannot actually today not make a purchase decision of saying, oh, I'll buy that T-shirt instead of that T-shirt based on the carbon footprint. You can do that based on the price, based on the quality, not based on the carbon footprint. I believe that's a very big issue because people make purchase decisions on a limited data set. We need to get to a point, it'll take a long time, but we need to get to a point whereby we go towards carbon labeling of products, whereby every product shows the price as well as the carbon footprint, so you can make an informed decision. And so that manufacturers will actually be seeing the consequences of potential certain behaviors in manufacturing, right? But today we're not there. We're a long way from there simply because nobody goes through the entire supply chain to identify that. And so the question that we asked ourselves is, okay, what do we have today? And how can we take baby steps towards that ultimate goal of having carbon labeling?
Because of course in a store or online or wherever, there's increasing amount of carbon labeling. But if I understand you correctly, Johan, what you're saying is you are putting your position at the point of purchase or the point of sale, where you will offer that data as well to enable that judgment still to be made by a customer. Am I right or wrong there?
So all we know today is not what you buy, but we know the amount that you buy at a certain type of merchants, right? We don't know if it's a T-shirt or a pair of jeans or a wristband that you bought, but we know, for example, that you went to a clothing shop. And so all we can do today is to say, well, Nick, you went to a clothing shop. The average carbon footprint for a 50 pound spend in a clothing shops is X. Say it's 12 kilograms of CO2. That's the information that we can derive from the fact that that you bought for 50 pounds in a clothes shop, and we can send that information to your bank. The bank knows. The bank has the bank can provide that in your banking app, and so today we can provide on your MasterCard spend, Nick, an estimate of your carbon footprint over your different purchases. Over time, I think that the accuracy of that data will improve as more and more companies and manufacturers will provide carbon labeling or actually a supply chain footprint, supply chain proof of provenance of that carbon. And so we believe that accuracy is going to go up. Today, it's an estimate, but it's an estimate we believe is a first step to inform consumers that actually their purchases have certain consequences. And as a result, they can compensate for it, or they can alternatively change their behaviors. Now, we have established a sustainability lab, and the whole purpose of that lab is to actually, through technology, think, okay, how can we continue to make progress? How do we work with manufacturers, with retailers, with other parties in the value chain to get to better data, to get to better information to consumers, while at the same time, and that's extremely important for us, keep data privacy top of mind. Again, we do not want to know that Nick is Nick. That's not our business. We do not want to know what Nick buys. That's not our business. But we want to inform and provide tools to Nick to make sure that Nick can make decisions accordingly.
Now, not everyone will be comfortable with this. Do you expect any pushback, or do you think you've got just a wave of acceptance and inevitability? Quickly, if you can, Johan.
No, I expect pushback for sure. And look, we'll get pushback from climate activists that probably believe it's maybe not enough. And it's a good thing that there's people out there who, keep us on our toes and push us. I expect pushback from people who think actually the data you provide me, MasterCard, is not accurate enough. And so it's misleading. The reality is it's not entirely accurate because that data is not available, but it is a baby step. I think it is very, I think as a company, you have to accept that you're getting into a slightly uncomfortable space, that you will get pushback, but that is not enough of a reason to just stand by and do nothing. I think you need to take a risk. You need to be a little bit brave. You need to accept that the people who push back do so to make you better, to make you to keep you on your toes. And yes, we will get feedback, and we'll have to work with that, and we'll improve accordingly.
Quick question: is this now moving amazingly fast? Net zero has to be achieved not by 2050, but really by 2030, even 2025 for many companies who are making it very clear their ambitions. Can what you're describing be achieved much faster than you might have expected?
Well, I think you see. So first, it has to move much faster. As a parent, I am, extraordinarily worried with that, and I think many others. I see a real momentum and a real desire among many players out there, many corporate players out there, to work together and to take action. And something as enormous as achieving carbon labeling in order to change manufacturing process across the world does need that level of cooperation. I actually happen to believe that if we can achieve that, and if we can bring people together, and if we can innovate and put technology to the right work, it can make a very, very material impact how people buy, but more importantly, how companies manufacture. And ultimately, that is going to bring the change that we need. So, I'm optimistic despite the big worries, because I see that desire of many companies to work together and to make a change.
Johan Lambert, Chief Digital Officer for MasterCard. Fascinating to know that this amount of information can be detected, can also be part of a purchase decision now, wherever you're buying anything, however big or however small it is. Thanks very much indeed for joining us at this Climate Action Studio. We're much appreciated. And actually, I'm looking forward to talking to you again in maybe a year's time to find out how much progress you've made and how much of an intervention you've made into purchase decisions, and how much people may think twice about what they're buying when they see the flag going up. But thank you very much indeed for sharing your vision with us.
Thank you for having us, Nick. Bye-bye.
Well, we heard there from MasterCard how they are bringing together leaders and companies to create what they call the Priceless Impact Coalition, designed to create greater impact, greater momentum, greater chance of making a significant breakthrough. Well, in the same vein, 8 leading business schools are joining together to acknowledge the climate crisis and to collaborate to support business and leaders who will act to address the climate emergency. Let's hear from them.
We are facing a global climate emergency, so it's not business as usual. It's why Europe's 8 leading business schools are now working together to help prepare future business leaders for climate leadership. 8 business schools, collaborating on new research, reaching out to all 8 schools' influential alumni communities, developing a best practice toolkit for businesses. Visit our website to find out more and see details of our new webinar series, Business Schools for Climate Leadership. Climate leadership to the power of 8.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the launch of Business Schools for Climate Leadership at the Sustainable Innovation Forum at COP26 in Glasgow, Scotland. My name is Peter Tufano, and I will be the moderator for today's event, which is being held in partnership with Intent. As this is a new organization and we're launching a new toolkit for managers, I'd like to take a few minutes to explain the origins and purpose of Business Schools for Climate Leadership in this session. Well, here in Glasgow, leaders from government, from business, and civil society are joining for the 26th time as the warning signs of climate crisis become ever more obvious and the scientific evidence ever more clear. Arresting the flow of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere and the seas is a global imperative, and therefore all sectors need to focus on mitigation measures. Yet as the recent IPCC report makes clear, even with Herculean mitigation efforts, we and our children and our grandchildren will have to adapt to more extreme temperature fluctuations, to more extreme precipitation patterns, to sea level rise and more. Governments will have to act by passing and enforcing laws and regulations. Consumers will have to act by changing everything that we do, from heating our homes to how we move from place to place. And businesses will have to act to change how we operate and what goods and services we provide. For businesses, some of the work ahead will involve being more efficient, emitting far fewer greenhouse gases, using far less natural resources, generating less net waste. But businesses will also have to be innovative in what they do and to create new products and services that are appropriate given the climate crisis that we face. This will take new business models, new metrics, new financing vehicles, new incentive and reward systems, new R&D activities. This newness is being celebrated here at the Sustainable Innovation Forum, alongside of the main tent nearby at COP26. In addition to new innovations, businesses will need to collaborate more than ever, collaborate with one another, collaborate across sectors with government, partner with civil society organizations. Greater efficiency, changes in core business practices, greater innovation, new products and services, and enhanced collaboration. That's an incredibly large menu to require of businesses and business leaders. As business schools, we pride ourselves on training these business leaders. We proudly note our graduates who have gone on to found and run some of the most important firms in the world. We're going to hear from our panelists about what their schools are doing in research, teaching, and convening. But is that enough? And can we succeed if we only work by ourselves? If so much is demanded of business, what must we as business schools do? In February 2020, a group of 8 deans met in Paris on the eve of what would become a global lockdown. I remember the meeting clearly. I was worried about this thing called COVID. There we were in Paris. Collectively, we represented over 400,000 alumni and over 50,000 students and executive participants each year. And we agreed to do something that we had never agreed to do before, which is to lay down our competitive swords and do what we were teaching businesses to do, to collaborate to battle the climate crisis. No matter how excellent our own work would be, we'd be even stronger if we worked together. At the time, I was one of those deans. I was the Dean of Saïd Business School at the University of Oxford. And I was proud to be part of this group, which included my counterparts at Cambridge Judge Business School, HEC, IE Business School, IESE Business School, the International Institute for Management Development, or IMD, INSEAD, and London Business School. While we would continue to compete for students and faculty and donors, we agreed to try to collaborate to support business leaders to innovate and to deal with the climate emergency. We then charged a set of our colleagues to get to work, and the result is Business Schools for Climate Leadership. And our first product is the toolkit that we're about to launch. Before I introduce the team that has created this toolkit, let's hear from the deans of the founding members of Business Schools for Climate Leadership. It was great to be part of that group, but it's even greater to be part of this group, the group of more than 80 people from our 8 schools that have come together to launch Business Schools for Climate Leadership, to put together this toolkit, and to begin a journey together. These colleagues include faculty members from each of our schools, our colleagues who run important initiatives and centers, our marketing and comms teams, and of course, our deans. This core team has been meeting often many times a week, and I probably count hundreds and hundreds of emails from the members of the BS4CL team. I think it's fair to say that we come to know each other, to respect one another, to see each other as kindred spirits and comrades in arms in the battle against this climate emergency. Today, I am proud to be joined by Professor Knut Hannes from IMD, Professor Jennifer Howard Grenville from Cambridge Judge Business School, Professor Mike Rosenberg of IESE Business School, and Professor Concepcion Caldon of IE Business School. Let's talk to this great group. Knut, you and everyone else were super busy before we started, before BS4CL. And you already had been working on this topic in your role as the London Professor of Sustainability at IMD. Why did you accept the invitation by your dean to take part in this group? And what are your hopes for us collectively?
You know, Peter, this just feels important. It feels like it's a moment we have to grasp. There's huge purpose to doing this, and there's lots of opportunities as well. So that's really why. And I've always been a believer that we can do a lot of things by ourselves, but we can do so much more together. So this feels to me like the invitation I had been waiting for, to be honest. And I want it to be something big and important and shape something for the future.
Right. Concepcion, you're leading IE's Sustainable Impact Teaching and Research at that sustainable office at the school. You have a full-time job promoting academic content on sustainability across schools and programs, encouraging research, and more. Tell us a little bit about what you were doing at IE and why take on this additional task. What can we do that you couldn't do at IE? What's it like to collaborate with otherwise competitors?
Well, individually, we do all, as Knut said, already play a very important role in front of our communities, right? Our constituencies. However, when we come together, we are capable of setting the tone, the culture for what sound management looks like, which is something that we can't do as strongly individually. The other thing, or the other reason to come together, is because I do think that all of our alumni, all of the managers that are joining us in this webinar during COP26 right now, they should probably get on the phone with the CEOs of their competitors and work together. And this sets the example. We've been talking at business school about competition, you know, for a long time. We have come together before, usually when it comes to regulation, lobbying, you know, industry-related affairs. But climate change is important enough. It's not been easy to work together, but it's been an amazing experience. And if we can do it, our students, our alumni, they can do it too. And I think that sets not only the tone, but the example of the kind of difficult work, but valuable work that we would like to see of them.
Great. So I think that's enough about us. Let's get to the content here. You know, what we've been working on over the last few months is a toolkit that is supposed to be helpful to managers and to leaders as they're kind of dealing with the issue of the climate emergency that we face right now. Jen, maybe you can kind of launch us on this discussion. The toolkit has 2 frames, outside in and inside out. Can you explain generally what we were trying to do and what these 8 sections of the toolkit, how they all fit together?
Sure, thanks, Peter. I mean, as you know, when we came together, there were a whole host of topics that we could potentially have explored. But as we do in our research and teaching, we like to break things down and help people understand the context in which, or the contextual environment in which business action and innovation needs to take place. So the first 4 chapters of the toolkit really orient us to think about what do business leaders need to know about where the world is going, and how do they need to orient to a climate constrained world and all of the broad implications that will have for their business for decades to come. So we framed the first 4 chapters around this outside in perspective. How can business leaders think about these macro shifts that are associated with climate change, but not limited to climate change? And how will that reflect on what their business needs to do in terms of adaptation and innovation in years to come? So we orient 4 chapters around around, for example, climate change and inequality, climate change and nature, climate change and geopolitics, and climate change and technology. But then, as we know, when we teach our future business leaders in our schools, we need to give them the tools to think differently about how do you reorient a business and its capabilities and its expertise, its structure, its processes, and its innovation in order to move forward in this new world. And so there we take, as you mentioned, a sort of inside out perspective of the next 4 chapters to propose again for managers some questions that they need to ask around themes like climate change and business transformation, climate change and decarbonization, climate change and risk mitigation, and of course, climate change and enterprise value. So we hope that the toolkit of the 8 chapters is really provocative in terms of setting the stage for where the world is going for business, and then giving some discrete tools and ways of thinking about how to orient one's business towards these.
Thanks. Let's pick that directly up with Mike. So Mike, let's talk about the outside in chapters. So maybe you can get us started, why these 4 outside in chapters? And maybe you can start with some of the ones that may not be as obvious to the CEOs and business leaders who are listening, inequality or geopolitics. What's that all about?
Well, Peter, one of the convictions I have is at the operational level, we can trust the vice presidents of most companies to do the right thing, because if you use less materials, if you use less energy, et cetera, you'll save money. So the business case for operational sustainability is fairly well established. What we tried to do in the toolkit, especially from the outside in, is go kind of beyond the usual suspects to things that people don't normally think about, but we think they should think about. Because that's kind of our role as educators, to tell people not only what they already know they need to do, but what they need to think about. So the impact, climate change, as you mentioned, the fires, the storms, increased drought is changing the world already. It's having impacts all across these areas, and it's important to get our heads wrapped around it. Geopolitics, for example, the area that I specialize in, I've already been writing for years about my conviction that companies need to spend more time thinking about geopolitics, and climate change will make the current set of tensions that we have on the planet potentially worse. They will push countries which are already fragile, perhaps even to failing, opening up space for non-state actors like Boko Haram and Al-Shabaab, pushing societies to extreme situations which will cause immigration or migration away from these places, which will destabilize other countries, and this could have regional implications. Now the good news is, at least from a geopolitical point of view, if you ask Graham Allison, the former dean of the Kennedy School of Government, he'd say that the fact that China and the United States have to cooperate on climate might actually help them cooperate on a host of other issues, and might actually take us, away from the brink of this Cold War 2.0, which we're kind of falling into if nothing else happens. Now, if we apply that same kind of logic to inequality, my colleague Mark Stiles from INSEAD, has a huge body of work talking about how it's often the poorest people in societies who pay the brunt of climate change if it does happen, and also pay for some of the mitigation policies we have. If you make green energy and it's a little bit more expensive, well, the wealthy people, that's okay. But for poorer people, that's a problem. All of these issues, Jen has done, and her colleagues at Cambridge do amazing work on how climate change and nature are related and linked together. And climate change is affecting nature, but if we don't protect nature, we are going to accelerate rather than mitigate climate change. And Conchita and her team have done amazing work on technology, because technology innovation is all around us. The question is, can we harness some of that technological innovation to make things better? So all of these things are looked at from a climate change perspective, Peter, and what we're trying to do is get people out of what they're normally looking at and looking at things which are to some degree predictable. We know what the impacts are going to be, and even in the best scenarios, some of these changes will be with us anyway for the next 5, 10, or 15 years. So since we know what's going to happen, and we know where it's going to happen, and now's the time to play. To finish, from a business point of view, peace and prosperity, and these are fundamental aspects without which we cannot do business. So if you take the long-term business case to protect nature, to keep the world safe, to develop new technology, and to make sure that our societies are somewhat equal, not completely equal, but to not allow this inequality to grow. All of these things are things which we believe are in the long-term interest for society and business.
Thank you. So let's stay on this outside in. I mean, two of these seem to be about, tensions, the tensions between countries, the tensions between classes within countries. And I think your argument, Mike, if I understand it correctly, as well as the argument for Mark from INSEAD, is that climate is going to intensify these tensions, and business has to understand those tensions in order to do what exactly, right? So there are rising tensions in the world, exacerbated by climate, but what are the specific implications for business? And maybe not just to you, Mike, but to anybody. And then we'll get on to nature and to technology.
Just to start on the geopolitical implications, I mean, we know already certain countries and certain regions of the world which are in trouble and getting worse. Now, business can either try to help or can choose not to invest in those regions. This is a choice. I would hope that some companies would choose to invest because that will actually make things better. So there's a whole range. I think each company is different. Every business is in its own space. But the issue is, can you actually look at where you're doing business around the world, understand what the changes are, and take steps to keep your own people safe, to keep your customers safe, and to build a business which will last for the future. It's about doing the math, really.
Okay. Others on that, how we think about these rising tensions as a result of climate change.
If I can chime in, Peter, I mean, I absolutely agree. And put this way, you realize that you take already an incredibly complex and urgent issue, climate change, which we're all talking about, and you sort of multiply it, you amplify it by some of the implications that Mike has been addressing. On the other hand, I think it also drives the urgency for businesses to think really broadly about themselves as a business across their value chain, and to investigate where are the climate impacts that may not be obvious. It might not be about our own, carbon mitigation strategy or our own energy efficiency or adopting renewables for our own operations. And the conditions that Mike describes, we have global supply chains, and we know that there are many communities around the world who are impacted socially and ecologically, through these actions, through climate change effects. And so I think as businesses start to orient more towards that end of the value chain, as well as sort of the customer and client end of the value chain, and really ask again, where is the world going? Where will these hotspots arise? We don't know exactly when, where, and how, but we do know the broad trends. And so taking that longer term view, it might be through a risk mitigation lens, or it might be through an opportunity lens. There will be new needs to serve, and ultimately businesses are capable of addressing new needs and innovating like no other entity. So I think we need to worry about the tensions and the sort of interactions that we're talking about, but we also really need to keep optimistic about the opportunities for those businesses who do orient towards those problems to solve.
And Peter, if I could just jump in again, I mean, water is a huge issue. Water stress is a huge issue. Sanitation is a huge issue. These are huge business opportunities, and the transition to a low carbon economy is probably the biggest business opportunity any of us will ever see in, hundreds of years. We have to rebuild the world. And that's going to be amazing.
Yeah. Let's stick on this. I think, one takeaway that I take from these first couple of chapters is that all these systemic factors are interrelated. As we saw with COVID, COVID was a public health nightmare, but it was also an economic nightmare. It was also a supply chain nightmare, as we're experiencing now. It was also a political kind of calamity, and all of those things fit together. And I think some of these first couple of chapters are all about how it is that climate intersects with inequality and geopolitics, but also with nature, obviously. And Jen, the work that you did for the toolkit, there's terms like nature-based solutions and biodiversity that I think a lot of CEOs would scratch their heads and say, exactly, what do you mean by that? So when we talked about nature and the outside-in perspective around nature, what are the takeaways from that for a CEO or for a leader of a business organization?
Yeah, thanks, Peter. So it's been fascinating for me because here at Cambridge, we have actually a number of experts through our Cambridge Conservation Initiative Center, which brings together academics and leading NGOs in conservation, and Sir Partha Dasgupta, who's a emeritus professor of economics, just authored the Dasgupta Review, which was commissioned by Her Majesty's Treasury to essentially do for nature and biodiversity what the Stern Report did for climate, which is draw attention to the need for us as economies and as businesses within them to actually start to think of nature as an asset. And what I learned was fascinating. And Quitel Gauvin has done also work and published in this area of the interactions between climate change and nature, again, amplifying negative effects. So we know that what is often called nature-based solutions, nature sequesters a huge amount of carbon on the planet and is a key resource. So preserving and protecting forests, for example, and woodlands, not just the trees, but the soils, is central to our capacity to continue to absorb the significant amount of carbon that nature absorbs. So the Amazon rainforest alone holds a decade's worth of carbon emissions, man-made carbon emissions. Losing more of that resource will be devastating. So the urgency to protect and restore nature to enable carbon mitigation and climate mitigation is enormous. On the other hand, there are other more subtle ways that nature provides essentially for free some of the benefits that will begin to erode as climate change intensifies. So for example, coastal wetlands are an incredible resource for preventing some of the more devastating effect of floods. So business leaders need to start thinking about, as I'm taking my climate mitigation actions, am I also orienting in a way that will be protective of nature, or is it harming of nature? Renewables are fantastic, obviously, for reducing our reliance on fossil fuels, but they don't come for free in relation to nature. So I think business leaders can really start to ask questions, not just about nature, but around these other questions. By taking this positive step on climate, what am I also doing, positive or negative, in terms of another impact? And is there a way to find that sweet spot where we can optimize what we might call a nature positive outcome, or an inequality positive outcome, or a technology positive outcome alongside a climate positive outcome?
Great. I think I'm going to put a pause question in that we'll all answer later. Why should I care? So let's just leave that one at the end. Let's talk about why should I care about nature positive, inequality positive, socially positive. But before we get there, because that's a good place to end, let's finish up on this outside-in perspective. Concepcion, or Conchita, if I may. You wrote about technologies and all the technologies that are out there. This seems like more bread and butter for business executives. So give us a sense, because if they haven't been watching carefully about all the technological opportunities, or at least the fixes that might be there, give us a sense of what the market in terms of technology is offering us up as a set of possible solutions.
The first thing that I need to say is innovation and technology is the space for business in sustainability. Like, it's the natural space for business in sustainability to create new materials, new products, new business models. You were talking, we need to heat our homes differently. Well, someone needs to come up with that. We need to source our energy differently. Well, someone needs to sell us whatever it is, right, that we can buy around that. So the first message is look into this concept of innovability, sustainability as an innovation lever for your company, because you might have business opportunities there. I agree with Mike, you might be in front of the biggest business opportunity ever, and you don't want to miss on this. Now, if you're looking for already available off-the-shelf technologies that you can use, there's a wealth of options out there right now, which are reasonably priced for very many applications. So it is not true that carbon-intensive futures are cheaper, than more environmentally friendly futures. It's about what learning curve you want to undergo. And it is not very smart right now to insist in the wrong learning curve, because even if it's just due to regulation and taxation, it's going to have a ridiculous cost. So you might as well just invest in the right technology. So there, you have, first of all, amazing technology to track your environmental impact. You don't know what impact you're having, how on earth are you going to manage it? And you might be investing in the wrong place, and you might not be getting the bang for your buck, in terms of the investments that you're doing right now in reducing your carbon footprint. The other important thing is, what energy are you consuming? Hydropower is very reasonably priced for many applications. wind power, solar. We're working hard on making green hydrogen reasonably priced. It's not very reasonably priced right now for very many applications, but it soon might be. So there's very many options, and there's AI solutions to integrate them so that you can use them in ways that make sense to you. Do you even know what energy you're consuming? Because there might be good options there for you. Being more efficient in the way in which you use energy, you can go for car sharing solutions, optimized freight management, which is also good for your cost management, which you're going to love. Building management solutions, you can save up to 30% in your energy just by using these AI-based and digital-based systems. ICT is moving to the cloud. If you're still not there, you're going to have a great tool and you're going to be more energy efficient. Material efficiency, what materials are you using? Green cement, huge thing. Green steel, huge thing. In terms of fabrics, there's amazing new fabrics made of recycled fabric. So there's so many options, for companies to use. So this basically technology offering these two opportunities. First, use technology to improve your operations and reduce your carbon footprint. It's there for you, right there, available. Second, develop technology and come up with amazing business models, because there's a lot of revenue and a lot of profit to be made if you're smart and quick enough.
You make it sound so simple, so easy. Why isn't everybody doing this? Except it's not so simple. It's not so easy. And this is a good transition, I think, to the inside out perspective. This is going to require changes in purchasing patterns, changes in business models, changes in reward and incentive systems, changes in everything. You've been writing about, thinking about business transformation in climate. Everything we've heard so far suggests there's a real need, and Conchita is saying, yeah, and the technology is there. But is it that simple? So what's it going to take for businesses, real businesses, to make progress here and change their business models and transform themselves?
So first of all, there is a huge job to be done. So part of the job is, if you look at sort of what's going to help us reach our objectives, 30% maybe can be kind of solved by demand, by the consumer, etc. 70% has to be solved by, in some kind of way, the businesses. So there's a huge job to be done. That's the first point. Secondly, I think in doing that, we need all the types of business activity we have. So we have, 1.3 million fast-growing technology startups in the world. We need them, and they are focusing on developing new solutions for the future. We need big companies to transform. Many are, not all, but all will, because they will have to. I saw a statistic that 60+% of the Fortune 500 companies have stranded assets in some kind of way that will be challenged because of climate. They all have to move. They all have to move. So in a way, we're in a world where we have to change, but we're also in a world where it's a great opportunity to change. Here's a statistic. 65% of private equity invest into ESG companies. Why? Because that's where they find the highest value creation. Most of that goes into energy in some kind of way, renewables, different solutions around energy. So in a way, what do we have here? We have a huge opportunity. But then we also, as business schools, have a major job to be done in terms of the leadership side of this. This is not mechanics. This is not just putting together Legos. This is us working on driving the change, developing the leaders of today and of the future. It's almost like combining the head, the heart, and the hands. And we are business schools. Our job is to actually work together to make that transition happen. And in our chapters in the digital toolbook, we are getting started. So we're looking at the business transformation. We're looking at new business models. We're looking at risk management and risk assessment. We're looking at the new ways of doing accounting, which is almost like the infrastructure for business. And then, as you said, Conchita, we're looking at the innovation and technologies. All of these areas are, in my opinion, the flip side of the anxiety, the flip side of the depressive nature of climate. They are the opportunities and the potential of climate as well. We have to look at both. And we are business schools. We have to try to deliver the leadership today and in the future. But that's, I think, a great blessing to be able to work on it. And there's so many ways we can work on it individually, but also, I think, together, Peter.
Well, let's stick on this inside out view. You know, the interesting thing about this team that we've created across our 8 schools is that we have economists, we have people who come from the social sciences, from organization as well. So, you know, if we think about some of the chapters that Knut was just talking about, a couple were written largely by economists. So, you know, the chapter that I collaborated with my colleagues on risk management, you know, how do we think about risk management and risk management systems, or, you know, the work on accounting systems that our colleagues at LBS have done. But then there's the soft side of it, how we actually change organizations. So maybe we can stick on, you said 2 sides, which is opportunity and threat, or there are 2 sides of everything. So let's think about these 2 sides, about what are the hard things we're going to do, which is to say quantitative measures, and what are the things that we're going to have to do to change our organizations. Maybe we can talk a little bit, and none, you know, we don't have our colleagues, because only 4 of us could get to be on the stage today from LBS, but maybe we can kind of collectively talk about accounting, and I can pitch in about risk management. How are we going to have to change accounting systems in order to make this work? What's the role of accounting in business, and how might climate change the way that we think about business? Anyone want to take that on, or would you like me to do that?
I'll give it a 1-minute start, and then I'm sure all of us can jump in different ways. But it feels to me that there are 2 questions we need to answer. One is, what is our performance of any given firm compared to their competitors? The second question is, how does our firm do compared to last year? In other words, we need to be able to measure. We used to measure financials. Now we're increasingly going to be measuring ESG as well, the kind of non-material, the ecological, the social, the governance side of business performance as well. When we do that, and when we get transparency around it, we can make the choices that actually are made for the future. I think of it very simply. We needed a set of accounting to build kind of the infrastructures of the last century, and we need a new accounting to build the infrastructures, the companies, and the businesses for the future. But I'm very optimistic because I see they're coming. IFRS is an example. And I see that investors and banks are responding to it. So already now this is moving, and that's just going to continue. So that's my somewhat optimistic perspective of that, Peter.
And in fact, next door in COP26, you know, I think there's a number of announcements that are going to be made around IFRS and how climate accounting will change. There's an old saw that says you manage what you measure. And I have a t-shirt that I would wear on a different occasion that says accountants will save the world. And some of my accounting colleagues would agree with that, that in fact, until we start to measure these things. For example, another of my colleagues has a paper that's really quite interesting because it looks at what internal price do people put on carbon in different firms. And the range of prices that firms are using for carbon in internal accounting is extraordinarily wide. Now that can't be the case because carbon probably has one price. But the reason they don't is because otherwise they would have environmental bankruptcies. It's super, not just interesting, but important. And I think firms will almost immediately start to see that they're being asked to provide information around this. Another, please,
I was going to say, Peter, I'd love to jump in because I think what you're saying, combining the sort of the hard and the soft, this area in particular is ripe for. I couldn't agree more about the importance for standardization and transparency, and the great positive news is we're moving very quickly and that will help everyone. But as you pointed out, we manage what we measure. We also need to be really cautious about these measurements because we all know that they're still rather nascent and they're imperfect. And even establishing robust financial accounting standards took some time. So we need to recognize that we're still in the early days here, despite the fact that we're moving very quickly to address these urgent needs. And I've written separately on this in Harvard Business Review, basically pointing out that yes, we need all these measurements, but we also need to be mindful of the fact that at the end of the day, we're often proxying for things that are really much more complex. And so I don't want to hark back entirely to this sort of outside in perspective, but the interactions are incredibly complex. So when we do reach and achieve a more set of sort of open, transparent, and standardized metrics, we also need to have business leaders be really curious about what's underlying those, what's driving those, and keep innovating, as Conchita said, and keep experimenting and keep building their knowledge and deepening their knowledge, because only then will we be convinced that actually what we're managing is impact at the end of the day, rather than some proxy that is easier to measure. So I think that's really important. Business leaders need to start thinking in terms of paradoxes, in terms of, both management through measurement, but also management through curiosity and adaptation and innovation and experimentation and quick learning. We need leaders who are ambidextrous, who are comfortable with the numbers and the uncertainty and the thinking that comes with both of those.
If I might add, actually, I think Jen just touched on something that is very important that I like to tell my students about in class often, which is the importance of systems thinking. And understanding, right, that we are a system together with nature and we are a system amongst ourselves. And it also speaks to, Mike's point about the geopolitics of this all and the relationship between technology development and inequality, which are very much connected, and the impact of new technologies in nature and all of these things. And we really need leaders who can have the systems thinking, the systems approach. And the problem that we have with present accounting is that it doesn't capture all of the relevant information. So the last century's accounting is not fulfilling its role to provide a clear and true picture of the status of the company. It is not, because it is only providing a partial picture of the status of the company, but it's not accounting for other variables that connect the company with other realities, which exposes the company to risks that are then in turn difficult to manage because many leaders are not even ready to get their head around those risks. So I do agree, and this systems thinking, I think, is a valuable thing that is conveyed through the toolkit. When you see all of the different chapters, at least when I was reading through all of your chapters that the rest of you wrote, I could clearly see the effects of the kinds of things that I analyzed and the kinds of things that you were talking about, which is very complex, but we definitely need to get our head around all of this complexity and the implications of everything that we do for everything else.
Mike?
And Peter, if I could just add one more point to this, because Daniel at HEC has done a wonderful job of talking about decarbonization. And decarbonization is another chapter in the toolkit, because the way to decarbonize in a company is not so obvious. Yes, there's technology. Yes, there's choices. There's choices about product development. There's issues of what price to put on carbon, whether it's $60 a ton or $30 a ton. Someday there might be carbon taxes, which many people believe could be a silver bullet, but maybe it's not going to be that, and maybe it's not going to fix everything. But this consideration of how to decarbonize, how fast to decarbonize, and whether it's 2030, 2035, or 2040. And then in many industries, entirely new technological fields have to be developed in order to make, things like glass bottles with green hydrogen. You have to get hydrogen hot enough. So it's a tremendous topic. And I just wanted to mention Daniel's chapter on decarbonization, because I think it's very important.
Thank you. Just to finish off on the chapters, if you take, Conchita's point about thinking in terms of systems, which is the core of what we do at Oxford. There's a couple of tenets if you want to do systems thinking. First of all, you need to think in terms of long horizons, and you have to think in terms of an uncertain future. And all that's at the core of one of the other chapters that we have in the toolkit, which is about risk management. So risk managers can't just look backwards and take measures. They actually have to look forwards and try to understand how might the world evolve. One of the tools that's being used by risk managers increasingly is scenario analysis. There's a recent survey that looks at how risk managers